When Chu Zhang's donations reached a staggering 10,000 yuan, he unexpectedly bound himself to a collection system. Merely by making contact with others, he could trigger a plethora of collection rewards. Cash, opulent mansions, luxury vehicles, and a myriad of skills. All could be collected. You have collected a sum of 100 million yuan in cash. You have collected a luxurious flat in the Tangshan Epine complex. You have collected a Koenigsegg. You have collected a stock market prediction card. You have collected a 10 equity stake in Penguin Group. Chapter 1. The Inception of the Collection System. In the evening hours, outside the gates of Magic City University, a super sleek sports car captured the attention of numerous university students seeking sustenance after classes. Chu Jiang, seated in the driver's seat, felt an immense satisfaction as he noticed the students glancing curiously in his direction through the car window. Once upon a time, he could hardly have dreamt of arriving at the gates of Magic City University in a supercar worth over 10 million. Just yesterday, upon reaching the 10,000 yuan mark in his crowdfunding donations, he unexpectedly bound himself to the system, the collection system. As long as someone made contact with him, ethereal transparent orbs would materialize, visible only to him. By touching these ethereal transparent orbs, Chu Jiang could collect the items contained within. Since binding to the system, through his interactions with others, he had amassed a fortune of 100 million yuan in cash, along with a Lamborghini Aventador, a Porsche Panamera, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Most astonishingly, he had acquired 3 buildings in a prestigious school district, totaling 300 residential units. This unexpected windfall of wealth was a joy he felt compelled to share with his family. His visit to Magic City University was motivated by the desire to surprise his younger sister, Chu Yu, who was studying there. Today, he had come unexpectedly with the intention of delighting his sister. Chu Zhang's family circumstances were not particularly affluent. Both parents had limited education, and with elders above and children below, supporting such a large family was no small feat. Fortunately, both Chu Jiang and his sister had excelled academically, gaining admission to university. Particularly, his sister Chu Yu was enrolled in the prestigious 211 and 985 Magic City University. Having just graduated, Chu Jiang had only attended a third-rate university, making it challenging to secure a desirable position in a city teeming with talent. However, now everything had taken a turn for the better. Seated in the car, Chu Jiang's thoughts wandered, and he realized that over 10 minutes had slipped by unnoticed. Upon his arrival, he had called Chu Yu to inform her of his visit, stating that he was outside the main entrance of their university. More than 10 minutes have now elapsed. Chu Yu should be arriving shortly. Speaking of Chu Jiang and his sister, they truly serve as exemplary figures among their peers in the village. Not only are they obedient, sensible, and academically accomplished, but they also possess looks that place them among the most attractive individuals in school. Chu Jiang, being a boy, is somewhat insulated from the disadvantages of this attention. However, Chu Yu is a girl, and more often than not, her admirers are drawn to her beauty. Despite her clear declaration of abstaining from romantic entanglements during her university years, her suitors have not diminished in number one bit. When Chu Yu received a call from Chu Jiang, she was engrossed in her studies at the library. Upon hearing that her brother had come to visit her at school, she promptly set her book aside and made her way to the school gate. The journey from the library to the gate takes merely 7 or 8 minutes. But just as she reached the central square of the school, she was intercepted by one of her admirers. Lu Jianhao, a third-year finance major, is the president of the student union, and they met during the student recruitment process. Since that time, Lu Jianhao has persistently pursued Chu Yu. Nevertheless, Chu Yu has made it abundantly clear that she does not wish to engage in romantic relationships during her university years, directly rejecting his advances. Yet Lu Jianhao is not one to easily concede defeat. He frequently lingers around her. As he is in his 3rd year and will soon embark on an internship, Lu Jianhao feels a sense of urgency to intensify his pursuit during this limited time. He has orchestrated a public confession event, aiming to declare his feelings for Chu Yu under the bright daylight before an audience. Based on his understanding of Chu Yu, he believes she would not publicly humiliate him in front of so many witnesses. However, he evidently underestimates her resolve. Lu Jianhao, let me reiterate, I will not engage in a romantic relationship during my university years, so please refrain from these antics in the future. Chu Yu snatched the bouquet of flowers from Lu Jianhao's hands and forcefully threw them to the ground. Faced with her public rejection, Lu Jianhao's expression darkened immediately. Watching Chu Yu walk away without a backward glance, he clenched his teeth in frustration. What a despicable woman, truly contemptible. It is not uncommon for love to breed resentment. Moreover, Chu Yu's public rejection shattered Lu Jianhao's pride as the student union president. After waiting for a while without seeing Chu Yu, Chu Jiang stepped out of the car to investigate the situation at the school. However, as soon as he exited, he felt the weight of countless gazes fixated upon him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Wow, he's so handsome. This is the most attractive, wealthy heir I've ever seen. That supercar he's driving must be a Lamborghini Aventador, right? I envy these rich kids. They can drive million-dollar supercars at such a young age. He truly is striking. My goodness, I can hardly contain my admiration. If only I could be his girlfriend. With looks like that, I would be willing even if he had no money. As a man, I find him exceptionally handsome. It feels rather unfair that he possesses both beauty and wealth. After all, Chu Jiang arrived in a nearly 10 million yuan Lamborghini Aventador, coupled with his striking appearance, making it nearly impossible for him to evade the attention of those around him. Come on, can you all stop being infatuated? He's clearly waiting for someone. I'm just thinking, someone with his attributes would never look my way. Nearby, two girls from the same dormitory huddled together, whispering and occasionally stealing glances at Chu Jiang. At that moment, Chu Jiang spotted Chu Yu approaching the school gate. "Over here," he called out, waving his hand. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Chu Yu's previously somber mood brightened instantly as she saw him. The onlookers followed Chu Jiang's gaze and noticed Chu Yu walking towards them. Isn't that Chu Yu? The campus beauty from the sophomore business management program. My goddess, I heard she has turned down all her suitors, stating she won't date in college. Do you think this wealthy heir is waiting for Chu Yu? No way. My goddess isn't the type to be enamored with vanity. Who knows? I believe the reason Chu Yu rejects everyone may be that she has a better option. If I were her, I wouldn't choose a college student still confined to the ivory tower. While they were gossiping, Chu Yu had already exited the gate and walked straight to Chu Jiang, affectionately linking her arm with his. What brings you here today? This gesture shattered the hearts of the socially awkward admirers who idolized her. See, I told you, that wealthy heir is waiting for Chu Yu. The goddess Chu Yu is actually linking arms with a wealthy heir. They look so close. I feel as though I've just experienced a heartbreak. My heart aches. Why? Didn't Chu Yu say she wouldn't date during university? In an instant, Chu Jiang and Chu Yu became the center of attention. Chapter 2. Brother, did you really win 300 million? It had been some time since Chu Yu last saw Chu Jiang, which led her to exhibit a somewhat more affectionate demeanor. However, they were, after all, siblings. What was the harm in that? Yet, onlookers, oblivious to the truth, assumed that the campus belle, Chu Yu, had secured a wealthy second-generation heir with a Lamborghini as her boyfriend. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. In no time, the entire MOD university was abuzz with this gossip. In this digital age, news travels at an astonishing pace. The school's forums, message boards, and various class chat groups were ablaze with this sensational revelation. What a monumental piece of news. Our pure and innocent sophomore belle, Chu Yu, was spotted getting into a rich second-generation heir's Lamborghini at the school gate. No way. Is that true? Our goddess Chu Yu. Didn't she claim she wouldn't date in college? Perhaps that was just a facade, especially since you lack a Lamborghini. Even the goddess Chu Yu has succumbed? Mother, my faith and love has shattered. Just moments ago, I witnessed Lu Jianhao confessing to Chu Yu at the Central Plaza, only to be utterly rejected. I initially thought Chu Yu was genuinely pure, but alas, what a resounding slap to the face that turned out to be. I saw it too. Lu's face was as dark as a thundercloud. However, in hindsight, it's fortunate he was turned down. The notion of our pure belle Chu Yu getting into a wealthy second-generation heir's supercar is undoubtedly enough to satiate the gossip-hungry minds of university students. Lu Jianhao, of course, learned of this incident almost immediately and let out a furious exclamation, "TSK, that shameless woman can really put on an act." Meanwhile, Chu Yu was seated in the passenger seat of Chu Jiang's Lamborghini, lost in thought. Brother, what is going on? Where did this car come from? Although Chu Yu was a girl not particularly well-versed in automobiles, she recognized this was a supercar. Supercars are notoriously expensive, and she was aware of that. Chu Jiang, driving with a grin, replied, "I was just lucky and hit the jackpot. I just bought this car, and I transferred 5 million in cash to our parents. Now, I'm taking you out for some shopping. Chu Jiang had already prepared his story. He would say he had won the lottery. Moreover, he had just seen the news about a young man in Mo Du who had won 300 million and had hastily claimed his prize. The news had been published, and upon seeing the young man's photograph, Chu Jiang noted that their builds were indeed quite similar. As for the young man's appearance, the photographs were taken while he was wearing a hood, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Upon hearing her brother claim he had won the lottery, Chu Yu furrowed her brow, somewhat incredulous. Winning the lottery? That sounds so unbelievable. Is it true? Brother, how much did you win? Chu Jiang remained silent, simply extending 3 fingers. 30 million. Chu Yu gasped in astonishment. No, it's 300 million. Chu Jiang wasted no time in revealing the true extent of his winnings. At this revelation, Chu Yu, who had just managed to contain her excitement, was utterly thrown into disarray. How much? 300 million? Otherwise, how could you dare to buy this 10 million supercar? Having faced the trials of society, Chu Jiang had mastered the art of telling lies without a hint of hesitation. Still reeling from her brother's claim about winning 300 million, she was flabbergasted to hear that this supercar was indeed worth over 10 million. Brother, am I dreaming? Chu Yu felt as if she were in a dream. Winning the lottery couldn't possibly be this easy, not for a prize of 300 million. Yet, sitting in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, the sensation felt strikingly real. Now that your brother has money, our family's future will only get better. Chu Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the still astonished Chu Yu. Brother, did you truly win 300 million? I can't possibly be dreaming. Chu Yu remained uncertain of the reality of the situation. It's real. You're not dreaming. Chu Jiang affectionately gazed at his sister and chuckled. Brother, although we are now wealthy, this money is a windfall. We must be prudent in our spending. Chu Yu remained composed, aware that her words may seem ill-timed, but she felt it necessary to remind her brother for the sake of a better future. Rest assured. Can you not trust your brother? Chu Jiang understood her intent, to caution him against becoming arrogant with newfound wealth and to remain humble. However, the truth of his situation remained known only to him. He had not won the lottery. He had merely exploited a system to gain an advantage. From childhood, Chu Jiang had always doted on his sister. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and with their parents absent from Mo Du, it was only natural for him to take good care of his sister. Chu Jiang first took Chu Yu shopping at a mall, purchasing skincare products and clothing that they had previously deemed unaffordable. Brother, that's enough. Look, I can hardly carry all this. Chu Jiang and Chu Yu were laden with numerous bags, and upon seeing her brother's eagerness to buy more, she quickly refused, saying, Brother, this is more than enough for me for an entire year. Very well, by the way, I just transferred 1 million in cash to you. You've worked hard in school, so don't be frugal. Treat yourself to some good food. Chu Jiang said with a hint of concern as he noticed Chu Yu looking a bit thinner. I have lost a little weight, but I'm fine. Chu Yu pouted, recalling the days when she had to survive on a meager 10 yuan daily for meals due to insufficient living expenses, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Chu Yu's eyes, Chu Jiang quickly reassured her, those days are behind us. Our future will only get better. Yes, it will. Chu Yu nodded in agreement, feeling the warmth of shared hope. After leaving the mall and placing their purchases in the car, Chu Jiang asked, You must be hungry. Let us go for a feast. Yes. Having eaten very little for lunch, and after a long day of shopping, Chu Yu was indeed famished. After all, in Mo Du, if you have money, there is no shortage of delicious food. Chu Jiang led Chu Yu to a seafood restaurant where they ordered everything from sea cucumbers and abalone to king crab and Australian lobsters, delicacies they had previously only dreamed of but never had the means to enjoy. Brother, isn't that a bit too much? We can't possibly finish all this. Don't worry, if we can't finish, we'll take it home. Chu Jiang said indulgently. If you like it, I'll bring you here every day. But the gout meal plan is not good. It can get sickening if eaten too often. Chu Yu chuckled in response. The meal cost a staggering 5,800 yuan, and as Chu Jiang settled the bill, Chu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. Brother, we just spent so much on a single meal. That's incredibly extravagant. 5,008. That's enough for my living expenses for an entire year. As they walked out of the restaurant, Chu Yu quietly remarked to Chu Jiang, That's quite a lot for just one meal. Occasional indulgence is fine. Besides, we only spent 5,008 on all this seafood, which isn't too extravagant. Chu Jiang knew his sister was accustomed to frugality, and her mindset might take time to adjust to this new way of spending. Occasionally indulging oneself is perfectly acceptable. However, dear brother, to feast upon such a colossal king crab and only consume its legs is indeed excessive. Chu Yu was still savoring the exquisite flavors of the king crab she had just relished. One must admit, the king crab porridge was truly delectable. After the meal, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Chu Yu, who typically refrained from excessive smartphone use, remained blissfully unaware that her gossip was circulating throughout the entirety of Magic Capital University. Rumors tend to spiral into the absurd. Some claimed that Chu Yu was being financially supported by a wealthy heir, while others alleged that she had undergone an abortion for him. In any case, once the rumor mill begins, the fabrications run rampant. Although Chu Yu generally avoids conflict, she has garnered considerable jealousy from her peers. After all, she possesses striking beauty and excels academically, earning her the title of pure goddess among many male admirers. The higher one is elevated, the more precarious the fall can be. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, her exceptional looks inevitably incite envy. Previously, Chu Yu had made no missteps, appearing flawless in the eyes of many boys, and those who envied her dared not provoke her. However, now, images of her affectionately linking arms with a wealthy heir at the school gate, as well as her seated in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini, were spreading like wildfire across online forums. The image of the pure goddess was crumbling, and surprisingly, the first to denounce her was not those who envied her, but rather Lu Jianhao, who had previously pursued her. As the president of the student council, Lu Jianhao wielded significant influence on campus. He initiated a campaign on the school forum, accusing Chu Yu of feigning purity and being a deceitful persona. Everyone was aware of Lu Jianhao's pursuit of Chu Yu, and now that he had launched an attack against her, those who already envied her eagerly joined in his condemnation. Meanwhile, Chu Yu remained blissfully ignorant of the online harassment. Lost in the happiness of her brother's affection, Chu Jiang drove her to the entrance of Magic Capital University, reminding her to take care of herself and to express any difficulties she might encounter in life, even suggesting she could ask him for more money if needed. Chu Yu rolled her eyes at him. "Brother, you've given me more than enough money. How could I possibly run out?" After all, Chu Jiang had directly transferred 1,000,000 yuan to her. Not to mention, even if she were to enter the workforce, such a sum would last her quite some time. Moreover, Chu Yu was inherently a frugal girl, capable of living modestly. As long as she refrained from frivolous spending, this amount would sustain her for a considerable duration. "All right, hurry back. Rest early. Your health is paramount." "Understood, brother. You should return as well." The Lamborghini at the school entrance naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers. "Isn't that the Lamborghini from this afternoon? Wow, Goddess Chu Yu, I never imagined she was such a woman." Indeed, but considering her stunning looks, it's hardly surprising she'd attract a wealthy heir. As Chu Yu disembarked from the car, she was again the subject of many gazes. Additionally, some eager individuals discreetly snapped photos and uploaded them online. In no time, the forums of Magic Capital University erupted anew. "Yu, they say you're being kept. Look, this is the Chu Yu you once revered as a pure goddess. Bah, she doesn't deserve her status. I always said she was just pretending to be lofty while being promiscuous. How foolish I was to misjudge her. What if it's all a misunderstanding?" Even her defenders are still trying to cover for her. As Chu Yu strolled through campus, burdened with numerous bags, she felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. She noticed that the gazes directed at her were laced with sarcasm. Upon returning to her dormitory, her 3 roommates hastily closed the door. "Yu, what is going on? Why is your phone off?" "It ran out of battery," Chu Yu replied, frowning as she extracted her phone. "Yu, how can you remain so calm? The entire campus forum is slandering you." Chu Yu's roommates, who shared a close bond with her, had quickly reached out after hearing the news. Unfortunately, Chu Yu's phone had conveniently died. Most would have reacted with considerable emotional upheaval upon learning of such slander, yet Chu Yu remained remarkably composed. "Oh." Her nonchalant response left her roommates bewildered. "Yu, aren't you angry?" Their words are appalling. Su Jing, who was closest to Chu Yu, understood that she could never be the person they accused her of being. "What have they said?" Chu Yu inquired, plugging her phone into charge. "They're saying you're being kept. It's outrageous. Especially that Lu Jianhao. He's truly despicable. I used to think he was decent, but he's clearly a hypocrite. Thank goodness you always rejected him. He's not worth your time." Her roommates expressed their outrage, growing increasingly agitated. In contrast, Chu Yu remained unfazed. From her bag, she retrieved the gifts she had purchased for her roommates and distributed them. "Wow, is this SK2? Yu, what is going on?" "Yu, you can't be serious." Her roommates gazed at the skincare sets in their hands, each worth at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. They were well aware of Chu Yu's usual financial struggles. "You're overthinking it. This is for my brother," Chu Yu clarified, noticing the confusion on her roommates' faces. "Your brother?" "Yes, my biological brother, from the same mother." "What?" Her roommates were taken aback. They had heard of Chu Yu's brother before, but, wait, your brother drives a Lamborghini? They had heard that such a supercar costs nearly 10 million. If Chu Yu's brother were indeed wealthy, how could she have lived so modestly? He's been lucky recently and made some money, Chu Yu mentioned, omitting the fact that Chu Jiang had won the lottery, as she didn't want to burden him with unnecessary complications. Wow, made some money? Your brother drives a Lamborghini. That is a fortune. Yu, are you saying your brother is a successful entrepreneur? Yu, does your brother have a girlfriend? What about me? Can you introduce me? I could be your sister-in-law. After learning the truth, her roommates were ecstatic. Firstly, Chuyu was still the person they knew. Secondly, they seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. Chuyu's brother was, in fact, a highly successful entrepreneur, and he was also quite handsome. No way, Yu, I can't let you suffer. I must reveal the truth. Su Jing shares a deeply cherished bond with Chuyu. This afternoon, she engaged in heated disputes on a forum, unfortunately attracting a barrage of insults directed at her. Now, enlightened by the truth, she feels compelled to take a stand. Alas, it's futile. As the saying goes, rumors cease with the wise, yet these individuals remain oblivious. Chuyu, however, remains unfazed, for she understands that even if Su Jing proclaims the truth, these people are unlikely to believe her. Nevertheless, Su Jing is resolute, determined to defend her friend's honor. With her mind set, she boldly ventures into the university's forum, posting a new thread titled, "All those spewing nonsense, just crawl away." She identifies herself as Lu Jianhao and reveals that Chu Jiang is Chu Yu's biological brother. Shortly after posting, responses begin to flood in. Biological brother? Who are you trying to fool? We know Chu Yu's family situation. How could her brother afford a Lamborghini? Seriously, who would believe that? Is he really her brother? But isn't Chu Yu's family supposed to be struggling? Starting a business isn't easy. Surely, someone who can buy a Lamborghini must have billions in assets, which cannot simply be conjured from thin air. If what you say is true, then Chu Yu's previous life couldn't have been so dire. Indeed, Chu Yu anticipated this reaction. Despite Su Jing's clear statements, the naysayers remain skeptical. Not only do they disbelieve, but they also analyze the situation with misplaced confidence. As for Chu Yu, she feels helpless. Initially, she wished to disregard the matter, but after glancing at her phone, it seems the situation has escalated significantly. Even their academic advisor has reached out, inquiring about the situation. After all, Chu Yu was once the top student in her department, with a promising future ahead. The department holds her in high regard, making the advisor particularly concerned about the unfolding events. Earlier, Chu Yu's phone had run out of battery, preventing her from seeing the advisor's messages. Now that she has, she quickly replies to clarify that Chu Jiang is indeed her brother. When Shiqing, her advisor, has been feeling quite distressed all afternoon. At just 3 years older than Chu Yu, she has always viewed Chu Yu as a younger sister. As a newly appointed advisor, Chu Yu was among the most outstanding students she had the privilege to mentor. Upon learning about the controversy, she immediately attempted to contact Chu Yu, but her phone was off. What? You're saying that person is your biological brother? Yes, his name is Chu Jiang, my brother. Oh, but that doesn't make sense. My brother is currently starting his own business and has been earning quite a lot. Understanding when Shiqing's confusion, Chu Yu succinctly explains the situation. Ah, I see now. You really startled me. When Shiqing breathes a sigh of relief, having once been of Chu Yu's age herself, she understands the implications of a young woman falling from grace and what it means for her and her family. She has always held high hopes for Chu Yu and does not wish to see her tarnished by the trappings of wealth. Now reassured that Chu Yu remains the person she knows, merely misunderstood by others, she feels a weight lift. However, her brow furrows at the thought of the harsh realities of online bullying. The adage words can be fearsome rings true. If this matter is not clarified, Chu Yu will undoubtedly face pointed remarks at school, leading to a difficult existence. Initially, Chu Yu had no intention of addressing the issue, considering it a private family matter. Moreover, even if she explained, there was no guarantee of belief. But as the situation intensifies, Chu Yu contemplates and decides to personally clarify the matter. She creates a new post titled, I am Chu Yu. I am Chu Yu. I apologize for occupying public resources due to my personal issues. Regarding this matter, I have 2 statements. First, the wealthy individual you claim drives a Lamborghini is my biological brother, Chu Jiang. Second, I have never claimed to be a pure goddess, nor have I engaged in any pretense of purity or persona crafting. By personally addressing the situation, Chu Yu garners substantial support. I told you Chu Yu is not that kind of person. You brainless individuals just don't get it. Chu Yu, I will always support you. Truth will out, and we need not heed these fools. Yet, for every supporter, there are those who blindly oppose. Who would believe such claims? I certainly don't. Really a brother? I never expected Chu Yu would resort to such an excuse. The pretentious goddess, please leave our university. Those who maliciously attack are devoid of reason. Many harbor jealousy towards Chu Yu and will exploit any opportunity to denigrate her, unyielding in their disdain regardless of her clarifications. Initially, Chu Yu thought she could remain indifferent. Yet upon witnessing the outrageous comments from her detractors, her composure shatters. Yeah, don't take it too personally. These people can't stand to see others thrive. They thrive on negativity. Do these individuals even have a brain? How did they gain admission to university? The treachery of human nature becomes painfully clear to Chuyu. Noticing her distress, her 3 roommates quickly offer comfort. Yeah, perhaps you should inform your brother about this situation. If he intervenes, it would surely carry more weight than our explanations. Su Jing observes Chuyu's troubled expression and suggests that she inform Chu Jiang, believing his involvement could silence the critics. Alas, it seems I have no choice. Chuyu sighs, reluctant to trouble her brother, but recognizing that only he can effectively resolve this issue. Picking up her phone, she dials Chu Jiang. Brother, I have encountered a minor problem. Chapter 4. If you bully my sister, you're courting death. Brother, I'm facing a bit of a situation. Chuyu succinctly explains the issue, and Chu Jiang grasps the gravity of the matter halfway through her account. Are you all right? His voice is deep, his tone darkened with concern and barely restrained anger. I'm fine, just. Knowing her sister's disposition, he realizes she wouldn't reach out unless the matter was serious. Yeah, don't worry, I'll handle this. Chu Jiang had initially planned to explore a bar, seeking to connect with a few wealthy individuals for potential rewards. Having received Chuyu's call midway, he promptly turns the car around at the next intersection. Family is his ultimate boundary. Chu Jiang will not permit anyone to harm his loved ones. No matter who stands against them, he will ensure they face the consequences. Chu Jiang was not one to instigate trouble, yet he was certainly unafraid of it. Driving his supercar straight to the entrance of Magic City University, he sat in his car and perused the university's online forum, pinpointing those who had relentlessly criticized Chuyu. Among them, Lu Jianhao stood out as the most active and the principal instigator. Although Chu Jiang did not personally know Lu Jianhao, his exploration of the forum provided him with ample insight. Naturally, he also came across posts from Chuyu's roommate, but their impact was minimal. In the realm of cyberbullying, reasoning often fell on deaf ears. Mindless trolls were oblivious to logic. Even those seasoned in the world's tribulations found it challenging to counter online harassment, let alone a university student like Chuyu. The most effective method to combat such digital aggression was to retaliate with force, targeting those who led the onslaught. A single strike could deter a barrage of blows. Chuyu, being a delicate girl, was ill-equipped to handle such matters. It was only fitting that her older brother take action. With Lu Jianhao identified as the ringleader, Chu Jiang had no intention of letting him off lightly. Swift action was imperative. He needed to make those who spread rumors understand the consequences of their actions. With a plan in mind, he prepared to drive onto the campus. The security guard at the entrance had noticed Chu Jiang's Lamborghini Gallardo long before. He had seen it just a few hours earlier when he dropped off Chuyu. Though aware that anyone who could afford such a luxury vehicle was likely not an ordinary individual, the guard still halted Chu Jiang for safety reasons. You see, this is a school. Outside vehicles are not permitted inside. Sir, could you make an exception? My sister attends university here, and she just texted me saying she has a stomach ache. I'm in a hurry to take her to the hospital, Chu Jiang explained. The guard paused, taken aback. Look, I'm driving this car. I can't possibly come here to cause trouble, right? Chu Jiang added. The guard pondered this statement and realized the logic behind it. He had no desire to provoke a privileged young man like Chu Jiang, and thus decided to let him pass. Thank you, sir. With a smile, Chu Jiang expressed his gratitude as he pressed the gas pedal, driving his Lamborghini into the university's campus. Although it was nearly 10 o'clock at night, the campus was still populated with students taking evening strolls. The ostentatious Lamborghini drew numerous curious glances. Chu Jiang needed to locate Lu Jianhao, but being unfamiliar with the university, he parked his car by the roadside and contemplated how to find him when 2 female joggers happened to pass by. Excuse me, beautiful, may I ask you something? Chu Jiang inquired, eager to seek assistance. He had learned Lu Jianhao's name while browsing the forum and was aware that he was the president of the student council. While an average student might not recognize him, given Lu Jianhao's status, it was likely that many would know him. What do you need? One of the joggers replied, blushing slightly at his compliment. Do you know Lu Jianhao, the president of your student council? Do you know where he lives? Lu Jianhao? Yes. I just saw him over there by the basketball court. He should still be there. Fortune smiled upon Chu Jiang. He had not anticipated that a casual inquiry would yield such direct information about Lu Jianhao's location. Thanks, he said, heading towards the basketball court. Lu Jianhao was not there to play basketball. Rather, he was on a date. Although he had previously pursued Chuyu, his affections were not limited to her alone. With their relationship now strained, he quickly shifted his attention to another girl, who, while perhaps not as striking as Chuyu, was undeniably flirtatious. Sitting on a bench beside the court, Lu Jianhao embraced the girl, lamenting, I was blind to have liked that vile girl Chuyu. Compared to you, she is utterly insignificant. As he disparaged Chuyu, he also began to make inappropriate advances toward the girl in his arms. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Chu Jiang lit a cigarette in his car. After finishing one, he grabbed his glass and stepped out. The boys playing basketball noticed him and couldn't help but display expressions of envy. A supercar, especially one worth millions like the Lamborghini Gallardo, what young man wouldn't admire it? While they admired from afar, it was clear that such luxury was beyond their reach. Holding his glass, Chu Jiang scanned the area, noticing the basketball players looking his way, but he felt no trepidation. Which one of you is Lu Jianhao? He called out loudly, striding forward. Upon hearing the name, the basketball players exchanged glances, recognizing who he was. I saw him over there with Chen Qianqian. One earnest-looking boy pointed in Lu Jianhao's direction. Following the boy's gesture, Chu Jiang indeed spotted a couple rising to leave. Lu Jianhao, initially oblivious to Chu Jiang's arrival, turned at the sound of his voice, startled. Looking for me, he thought, sensing trouble. Despite his usual bravado, Lu Jianhao was inherently timid, the type to bully the weak but cower before the strong. Sensing Chu Jiang's aggressive demeanor, he contemplated fleeing. However, Chu Jiang was too close. He covered the distance in mere strides and stood before Lu Jianhao. Are you Lu Jianhao? I am. And you are the president of the student council? Yes. So you are the one who slandered my sister, Chu Yu. Chu Jiang's piercing gaze bore into Lu Jianhao as he struggled to contain his fury. Chu Yu. I. Lu Jianhao stammered, sensing the pressure emanating from Chu Jiang. That's right. It's you. Chu Jiang sneered, and in the next instant, he raised his glass and brought it crashing down onto Lu Jianhao's head. Chen Qianqian, Lu Jianhao's date, recoiled in shock, letting out a scream. The suddenness of the attack left Lu Jianhao completely unprepared, and he was swiftly incapacitated by Chu Jiang's assault. The glass shattered violently, shards flying as blood gushed from Lu Jianhao's head, while Chu Jiang's hands were also stained with crimson, a portion his own, yet far more belonged to Lu Jianhao. Lu Jianhao collapsed onto the ground, and Chu Jiang advanced, casting a fierce glare at Chen Qianqian, silencing her with a sharp command. Chen Qianqian, who had been screaming, quickly covered her mouth with trembling hands, her entire body quaking with fear. Lu Jianhao sat limply on the ground as Chu Jiang approached and delivered 2 forceful kicks to his abdomen, exclaiming, "Dare to bully my sister? You're courting death." Although the basketball court was sparsely populated, the commotion had drawn a significant crowd. Upon witnessing Lu Jianhao, drenched in blood, numerous timid girls let out shrieks. Isn't that Lu Jianhao? What is happening? I don't know. I just arrived. Who is that man attacking Lu Jianhao? I'm not sure. But that nearby Lamborghini is his. I was close enough to hear him say, "Dare to bully my sister? You're courting death." Wow. This is big news. Student Council President Lu Jianhao was attacked on the basketball court with a glass cup. That man seems to be the wealthy heir who drove the Lamborghini to pick up Chu Yu this afternoon. It appears Lu Jianhao bullied his sister. And now he has come to settle the score. The news of Lu Jianhao's brutal assault spread swiftly throughout the school. In Chu Yu's dormitory, unease gnawed at her heart as she understood her brother's temperament. If he discovered she had been bullied, he would undoubtedly act impulsively. Oh no, I shouldn't have mentioned it to him, she murmured, her brow furrowing with concern. Just then, Su Jing, engrossed in a forum, suddenly exclaimed, startling Chu Yu and her roommates. What's wrong? Why the sudden outburst? Lu Jianhao, that scoundrel, has been beaten. I heard he was struck with a glass cup. Su Jing's excitement was palpable, for Lu Jianhao had been the instigator of rumors against Chu Yu. Is that true? What a delightful turn of events. Who did it? I want to commend them. Lu Jianhao, the hypocrite, truly deserves this. Chu Yu's roommates rallied to her defense, celebrating the news of Lu Jianhao's misfortune with applause. Chu Yu, I have a feeling that the one who attacked Lu Jianhao is your brother. I heard he arrived in a Lamborghini and declared, "Dare to bully my sister? You're courting death." Hearing Su Jing's words caused Chu Yu's heart to race. She quickly examined the photos Su Jing had sent. Oh no, it really is my brother. A moment of shock passed over her as she dashed from the dormitory towards the basketball court. Chapter 5. Experiencing the nightlife of the wealthy elite. Chu Yu understood her brother's temper. If she delayed, it could lead to dire consequences. At the basketball court, Lu Jianhao was paralyzed with fear. Initially, he considered resisting. But after having his head forcefully pressed against the ground by Chu Jiang, he submitted completely. As the crowd continued to swell, Chu Jiang reveled in the spectacle he had orchestrated. Having resolved to seek justice for his sister, he welcomed the escalating attention. Eager for the onlookers to witness the consequences of bullying his sibling. What is happening? I just arrived. I overheard that Lu Jianhao had bullied the man's sister. Who is that sister? Who did Lu Jianhao bully? He bullied someone's sister? Well, he deserves to be punished. Isn't he that wealthy heir who drove the Lamborghini to pick up Chu Yu this afternoon? How could he bully anyone? Could it be that Chu Yu is his sister? I saw a post by Chu Yu earlier explaining that the man was her biological brother. After Chu Yu rushed from her dormitory, Her 3 roommates followed closely behind. The dormitory was not far from the basketball court, and it took her only 5 minutes of brisk running to arrive. Upon reaching the scene, she was alarmed to find a throng gathered. Finally managing to push her way through the crowd, she sighed in relief upon seeing Lu Jianhao, bloodied and resembling a stray dog, sitting on the ground. She had feared her brother's impulsiveness might lead to Lu Jianhao suffering a more severe fate, one that could bring legal repercussions upon him. "Brother, are you all right?" Chu Yu dashed to Chu Jiang's side, her face a mask of concern. "I'm fine," Chu Jiang replied, a slight smile of affection gracing his lips upon seeing her. "Now, go apologize to my sister." He turned back, glaring at Lu Jianhao, his admonition nearly causing him to soil himself with fear. Lu Jianhao, now cowed, lowered his head and, with a mournful expression, mumbled an apology to Chu Yu. "Did you not eat? Speak up. I can't hear you." Chu Jiang growled, nearly causing Lu Jianhao to kneel in terror. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Lu Jianhao gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain as he shouted. "What did you do wrong?" Chu Jiang sneered, continuing his interrogation. "I shouldn't have spread rumors about Chu Yu without knowing the full circumstances." Lu Jianhao, not foolish, now understood the gravity of his mistake and the severity of the enemy he had made. "If I catch you spreading falsehoods about my sister again, I won't merely bruise you. I'll ensure your demise. I, Chu Jiang, stand by my word." Unfazed by potential retaliation, he knew Lu Jianhao wouldn't dare confront him. The onlookers were left in shock. "He's really Chu Yu's brother? How is that possible?" "Chu Yu's brother is a wealthy heir driving a Lamborghini? But I distinctly recall seeing Chu Yu being frugal with her food. I knew it. The goddess Chu Yu could never be one to seek vanity." "Well deserved." Lu Jianhao absolutely deserved this beating. He had the audacity to slander our goddess without knowing the truth. "So, Chu Yu is actually from a wealthy family? My goodness, whoever marries her will become a life winner. Chu Yu's brother is so manly. Not to mention, the genes in Chu Yu's family are exceptional. Her brother is truly handsome." With this display, the public opinion of Chu Yu experienced a dramatic reversal, while Lu Jianhao became a pariah, loathed by all. However, the saga was not yet concluded. Chu Jiang addressed the crowd, declaring, "I am Chu Yu's biological brother. Chu Jiang, I am here today to seek justice for my sister. I implore those who have slandered her to step forward and apologize. I have captured screenshots of all defamatory posts. If I do not see apologies by noon tomorrow, do not blame me for my actions." It was hard to criticize Chu Jiang for his assertiveness, especially since it was his beloved sister who had been wronged. Imagine if it were your own sister. Would you not wish to protect her with such fervor? As Chu Jiang's words hung in the air, numerous individuals stepped forward to apologize to Chu Yu. "Chu Yu, I sincerely apologize. I have been rather thoughtless and should not have blindly followed the opinions of others. Chu Yu, I am truly sorry for defaming you without understanding the situation. I extend my heartfelt apologies." Present were many individuals who directly approached Chu Yu to express their remorse. As for those who were not present, upon realizing that Chu Jiang might indeed seek retribution, they hastily posted apologies online. In a fleeting moment, the forum of Moda University was inundated with countless apologies, replacing the previous derogatory posts aimed at Chu Yu. On the basketball court, Chu Jiang cast a piercing glare at Chen Qianqian. "You take him to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses." Chu Jiang was not unreasonable. After all, he was responsible for the altercation. "If you wish to settle this privately, I can offer you 50,000. He addressed Lu Jianhao, who appeared rather dazed. "If you prefer to go public, we can head to the police station right now." Hearing this, Lu Jianhao, with a face of despair, quickly replied, "I would like to settle this privately." His reasoning was threefold. First, he was indeed in the wrong. Second, he had no comprehension of Chu Jiang's background. After all, the latter drove a Lamborghini, while he was merely a university student. How could he afford to provoke someone like him? Third, the sum Chu Jiang offered was extraordinarily generous. He had only suffered a minor injury and a few kicks. Upon hearing that Chu Jiang was willing to pay him 50,000 for a private settlement, he had no reason to hesitate. Any delay would be a disservice to that generous offer. Chu Jiang promptly transferred the 50,000 to Lu Jianhao for the settlement. Upon receiving the sum, Lu Jianhao was eager to leave the basketball court without delay, limping away with Chen Qianqian's assistance. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. "Yeah, your brother is so handsome. Yeah, you are incredibly fortunate. Your brother is like a protective guardian. Yeah, it's amazing that your brother resolved the apology posts on the school forum." Upon returning to their dormitory, Chu Yu's 3 roommates were still buzzing with excitement, expressing their envy at her good fortune. They had not anticipated that Chu Jiang would handle the situation in such a manner. It was, indeed, remarkably impressive. "Alas, your brother is too merciful. If it were me, I would have torn Lu Jianhao apart." Lu Jianhao's reputation was undoubtedly tarnished. It would be interesting to see how he navigated the student council from now on. However, He was not entirely at a loss, despite suffering an injury. He had received 50,000 from Chu Jiang. Reflecting on the 5,000 he had given Lu Jianhao for the settlement, Chu Yu felt a pang of regret. That was an exorbitant amount. To put it in perspective, her annual living expenses were only 5,000. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, being able to settle matters with money was the best outcome. She feared that if the situation escalated, her brother might have to bear legal repercussions. After dropping Chu Yu off at the dormitory, Chu Jiang drove away from Modi University. Chapter 6. You have collected cash amounting to 50 million. Exiting Modi University, Chu Jiang glanced at his phone. It was already past 10 in the evening. At this hour, he had no particular plans other than to find a place to rest. Although the nightlife in Modu was vibrant, there were still some quieter spots in the vast city. The area near Modi University was not in the city center, and the roads were relatively spacious. There were hardly any vehicles on the road at this hour. With his left hand resting on the car window and his right on the steering wheel, Chu Jiang drove his Lamborghini Gallardo with ease. Once, he had envied those affluent second-generation heirs. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed several supercars speeding towards him in the rearview mirror. A sense of unease washed over him. Although he had driven the Lamborghini all day, his driving skills were merely adequate. With so many wealthy heirs racing behind him, he realized he was inadvertently obstructing their path. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his foot instinctively pressed down on the accelerator. The supercars behind him were closing in rapidly. And as Chu Jiang's foot slammed the gas, his speed surged to 150 miles per hour. Is that Gallardo ours? No. What's with the sudden acceleration? Is he challenging us? I don't know. This is getting interesting. Let us chase him. Wang Tsung drove a Porsche 918, while Qin Bin was behind the wheel of a Ferrari LaFerrari. The individuals following were all prominent figures in Modu, known for their love of speed. They rarely encountered such situations, and mistaking Chu Jiang's actions as a challenge, they all became invigorated. One by one, they pressed the gas, filling the once quiet night with the roar of supercars. Chu Jiang was bewildered. His intention had been to speed up and find a spacious area to let the following supercars pass. Yet, the road ahead was long and straight, with no suitable place to yield. Given his current speed and the rapid pace of the cars behind him, stopping could lead to a catastrophic rear-end collision. He certainly did not wish to make headlines for the wrong reasons. He had no desire to face dire consequences before truly enjoying life. Fortunately, the road was well-maintained and straight. After speeding for nearly 20 minutes, Chu Jiang finally found an opportunity to pull over. Upon seeing his Gallardo come to a halt, the following supercars gradually reduced their speed and came to a stop behind him. Sitting in his car, Chu Jiang was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Are they planning to gang up on me? Goodness. He was certain he did not recognize this group of affluent heirs. Leading the pack was Wang Tsung's Porsche 918, followed closely by the red Ferrari LaFerrari. As these two vehicles parked, the rest of the supercars followed suit. Wang Tsung and Qin Bin exited their vehicles, and the other car owners also stepped out. Not wanting to appear cowardly, Chu Jiang opened his door and got out as well. Hey, brother, what's going on? Why did you suddenly stop? Wang Tsung called out to Chu Jiang. The night was dim, and with the headlights of the cars illuminating the scene, Chu Jiang could not see Wang Tsung and the others clearly. However, upon hearing Wang Tsung inquire about any issues with his car, Chu Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least these wealthy heirs bore him no ill will. Young Master Tsung? As Chu Jiang approached Wang Tsung, he immediately recognized him. Qin Bin, young Master Qin? Apart from Wang Tsung, Chu Jiang also recognized Qin Bin among the gathering. Who are you? Wang Tsung and Qin Bin exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by Chu Jiang's identity. My apologies. I intended to find a spacious place to let you through, but this road is just so straight. Chu Jiang scratched his head and smiled at Wang Kong. Oh, we thought you were trying to race us. I knew it. That's why I wondered why you suddenly stopped. By the way, are you a local of the Magic City? I don't believe I've seen you before. Qin Bin casually inquired as he regarded Chu Jiang. I'm not a local. My name is Chu Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you, Qin Ge and Song Ge. Chu Jiang replied, elated at the chance to befriend the elite scions like Wang Tsung and Qin Bin. Such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. Chu Laudi, you are quite handsome, Wang Tsung remarked as he extended his hand for a handshake, playfully teasing Chu Jiang. With misunderstandings resolved, the atmosphere swiftly transformed into one of camaraderie. Chu Jiang produced a pack of Huazi cigarettes, offering one to each individual present, seizing the moment to forge connections. Whether these relationships would deepen mattered little. Primarily, Chu Jiang aimed to collect as many rewards as possible. As he beheld the floating orbs, he diligently gathered them all. Ding, you have collected a Lamborghini Veneno. Ding, you have collected a villa in Dongjiao No. 1. Ding, you have collected a villa in Tang Palace. Ding, you have collected 20 million in cash. Ding, You have collected 50 million in cash. Previously, Chu Jiang had toiled all day to gather those rewards, yet now, having made the acquaintance of 7 or 8 affluent individuals like Qin Bin and Wang Tsong, the value of the rewards he obtained far exceeded those he had previously collected. It appeared that the more one mingled with the wealthy, the greater the rewards one could reap. Chu Jiang mused to himself, resolutely deciding that he would make a concerted effort to foster a relationship with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin tonight. Song Gu, Qin Gu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputations and have always sought an opportunity to meet you. I never anticipated that our introduction would unfold in this manner. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Chu Jiang lowered his stance, instantly winning the favor of Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. In the dead of night, a group of affluent second-generation heirs, cruising in their supercars, paused by the roadside to engage in light-hearted banter. The occasional passing vehicle couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. Chu Laudi, how about we head to a bar for some fun later? Would you care to join us? After their conversation, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin held Chu Jiang in high regard, extending a direct invitation for him to accompany them to the bar. As Wang Tsong personally invited Chu Jiang, he could hardly refuse. Sure. I have nothing else on my agenda. With that, the group set off in a procession of 8 or 9 supercars towards the newly opened bar in the Magic City. Chapter 7. Encountering a drunken woman. When they arrived at the bar, it was just past midnight, the venue bustling with energy. Originally, Qin Bin had offered to treat, but during a moment of respite to use the restroom, Chu Jiang discreetly settled the bill. When Qin Bin approached the front desk to pay, he was informed that the bill had already been settled, leading him to shoot a surprised glance at Chu Jiang. After a night of engaging conversation, Qin Bin had developed a remarkably favorable impression of Chu Jiang. Chu Laudi, you are quite impressive. Next time, I shall treat, and you mustn't sneak off to pay again, or I might just get angry. Qin Bin chuckled, draping an arm around Chu Jiang's shoulder. Chu Jiang had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest that night. He had accumulated cash amounting to 600 million, an array of luxury vehicles, and 2 villas valued at over 300 million. The modest expenses he had settled paled in comparison to the rewards he had collected. As they exited the bar, the group ambled unsteadily, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Naturally, driving was out of the question. Fortunately, several hotels were nearby, and Qin Bin had made arrangements. Chu Laudi, the Qinshe Mingyue Hotel is mine. I've already reserved a room for us. Shall we stay there tonight? Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang nodded in agreement. After all, having indulged in so much alcohol, driving was ill-advised. Moreover, it was already past 3 in the morning, and returning home would likely mean arriving at dawn. Having partied the entire night, Chu Jiang was quite fatigued and yearned for rest. As he prepared to follow Qin Bin's lead, a glance to the side caught his attention. A drunken woman staggered and collapsed into his arms. What a foolish girl, unaware of the dangers of the world. Drinking so much, lucky for you to have encountered me. Otherwise, well, Chu Jiang muttered to himself as he observed the inebriated woman, her eyes barely open. At this hour, he could hardly abandon her to fend for herself. What if she fell prey to ill intentions? Chu Jiang crouched down and lifted the inebriated woman into his arms. To his surprise, she was quite attractive, with a commendable figure. Had he not been robust, carrying her after such indulgence might have proven challenging. With the drunken woman in his arms, Chu Jiang hurried to catch up with Qin Bin and the others. Chu Laudi, what's going on here? This woman got drunk and just fell into my arms, Chu Jiang recounted briefly. Qin Bin and Wang Tsong exchanged amused glances at the sight of the woman nestled in Chu Jiang's embrace. Chu Laudi, you are indeed fortunate. This lady is quite the catch. Song Gu, please refrain from mocking me. She's intoxicated. I simply cannot leave her unattended. Chu Laudi, I may not have enough rooms. Qin Bin chuckled. You brought her back. You must take responsibility. Indeed, that's only reasonable, Wang Tsong chimed in. What? Chu Jiang furrowed his brow. Let us first take her to the hotel. At this hour, we can't afford any more mishaps. The group arrived at the Qinshe Mingyue Hotel, a vintage-themed establishment. As it was owned by Qin Bin, its quality rivaled that of 5-star hotels, adorned with an ambience rich in antiquity. By the time they reached the hotel, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin promptly retired to their rooms. Due to a lack of available accommodations, Chu Jiang had no choice but to bring the drunken woman to his own room. Good thing I am a gentleman. Otherwise, with someone like you. He chuckled softly as he placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. The room contained only a bed and a sofa. After a quick wash, Chu Jiang settled onto the sofa, lighting a huazi and savoring a few puffs. His rewards from the night had been exceptionally fruitful. He had amassed 600 million in cash, 13 supercars, and 2 standalone villas. As for other rewards, he had 3 Patek Philippe watches and 2 Richard Mille pieces. All items were stored within his system space. With a mere thought, he could summon any reward he desired. Of course, for properties like the villas, he received the deeds. The cash was directly deposited into his bank account, while items such as watches would simply appear before him. As Chu Jiang organized his collected rewards, he noted the $2 million Richard Mille RM5302 blue crystal polo tourbillon and decided to extract it. Indeed, it was a world-class timepiece highly coveted by the youth. Chu Jiang adorned his wrist with the watch, reveling in its exquisite craftsmanship. It is often said that the impoverished indulge in automobiles while the affluent indulge in timepieces. Upon realizing that this wristwatch is valued at a staggering 20 million, Chu Jiang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Is this not akin to wearing an entire apartment from the bustling metropolis upon one's wrist? Chu Jiang felt quite content with his Richard Mille. A refreshing blend of blue and white hues. Reclining on the sofa, a wave of lethargy washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to sleep. After all, having only retired for the night around 4 in the morning, he awoke to find it nearly noon. Stretching his limbs, he marveled at his youthful resilience. For had he been older, such a night on the sofa would have been unbearable. Rising shirtless, he cast a glance at the woman still slumbering in the bed. Had he known that sleeping on the sofa would be so uncomfortable, he would have unceremoniously relegated her to that very spot last night. As he muttered to himself, the woman stirred, rolling over and emitting a soft moan. Gradually opening her eyes, she was met with a sense of disorientation, a lingering effect of last night's revelry. However, as awareness crept in, her entire demeanor shifted, and she jolted upright in bed, startling Chu Jiang in the process. Shen Xingwei, of course, immediately noticed the shirtless Chu Jiang, instinctively letting out a sharp scream. The high-pitched cry forced Chu Jiang to cover his ears in annoyance. If you continue to scream, I shall unceremoniously eject you from here, he warned, furrowing his brow at her. Wrapping herself in the blanket, Shen Xingwei leveled a questioning gaze at him. Who are you? Why am I here? Who am I? Chu Jiang retorted, irritation bubbling within him. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply before responding, I am your savior. Had it not been for me last night, can you fathom what calamity you would have faced? Her silence spoke volumes, and as she fully regained her senses, she noticed her attire, which brought her a moment of relief. What calamity? Huh. Last night you drunkenly threw yourself upon me. Had I not intervened, you would have found yourself in quite the predicament, as you well know. Chu Jiang settled onto the sofa, assuring her, rest assured. I did not lay a finger on you. Why did you not? She challenged, her gaze fixed on him, leaving Chu Jiang momentarily baffled. Huh, why not? He mumbled. Caught off guard. Could it be that you wished for me to? That is not what I meant. I merely intended to convey that no man is without fault. Shen Xingwei shot back, her eyes flashing with indignation. Had I known you would say such things, I would have left you to your devices last night. Chu Jiang chuckled in disbelief, realizing the irony of being chastised for his good deed. Now that you are awake, if there is nothing else, kindly vacate my room. Chu Jiang declared, his patience waning. Shen Xingwei, taken aback, retorted, no? You must be responsible for me. Responsible? I did not even touch you. What responsibility do I owe you? Chu Jiang was incredulous, laughter escaping him. I don't care. My parents have disowned me. I am now homeless. Since you found me, you must take responsibility. She insisted, embodying the very essence of a spoiled child. Chu Jiang fell silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette as Shen Xingwei fixed her gaze upon him. I will not relent. You must be accountable. Your audacity is impressive, Chu Jiang remarked. Rising from the sofa and approaching the bed, Shen Xingwei instinctively recoiled, but he gently lifted her chin, teasingly stating, being responsible is not entirely out of the question. Yu's eyes roamed, lingering on her figure. Startled into silence, she stammered, I am a Ph.D. candidate in management from Stanford University. I could be your assistant. Upon hearing her claim, Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow. How old are you to hold a doctorate? I am 24. She replied defiantly. What? Never encountered a prodigy before? Never. In fact, Chu Jiang chuckled lightly. A female Ph.D. who gets herself inebriated to the point of oblivion in the middle of the night. Quite the spectacle. I was in a bad place mentally. I had just returned from the United States only to discover that my parents had divorced and started new families. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. They no longer want me. I am left without a home. Chapter 8. The affluent truly know how to relish life. Chu Jiang, in all his years, feared nothing more than a woman's tears. And you, a Ph.D., why weep? He asked gently, noticing her curled-up form resembling a tiny hedgehog. What of being a Ph.D.? I am but 24. Shen Xingwei retorted, her nose twitching as she met his gaze. Ph.D.s must learn to be resilient. Chu Jiang began to grasp the gravity of her situation. It dawned upon him that her return home had been met with the shocking revelation of her parents' separation and subsequent remarriage, a familial upheaval she found difficult to process. Hence, Her escapade into drunkenness the previous night. Had Chu Jiang not been present, the outcome could have been far bleaker. Though a scholar, she remained a young woman of only 24, younger than him. He contemplated, "Are you truly a Stanford Ph.D.?" "Absolutely," Shen Xingwei proclaimed, pride radiating from her as she lifted her chin, her gaze unwavering. "Yet, you need not cling to me. I am impoverished, devoid of wealth." Chu Jiang sighed, his expression one of resigned amusement. "No, you possess wealth," Shen Xingwei countered, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. The Richard Mille RM5302 Blue Sapphire Polo Tourbillon. A limited edition of just 10 pieces globally, valued at 20 million. One could not help but admire Shen Xingwei's keen perception. She recognized the watch on his wrist with but a fleeting glance. Yet, it was unsurprising, for Richard Mille had become the ticket to entry for many young billionaires, captivating them with its ostentatious allure. "Ah, but what if it were a counterfeit?" Chu Jiang replied with a smirk. "That is impossible. I trust my discernment." "How can you be so certain after only a cursory look?" "Remember, I am a Ph.D. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Jiang inquired, "What is your name?" "Shen Xingwei." "A lovely name. Yet, I remain unaware of yours." "Chu Jiang," he declared, adding with a wry smile. "The Chu Jiang that traverses the river. Following you leads to no bright future." Chu Jiang observed Shen Xingwei with a bemused expression. He himself had only thrived through fortuitous circumstances. What prospects could she possibly have by his side? As he contemplated, a frown crossed his brow once more. "Following my lead is not an impossibility," Chu Jiang mused, suddenly realizing that he was no longer the same person as before. With the acquisition of substantial assets, it was imperative that he enlist someone to manage them. His gaze fell upon Shen Xingwei, and he found himself contemplating her potential. After all, she was a graduate of Stanford University, holding a doctorate in management, and at such a young age, she undeniably qualified as a talent. The notion of appointing her as his personal steward began to blossom in his mind. Having read numerous novels where protagonists surrounded themselves with gifted subordinates, Chu Jiang felt justified in his aspirations. With a system bound to him, he was, without a doubt, the protagonist in this realm. It would be unacceptable to lack a cadre of capable individuals beneath him. As fortune would have it, he was in need of a personal steward. Why not her? Upon hearing Chu Jiang's proposal, Shen Xingwei regarded him with incredulity. "You wish for a Stanford-educated Ph.D. to serve as your steward? What are you thinking? Is that a problem?" Chu Jiang chuckled. "It is precisely because you are a Stanford graduate that I have considered you for this role. Otherwise, do you believe such an opportunity would be afforded to you?" His confidence surged, bolstered by the acquisition system that had transformed him from an ordinary individual into someone extraordinary. With a cash reserve of several hundred million and an array of opulent properties and luxury vehicles, he exuded an air of undeniable authority. Taking on the role of steward is not out of the question, but what weekly salary are you prepared to offer? Weekly salary? Naturally, it would be a weekly salary, as I am accustomed to in the States. Stop right there. This is Huagua. Chu Jiang smirked. "Let us proceed with a 3-month trial period. If you prove satisfactory, we shall discuss further arrangements." Shen Xingwei remained silent, contemplating his words. "What? If you are unwilling, then so be it. You can return from whence you came. My need for a steward is not absolute." Chu Jiang laughed lightly, reclining on the sofa with an air of casual superiority. "Capitalists would surely weep at the sight of you." Shen Xingwei bit her lip, irritation flashing in her eyes. "If you're not interested, then forget it." The initiative lay firmly with Chu Jiang, for it was she who had first sought his company. Caught off guard by his boldness, Shen Xingwei, after a moment's hesitation, acquiesced. "Very well, I accept." Though their acquaintance was fresh, she had already discerned that Chu Jiang was no ordinary man. After all, one does not wear a Richard Mille worth 20 million without being exceptional. Moreover, considering that he had saved her the previous night, she felt a wave of gratitude. Had circumstances unfolded differently, she might have lost the courage to face this world. "Could you please put on some clothing?" Shen Xingwei, her complexion flushed, implored as she eyed his bare torso. "Women are truly troublesome." Chu Jiang chuckled, hastily donning his clothes. "Hurry up, we must eat first. And then I will take you to my residence, so you can familiarize yourself with your new environment. You have much to attend to." "Of course, young master," Shen Xingwei replied coyly, descending from the bed. It was a unique sensation to have a woman of her caliber refer to him as young master. "I must say, you have quite the finesse," Chu Jiang remarked, observing Shen Xingwei's graceful figure. "I will not disappoint you, young master," she replied, her lips pressed together, eyes glistening with unshed tears, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Yet, Chu Jiang understood that women like her were far from simple. "Make haste, I am famished," he declared, turning on his heel and exiting the room. Upon leaving the hotel, he noted the absence of Qin Bin and Wang Kong. Given that they had partied late into the night, it was no surprise they were still asleep. Such was the life of the affluent, sleeping by day and reveling by night. Though new to this circle, Chu Jiang did not aspire to follow their path. After all, one could not afford to ruin their health in youth, only to regret it later in life. After a leisurely lunch at a nearby restaurant with Shen Xingwei, he led her to a parking lot adjacent to a bar, a Lamborghini Huracan. Its market price exceeds 10 million. Young master, you truly are wealthy, Shen Xingwei exclaimed upon seeing his vehicle, further solidifying her conviction regarding his status. Just a rental, Chu Jiang replied casually. Shen Xingwei blinked in disbelief, muttering under her breath, who are you trying to fool? Having acquired 2 villas worth over 300 million the previous night, he was eager to see his new properties. The Tangwa complex, known as the pinnacle of luxury in the city, was a name he recognized well. With an average price of 300,000 per square meter, it was once beyond his wildest dreams to reside there. However, as he arrived at the entrance of the Tangwa villas with Shen Xingwei, both were momentarily taken aback. This is the Tangwa Villa district? Is there a problem? Young master, do you live here? Just renting, he replied nonchalantly. The ensuing dialogue left Shen Xingwei in stunned silence. Renting? How could that be? She shot him a skeptical glance, her curiosity about his identity piqued. This was Tangwa, the most prestigious villa district in the city, where the price of a single villa was calculated in millions. With its expansive grounds of nearly 48,000 square meters, it housed only 18 detached villas, each averaging over 9 figures in price. To own a villa here was to be among the elite. The notion of renting one was almost ludicrous. Shen Xingwei could scarcely believe his claims. Chu Jiang's villa, number 9 in Tangwa, boasted the finest location, encompassing 1,200 square meters, priced at 360 million. With an average cost of 300,000 per square meter, it featured a vast private garden and an outdoor swimming pool, along with an indoor pool. Standing before the villa, Chu Jiang could not help but marvel. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge in life. Who could resist such a residence? Shen Xingwei found herself enamored with the villa. Living here, she thought, would make even the role of steward worthwhile. She instinctively glanced at Chu Jiang, realizing that she had underestimated his background. Driving a Lamborghini and owning a villa in Tangwa surely indicated a net worth in the billions. After all, this luxurious villa alone must be worth several hundred million. It is inconceivable for anyone capable of spending such an exorbitant sum on a villa to possess less than several billion in assets. Of course, these are merely the estimations of Shen Xingwei. She could hardly fathom the true wealth of Chu Jiang. Nevertheless, as she gazed at Chu Jiang, who appeared to be of a similar age, it was impossible for her not to feel a twinge of envy. However, one cannot envy the circumstances of one's birth. It is a skill beyond mere wishing. The villas in Tangong are adorned with opulent decorations courtesy of the developers. After all, a villa worth 360 million could hardly be presented as a mere shell. Naturally, those who can afford such properties are not concerned with these trivialities. They may even choose to dismantle the existing decor to renovate it according to their own preferences. Having already invested billions in a villa, a little extra for renovations is hardly a concern. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, was exceedingly pleased with the villa, compared to his former living conditions. This residence was nothing short of extravagant. He guided Shen Xingwei through the entire villa, and traversing such a vast space took over half an hour. Upon returning to the living room, Chu Jiang settled onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and leisurely blew out a smoke ring. This was indeed a comfort. Chu Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. Turning to Shen Xingwei, he smiled and remarked, with such a large home, we will need to hire some housekeepers. Oh, and please arrange for a chef as well. Reflecting on the lavish novels he had read, where the protagonists employed numerous servants after acquiring wealth, he felt a pang of envy back then. Now that he possessed the means, it was only natural he wished to employ a multitude of people to cater to his needs. However, since Shen Xingwei was now his personal steward, he entrusted such matters entirely to her. Shen Xingwei readily agreed. Such minor responsibilities should not fall upon Chu Jiang's shoulders, as that would signify her failure as a personal steward. Assess what the household lacks in daily necessities and prepare accordingly, Chu Jiang instructed, glancing at Shen Xingwei. She exhibited remarkable potential as a personal steward, nodding at his every word while silently taking notes. Provide me with an account number, and I shall transfer some funds to you. Certainly. Shen Xingwei promptly shared her bank account details with Chu Jiang. Before long, she received a notification of the transaction. 10 million? Upon receiving the bank alert, Shen Xingwei's body trembled slightly. She had never anticipated that Chu Jiang would transfer such a substantial sum to her. Young master, are you not afraid I might abscond with your money? Shen Xingwei couldn't help but ask Chu Jiang. Though she was now his personal steward, they had only known each other for less than a day. If she were to flee with that money, it would be quite challenging for Chu Jiang to locate her. You are an astute individual. You know what actions are prudent and what are not. Chu Jiang replied with a chuckle, adding, moreover, my money is not so easily taken. If you were to flee, I have countless ways to track you down. While his words bore an element of intimidation to Shen Xingwei, who was unaware of Chu Jiang's true identity and background, he seemed to possess considerable influence. Rest assured, young master, remaining by your side as a steward, I stand to gain even more. Indeed, as Chu Jiang had stated, Shen Xingwei was no fool. Was 10 million a vast sum? For an ordinary person, undeniably. Yet for Chu Jiang, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Having witnessed some of Chu Jiang's capabilities, Shen Xingwei was increasingly determined to excel in her role as his personal steward. As the saying goes, in the presence of the prime minister, even a 7th-rank official holds significant power. In this villa, her authority was substantial. Moreover, after interacting with Chu Jiang, Shen Xingwei found him to be quite agreeable, aside from the occasional smirk that suggested a more lascivious nature. Chapter 9. You have acquired a pair of imperial green bracelets. Were Chu Jiang to discover that Shen Xingwei harbored such thoughts about him, he might find it quite amusing. You may spend this money as you see fit. Your master intends to enjoy life, and remember this when purchasing, only buy the finest. The statement left Shen Xingwei momentarily speechless. How could a wealthy heir express himself in such a garish manner? Little did she realize, Chu Jiang was indeed a nouveau riche, having amassed his fortune overnight. Yet from Chu Jiang's words, Shen Xingwei gleaned insights into his character, nodding with a slight smile. Understood, young master. Chu Jiang responded with a non-committal sound, just as his phone began to ring. Upon checking the caller ID, he found it was Wang Tsong calling. Brother Tsong, what's the matter? Young brother Chu, why did you leave so soon? I woke up early, had a bite to eat, and then headed back. Chu Jiang replied with a smile. By the way, young brother Chu, do you have time later? I want to take you to a wonderful place. A wonderful place? Chu Jiang, now devoid of financial worries, was intrigued. Wang Tsong's notion of a good place certainly piqued his interest, as it implied exclusive access. Have you heard of Yongfu Palace? Yongfu Palace? The premier private club in the city? Chu Jiang had indeed heard of it before. Yes, it's quite lively there today. I, along with Qin Fun, plan to join the festivities. What do you say, young brother Chu? Care to join? With Wang Tsong's invitation, Chu Jiang readily accepted. Primarily because Wang Tsong had mentioned the place would be bustling. A lively atmosphere meant a greater chance for Chu Jiang to acquire valuable items. All right, I'll send you my location. Let us meet at the entrance of Yongfu Palace. After ending the call, Wang Tsong promptly sent Chu Jiang the location details. I need to step out for a moment. Please manage things here. Watching Chu Jiang hastily exit after his phone call, Shen Xingwei was momentarily taken aback. Brother Tsong? Yongfu Palace? The premier private club in the city? Piecing together the information, Shen Xingwei furrowed her brow. Brother Tsong, it must be Wang Tsong, right? She muttered to herself. After all, with Chu Jiang's wealth amounting to at least several billion, there were few who could warrant such a title from him. Aside from Wang Tsong, she couldn't think of anyone else with Tsong in their name. Observing as Chu Jiang drove away from the villa, Shen Xingwei prepared to commence her duties. Yongfu Palace, located in the western suburbs of the city, though somewhat remote, boasted a significantly improved environment. As the foremost private club in the city, its origins as an imperial palace during the Qing dynasty spoke volumes of its lavishness. Spanning over 600 acres, in this city where land was at a premium, the value of such a vast expanse alone would exceed 100 billion. Considering its historical significance, the entire Yongfu Palace was worth at least 1,000 billion, if not more. Once a royal retreat, it now served as a leisure haven for the affluent, making it an incredibly alluring destination. Nearby, a large parking lot was already filled with luxury cars at this hour. Despite the fact that Chu Jiang's Lamborghini Aventador, with a price tag exceeding 10 million, is undoubtedly a luxury vehicle, it pales in comparison amidst the plethora of high-end automobiles parked in this lot. In this realm of opulence, a $10 million car is merely commonplace. The Lamborghini stands out not at all. One cannot help but marvel at the wealth present in the Magic City. Chu Jiang couldn't help but utter a sigh. However, his mood remained largely unchanged. If the Aventador was unremarkable, his Lamborghini Veneno was a different story altogether. In the entirety of Huagua, one would be hard-pressed to find more than 3 Veneno models. After all, there are only 14 units globally, with prices on the black market soaring to over 120 million. When it comes to such rare treasures, mere wealth is insufficient. Among the multitude of wealthy magnates worldwide, not only do they possess vast fortunes, but their status and influence are formidable as well. The Lamborghini Veneno was never available for public sale. It was predominantly reserved for direct orders by those affluent tycoons. While Huagua boasts a significant number of wealthy individuals, they still fall slightly short when compared to their foreign counterparts. Naturally, there exist numerous hidden giants within Huagua who would never publicly disclose the extent of their power. After all, some families in Huagua have legacies spanning thousands of years, with backgrounds that are undeniably formidable. Take the Yongfu Palace as an example. The identity of its owner remains a mystery, yet everyone understands that it is not to be trifled with. As Chu Jiang exited the parking lot and approached the entrance of the Yongfu Palace, he found Wang Tsong and Qin Bin already waiting for him. Accompanying them were three young men, undoubtedly second-generation wealthy heirs. Since they were absent the previous night, they were unfamiliar with Chu Jiang. However, they served as followers to Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, who were graciously waiting for Chu Jiang's arrival, and it was only fitting that they acknowledge him. "Brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Chu Jiang offered a courteous remark, demonstrating his understanding of decorum. Additionally, given that Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were considerably older, addressing them as brother was entirely appropriate. "Wang Tsong, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Yang, whose family is in the jewelry business. Zhou Xingtong is their enterprise. This is Fang Jun, whose family deals in imported luxury cars. With sufficient funds, even a Lamborghini Veneno is within reach. And this is Xia Guangyu, whose family is involved in real estate development. A third of the luxury residences in the Magic City are developed by them. If you ever wish to invest in real estate, you should certainly become acquainted with him." After this round of introductions, Chu Jiang had made the acquaintance of the three young men. He shook hands with them and, upon observing his surroundings, noticed several transparent spheres scattered about. How exhilarating! While outwardly composed, Chu Jiang's heart raced with excitement. After collecting the transparent spheres one by one, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, he had only just arrived, yet he had already amassed such generous rewards. Wang Tsong had mentioned that today was particularly vibrant. If he were to meet a few more affluent heirs shortly, it would be truly delightful. As Chu Jiang gathered the transparent spheres, the system's notification sounds echoed in his mind. "You have collected 30 million in cash. You have collected 40 million in cash. You have collected a suite at the Tangxin Ipin. You have collected a Koenigsegg one. You have collected a pair of imperial green bangles." Before he even had the chance to assess the bounty he had acquired, his cash alone had nearly reached 200 million. As for luxury cars and mansions, they were no longer of significant concern to him. After all, he already owned 300 school district properties and 2 villas valued at over 300 million. However, the news of acquiring a Koenigsegg one did bring him genuine joy. The imperial green bangles? Perhaps they could be gifts for his mother and younger sister. One for each. Upon entering the Yongfu Palace with Wang Tsong and the others, Chu Jiang was finally exposed to the epitome of a top-tier private club. It was almost a replica of the Imperial Palace in the capital. Notably, while the Imperial Palace spans 72 hectares, the Yongfu Palace, originally a royal retreat, boasts an area of over 600 acres. Many of its buildings are one-to-one replicas of those in the Imperial Palace. To further enhance the members' sense of prestige, all staff members are attired in costumes reminiscent of ancient palace maids and eunuchs. My, what an eye-opening experience this is. Chu Jiang felt utterly astonished. Just moments ago, having come from his own luxurious villa, he believed himself to be among the elite. But this experience had broadened his horizons immensely. Were it not for Wang Tsong and the others, his expression would likely have betrayed his astonishment. Indeed, the Yongfu Palace rightfully holds its reputation as the premier private club in the Magic City. No other establishment can rival its grandeur. Chu Jiang remarked to Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, "This is indisputable." Wang Tsong nodded in agreement. "This is a private club. Ordinary individuals cannot gain entry. To enjoy the amenities here, one must first become a member," he explained with a chuckle. "Moreover, the admission requirements are exceedingly high. To qualify as a member, one must demonstrate a net worth of at least 1 billion. Chu Jiang was taken aback by Wang Tsong's revelation. Although he was already quite wealthy, with nearly 1 billion in cash, the requirement of 1 billion net worth to gain membership in a club still struck him as incredible. Truly, the experiences of individuals can diverge dramatically. 1 billion. An ordinary person, no matter how hard they toil throughout their life, could never hope to amass such wealth. Yet here, the minimum net worth of any member is at least that amount. Well, how about it, Chu Jiang? Surprised? Wang Tsong chuckled. "However, I don't frequent this place often. It's primarily Qin Bin who rakes up the expenses here. Can you guess how much he spends annually?" "How much?" Chu Jiang instinctively inquired. "Last year, he spent around 10 billion. 10 billion? Such an amount?" Even though Chu Jiang had maintained his composure previously, he could no longer contain his astonishment at this revelation. "I particularly enjoy gambling on stones, and this place conveniently has a stone gambling venue, which drives up my expenses," Qin Bin explained. "Although I spent 10 billion last year, I ended up winning over 2 billion from stone gambling." Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang understood the situation. Speaking of stone gambling, Qin Bin continued with evident excitement. "The atmosphere is particularly lively today because a batch of raw stones from Myanmar has just arrived. Many individuals rushed here at the first hint of it." Chu Jiang was familiar with stone gambling, but he had never engaged in it in real life. A single slice can lead one to poverty or fortune, and another slice reveals the fabric of life. This adage aptly describes the world of stone gambling. For the average individual, the allure lies in the tantalizing prospect of overnight wealth. However, for the wealthy science, it is merely an exhilarating pursuit. When fortune favors, substantial gains can indeed be realized. Take, for instance, Qin Bin, who invests a staggering $1 billion in raw stone materials annually, ultimately reaping a profit of $200 million. Although Chu Jiang lacks expertise in stone gambling, his curiosity propels him to observe the spectacle. As the group ambled towards the gambling arena, the vibrant atmosphere was undeniable. The expansive square, approximately 3,000 square meters, boasted over 100 stone gambling stalls. A significant throng of onlookers had gathered, easily numbering in the hundreds. Members are permitted to bring family along, and the bustling activity today attracted many, families in tow, eager for entertainment. Noticing the puzzled expression on Chu Jiang's face, Wang Tsong promptly elucidated the situation. I see. Chu Jiang nodded, musing softly. So, how about it, Brother Chu? Are you tempted to try your luck? Beginners often enjoy remarkable fortune. Perhaps you might just strike it rich. Qin Bin exclaimed with palpable excitement. Don't be swayed by Qin Bin's enthusiasm, Brother Chu. It's not as simple as it seems, Wang Tsong cautioned with a knowing smile. With you saying that, Brother Chu, I have faith in you, Wang Tsong declared. Though he personally shunned the gambling scene due to his unfortunate past experiences, having squandered millions on two unyielding stones that left him vowing never to engage in such ventures again. Nevertheless, Qin Bin found endless joy in stone gambling. With ample experience, he had gleaned some insights, and his pocket money far exceeded that of Wang Tsong. Sums in the hundreds of millions were trifles to him. For Chu Jiang, who had only heard of stone gambling in passing, this was an exhilarating novelty. Today, stones, arriving from northern Myanmar, had indeed enticed a plethora of affluent individuals. As he trailed behind Wang Tsong and the others, Chu Jiang's eyes roved over the various stones. His intrigue piqued. He discerned that the smaller stones held little value, even if they contained some jade. Their worth was negligible. As Qin Bin enthusiastically expounded on the merits of old pit stones, he gestured toward a particularly appealing specimen. Chu Jiang glanced at the price tag, and it became evident that stone gambling was not a pastime for the faint of heart. A stone nearly half his height was priced at $30 million, and that was merely the starting bid in a competitive auction format. $30 million for a mere rock. I would be insane to purchase that. Wang Tsong scoffed, his unfamiliarity with the gambling world evident. Brother Tsong, refrain from disparaging what you do not comprehend, Qin Bin retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Kong. This is an old pit stone. Given its quality, there is a 90% chance it contains jade. How can you question its worth? Chu Jiang, lacking understanding, remained silent but observed intently. The stalls offered stones of considerable size, each priced in the millions. Such sums were beyond the reach of most ordinary wealthy individuals. Yet, with so many affluent patrons present, many boasting fortunes exceeding 10 billion, soon, the stalls were teeming with eager spectators. As top-tier heirs, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were well-known figures, and acquaintances soon approached to greet them. In turn, they introduced Chu Jiang, who, amidst the handshakes and introductions, found himself accumulating considerable social capital. Floating around him were at least 50 or 60 transparent spheres, which Chu Jiang discreetly collected into his system space. You have collected 10 million in cash. You have collected 30 million in cash. You have collected a luxury flat in the Tomson Riviera. You have collected a pair of golden eyes. Although Chu Jiang did not scrutinize the specifics of his newfound treasures, the system notifications were unmistakable. Upon hearing about the golden eyes, he momentarily froze. Golden eyes? What on earth is that? After accumulating over 100 transparent spheres since acquiring the system, each containing either cash or luxury items, the sudden mention of golden eyes left him astonished. Upon retrieving the golden eyes from his system space and examining them, Chu Jiang was left in awe. Was this not the ability to see through objects? Having perused countless novels, he instantly grasped the concept. The so-called golden eyes were indeed a form of X-ray vision. Extraction. In this context, possessing such a capability was remarkably advantageous. According to the system's description, the golden eyes could be activated by gazing at an object for 3 seconds, allowing him to perceive what lay beneath the surface. Ah, is that not young Master Qin? A voice, sharp and grating, pierced Chu Jiang's ears. He glanced up to find a flamboyantly dressed individual accompanied by a cadre of sycophants, all equally ostentatious. Young Master Qin, your little girlfriend has quite a remarkable figure, and I must say, she is truly tight. The newcomer boasted, a smirk plastered across his face. Qin Bin's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. Sun Yuan Tao, do not stir trouble, Wang Tsong interjected, confronting the provocateur directly. Huh, young Master Tsong, spare me your pretense. In my presence, you are nothing. Sun Yuan Tao retorted arrogantly. Dismissing both Qin Bin and Wang Kong, tension hung thick in the air as Chu Jiang frowned, instinctively disliking the brash scion. Any personal grievances should be settled privately. This was a place for leisure. Just as the confrontation escalated, a melodious voice, as clear as a silver bell, resonated through the crowd. As the two parties braced for conflict, the sound quelled their tempers. The once arrogant Sun Yuan Tao visibly shrank, while Qin Bin and Wang Tsong regained their composure. Chu Jiang, puzzled, turned towards the source of the enchanting voice. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting qipao approached, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Peach Sister. Upon her arrival, both Wang Tsong and Sun Yuan Tao's bravado dissipated, and they greeted her with reverence. It was Chu Jiang's first visit, and he was unfamiliar with her identity. Yet, the power she wielded over the crowd was palpable. Peach Sister. As she drew near, Chu Jiang too murmured a greeting. Ah, a newcomer? I have not seen you before, she remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Is this your first time here? Chu Jiang was unaware of her identity. Conversing without any apparent pressure, Sister Tao nodded, casting another glance at Chu Jiang before she moved toward Qin Bin and Sun Yuan Tao among the crowd. Regardless of any personal grievances between you, this is Yongfu Palace. If you intend to cause a ruckus here, do not blame me for throwing you out. As Sister Tao's words settled, Sun Yuan Tao quickly responded with a smile. Sister Tao, how could I dare to create trouble in Yongfu Palace? That's good to hear. Sister Tao scoffed, fully aware of Sun Yuan Tao's character. Qin Bin, lowering his head, approached Sister Tao, assuring her, rest assured, we understand your rules. Sister Tao acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further comment. It wasn't until she and her entourage departed that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Jiang, while sensing Sister Tao's commanding presence, thought it unlikely that she could intimidate these wealthy second-generation heirs to the point of speechlessness. Songgu, who exactly is this Sister Tao? Chu Jiang, curious about her identity, quietly inquired of Wang Tsong after she had walked away. Ah, Chu, you must never provoke her, otherwise no one will be able to protect you. Wang Tsong warned solemnly, furrowing his brow. Once, a young master from a prominent family in the capital came to Yongfu Palace and made some inappropriate remarks towards her. Guess what happened? Wang Tsong asked, eyeing Chu Jiang. What happened? Chu Jiang asked, intrigued. That young master ended up having his limbs severed and was thrown to Southeast Asia as a beggar. Chu Jiang gasped in shock. A young master from the capital? Didn't his family intervene? He asked, genuinely curious. Huh, they would only dare if they could. Wang Tsong sneered. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the importance of the young master versus the entire family was clear to them. Understanding this, Chu Jiang nodded in comprehension. Moreover, he realized that this young master was from one of the 8 prestigious families in the capital. Don't be deceived by the wealth and power some possess. There are indeed individuals one must not offend, Qin Bin remarked with a wry smile. Chu Jiang nodded in agreement. Recognizing the harsh reality of human society, the law of the jungle, where only the strong are entitled to speak. And who is that Sun Yuan Tao? Chu Jiang asked, glancing at Sun Yuan Tao, who stood a short distance away. That scoundrel is truly detestable. His family is involved in mining, with businesses spanning the globe. But his character is appalling. Qin Bin gritted his teeth in disdain, having heard Sun Yuan Tao's previous comments. Chu Jiang understood that there was animosity between him and Qin Bin. Had Sister Tao not appeared, a confrontation might have ensued. Following this brief altercation, Sun Yuan Tao temporarily behaved himself. However, as soon as Qin Bin made a bid of 20 million for the stone he had his eye on, Sun Yuan Tao brazenly interjected, I'll offer 30 million. If Qin Shao is interested, it must be a fine piece. Seeing Qin Bin's bid, Sun Yuan Tao raised the price by 10 million to snatch it away. Frowning, Qin Bin glared at the insufferable Sun Yuan Tao and clenched his teeth. 35 million. I want it. 40 million. Qin Bin raised his bid to 35 million, but Sun Yuan Tao, without batting an eye, raised it to 40 million. First, he had plenty of money and didn't mind this extra sum. Second, he relished in vexing Qin Bin. Third, he knew Qin Bin had some expertise in stone gambling. Since Qin Bin valued it, he assumed it wouldn't lead to a loss. Of course, Qin Bin's reputation as the Emperor of Shanghai was not unfounded. Upon hearing Sun Yuan Tao's 40 million bid, he promptly countered with 45 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A stone initially valued at 20 million had surged to 45 million. If it yielded jade, that would be splendid. If it collapsed, it would indeed be a significant loss. Sun Yuan Tao hesitated briefly upon hearing Qin Bin's bid of 45 million, prompting Qin Bin to taunt. If you lack the funds, don't come here to show off. This remark infuriated Sun Yuan Tao. Huh, Just a few million, a trifling amount. He retorted, I'll offer 50 million. Sun Yuantao was indeed not short on cash. While 50 million was not an insignificant sum, it was not much for him either. Naturally, 50 million was also not a large amount for Qin Bin. Upon hearing Sun Yuantao's 50 million bid, Qin Bin was ready to counter when Chu Jiang intervened. Qin Gu, I think we should let it go. If Sun Xiao desires it, let him have it. Chu Jiang signaled to Qin Bin, who, though confused by Chu Jiang's intention, hesitated. This young brother has good insight, haha. Sun Yuantao laughed heartily at Chu Jiang's comment. What, is Qin Xiao giving up? Sun Yuantao sneered, relishing in the situation. Seeing Sun Yuantao's smug expression, Qin Bin frowned, while Chu Jiang stepped forward, stating, we concede. This stone belongs to you, Sun Xiao. Qin Bin's face darkened. He struggled to comprehend Chu Jiang's rationale. He could afford this sum, and relinquishing it would only bolster Sun Yuantao's arrogance. What are you doing, Chu? Qin Gu, just watch. Chu Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed Sun Yuantao. Congratulations, Sun Xiao. With such a large stone, why not open it right here? It would be interesting to see what a 50 million stone yields. Having recently acquired the golden eye, Chu Jiang immediately inspected the stone. There was some green, but not much. And the jade's quality was subpar, marred by a long crack. Such a stone was hardly worth 2 million, let alone 50. Chu Jiang inwardly mused. When he regained focus, he realized Qin Bin had already bid 45 million. Fortunately, Sun Yuantao, provoked by Qin Bin's words, escalated the bid to 50 million. Otherwise, Qin Bin would have truly lost a fortune on this purchase. Seeing Qin Bin's eagerness to continue bidding, Chu Jiang rushed to stop him. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Sun Yuantao chuckled. Qin Xiao, your friend is quite amusing. This remark was purely intended to irritate Qin Bin, who could not help but scowl. Boss, let us cut it open. I want Qin Xiao to appreciate it fully. Sun Yuantao's intention was clear. If the stone yielded jade, it could easily double in value. The half-height stone was placed into the cutting machine, and a crowd quickly gathered around. A 50 million piece, seemingly of decent quality, could potentially yield over 100 million if it produced jade. Why is Qin Xiao so timid? Who is that young man beside him? I've never seen him before. I don't recognize him. If it produces jade, haha. Qin Bin's expression darkened. He eyed Chu Jiang and frowned. What is going on here, Chu? Qin Gu, just watch closely. This stone is destined to collapse. Chu Jiang finally revealed his thoughts directly to Qin Bin. The raw material from this old pit appears to be of commendable quality. It should yield jadeite. To be candid, the probability of it collapsing is, frankly speaking, quite minimal. Qin Bin's tone was somewhat awkward, as he was genuinely perturbed by Chu Jiang's obstruction of his bidding. Brother Qin, how about we make a wager? If this stone appreciates, I will compensate you for the selling price. Conversely, if it collapses, you shall gift me a stone from this gambling venue. What do you say? Chu Jiang proposed. And Qin Bin couldn't help but feel somewhat swayed. Wang Tsong and several other wealthy heirs also cast curious glances at Chu Jiang. They were quite puzzled. What gave Chu Jiang the confidence to assert that this stone would certainly collapse? Nevertheless, it must be said that Chu Jiang possessed a remarkable knack for social interactions. This wager, once put forth, posed no risk whatsoever for Qin Bin. Should the stone appreciate, he would stand to gain significantly. If it were to collapse, he would suffer no loss. After all, spending 50 to 60 million on a worthless stone would indeed be a grave misfortune. Little brother Chu, your words are enough for me. I trust you. Qin Bin, having initially felt some reproach towards Chu Jiang, was now relieved and looked at him with gratitude, saying, if this stone truly collapses, my dear brother Chu, I will purchase any stone from this gambling venue that catches your eye. Chapter 11. Wow. This is glassy imperial green. Chu Jiang had deliberately raised his voice when he mentioned the stone's potential collapse, ensuring that Sun Yuantao, who was not far away, could hear him. Sun Yuantao, however, was unfazed. You think that just because you say it will collapse, it will? Who do you think you are? Sun Yuantao scoffed, his expression brimming with arrogance. Finally, the stone cutting machine ceased its operation and the master cutter opened the chamber door. As the raw stone was pushed out, Sun Yuantao gleefully taunted, young Master Qin. Go ahead and regret it. Haha. Qin Bin, feeling the sting of his ridicule, straightened his expression but refrained from responding directly. All eyes were fixated on the raw stone, valued at 50 million. Such a sizable stone, if it were to yield green, would undoubtedly be worth over 100 million. Allow me. Sun Yuantao, brimming with excitement, approached the raw stone and pushed aside the cut fragments. In an instant, the exhilaration vanished from Sun Yuantao's face. Collapsed? Sun Yuantao was bewildered. The raw stone he purchased for 50 million had seemingly collapsed just like that? What the heck? If this cut yields no green, it truly is a collapse. The raw stone worth 50 million was reduced to this. Shoo. The original price of this stone was only 20 million. Sun Yuantao had forced it to 50 million. And now he must bear the consequences. Phew. Qin Bin let out a long sigh of relief. Upon seeing the cut surface of the raw stone, he had felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, if it had indeed appreciated, that little rascal Sun Yuantao would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to mock him in the future. However, now, the raw stone bought for 50 million had been cut down to size. This slice had at least decimated 45 million. The stone, once valued at 50 million, was now worth, at most, 500,000. Haha, young master son, how about this? Since your stone has collapsed, I'll offer you 1 million. Would you sell it to me? Qin Bin stepped forward to taunt Sun Yuantao. What are you thinking? I can still continue cutting. Sun Yuantao's expression froze upon hearing Qin Bin's words. Well, I wish you luck, young master son. However, if you make another cut and it collapses, I doubt anyone would want it for even 50,000. Qin Bin burst into laughter, feeling an instant lift in spirits at the sight of Sun Yuantao's substantial losses. As for Sun Yuantao, he turned and bellowed at the master cutter, continue cutting. The cutter, initially wanting to offer some words of caution to Sun Yuantao, decided against it upon witnessing his attitude and simply placed the remaining stone back into the cutting machine. More than 10 minutes passed. When the chamber door of the cutting machine opened once more, Sun Yuantao still harbored some hope. He could not believe that the raw stone he had purchased for 50 million could have collapsed so easily. Anyone in his position would find it hard to accept. Allow me. Sun Yuantao pushed aside the master cutter and directly moved the stone fragments. Green appeared. Upon glimpsing a hint of green, Sun Yuantao felt his heart skip a beat. Yet, the next moment, the comments from those around him left him utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, it really did yield green. But the quality is so poor. A large crack ran through the middle. It's worthless. Earlier, it seemed it could fetch 3 to 500,000. Now it appeared that at most, it would be worth 100,000, at best. Worthless, utterly worthless. Jade of this quality simply cannot command a price. Qin Bin burst into laughter upon seeing the cut surface of the stone, directly in front of Sun Yuantao. Young master son, behold the consequences of ignoring sound advice. Your raw stone is completely worthless. Earlier, I might have offered you 1 million, but now, at most, I could give you 50,000. Qin Bin's words struck Sun Yuantao like a dagger. He had initially anticipated reveling in Qin Bin's misfortune, but found himself the subject of ridicule instead. Humph. It's just 50 million. I have plenty of money. It doesn't matter. Although Sun Yuantao professed indifference, the thought of losing 50 million made him feel utterly miserable. Indeed, 50 million was hardly a concern for someone like him. Qin Bin reveled in taunting him, believing it only fair to mock Sun Yuantao for his 5 million loss. Brother Chu, I must truly thank you. If you hadn't restrained me from bidding further, I would have been prepared to offer 60 million. Qin Bin deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Sun Yuantao could hear him. Brother Chu, as I mentioned earlier, any raw stone here that catches your fancy is yours for free. In high spirits, Qin Bin spoke generously. Brother Qin, I won't be polite then. We're brothers. There's no need for pleasantries. In truth, Chu Jiang had saved him. Had it not been for Chu Jiang's intervention, he would have clashed with Sun Yuantao further. While several million to over 100 million was not a significant sum for him, the embarrassment of spending such an amount on worthless stones would have been unbearable. I'll take that one. It looks decent. Chu Jiang casually pointed to a raw stone discarded in the corner. It was the size of a basketball and appeared rather unremarkable. How about this, Brother Chu? Would you like to pick another? No need. This one will do. Chu Jiang shook his head resolutely, stating, Boss, please cut it for me. The raw stone chosen by Chu Jiang lacked any remarkable features. Its quality was subpar, its size modest. Even if it yielded jade, it would hardly be worth much. Qin Bin intended to suggest that Chu Jiang select a larger piece, but seeing Chu Jiang's determination, he acquiesced. What good can come from a stone costing only 10,000? Haha. Sun Yuantao interjected sarcastically from the side. Initially, he had held Chu Jiang in high regard, but recalling how Chu Jiang had thwarted Qin Bin's bidding, which resulted in his own unwarranted loss of 50 million, Sun Yuantao now harbored resentment towards Chu Jiang as well. Young master son, how about we place a bet as well? Chu Jiang gazed at Sun Yuantao and remarked, if this stone can yield jadeite of exquisite quality and substantial value, then I shall receive the full worth of it. Of course, the jade must remain mine. But what if it proves worthless? Sun Yuantao smirked derisively, posing the question. If it is indeed worthless, then the 50 million you just spent shall be counted as mine, Chu Jiang stated, leaving Sun Yuantao momentarily speechless. Unfamiliar with Chu Jiang and his background, he nonetheless recognized that Chu Jiang was associated with Qin Bin and Wang Tsong, implying he was at least a top-tier scion of wealth. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's assertion, Qin Bin grew anxious. Brother Chu, he sought to dissuade Chu Jiang from wagering against Sun Yuantao, as the raw stone bore little resemblance to anything valuable. Even if it did yield jade, it likely wouldn't surpass a mere 200,000, rendering it far from worthwhile. A loss would mean he would have to reimburse Sun Yuantao the 50 million. However, before Qin Bin could voice his concerns, Sun Yuantao interjected. If you're willing to part with your money, I have no reason to decline. I accept your wager. The jade cutting machine had already begun its operation, leaving Qin Bin furrowing his brow in confusion. Brother Qin, have no worries. My one redeeming quality is that I never lose when I gamble. Chu Jiang proclaimed with confidence, for he possessed a fortuitous ability. He had already inspected the stone with his golden eye, revealing that the jadeite was remarkably pure and abundant. Though he was not an expert in jade, such pristine green could hardly be classified as inferior. Hearing Chu Jiang's conviction and witnessing the wager already set, Qin Bin found himself at a loss for further objection. Alas, he sighed, standing by in anticipation. He truly did not hold high hopes for the stone selected by Chu Jiang. Others around them shared his skepticism. What? Has he lost his mind? While I could understand his gamble with Qin Bin, what does he hope to gain from this wager against Sun Yuantao? Is he simply giving away money? How absurd. What value could such a stone possibly hold? Is he truly that foolish? Sun Yuantao could hardly believe his luck, reveling in what he perceived to be a generous boon. With the crowd voicing their doubts, Sun Yuantao retorted, Chu, let's make it clear, no cheating if you lose. As soon as the jade cutting machine ceased its operation, Chu Jiang turned to Sun Yuantao with a sly smile and said, rest assured. What kind of person do you think I am? Sun Yuantao dismissed it with a scoff, unconcerned, believing that the gathered audience would ensure his integrity should he attempt to cheat. He would lose all credibility in the Shanghai social circle. As the machine's hatch opened, and as Chu Jiang slowly unveiled the cut stone, the entire assembly of onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is that glass-like imperial green? Such a significant proportion? If 2/3 of the raw stone possessed such quality, its worth could easily exceed 100 million. Incredible. This young man is remarkable. No wonder he dared to gamble against Sun Yuantao. The immense piece of glass-like imperial green must be valued at over 100 million. Qin Bin was rendered speechless, staring incredulously at Chu Jiang, then at the raw stone in his hand, feeling as though he were in a dream. Sun Yuantao, too, was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous stone harbored such treasure. If 2/3 were indeed glass-like imperial green, it could easily be worth over 100 million. You tricked me, Sun Yuantao accused Chu Jiang. Let us not speak of that now, shall we? A wager is a wager. Chu Jiang chuckled. Indeed, it was a trick. What will you do about it? The news of the glass-like imperial green spread rapidly, drawing nearby wealthy patrons to witness the spectacle. Offers poured in immediately. I offer 50 million for that stone. 50 million? You must be dreaming. I'll give you 80 million. I'll offer 100 million. 130 million. 150 million. I'm bidding 200 million. Zhou Yang boldly proclaimed the astronomical figure. Those who had previously placed bids shook their heads at the audacity of 200 million. While they acknowledged the stone's value, such a price was exorbitant. And after accounting for various costs, it would barely break even, let alone yield profit. Zhou Yang's family specialized in high-end jewelry, with Zhou Xingtong being part of their lineage. Chu Jiang had no intention of selling. He lacked for money and intended to keep such a precious find for his own collection. Young Master Zhou, I plan to keep this for my own collection. Chu Jiang conveyed to Zhou Yang, a hint of regret in his tone. No problem, I understand. However, if you trust our Zhou Xingtong, I hope you will allow us to process it. I want to charge a processing fee. All I ask is for it to be displayed in our shop for a week. As a top-tier scion himself, Zhou Yang comprehended Chu Jiang's perspective. Though 200 million was a hefty sum, it was not exorbitant for them. While he was unaware of Chu Jiang's full background, he reasoned that since Chu Jiang could associate with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, he surely was not in want of funds. Such a large piece of glass-like imperial green was exceedingly rare, and wealthy individuals like them naturally wished to collect and admire it. That could work. Chu Jiang replied with a grin, neither confirming nor denying. Sun Yuantao remained astounded. He could hardly believe how fortunate one individual could be. A worthless raw stone, worth merely 10,000, could yield glass-like imperial green of such magnitude. 200 million. Young Master Sun, pardon my interruption, but how do you intend to settle this 200 million? Chu Jiang approached Sun Yuantao politely. Yet, the more courteous Chu Jiang became, the more it seemed to Sun Yuantao that he was being dealt a fatal blow. Losing 50 million had already irked him. Now, due to a gamble, he was to lose 200 million. 200 million. That was 4 times 50 million. Sun Yuantao fell silent, his expression darkening. Son, you aren't truly considering cheating, are you? Qin Bin chimed in, seizing the moment to strike. Haha, 200 million is just a trifling amount. Sun Yuantao feigned nonchalance, but internally, he was in agony. 200 million. How could that not be significant? Here is a 200 million check. Today, I shall accept my misfortune. Sun Yuantao gritted his teeth as he wrote the check. Chu Jiang accepted it with a smile, expressing, "Thank you, young Master Sunday, alas. When will my winning streak ever end?" He stretched lazily, his expression radiating delight. "Farewell, until we meet again." Under the circumstances, Sun Yuantao could only concede defeat, uttering a harsh remark before retreating with his lackeys in defeat. Chu Jiang flicked the check and, watching Sun Yuantao's retreating figure, called out, "Young Master Sun, this check is genuine, right? I can cash it, yes?" Sun Yuantao had not strayed too far, and with Chu Jiang's voice resonating so loudly, he, not being deaf, naturally heard him. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Sun Yuantao stumbled slightly, hesitated for a moment, and without uttering a word, simply departed. "Rest assured, Brother Chu. If we cannot cash this check, we will go directly to his house to demand our money." Wang Tsong chimed in. "Wow, Brother Chu, you truly are remarkable. I am utterly astonished. This is a glass-type Imperial Green." Qin Bin exclaimed with excitement, especially since he had managed to procure 2 billion from that scoundrel Sun Yuantao. This turn of events was indeed delightful. What good fortune, what splendid fortune. Chu Jiang smiled broadly. He had not anticipated that this glass-type Imperial Green would be worth such a staggering 2 billion, especially considering that he had won it directly from Sun Yuantao in a gamble, leaving him immensely exhilarated. "Brother Chu, did you just claim to be invincible in gambling?" Amidst the excitement, Qin Bin suddenly recalled Chu Jiang's assertion of being unbeatable in games of chance. "Something like that. I haven't lost yet." "Well, Brother Chu, last year I lost 3 billion at the MGM in Macau, and I am planning to pay them another visit soon. What do you say? Would you care to accompany me to Macau?" "Fear not. All expenses will be on me." Qin Bin regarded Chu Jiang as if he were a deity of wealth, his gaze fervent. "Going to Macau sounds fine." Chu Jiang responded without hesitation. He had never been to Macau before. Previously, he had been too impoverished to travel. Now that he had the means, he not only wished to enjoy life, but also intended to take some time to explore the world. For who would not want to see the vastness of it? Chapter 12. The innocent 19-year-old college student, Li Zihui. Sun Yuantao stormed off in a huff. As for Chu Jiang, he remained unfazed. "Ah, this is truly a double blessing," Qin Bin exclaimed with a smile. "Brother Chu, I was supposed to treat you to dinner today, but with this." He glanced at Chu Jiang, leaving the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. Wang Tsong and the others were also looking at Chu Jiang, who understood their meaning all too well. He had come away with 2 billion effortlessly and acquired a substantial piece of glass-type Imperial Green jade. It would be unreasonable not to treat them. "Haha, I will treat. I will treat." Naturally, Chu Jiang insisted on hosting. Others may have seen him as having swindled 2 billion from Sun Yuantao. Yet who could fathom that he had collected over 10 billion in cash that day alone? Luxurious cars and opulent mansions were beyond counting. Most importantly, it seemed he had unlocked new features of the collection system, as he had acquired the Golden Eye. Compared to merely collecting cash, luxury cars, and mansions, the Golden Eye was akin to a skill. This was significant news. If he could collect more skills, it would undoubtedly be a boon for him. He understood the wisdom of teaching a man to fish rather than merely giving him a fish. Just as he now possessed the investigative abilities of the Golden Eye. Even if he could no longer collect rewards in the future, he could still earn a living through this newfound ability. As the premier private club in the Magic City, Yongfu Palace naturally offered hotel services. Moreover, the chefs there were all inheritors of imperial culinary traditions, as long as one had the means. Even a full Manchuhan banquet was not an issue. The 6 of them ordered 18 dishes and consumed 4 bottles of Maotai, totaling 260,000. Had it been before, Chu Jiang would have only seen news reports of wealthy heirs spending tens of thousands on a meal, wondering if they were eating gold. Now, however, it was his turn. Yet, as they say, one cannot fully appreciate the joy of something until one experiences it firsthand. The meal, costing hundreds of thousands, was indeed exceptional. If initially, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin had felt a degree of reservation towards Chu Jiang, after witnessing the events at the Gambling Stone venue today, they regarded him as a brother. Furthermore, Chu Jiang's personality meshed well with theirs. His generosity spoke volumes, and his loyalty endeared him to Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, who now considered him a true friend. Chu Jiang had not anticipated how effortlessly he would integrate into Wang Tsong's circle. After all, forging friendships with these elite wealthy youths was no simple feat. Firstly, one had to possess similar capabilities. Otherwise, what grounds did they have to consider you a friend? After feasting, Qin Bin insisted on treating everyone to a health spa. Initially, Qin Bin had not intended to go, but he could not resist his enthusiasm. "Brother Chu, if you don't come, it would be a slight against me," Qin Bin said, draping an arm over Chu Jiang's shoulder, leaning close to whisper, "You're not still a naive little virgin, are you?" "No, I'm just a bit tired. Chu Jiang quickly clarified. Let us go for a massage first. I assure you, the quality of the ladies here is quite remarkable. Whatever your preference, they have it all. Even stars from the entertainment industry are available at reasonable prices. Qin Bin would not entertain Chu Jiang's protests and pulled him towards the health spa of Yongfu Palace. He's determined to lead me astray, Chu Jiang thought with a wry smile. Under the influence of alcohol, he groggily followed Qin Bin and the others to the spa. It is no wonder that Yongfu Palace is regarded as the finest private club in the Magic City. Here, as long as one has money, one can enjoy treatment befitting royalty, nay, surpassing even that of emperors. Now that he was here, Chu Jiang found it hard to resist. The service staff were undeniably stunning, both in appearance and figure. Having consumed an entire bottle of Maotai alone, Chu Jiang was now quite tipsy and dazed. In his hazy state, he thought he heard Qin Bin tell the head waiter, "Get my brother a virgin." Chu Jiang instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was quickly ushered into a private room by Qin Bin and the others. The dim lighting in the room created a cozy atmosphere, and Chu Jiang lay back on the bed, breathing a sigh of contentment. So comfortable. Having indulged a bit too much, Chu Jiang soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, just after 9, when Chu Jiang opened his eyes and saw a girl lying in his arms, he was utterly bewildered. What on earth happened? He had nearly blacked out from drinking the previous night, only recalling that Qin Bin had insisted on dragging him to the health spa. Right. Last night, Qin Bin had mentioned finding a virgin for him. Yet, he could not remember anything that transpired afterward. The girl in his arms appeared quite innocent. Yet her features were exquisite, her skin fair and delicate. She would undoubtedly be a campus beauty at any university. As Chu Jiang gazed closely at her face, he noticed 2 streaks of tears on her otherwise flawless cheeks. What on earth had happened last night? How could he have no memory of it at all? Chu Jiang could not help but chuckle ruefully, pondering that he ought to drink less in the future, for if he were to say something inappropriate after blacking out, it would lead to trouble. As he attempted to withdraw his arm, the girl, sensing his movement, slowly opened her eyes. The girl's eyes were large, adorned with double eyelids, and faintly glimmered with the sheen of unshed tears. Upon noticing Chu Jiang's gaze fixed upon her, her complexion instantaneously flushed with color. Chu Xiao. Her voice emerged with a slight rasp, a remnant of the indescribable events that transpired the previous night. What is your name? With the circumstances already unfolded, Chu Jiang adopted a nonchalant demeanor. He propped himself up, leaning against the headboard as he withdrew a cigarette, prompting the girl to hastily light it for him. Li Zihui, she replied softly, her lips pressed together. Zihui, thinking of me, lifting skirts to wade through the waters, he mused, borrowing from the Book of Songs. A reflection of her family's cultured background. During his university days, Chu Jiang had perused numerous ancient texts, and the Book of Songs, being a classic, was one he had studied extensively. The female draws from the Book of Songs, while the male draws from the Chu Ci. The name Zihui exuded a gentle grace. A splendid choice for a girl. Observing her demure and sensible nature, Chu Jiang couldn't help but furrow his brow. You appear quite young, a university student? Indeed. I am 19 this year, in my freshman year, Li Zihui nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon learning she was merely 19, Chu Jiang felt a pang of concern. This is not a place for you. He frowned, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I understand. Li Zihui bit her lip, her gaze cast downward. Chu Xiao, you don't comprehend. Life must go on. For someone like you, money is easily acquired, but for me, what other options do I have aside from this? Ropes tend to break at their weakest points. Misfortune often befalls the afflicted. Chu Jiang could empathize with Li Zihui's plight. Is your family facing difficulties? I lost my father at a young age and have relied on my mother. Last year, she was diagnosed with kidney failure. Apart from dialysis, a transplant is the best solution. Li Zihui had not intended to divulge so much. Although she sensed that Chu Jiang was a decent person, he was still a lofty, wealthy heir. Why would he extend help to her unprompted? Yet, since he inquired, she recounted her situation in full detail. Was last night your first time? Yes. Upon seeing Li Zihui nod, Chu Jiang felt an involuntary ache in his head. You need not return here again. I will assist with your mother's situation. Chu Jiang rose from the bed, casting a glance at the sheets, where a deep crimson stain stood out starkly. Ordinarily, he might have disregarded such matters, considering that the previous night was consensual, with both parties having their needs met. However, upon realizing he was Li Zihui's first, a flicker of compassion welled within him. As she had articulated, money held little significance for someone like him. Yet for an ordinary individual like Li Zihui, earning it was no simple feat. Li Zihui was momentarily taken aback by Chu Jiang's offer. She had never anticipated such generosity from him, considering she was merely a stranger to him. You needn't be astonished. This is what you deserve. Chu Jiang dressed and addressed the bewildered Li Zihui. However, There are certain conditions. At his words, Li Zihui obediently nodded, no longer the naive girl she once was. She understood the implications of his statement regarding her presence when he needed her. Now, add me on WeChat and send me your bank account details, along with your mother's hospitalization information. Understood. Li Zihui nodded fervently, adding Chu Jiang on WeChat. You should return now. Do not come back here again. It wasn't out of overflowing compassion from Chu Jiang. Rather, this was indeed no place for a 19-year-old girl like her. As Chu Jiang reviewed the hospitalization information sent by Li Zihui, he wasted no time in transferring 2 million to her account. The money has been sent. It should suffice for now. Hearing this, Li Zihui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chu Xiao, from now on, I will be yours, whatever you require of me. I will not refuse. To Chu Jiang, she might appear inconsequential, but to her, he represented everything. You need not act in such a manner, as I stated. This is what you rightfully deserve. Chu Jiang remained unfazed. 2 million was merely a drop in the ocean compared to his current wealth. Leading Li Zihui out of the room and into the hall, they encountered Qin Bin and Wang Song, who were seated, enjoying breakfast. Brother Chu, over here, Qin Bin called out, extending a hand as he spotted Chu Jiang and Li Zihui emerging. Chu Jiang turned to Qin Bin, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Li Zihui walked beside Chu Jiang, her gait slightly awkward from the events of the previous night. She kept her head lowered, her cheeks aflame, avoiding eye contact. Chu Jiang gently wrapped an arm around her waist, causing her to stiffen momentarily. These two require no introduction. Wang Song, Qin Bin, from now on. You may refer to me as Song Gu, Bin Gu. Chu Jiang introduced Li Zihui to Wang Song and Qin Bin, who were well-known figures in their own right. Li Zihui was certainly aware of Wang Song and Qin Bin. She was astonished to learn that Chu Jiang was on such familiar terms with them. As prominent figures among the nation's elite, their fame was undeniable. If Chu Xiao is friends with Wang Song and Qin Bin, then perhaps, she pondered silently. She understood that, despite gaining Chu Jiang's affection, she would likely never be his equal. However, she also recognized that becoming Chu Jiang's woman, even if it meant remaining in the shadows, would ensure her a life of comfort and luxury. Moreover, she had no alternatives. Becoming Chu Jiang's woman was not a form of subjugation. Rather, it presented her with an opportunity to ascend to new heights. Wang Song and Qin Bin exchanged glances with Li Zihui, their expressions revealing a hint of interest, though they said little. As men, they couldn't help but smirk at her earlier demeanor. After breakfast, Chu Jiang drove Li Zihui to the hospital where her mother was admitted. You still need to attend university. Your mother has worked hard to support your education. Upon learning that Li Zihui attended Fudan University, he spoke earnestly. Do not worry about finances. Spend freely. And if you find yourself short, just let me know. Chu Xiao, I am not one to squander money. Li Zihui murmured softly. This isn't merely about recklessness. Certain expenditures are necessary. You should treat yourself to some clothing and accessories. If funds run low, I will provide more. Chu Jiang was not the type to shirk responsibility. Now that Li Zihui was under his care, her concerns became his own. I may take you to some gatherings in the future. Do not embarrass me. Upon hearing this, Li Zihui, who had intended to voice her thoughts, bit her lip and nodded gently. Understood. Go take care of your mother. If I have time in a couple of days, I will come to see your aunt, Chu Jiang said gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right, Li Zihui replied, stepping out of the car and watching as Chu Jiang drove away in his Lamborghini. Once the car was out of sight, she sighed and turned towards the inpatient department. For her, encountering Chu Jiang was undoubtedly the most fortunate event. Compared to the wealthy heirs she had learned about privately, Chu Jiang appeared remarkably youthful and, more importantly, possessed striking good looks. Furthermore, he treated her with genuine kindness. Initially, when she had decided to visit Yongfu Palace, she had lost all hope in life. However, now, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. Chapter 13. The beautiful girl in a maid outfit with long legs after spending an entire night out. Chu Jiang returned to his villa, utterly stunned. Welcome home, young master. As he surveyed the scene, he was greeted by a plethora of young maidens, each adorned in maid outfits and showcasing long legs. Although he did not count them meticulously, it was evident that there were at least 20 or 30. Shen Xingwei had also donned a professional butler's attire, looking quite the part. Young master, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Shen Xingwei approached Chu Jiang, her lips curving into a slight smile as she asked, bowing slightly. Am I satisfied? Chu Jiang could hardly voice any discontent, considering it was he who had instructed Shen Xingwei to recruit more maids. However, he furrowed his brow and sighed lightly, questioning the reason behind their maid outfits. It's a work uniform, a standardized attire for easier management, Shen Xingwei explained. In total, we have recruited 30 maids, each with a monthly salary of 20,000, all holding at least a bachelor's degree. Additionally, We have 8 chefs specializing in the 8 culinary traditions and 2 Western chefs, each earning 50,000 monthly. There are 3 drivers, also at 50,000, and a security team of 12, each earning 50,000 as well. As Chu Jiang settled onto the sofa and lit a cigarette, he acknowledged Shun Xingwei's high efficiency, albeit surprised by its extent. With so many people, his villa could hardly accommodate them all. Fortunately, among the substantial rewards he had collected at Yongfu Palace yesterday, he had acquired a larger villa in the Sandalwood Palace, which was twice the size of this one. Youthful master, the total monthly salary for the maids is 600,000. For the 10 chefs, it's 500,000. And for the security and drivers, it's 750,000. Excluding my salary as your personal butler, the total monthly expenditure for these staff members amounts to 1,850,000. Listening to Shun Xingwei's report, Chu Jiang casually crossed his legs and replied, "Let us settle on a monthly salary of 150,000 for you, rounding it to a total of 2 million a month." Shun Xingwei paused, looking at Chu Jiang with surprise. "Young master, do you truly believe I am worth only 150,000 a month?" Chu Jiang had not anticipated her reaction. He assumed she would be grateful for the sum. That's the basic salary, excluding bonuses. That isn't particularly generous, she murmured softly, choosing not to elaborate further. A salary of 150,000 annually amounts to 1,800,000, and even with bonuses, it barely surpasses 2 million. While such a figure is considerable for most, it felt somewhat beneath her expectations. After all, she was a PhD from Stanford University, capable of assuming an executive position in any domestic company, with a starting annual salary of at least 3 million. However, at Shun Xingwei's level, money was not her sole pursuit. Her agreement to act as Chu Jiang's personal butler was rooted in her recognition of his character. "This villa cannot accommodate so many people," Chu Jiang remarked. "Let the maids reside here, while I will take the adjacent villa number 8. "What?" Shun Xingwei was taken aback by his suggestion. "Villa number 8 next door?" She gazed at him, puzzled. "What's the matter?" "Villa number 8 is mine as well." Chu Jiang chuckled, adding, "It's a bit larger, and I find it too spacious for my liking." She couldn't help but roll her eyes at his remark. "Really? You find a villa too large? If you don't want it, then don't buy it." However, she had to admit that villa number 8 was indeed significantly larger. Shun Xingwei realized she could not fully comprehend Chu Jiang. This was the Sandalwood Palace. Each villa was worth over 100 million. Their current villa was valued at 360 million, while the adjacent villa was even larger, potentially worth 7 or 800 million. To spend over $1 billion on villas in this area indicated immense wealth. Previously, Shun Xingwei believed Chu Jiang had at least several billion. But upon hearing that the neighboring villa was also his, she reassessed his financial prowess. Surely, a net worth of at least 10 billion was necessary to engage in such expenditures. Yet, the more capable Chu Jiang proved to be, the more Shun Xingwei felt confident in her decision. Who said a Stanford PhD should feel ashamed to work as a butler? It all depended on whom one served. As for Chu Jiang, he was quite content. Initially, he had felt some restraint in his spending, but after a day at Yongfu Palace, his mindset had subtly shifted. How many years of youth does one have? If one can savor life, it is imperative to do so wholeheartedly. 2 million? For an average person, that is indeed a substantial amount. However, for Chu Jiang at this moment, it was a trifling sum. Spending a few 100,000 each month to significantly enhance his quality of life was a trivial concern for him. Sitting on the sofa, surrounded by young maidens in outfits that showcased their long legs, Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. This was indeed a challenge to a man's vulnerabilities. After all, Chu Jiang was a vigorous young man, and being amidst so many beautiful maidens was undeniably a test of his resolve. Nonetheless, Shun Xingwei truly understood the assignment. Chu Jiang had merely instructed her to recruit maids without specifying requirements, leaving it to her discretion. Without a doubt, the quality of the maids Shun Xingwei recruited was exceptional, all holding at least bachelorette degrees. Naturally, the salaries were not those of ordinary maids. With a monthly salary of 20,000, even in Shanghai, one would need significant credentials to earn such compensation. Chu Jiang was unperturbed by the expenditure, having amassed over 10 billion in cash alone. Those without money often focus on saving, while the wealthy, especially those with fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions, spend their days contemplating how to spend their wealth. When money reaches a certain level, it becomes inexhaustible. Take the funds in Chu Jiang's account. The daily interest alone yields over 100,000. If he refrained from extravagant spending, he could easily accrue over 3 million in interest monthly. However, in Chu Jiang's eyes, that was just a small sum. After mingling with several wealthy heirs, he'd casually collected far more than that. Life can indeed be rather monotonous. Chu Jiang sat languidly on the sofa, smoking, while a tall maid clad in a maid outfit approached him with a pot of tea. "Young master, please enjoy some tea," she said, gracefully kneeling, her hands delicately presenting the teacup before him. Chu Jiang glanced at her, particularly noting the alluring neckline of her black low-cut outfit, which hinted at her curves. He quickly averted his gaze, straightened up, and cleared his throat. What is your name? In response to the young master, I am Lin Xiaoer. You may call me Xiaoer. She replied with a gentle smile. Ah, Xiaoer understood. You may attend to your duties. Chu Jiang nodded, accepting the teacup and savoring a sip of the green tea. What a splendid brew. This exquisite tea, personally procured by Shen Xingwei, was this year's premium Westlake Longjing, worth an astonishing 500,000 per pound, equivalent to 1,000 yuan per gram, thrice the price of gold. Yet, for the affluent, the cost of tea is of little concern. Moreover, such exceptional Westlake Longjing is not merely accessible to the wealthy. Its high quality and low yield make it a coveted rarity. Had it not been for Shen Xingwei's fortuitous circumstances, acquiring such fine tea would have been nearly impossible. Now, this is what life is. Although a tad dull, the enjoyment is genuine. Sipping tea while relishing freshly cut fruits, and being attended to by so many long-legged maidens in maid outfits. Such a life is undoubtedly a dream for all men. The household's maids and servants were equally attentive towards Chu Jiang, and they could not help but discuss him amongst themselves in hushed tones. Our young master is so young, and remarkably handsome too. I believe he surpasses those young stars in the entertainment industry. He seems so amiable. His words are so gentle. One remarked, do you think the young master has a girlfriend? With his attributes, he must be quite popular, right? By the way, if any of you manage to catch his attention and ascend to the position of his partner, don't forget about us. That's quite challenging. And don't overlook Butler Shun. I sense the relationship between him and the young master is not so simple. Women, by nature, are inclined towards gossip. Moreover, with someone like Chu Jiang, a young and handsome heir, it is only natural. Xingwei, shall we take a stroll to the neighboring villa? Chu Jiang suggested, having no pressing matters. And intending to reside in the adjacent villa number 8, he felt it prudent to explore. Of course, young master. Shen Xingwei set aside her work and promptly moved to attend to him. Although it was merely a neighboring villa, the distance between the villas in Tanggong was considerable, and their walk took over 10 minutes. Upon entering the villa, it was undeniable that villa number 8 was significantly larger than Chu Jiang's villa number 9. The expansive private garden was adorned with a variety of exquisite plants. Young master, you truly are wealthy. Shen Xingwei remarked softly, gazing at Chu Jiang with awe. Such a grand villa must be worth at least 8 or 900 million. This is Tanggong. To possess even one villa here is enviable, let alone 2. Oh, is this considered wealth? I have 2 more villas in Dongjiao number 1. Chu Jiang replied casually. I also have several large flats in Tangchini Pin. And I believe I have 3 buildings in the Guanshan Hanlin School District, approximately 300 school district apartments. In high spirits, Chu Jiang conversed more freely with Shen Xingwei, who now served as his personal housekeeper and was, thus, not considered an outsider. A personal housekeeper should not only attend to his daily needs, but also manage his assets. After all, Shen Xingwei was a Ph.D. in management from Stanford University. Confining her to mere household chores would be a waste of her talents. This was the first time Shen Xingwei had heard Chu Jiang mention his assets, and she was left utterly astonished. 2 villas in Dongjiao number 1, several large flats in Tangchini Pin, 300 school district apartments. This was in the Magic City, one of the most economically advanced cities in the country, where real estate prices were exorbitant. The average person struggles to afford even a single property, facing immense financial pressure. Yet here was Chu Jiang, effortlessly possessing what others aspire to attain in a lifetime. Xingwei, your young master is somewhat lazy. These properties remain idle. When you find the time, could you assist me in managing them? The villas in Dongjiao No. 1 and the flats in Tangchini Pin are of little concern, as they serve as asset allocations. However, the 300 school district apartments would be wasteful to leave unleased. Chu Jiang had no time to manage these properties himself, while collecting rent was satisfying. Nothing compared to mingling with the affluent and reaping the rewards. How about this? You take charge of leasing out those 300 school district apartments, and you will receive 10% of the rental income. Chu Jiang proposed, throwing out a surprise. Shen Xingwei was jolted from her stupor. Young master, you truly have astonished me. The value of the properties Chu Jiang mentioned easily exceeded tens of billions. The 300 school district apartments particularly left her in disbelief. What I mentioned is merely the tip of the iceberg. To be honest, I am not entirely clear about the specifics. Chu Jiang chuckled, not intending to boast, but rather speaking the truth. Yet, the absence of arrogance made it even more intimidating. Young master, will you truly give me 10% of the rental income? She inquired, incredulity coloring her voice. That pertains to 300 school district apartments, and I am familiar with the Guanshan Hanlin School District. Those are high-end properties, averaging around 100,000 per square meter. The rent for each apartment is no less than 20,000 per month. 4 300 apartments. That totals 6 million per month. Annually, that amounts to 72 million. 10% of the rent is at least 7 million. This was far more than the salary Chu Jiang provided her. Once a promise is made, it is binding. Your young master is a man of his word. Chu Jiang replied with a smile. He had contemplated this matter while enjoying his tea. Tasking himself with managing it was evidently impractical. After all, the annual rent barely exceeded 70 million. With his busy schedule, he had no time to oversee these properties. Entrusting Shen Xingwei with the management, along with a share of the rental income, would not only showcase his capabilities, but also incentivize her to serve him diligently. Truly a win-win situation. Faced with such tempting prospects, Shen Xingwei found no reason to decline. All right, young master, I understand. I will take care of this. Good. Chu Jiang nodded. By the way, there is one more matter. I have been feeling a bit bored lately and wish to embark on something new. As a Stanford Ph.D., what do you believe would be a suitable venture in the current environment? Upon hearing this, Shen Xingwei furrowed her brow in confusion, looking at Chu Jiang with uncertainty. Young master, isn't indulging in pleasures enough? Why entertain thoughts of entrepreneurship? Shen Xingwei's words were not without merit. After all, given Chu Jiang's current wealth, even if he were to indulge in a life of leisure, entirely detached from worldly matters, he would encounter no difficulties whatsoever. From Shen Xingwei's perspective, with such an abundance of wealth, no matter how extravagant his expenditures, it would be impossible for him to exhaust his fortune. I am still a young man. Is it truly advisable to simply lounge about at this age? Chu Jiang chuckled. Your young master is not one to lack ambition. Chapter 14. The Connoisseur's Delight. A 130 million yuan Koenigsegg 1 captivates all. It must be said that Villa number 8 is far more opulent than Villa number 9. After all, a super mansion valued at 900 million yuan is a luxury few can afford in the entirety of Huaguo. The silk carpet at the entrance alone is no ordinary piece. Shen Xingwei recognized its worth at a glance. A Persian silk carpet, priced at 60,000 yuan per square meter, spans at least 10 square meters. Shen Xingwei murmured softly, unable to suppress her admiration for the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. A mere 600,000 yuan pales in comparison to the value of this villa, rendering it insignificant. Chu Jiang noticed Shen Xingwei's astonishment and chuckled. Have them come over here. I shall reside here from now on. Let them stay in the other villa for the time being. All right, I shall summon them immediately. Shen Xingwei nodded, casually turning away to make a call to arrange it. The domestic staff within the villa were utterly stupefied. They had not anticipated that their young master possessed an entire villa of his own in Tangong, particularly one as grand as the much larger Villa number 8 nearby. Isn't our young master exceedingly wealthy? I wonder which prominent family he hails from. This is simply too extravagant. If I could catch the young master's eye, I would gladly become his mistress. How bold of you to think so. Do you believe the young master would even notice us? The group made their way towards Villa number 8, and as they walked, the leggy maids in their uniforms began to gossip amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang effortlessly summoned the luxury cars he had acquired, and with a mere thought, the underground garage was filled to capacity with exquisite automobiles. The garage was impressively spacious, boasting 50 parking spots. He had indeed collected a plethora of luxury vehicles over the past couple of days and intended to rotate their use. As they approached the underground garage, Shen Xingwei, being a first-time visitor, was unaware of its grandeur. For Chu Jiang, summoning luxury cars was a simple matter of thought. I haven't actually lived in this villa since purchasing it. I acquired it primarily to provide shelter for my luxury cars. Xingwei, come, let me show you the underground garage. Chu Jiang said with a slight smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although Shen Xingwei had already glimpsed a fraction of her young master's affluence, she couldn't help but twitch her lips upon hearing that he had bought the villa solely for his cars. Were Chu Jiang not her employer, she might have been inclined to express her disbelief. Is this truly how one speaks? Upon entering the underground parking area, Shen Xingwei, though somewhat prepared, was rendered speechless by the sight of the meticulously arranged luxury cars. This is the Porsche 918 Spider, purchased for over 13 million. Its current market value must be at least 20 million. And this one is impressive. Xingwei, do you recognize this? Chu Jiang pointed at a striking hypercar. Is that a Koenigsegg one? Indeed it is. This beauty is worth approximately 130 million yuan. Chu Jiang's gaze grew fervent as he surveyed the vehicles. Each car here is a dream for any man, all exceeding the price of millions. Is that a Lamborghini Urus? Shen Xingwei's eyes fixated on a black Lamborghini, her expression contemplative as she inquired. That one? No, but the green one next to it is indeed a Lamborghini Urus. Chu Jiang followed her gaze and chuckled. In addition to the supercars, the garage also housed 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. If you need a vehicle, feel free to use any of the Cullinans. They might as well be utilized since they are just sitting there. Chu Jiang's words implied that he regarded the Cullinan as beneath him, but he was aware that each vehicle in this garage would far exceed the Cullinan's value. Xingwei, if you require a vehicle, you may use any of them. After all, you are my personal steward and represent my image outside. I cannot allow you to tarnish my reputation. Xingwei bit her lip, hesitating. She truly found Chu Jiang inscrutable. Yet she understood that her choice to follow him was undoubtedly wiser than pursuing a high-ranking position in any multinational corporation. After all, even CEOs of multinational firms would hardly possess the means to drive a Lamborghini Urus. After ascending from the underground garage, Chu Jiang, feeling a bit bored, settled onto the sofa to await lunch. Xingwei had hired chefs from the 8 major cuisines, alongside 2 Western culinary experts. Whatever Chu Jiang desired could be prepared upon request. After lunch, Chu Jiang retreated to his bedroom for a well-deserved rest. Having had restless nights recently, he seized the opportunity to indulge in a proper nap. Upon awakening, the sky had turned dark. Exiting his bedroom, Chu Jiang stretched, relishing the comfort. I am utterly exhausted after these past few days. Xingwei, standing beside him, couldn't help but roll her eyes. The previous night, she had no idea where Chu Jiang had gone, but upon his return, he reeked of alcohol, mingled with a faint floral fragrance undoubtedly belonging to a woman's perfume. As for the night before that, he had certainly not been out reveling until the early hours. At such a young age, how can one withstand such nightly indulgence? Xingwei thought to herself, though she dared not voice her concerns. Xingwei, I entrust you with the matter of the 300 school district properties. Please come to my study later, and I will provide you with the property certificates. Understood, young master. Xingwei nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, I am indeed looking to engage in some ventures. See if there are any suitable small businesses that require investment. Not a large sum, just a few billion will suffice. Chu Jiang had mentioned this earlier in the morning, and initially, she thought he was jesting, but now that he brought it up again, she took note. Young master, are you certain that a few billion is not considered a substantial investment? Xingwei was not trying to contradict Chu Jiang. Rather, she recognized that a few billion was indeed a considerable sum. What else could it be? Chu Jiang chuckled, just draft a few plans, and I will review them to see if they are viable. Chu Jiang's words resonated with Xingwei, who recognized that he was not jesting. Very well, young master. I understand. As a private butler, one must embody the essence of their role. With Chu Jiang's directive in mind, she resolved to follow through with it diligently. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang entered his study and retrieved the property deeds for the 300 district-allocated residences. The sight of the mountain of deeds filled him with an involuntary excitement. He casually perused the documents, noting that even the smallest units boasted an area of 100 square meters, while the larger ones reached 200 square meters. The total market value of these 300 properties was at least 4 billion. Once he had organized the deeds, he summoned Xingwei. Upon entering the study and seeing the stacked deeds, she confidently assured him, Young master, I shall take charge of this matter. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is accomplished. Xingwei was particularly invested in this responsibility, as managing these properties would entitle her to a share of the rental income, 1/10. To be precise, she had previously calculated that even a modest share would yield her at least 7 million a year, significantly surpassing the salary Chu Jiang had offered her. All right, you carry on, while I indulge in some gaming, Chu Jiang declared. After a restful afternoon, he felt invigorated. Unlike other wealthy heirs, he had no penchant for the extravagant nightlife, having consumed considerable alcohol over the past 2 evenings. He was mindful of his limits and sought to enjoy a leisurely gaming session at home. However, just as he launched the mobile game League of Legends, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Wang Tsong calling. Hello, brother Tsong, what is up? Hey, Chu, do you have any plans for tonight? Not really. I was just about to play some games. Chu Jiang chuckled. What games are you playing? Tonight, our Supercar Club in Modu is hosting an offline networking event. Are you coming? I'd like to introduce you to a few friends. Ah, I see. Sure, I have no plans, brother Kong. Please send me the location. I'll head there immediately. Although Chu Jiang had not intended to go out this evening, the prospect of meeting new friends piqued his interest. After all, gaming rewards paled in comparison to the potential connections he could forge. Moreover, given that the event was organized by the Supercar Club, it was sure to attract affluent heirs from Modu, which could greatly benefit his future endeavors. While he possessed an extraordinary advantage over typical wealthy heirs, the adage more friends, more paths held true. Even the smallest connections could yield substantial rewards over time. After ending the call with Wang Tsong, Chu Jiang changed into a new outfit and prepared to leave. I'm stepping out for a bit. Please keep an eye on things at home. He instructed Xingwei before departing in his Koenigsegg 1. With an impressive collection of luxury cars, he could easily rotate through them for over a month. His Lamborghini Huracan was undoubtedly a remarkable vehicle, valued in the millions, yet after mingling with top-tier heirs like Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, He felt that still driving the Lamborghini seemed somewhat beneath him. Moreover, when socializing with such elite peers, it was crucial to occasionally showcase his status. The Koenigsegg one, worth over 100 million, certainly conveyed that message effectively. As he drove through the streets, the attention he garnered was palpable. Wow, look at that car ahead. One young man in a BMW M2 exclaimed. What is the big deal? It's just a supercar, another responded nonchalantly. You don't understand. That's a Koenigsegg one. Only 6 exist globally, valued at 130 million. The young man driving the BMW was elated, having never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary vehicle on the road. In comparison to other supercars like the Porsche 918 or Lamborghini Huracan, this car was in a league of its own. Wait, it cost 130 million? The woman in the passenger seat gasped, her jaw nearly dropping. Her knowledge of cars was limited to brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Audi, and she was astounded to learn the price of the car her partner was pointing out. After all, the Koenigsegg one was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one in the entire country. Truth be told, recognizing such a vehicle typically required expertise in supercars, and most people simply saw it as a strikingly cool car. However, that did not apply to the wealthy heirs attending the supercar club gathering that evening, as they were well acquainted with high-performance automobiles. Following Wang Tsung's directions, Chu Jiang arrived at the venue within half an hour. The Modu SSCC Supercar Club, established in 2008, serves as a collective for supercar owners from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and southern China, with over 300 members. The entry requirements were not as stringent as those for the Yongfu Palace, yet a minimum net worth of 100 million was still mandated. Chu Jiang undoubtedly met this criterion. Since the evening's event attracted affluent heirs from Modu, it was sure to be well attended. Among them, the likes of Wang Tsung and Qin Bin represented the pinnacle of wealth, while the next tier of wealthy heirs boasted family fortunes in the hundreds of millions or even billions. The venue was brimming with luxury vehicles, with supercars valued in the millions scattered throughout the gathering. Sun Xiao, I heard you recently acquired a McLaren Senna? One member inquired. Haha, just bought it. It wasn't too expensive, but it was difficult to obtain. Cost me over 30 million. Sun Yuantao was a prominent member of the supercar club, and thanks to his affluent family, he possessed the most exclusive supercars in the group. While Qin Bin also owned several luxury vehicles, Sun Yuantao's new acquisition certainly overshadowed them, drawing a crowd eager to fawn over him. What is the fuss? It's just a McLaren Senna, Qin Bin muttered quietly, bemused by Sun Yuantao's self-satisfaction. Let us not stoop to his level. Brother Chu should be arriving soon. Let us go meet him, Wang Tsung suggested with a chuckle. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the distance, and as Chu Jiang drove in with the Koenigsegg one, all eyes turned toward him. No way. Am I seeing things? Is that really a Koenigsegg one? Who is this person to possess such a remarkable car? The new car, unlike any I have ever encountered. Just moments ago, I was in awe of the McLaren Senna, but in comparison to this vehicle, the Senna pales into insignificance. Chapter 15. Have you ever heard of the grand gathering of sea and sky? Everyone's attention was drawn towards the Koenigsegg one. Who could possibly still admire the McLaren Senna with such a divine machine present? Sun Yuantao had barely had a chance to flaunt himself when the limelight was swiftly usurped by the Koenigsegg one, causing his expression to darken instantly. As Chu Jiang parked the car and stepped out, Wang Tsung and Qin Bin were left momentarily speechless. Good heavens! I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you. Brother Chu. Upon recognizing Chu Jiang, Qin Bin hurried over. Wow, you managed to acquire such a divine vehicle? I just received a call from someone about this car, but I thought the price was a bit steep and declined. However, after securing 2 billion from Sun Yuantao yesterday, I decided to place an order for this beauty. Chu Jiang's voice was not particularly quiet, and standing not far away, Sun Yuantao naturally overheard him. Initially, he had been in high spirits while attempting to show off, but after being overshadowed by the Koenigsegg one, his mood plummeted. Hearing that Chu Jiang had used his money to buy the car was akin to a dagger to his heart. Chu Jiang's remark was truly a blow below the belt. He had said it merely to irritate Sun Yuantao, as anyone with a modicum of sense knows that acquiring such top-tier hypercars isn't as simple as just throwing money at them. Sun Yuantao was no fool. He was merely incensed by Chu Jiang's words. The entire focus of the gathering had shifted to Chu Jiang's Koenigsegg one, with those who had previously been flattering Sun Yuantao now flocking like fair-weather friends to Chu Jiang. Sun Yuantao had come to show off, yet he found his spotlight completely stolen. While the McLaren Senna is indeed an impressive vehicle, its brilliance is only evident when compared to others. In the presence of the Koenigsegg one, the Senna becomes merely a younger sibling. With a gloomy expression, Sun Yuantao hastily departed, realizing that remaining there would only subject him to further humiliation. It seems he possessed enough self-awareness to flee swiftly. Qin Bin had intended to mock Sun Yuantao in person, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Brother Chu, you truly are remarkable. In our homeland, You possess the sole one of its kind. Absolutely stunning. Qin Bin circled the Koenigsegg one a couple of times, resting a hand on Chu Jiang's shoulder, enviously exclaiming. It wasn't that Qin Bin couldn't afford the car, after all. The price, though exorbitant, was only 13 million. He could easily spend that much on a game. Yet, this was a globally limited hypercar, with merely 6 in existence. A rarity that money alone cannot procure. While Qin Bin may be a top-tier rich heir domestically, on a global scale, there are many who surpass him, relegating him to an insignificant position. The fact that Chu Jiang could buy such a car is one matter, but being able to procure it is an entirely different story. After all, 13 million is a sum that many wealthy heirs present could afford. Yet, do they possess the purchasing qualifications? Frankly, they do not. Without a solid background, one might as well not even dream of it. As for who Chu Jiang truly is, both Qin Bin and Wang Tsong were somewhat in the dark. They had only known him for a couple of days. Their first encounter was at a bar, where Chu Jiang celebrated Qin Bin's birthday with extravagant spending. The second time was just yesterday, when Chu Jiang's gambling prowess helped them teach Sun Yuantao a lesson. And now, here they were again. Qin Bin and Wang Tsong were both perplexed. Truth be told, they found Chu Jiang to be quite enigmatic. To possess such a caliber of vehicle, one must have an immensely formidable identity and background. It was merely luck that he stumbled upon one. Otherwise, he too would not have been able to buy it. Chu Jiang chuckled and added, I also purchased a Lamborghini Veneno. He mentioned it casually, yet it left Wang Tsong and Qin Bin utterly astounded. What did you just say? You acquired a Lamborghini Veneno as well? Wang Tsong and Qin Bin exchanged incredulous remarks, their astonishment palpable. One Koenigsegg one is already impressive. But to have a Lamborghini Veneno as well? Such premier hypercars are worthy of boasting for years, let alone the fact that Chu Jiang possesses two. Compared to the Koenigsegg one, the Lamborghini Veneno boasts even greater notoriety. Although only 14 exist globally, its immense popularity among the affluent makes it significantly harder to obtain than the one. Chu Jiang claimed it was merely a stroke of luck. But Qin Bin and the others were unconvinced. This is not simply a matter of luck. After all, the moment such cars become available on the market, the wealthy will snatch them up with cash in hand. Regardless, the Koenigsegg one was undeniably a spectacle, drawing the attention of all present, including the wealthy heirs who gathered to take photographs. Let alone these affluent heirs, even Qin Bin and Wang Tsong discreetly pulled out their phones to capture a few images. How could one not document such a rare opportunity to see a hypercar that exists only in 6 units worldwide? Not only did they want to capture it, but they also intended to share it on social media. Wang Tsong casually posted on his social media, attended the SSCC Hypercar Club offline gathering tonight, and was taken aback by the grand surprise brought by young Master Chu. He mentioned having an even more astounding vehicle. Can you guess what it is? Wang Tsong rarely posts on social media, especially not to flaunt wealth, as few in his circle could evoke envy. However, today, he made an exception for Chu Jiang. Not only did he share a post showcasing wealth, but there was also an undercurrent of jealousy woven throughout his words. Goodness, young Master Chu is incredible. I missed out by not attending tonight. Zhou Yang was the first to like Wang Tsong's post. He had prior engagements and could not attend. But upon seeing Chu Jiang's Koenigsegg one, he felt a surge of regret. This was a top-tier divine car. Even if he couldn't test drive it, it would surely be an experience to sit inside. Having met Chu Jiang at Yongfu Palace yesterday, Zhou Yang had sensed that Chu Jiang was extraordinary. Now, he felt vindicated in his judgment. However, among the many who saw Wang Tsong's post, few knew Chu Jiang. Thus, most were left pondering the identity of the young master, Chu he mentioned. The circle is not vast, and Chu Jiang's sudden emergence left many in the dark about him. Nonetheless, from this moment on, Chu Jiang had officially entered this circle. After all, a man who could evoke envy from Wang Tsong must possess a significant standing and status in the eyes of others. The offline gathering of the Hypercar Club was originally just a gathering of wealthy heirs flaunting their supercars, lacking much substance. However, today was different, primarily due to the charity auction taking place. Wealthy individuals, who lack nothing but notoriety, find great joy in charitable endeavors. Do not question whether their charitable intentions are sincere. After all, they are affluent and their donations are indeed substantial, comprising real gold and silver. In stark contrast to certain charitable organizations mired in corruption and scandals, such as the notorious Miss Bao, such malfeasance is utterly absent in their realm, being members of the prestigious SSCC Supercar Club in the vibrant metropolis. They are predominantly heirs to vast fortunes, and rather than the monetary aspect, they cherish the prestige that philanthropy bestows upon them. Anyone caught embezzling from charitable funds would find it impossible to maintain their standing within this elite circle. Arriving in his Koenigsegg one, Chu Jiang undeniably commanded attention. Although he was not particularly fond of the limelight, given that fame often attracts controversy, His purpose was to forge connections with fellow heirs. The mere sight of his Koenigsegg drew a crowd eager to make his acquaintance. Chu Jiang was amicable, engaging in pleasant conversations with all, provided they did not exhibit hostility. Chu Xiao is impressive. There are only 6 Koenigsegg once globally, and none had ever been seen in our nation before. Chu Xiao, I am about to marry. Could you lend me this car for my wedding? I wish to make a grand entrance. Chu Xiao, I hail from Sichuan. If you ever visit, do remember to look me up. As one of the younger attendees, Chu Jiang's amiable demeanor endeared him to many, and he exchanged WeChat contacts with dozens, particularly avoiding those who seemed arrogant. In a brief span, he amassed numerous contacts, and the ethereal orbs of light around him were too numerous to count. Chu Jiang, however, was not one to squander such opportunities. He diligently collected each one into his system space. Ding. You have collected 10 million in cash. Ding. You have collected 20 million in cash. Ding. You have collected an entire floor on the 99th level of the Shanghai Center building. Ding. You have acquired supreme driving skills. With an abundance of rewards, Chu Jiang scarcely had the time to scrutinize the specifics of what he had collected. However, the system notifications resonated in his mind, and among the treasures, the entire 99th floor of the Shanghai Center building and the extraordinary driving skills stood out brilliantly. He was well aware of the Shanghai Center building, the tallest structure in the city, situated adjacent to the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower. And it has become a landmark of Shanghai. Nestled in the bustling Dongpu New District, it is also the most expensive office building in the entire metropolis and even the whole of the nation. Many well-known enterprises, both domestic and international, choose to establish their offices here, with rental costs soaring to approximately 20 yuan per square meter per day. The 99th floor that Chu Jiang acquired spans 5,000 square meters, which translates to a potential rental income of 100,000 yuan daily if he were to lease it. In a month, that amounts to 3 million. And over a year, a staggering 36 million. Should he decide to purchase it, given the average price of 300,000 yuan per square meter, the total cost would exceed 1.5 billion. Chu Jiang was astounded by his fortuitous luck in securing an entire floor of the Shanghai Center building, particularly at such a prestigious height. Although he currently lacked a company, he had already instructed Shen Xingwei to begin preparations. Since he intended to start a business, it was essential to have an office space. Chu Jiang thought it prudent to keep such a prime location for himself rather than leasing it out. Despite potentially foregoing 30 to 40 million in rental income, he was unfazed, as the recent rewards he collected, particularly the cash, amounted to several billion, rendering the loss of rental income negligible. In addition to the allure of the Shanghai Center building, the acquisition of supreme driving skills also piqued his interest. He had amassed over 200 rewards, yet had only received 2 skill rewards thus far. The first was the coveted golden eye, a dream for many men. And now this supreme driving skill. While Chu Jiang was decent behind the wheel, he had not previously driven much, so his skills were merely adequate, far from remarkable. But with the supreme driving skill, he felt as though he had acquired the abilities of a driving deity. Upon activating the skill, a wealth of driving techniques flooded his mind, a sensation both profound and ineffable. At 9 o'clock, as the attendees gathered, the host announced the commencement of the charity auction. This was Chu Jiang's first experience at such an event, and he felt fully engaged. The first auction item was a Tang Dynasty machete, with a starting bid of 1 million and minimum increments of 100,000. Chu Jiang was the first to bid, confidently calling out 1 million. Upon seeing that Chu Jiang had placed the bid, those who had previously considered the item immediately withdrew. Firstly, as a newcomer, there was an unspoken courtesy to support him. Secondly, the collectible value of the Tang machete was well established, capping at around 150 to 160,000. Lastly, while they may not have known him well, everyone present was aware that Chu Jiang was not lacking in wealth, having purchased a Koenigsegg one worth over 100 million. A few 100,000 was insignificant to him. Thus, Chu Jiang successfully acquired the first auction item for 1 million. He subsequently bid 5 million for a painting by Zhang Daqian and 10 million for 5 bottles of salvaged fine wine. By the end of the charity auction, while Qin Bin and Wang Tsong seated beside him spent not a penny, Chu Jiang had expended 30 to 40 million. Of course, Chu Jiang did not have a particular fondness for these collectibles. He primarily viewed his expenditures as a contribution to society. Given that the proceeds of the evening's auction would be directed to the Supercar Club's charitable foundation, benefiting the educational initiatives in the western regions of the country. Notably, it was his donation to the Water Drop Fund that had triggered the binding of his pickup system. Chu Jiang's guiding principle throughout his life has been, when impoverished, one focuses on self-improvement. When affluent, one seeks to aid the world. In times of hardship, he offered assistance wherever possible, and now that he was prosperous, he felt compelled to do more within his capacity. The charity auction extended for over an hour, during which 28 collectible items were sold, with Chu Jiang securing 8 of them alone. As the host expressed gratitude to the attendees, he announced the commencement of a free dance party. Chu Jiang, somewhat puzzled by the elevated spirits among the heirs, inquired of Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, "What is this free dance party all about? Have you heard of the Haitian Xingyan?" "I have heard of it." Chu Jiang remained non-committal in his response. "Similar to that, but with a higher caliber of women, ranging from elite socialites to various supermodels." "Ah, why say so much? You'll understand shortly." Qin Bin chuckled softly, a hint of allure unconsciously dancing across his features. Upon hearing Qin Bin mention the grand banquet, Chu Jiang had already begun to piece things together. Now, observing his smitten expression, how could he not comprehend? "Ah, this." Chu Jiang's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, I've been reveling night after night. As a child from a poor family, my nourishment is bound to falter soon. Stop with the self-deprecation. Brother Chu, if you're truly poor, then we might as well beg on the streets." Wang Song couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 16, 30 million, just your worth. Within the realm of Shanghai's elite second-generation rich, the caliber of women was indeed remarkable, and Chu Jiang witnessed it firsthand today. However, Wang Song seemed rather unenthused. These fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged models were evidently not to his liking. "Brother Tsong, you appear somewhat disinterested. You favor internet celebrity faces, and these ladies are certainly not your type." Wang Tsong remained silent, but Qin Bin eagerly interjected. "Damn it." Wang Tsong chuckled in playful rebuke, to which Qin Bin paid no mind. And the surrounding crowd shared a knowing smile. In truth, Chu Jiang wasn't particularly enthusiastic either. His own villa hosted 2 or 3 dozen fair-skinned, beautiful young girls clad in maid outfits, although one might say that homegrown flowers lack the fragrance of wild blooms. Chu Jiang was not the type to be lost in indulgence. As for the others, they resembled wolves, eagerly pouncing upon the women. The evening's gathering took place at the Tianji Mountain Villa Hotel, with around 70 to 80 rich heirs in attendance, while over 200 women graced the scene. In an instant, the garden of the Tianji Mountain Villa transformed into a grand selection arena for these wealthy heirs. Let us not pretend these rich heirs were desperate. In fact, the women were even more eager. After all, they could have any type of woman they desired. In contrast, those women felt that if they seized the opportunity tonight, they might just soar to new heights. While the probability was low, it was not entirely out of the question. Especially in recent years, many young, beautiful ordinary girls had successfully risen to prominence, providing these Cinderella figures with immense confidence. Mu Yunqi was a newcomer in the entertainment industry, possessing a modicum of fame and decent public appeal. However, lacking a solid background, she struggled to secure quality resources, resulting in a lackluster career. She was diligent and had no intention of relying on a wealthy heir as a crutch. Her presence here today was primarily due to her company's arrangement. Having signed a contract with the company a year ago, her youthful naivety led her to agree to a performance contract stipulating that if she failed to generate 5 million in revenue within a year, she would have to comply with various commercial arrangements. Otherwise, the breach penalty would amount to a staggering 20 million. When she first entered the entertainment industry, she believed earning 5 million in a year would be a breeze. However, after 6 months, she realized just how challenging it was for a starlet without status or connections to achieve such a feat with no earnings in sight. She stood no chance of paying the 20 million breach fee and was left with no option but to obediently comply with her company's directives to attend this commercial event. Yet, truth be told, Mu Yunqi had not anticipated that today's gathering was more than a mere commercial activity. Had she known it was essentially a selection event for wealthy heirs, she would have refused to attend. Unlike other girls who flitted about charming the rich heirs, she opted to sit in a corner, head bowed, engrossed in her phone. After all, the company merely instructed her to attend, without requiring her to curry favor with these affluent individuals. "Brother Chu, since you're here, don't be so reserved," Wang Tsong remarked, glancing at Chu Jiang with interest. "That girl over there seems quite appealing. Care to give it a shot?" He gestured toward Mu Yunqi and then turned back to Chu Jiang. "Brother Tsong, if you fancy her, go ahead." Chu Jiang shot Wang Tsong a glance. "She's not my type. I have someone else lined up, and I plan to leave shortly." As soon as Wang Tsong finished speaking, his phone rang. After exchanging a few casual words, he quickly donned his jacket and bid farewell to Chu Jiang, hurrying away. Chu Jiang overheard him saying, "Babe, hold on, I'll be right there." Previously, when people referred to Wang Tsong as a sycophant, Chu Jiang had been skeptical, pondering how a top-tier heir could ever fall into such a category. However, he found himself reconsidering. With Wang Tsong's departure, Chu Jiang found himself alone, feeling somewhat bored. He glanced at Mu Yunqi and then rose to approach her. "Are you Mu Yunqi?" Chu Jiang recalled watching Mu Yunqi in a television drama, where she played a maid to the female lead. He remembered her because the maid character was even more captivating than the lead herself. And it was evident to an outsider like Chu Jiang that Mu Yunxi's performance was far more polished. As for the actress playing the lead, she seemed to be struggling to land roles. If not for her ex-husband's status in the industry, she likely wouldn't have been cast at all. However, after news of her divorce broke before the new year, her opportunities in the entertainment realm diminished significantly. Returning to Mu Yunxi, Chu Jiang had even taken the time to research her after watching the drama. He had mentioned her to friends, asserting that it wouldn't be long before she emerged as a top-tier star in the industry. Yet, Mu Yunxi had disappointed him. She had not risen to fame and had nearly vanished from the spotlight altogether. Upon hearing Chu Jiang call her name, Mu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. She looked up at him in confusion, realizing that among the wealthy heirs present, someone recognized her, a relatively obscure actress. "Hello, I'm Mu Yunxi," she said, quickly standing and smiling at Chu Jiang. Although she hadn't sought to win over the wealthy heirs, she dared not offend any of them. While she didn't know Chu Jiang, anyone present was far from ordinary. "No need to be anxious. Let us converse casually. I've seen your performances, so I have some familiarity with your work." Chu Jiang sat next to Mu Yunxi, smiling as he continued. "I think your acting is quite commendable. With some effort, you might just become a popular actress in the future." "Thank you. You flatter me," Mu Yunxi replied, feeling somewhat bashful at the compliment. "But what has been going on with you lately? It seems like you haven't released any new works." The entertainment industry is tough. Without any connections, I can't secure resources," Mu Yunxi lamented, her innocence shining through as she sighed, sensing no ill intent from Chu Jiang. "So, you came here seeking support?" Chu Jiang inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Mainly because the company sent me here. I had no idea what kind of event it was. They just told me it was a commercial activity, and I signed a performance contract with them," Mu Yunxi explained, her lips pursed in frustration. "Had I known it was like this, I would have refused to come." Mu Yunxi let out a bitter laugh. "Sigh, perhaps I truly am ill-suited for the entertainment industry." With such a statement, it was evident to Chu Jiang that she was quite disillusioned. He retorted with indignation, "What future could such a company possibly have? It's utterly preposterous. If I were in your shoes, I would terminate the contract immediately." Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but smile wryly. "But the termination fee is 30 million. As a newcomer in the entertainment world, how could I possibly afford that? 30 million as a termination fee? Your company demands such a high penalty from a newcomer?" Chu Jiang was equally perplexed. "Our Jige Media Company ranks among the top 3 entertainment agencies in the country, having launched over 100 stars to fame. For those chosen by Jige Media, the initial termination fee is always exorbitant. We aspire to fame, while Jige aims to retain talent. It's a mutual necessity." Seeing the confusion on Chu Jiang's face, Mu Yunxi took it upon herself to clarify. "I see." Chu Jiang pondered thoughtfully. "You possess considerable potential. Why isn't your company promoting you?" "Because I lack connections. In an industry where talent and beauty are in abundance, those without status or background cannot secure good resources." Mu Yunxi shook her head in resignation. "Why am I even explaining this to you, the wealthy second generation? How do you know I'm a wealthy second generation?" Chu Jiang inquired, feigning innocence. "Isn't it obvious? Who else could be here today but those from affluent backgrounds?" Mu Yunxi glanced around, affirming her point. Fair enough," Chu Jiang conceded. Although not from wealth himself, his presence here at least indicated he was no ordinary individual. "Would you care to dance with me?" Chu Jiang stood, extending his hand towards Mu Yunxi in a gentlemanly manner. She looked up at him and placed her hand in his. Not disliking Chu Jiang, she found being alone was rather dull, so she accepted his invitation. As he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, Chu Jiang leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I'm not very skilled. You won't mind, will you?" Mu Yunxi, feeling the intimacy of the moment, blushed involuntarily. "Just follow my lead," she replied, biting her lip, her bashful demeanor undeniably alluring. After they finished dancing, Mu Yunxi insisted she would not dance again and retreated to a table in the corner. Chu Jiang followed her, sitting beside her. "I think you're quite remarkable," he said, his gaze fixed on her. Mu Yunxi felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny and instinctively pouted. "I think I'm quite remarkable too. How about this? Let me be your support," Chu Jiang continued, unwavering in his gaze. "You? Is that even possible?" Mu Yunxi questioned skeptically, unsure of Chu Jiang's capabilities given her unfamiliarity with him and his apparent youth. "You can't say no without trying. You won't know unless you give it a shot." Chu Jiang leaned closer, a playful smile gracing his lips. Mu Yunxi's face turned crimson at his words, realizing he was teasing her. "The words of men are often deceiving. I've come to understand that you all are merely after our bodies," she retorted, biting her lip as she looked at him. "How about this? I've been looking for something to do lately, and I hadn't settled on anything until now. I think working in an entertainment media company could be quite appealing." Chu Jiang chuckled lightly, neither contesting nor dismissing her words. I can help you terminate your contract with Jige Media and simultaneously sign you to my new company. With your talent, it's merely a matter of time before you become famous, given the right resources. Chu Jiang had faith in his judgment. If Jige Media was willing to overlook such a promising talent, he would gladly take her on. Despite the 30 million termination fee, if she could ascend to stardom, that money would be recouped in no time. The domestic entertainment industry was well known for its profitability, especially in a country with a population of 14 billion, where the market is vast. With the economic growth in China, people's disposable income increases, and their pursuit of entertainment becomes indispensable. The potential of the entertainment industry is evident to anyone with a discerning eye. Chu Jiang, having access to abundant resources, felt no fear in investing. If others could thrive in the entertainment sector, why couldn't he? While many fear losses, he did not. Although the domestic entertainment media landscape seemed solidified with only a few powerful companies, someone willing to invest without restraint could easily carve out a niche. Of course, Chu Jiang's decision to enter the entertainment industry was not solely to elevate Mu Yunxi. He had his own ambitions. If he could become a titan in the Chinese entertainment realm, wealth would follow swiftly. After all, who could ever have too much money? Naturally, his interest in Mu Yunxi stemmed from her exceptional qualities. She was undeniably a talent worth investing in. 30 million was a significant figure. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's offer to help her terminate her contract, Mu Yunxi paused in astonishment, gazing at him with surprise. While she was aware of his affluent background, she remained unaware of the full extent of his capabilities. 30 million was no trivial sum, whether for an ordinary person or even for those from wealthy families. 30 million is merely a number. You're worth it, Chu Jiang remarked casually. If Jige Media is unwilling to promote you, I see no reason to let you go. Are you jesting? Mu Yunxi's skepticism remained strong. She could not simply trust his words without some assurance. Do you truly believe I am jesting with you? Chu Jiang countered, maintaining eye contact. But why? We've only just met. She protested, bewildered. And what of it? Is 30 million too much? Chu Jiang inquired, causing Mu Yunxi to ponder. Indeed, 30 million, was it excessive? For a newcomer in the entertainment industry, it was an unfathomable amount. Yet, for those from affluent backgrounds, it was not that substantial. Don't overthink it. I'm not so frivolous as to joke about 30 million, Chu Jiang chuckled. Moreover, I have genuine interest in the entertainment industry, and acquiring you is solely based on my belief in your future potential. As Mu Yunxi contemplated whether to trust Chu Jiang, Qin Bin approached, flanked by two provocatively dressed women. Brother Chu, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qin Bin greeted Chu Jiang before leading the two women away, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Yunxi. Brother Chu, your luck with women is quite impressive. How did I not notice this treasure of a girl earlier? Qin Bin murmured to himself before dismissing the thought, embracing the two beauties as they departed. Although Mu Yunxi was not particularly acquainted with these wealthy second-generation elites, Qin Bin was undeniably among the top tier of such individuals in the country. He had been active online previously. While his fame might not have rivaled that of Wang Tsong, his reputation as the Emperor of Shanghai was certainly well-earned. Are you quite familiar with him? Mu Yunxi inquired, glancing at Qin Bin's retreating figure before turning her gaze to Chu Jiang. I suppose one could say we are acquainted. Chu Jiang replied ambiguously. Though he had only known Qin Bin and Wang Tsong for a mere 3 days, he had developed a certain familiarity with them in this circle. No wonder you seem so indifferent to wealth. Being close to Qin Bin, you must also be among the elite second-generation rich, right? Mu Yunxi remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Being born with a golden key is indeed a skill. Who wouldn't want that? Chu Jiang chuckled, fixing his gaze on Mu Yunxi. While I am affluent, I wouldn't classify myself as a second-generation rich. He smiled, his eyes locked onto hers. If you're not a second-generation heir, does that mean you're an entrepreneurial pioneer? Mu Yunxi retorted, observing Chu Jiang, who appeared even younger than herself. Being this young and wealthy, it must be impossible to be a pioneer. Facing Mu Yunxi's skepticism, Chu Jiang chose not to elaborate further. He understood the adage that too much talk can lead to missteps. Moreover, he certainly couldn't disclose to Mu Yunxi that his wealth stemmed from being bound to a system. Chapter 17. The remarkably capable Shen Xingwei. If one were to ponder whether Chu Jiang harbored any ulterior motives towards Mu Yunxi, it would be disingenuous to say he did not. After all, in a world teeming with potential, he had distinctly chosen her. Although it was a matter of serendipity, his willingness to invest 30 million to help her terminate her contract could not be devoid of personal intent. Let me drive you home. With Qin Bin and Wang Tsong having departed, there was little reason for Chu Jiang to linger. Mu Yunxi had long yearned to leave this place, and upon hearing his offer, she nodded eagerly in agreement. Is this your car? The sight of the Koenigsegg one left her utterly astounded once again. Earlier, she had overheard the women in the backstage discussing the Koenigsegg one. After all, their purpose for attending was quite simple: to accompany these rich heirs. With Chu Jiang suddenly appearing in the Koenigsegg one, those women had certainly heard their companions mention this vehicle. Anyone capable of affording a hypercar worth over 100 million was undoubtedly among the elite wealthy. The women had animatedly discussed how securing such a figure would elevate them to new heights. Initially, Mu Yunqi had scoffed at their remarks, but she never expected to inadvertently forge a connection with Chu Jiang. Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say they were romantically involved, but at the very least, they had become acquainted. Are you familiar with this car? Chu Jiang inquired with a slight smile upon hearing Mu Yunqi's question. Not really. But I just heard them mention that tonight's protagonist drives a Koenigsegg one worth over 100 million. They also said they hoped to capture your attention. Mu Yunqi replied with a playful grin. Having extricated herself from that environment, Mu Yunqi felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. With your personality, I must say, you're not particularly suited for the entertainment industry, Chu Jiang remarked as he drove. The chaos of the entertainment world was something he need not elaborate on. To thrive in such a tumultuous environment, one must at least avoid being tainted by its vices. Individuals like Mu Yunqi, lacking a powerful background, would find it nearly impossible to flourish amidst the industry's myriad of challenges unless they could tolerate its rampant disorder. Naturally, if one had a strong backing, the narrative would differ. With sufficient support and financial resources, even the most unremarkable individual could achieve temporary success. Of course, Mu Yunqi's personal abilities were commendable. Had Jige Media been willing to invest in her, given her looks and talent, she might have carved out a niche for herself in the entertainment realm. It's getting quite late today. Let us discuss this tomorrow morning. I just added you on WeChat. I'll reach out then. Be sure to inform your manager to avoid any delays on my part. Chu Jiang instructed as he continued to drive. Oh, Mu Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, she glanced at Chu Jiang's profile and suggested, maybe we should wait until you come by tomorrow. I'm just a small fry at Jige. They'd rather I terminate my contract. Mu Yunqi had her own considerations. If she revealed this now, and Chu Jiang failed to contact her the next day, where would she find him? Although it was unlikely he would toy with her, she felt the need to proceed with caution. Chu Jiang paused upon hearing her words, then chuckled in understanding. He recognized her apprehensions. If he were in her shoes, he wouldn't place his trust in others so easily. He also didn't take her hesitation to heart. Trust cannot be established solely through words. One must demonstrate genuine capability. After all, there was no rush. Mu Yunqi was not a native of Shanghai. She resided in a rental apartment there. Although she was in the entertainment industry, she was merely a minor figure. Her annual earnings barely reached 400,000 to 500,000. She did not rent an extravagant apartment, but rather a modest one. I can't believe a star from the entertainment industry lives here. Chu Jiang teased. Please don't mock me, Mr. Chu. Mu Yunqi shot him a glance. Having just learned his name. I only earn 20,000 to 30,000 a month. With such high living costs in Shanghai, I still need to invest in my appearance. How could I afford to live anywhere nice? That's a fair point, Chu Jiang conceded. Once you join my side and become a first-tier star in the country, I'll gift you a house. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunqi's eyes brightened momentarily, but quickly dimmed again. Aspiring to be a first-tier star was no simple feat. While she believed in her abilities, achieving such status required not only talent, but also ample fortune. Merely having support was insufficient. One must also maintain a positive rapport with the public. What? Are you losing confidence? She admitted softly, biting her lip. I have great faith in you. Don't overthink it. I have ample resources. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, I can invest enough to make you ubiquitous. Mu Yunqi found herself puzzled by Chu Jiang's words, momentarily taken aback. Look at Shanghai. Every street corner is filled with advertisements featuring celebrity endorsements. If all those were replaced with your image, wouldn't you be everywhere? Chu Jiang chuckled as he explained. How much would that cost? Mu Yunqi was astonished by his statement. The financial burden is on me. You needn't concern yourself with that. Chu Jiang regarded her intently. Having already spent 30 million on your contract termination, if I don't elevate you to a position where you can generate revenue for me, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Initially, in the preceding moment, Mu Yunqi felt rather touched. However, the next instant, upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Indeed, it seemed that capital merely sought to transform one into a profit-generating machine. Nonetheless, regardless of the underlying motives, if Chu Jiang was genuinely willing to terminate the contract and invest in her, she would still be profoundly moved. This was undeniably an opportunity she could not afford to miss. I won't see you off. Be sure to rest well, Chu Jiang remarked as he rolled down the car window to convey his message before accelerating away. By the time he returned to his villa, it was already past 10 in the evening. Upon seeing Chu Jiang's unexpected return, Shen Xingwei was momentarily taken aback. Young master, you have returned. What sort of remark is that? Surely, I cannot be out all night every day. Chu Jiang replied with a chuckle. Seated on the sofa, a beautiful maid in a maid outfit promptly served him freshly brewed tea and sliced fruits. Reveling in the meticulous service, Chu Jiang felt an undeniable sense of joy. By the way, Xingwei, I am planning to invest in an entertainment media company. Please prepare a proposal. Huh. Xingwei was momentarily stunned by Chu Jiang's announcement, but quickly responded, Of course, young master, I understand. As a personal steward, she recognized the importance of her role. This realization had crystallized for her over the past couple of days. Then, young master, should I continue brainstorming other entrepreneurial projects? Since Chu Jiang had previously instructed her to contemplate various suitable projects, Xingwei sought clarification now that he had suddenly mentioned the entertainment media company. These two do not conflict. As long as the projects are sound and profitable, investing a few billion is inconsequential. Xingwei finally grasped the concept of financial extravagance. However, she also comprehended Chu Jiang's intentions. Understood, young master. Well, do get some rest, Chu Jiang said with a note of concern as he glanced at Xingwei. Yet, Xingwei did not take his advice to heart. She stood nearby, thinking it inappropriate for her, as a steward, to retire when Chu Jiang had yet to do so. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, settled comfortably on the sofa, propping his feet on the coffee table, lighting a cigarette, and inhaling deeply. After enjoying tea and fruit for a while, drowsiness crept in, prompting Chu Jiang to rise and stretch. Time for bed. It was only a little past 11 in the evening, and for a young person, retiring at this hour was indeed commendable. With the pressures of life behind him, as long as he refrained from indulgent nightlife, he preferred to retire early. Not to mention, prolonged late nights were detrimental to one's health. He did not wish to accumulate wealth only to find himself in poor health, rendering his riches useless. Being young, with at least 60 to 70 years ahead, he aimed to relish life to the fullest. Before drifting off to sleep, however, Chu Jiang organized the rewards within his system space. The cash rewards needed no elaboration. He had amassed over $1 billion in cash alone from the evening's networking event. There were also numerous luxury cars and opulent residences, having already withdrawn over 50 luxury vehicles. He had cleared the system space of such assets. Now, miraculously, another 50 luxury cars had appeared in his rewards. In terms of lavish homes, 3 additional units in the prestigious Tomson Riviera had materialized, alongside 4 buildings in the academic district, comprising 400 to 500 units of educational housing. Chu Jiang was somewhat numbed by the sheer volume of rewards. It was simply overwhelming, leaving him disinterested. However, the entire 99th floor of the central tower in the Magic City as a reward was quite appealing. As for skill rewards, since binding the system, he had only acquired 2, golden eyes and masterful driving skills. He promptly extracted and began learning these rare skills, as they were indeed exceptional. With his rewards organized, Chu Jiang finally succumbed to a peaceful slumber. He slept soundly through the night, free from dreams. The following morning, he awoke at 9 o'clock. During school days, everyone harbored a dream of counting money until their fingers ached and awakening at their leisure. Yet, upon stepping into adulthood and experiencing the realities of society, one could only understand how distant those dreams were. However, for Chu Jiang now, such aspirations were no longer mere dreams. If he so desired, he could indeed count money until his hands ached. Breakfast consisted of meticulously prepared king crab congee, with the cost of this single meal exceeding 10,000 yuan. The king crab had been flown in from abroad, exceptionally fresh and correspondingly expensive, delivered exclusively for the affluent of the Magic City. The quality of these king crabs was beyond question, priced at 888 yuan per pound, a luxury even to behold for the average person. The crab he consumed weighed 3 pounds, costing 20 to 30,000 yuan alone. Yet, Chu Jiang had little to say about it. Spending money to enhance one's quality of life brought him joy. If he were alone, he would never have access to such royal treatment. It must be said that Xingwei, as his personal steward, truly understood what was in Chu Jiang's heart. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Chu Jiang inquired with genuine concern as he savored the crab congee. Not yet, Xingwei replied, having been busy since she awoke that morning, and indeed, she had yet to have breakfast. This simply won't do. A person is like iron, and food is steel. Breakfast is a necessity, Chu Jiang remarked, smiling reproachfully at Xingwei. Lin Xiao'er, please bring a bowl of congee for Steward Shun, he instructed, knowing the names of only a few of his many household staff. Lin Xiao'er, standing conveniently nearby, received the command. Yes, young master. Lin Xiao'er hurried off to the kitchen to fetch the congee. It would be disingenuous for Lin Xiao'er to claim she did not envy Xingwei. However, she maintained a sense of self-awareness. Firstly, Xingwei was, after all, the young master's personal steward, wielding considerable authority in the villa, second only to Chu Jiang. Secondly, Xingwei's capabilities were well recognized by everyone. Lastly, Her beauty was undeniable. In the entire villa, it was hard to find someone more striking than Shen Xingwei. Of course, most importantly, as a personal steward. They all sensed the profound trust Chu Jiang placed in Shen Xingwei. Shen Xingwei, feeling somewhat out of place, recognized that theoretically, as a steward, even with Chu Jiang's trust, she had no standing to share a table with him. Come, let us dine together, Chu Jiang said with a smile at the suddenly reserved Shen Xingwei. If you wear yourself out, where will I find someone as capable as you to replace you? It was undeniable that finding someone with Shen Xingwei's level of competence would be quite a challenge. Chu Jiang had not anticipated that the steward he casually picked up outside a bar would turn out to be a management doctorate from Stanford University. After finishing breakfast, Chu Jiang finally reached out to Mu Yunqi. As for Mu Yunqi, she had not rested well the previous night. The mere thought of Chu Jiang assisting her in terminating her contract with Jige Media today stirred a flutter of excitement within her. Although Jige Media ranks among the top 3 entertainment agencies in the industry, having propelled countless artists to fame, what difference does it make for her? Lacking both status and connections, she finds herself unable to access valuable resources. The prime years of a female artist's allure lie within her youth, and after this fleeting window, the path to stardom becomes increasingly arduous. She had arrived at the office early that morning, glancing anxiously at her phone every so often, her heart brimming with apprehension. Mu Yunqi, did you leave early last night? Upon hearing the voice, Mu Yunqi furrowed her brow and lifted her gaze to the woman speaking. Yes. Didn't I tell you? If you wish to carve a niche in the entertainment industry, some sacrifices are necessary, Hong Jie remarked, her tone tinged with a mix of frustration and concern. As Mu Yunqi's manager, she had always looked after her, but as a mere junior agent, she felt powerless. Despite her faith in Mu Yunqi's potential, the company remained indifferent to her talent. As an agent, she understood well that without some backing, acquiring good opportunities was nearly impossible. Yet, truth be told, Mu Yunqi's disposition was ill-suited for the entertainment world. Hong Jie, I have something to discuss with you, Mu Yunqi said, biting her lip as she looked at her manager. What is it? Hong Jie asked, momentarily taken aback by the gravity in Mu Yunqi's expression. Well, I would like to terminate my contract with the company. What? Hong Jie was taken aback, her shock evident as she stared at Mu Yunqi. Have you lost your mind? You signed a 5-year contract, and the termination fee is 30 million. Where would you find such money? Furrowing her brow, Hong Jie gazed intently at Mu Yunqi. I know you're feeling wronged. Just hold on a bit longer. I'll strive to secure more auditions for you this year. Before she could finish, Mu Yunqi's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she hurriedly answered. Chu Xiao. Yes, I'm at the office now. I'll send you my location. After hanging up, Mu Yunqi quickly sent her location to Chu Jiang, confirming that he would soon arrive. She turned to Hong Jie and said, Yesterday, I met a wealthy second-generation heir who thinks highly of me and plans to help me gain fame. He is starting his own media company and will assist in covering the 30 million needed to terminate my contract with Jige Media. Hong Jie was momentarily speechless, her mind racing as she processed Mu Yunqi's words. Sighing, she reflected on how unfortunate it was that the company failed to recognize Mu Yunqi's potential. Chapter 18. 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. Hong Jie still valued Mu Yunqi greatly, believing she possessed the qualities necessary for stardom. Firstly, Mu Yunqi's fair complexion and beauty were undeniable. Even amidst a sea of stunning faces in the entertainment industry, her looks could easily outshine many. Secondly, her acting skills were commendable. While they may not rival seasoned veterans among newcomers, her talent stood out impressively. Thirdly, Mu Yunqi had always maintained a favorable rapport with the public. Despite the company's lack of promotion, her fanbase on Weibo had surpassed 1 million in just a couple of years. Hong Jie had advocated for her several times, but the company remained indifferent. What a pity. Hong Jie, if possible, I would like you to come with me, Mu Yunqi earnestly proposed to her manager. Hong Jie, an established agent at Jige Media, felt a twinge of temptation at Mu Yunqi's words. You wish for me to accompany you? Yes. I've heard you mention wanting to leave Jige Media before. Mu Yunqi reminded her. Who is this wealthy second-generation heir you met? Hong Jie inquired, intrigued. Chu Jiang. Do you recognize the name? Chu Jiang. I haven't heard of him. Are there wealthy individuals with the surname Chu in the Magic City? He seems to be quite close with Qin Bin, and his vehicle is a Koenigsegg one. Hong Jie, familiar with luxury cars, was taken aback upon hearing the name of the vehicle. The Koenigsegg one, of which only 6 exist worldwide, piqued her interest. You must be mistaken. I don't believe such a car exists in Huagua. No, I'm sure. When I arrived last night, I overheard many discussing Chu Xiao. Mu Yunqi briefly recounted the events of the previous night, leaving Hong Jie in stunned silence. Chu Xiao just called me. He said he's on his way over. The headquarters of Jige Media was located in the Magic City Center Tower, which they rented. The entire 56th floor had an annual rental fee exceeding 40 million. As one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the country, Jige Media boasted several A-list stars, with countless others in the second and third tiers. Their net profit last year was a staggering 1 billion, making the investment in a prestigious office space a necessity for enhancing the company's image. Upon receiving Mu Yunqi's location, Chu Jiang paused momentarily. The Magic City Center Tower. I was just thinking of visiting my office there. This is the perfect opportunity. Xingwei, would you accompany me out for a bit? Sure. Xingwei didn't question the purpose of the outing. After all, when Chu Jiang requested, it was impolite to refuse. Having driven a Koenigsegg one the previous night, today he decided to take out a Lamborghini Huracan. For most wealthy heirs, possessing both a Lamborghini and a Koenigsegg would mean they rarely saw the light of day on the roads. Such supercars were typically reserved for collectors, their value and admiration far exceeding their practicality. Yet, for Chu Jiang, it was of little concern. Since the car was easily acquired, he didn't feel the need to cherish it excessively. After all, in his view, cars were meant to be driven. It would be a shame not to take such a stunning supercar for a spin. Driving the Lamborghini Huracan, he and Xingwei set off from Tangong towards the Magic City Center Tower. Didn't I mention I plan to start an entertainment media company? Today, we're going to sign our first artist, Chu Jiang remarked, glancing at Xingwei. Who is the first artist? A newcomer who has just entered the entertainment industry. Mu Yunqi. Are you familiar with her? She is currently signed with Jige Media. Mu Yunqi? I haven't heard of her, but I know of Jige Media. Xingwei pondered for a moment before speaking. Young master, to my understanding, the contract signed by Jige Media Company is problematic. The penalty for breach of contract in their agreements with newcomers starts at a minimum of 30 million. After Chu Jiang informed her of this matter last night, Xingwei promptly familiarized herself with the current landscape of domestic entertainment companies. Given that Jige Media is among the top 3 media companies in the country, it was only natural for her to delve deeper into its operations. It must be said that Xingwei's capabilities are truly remarkable. Indeed, a 30 million penalty. Chu Jiang chuckled. However, Mu Yunqi possesses considerable potential. What she lacks is merely an opportunity. Jige Media has failed to recognize her talent. In a way, I consider myself fortunate to have stumbled upon her. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Xingwei couldn't help but furrow her brow. Something felt amiss. How could he perceive the acquisition of a newcomer from Jige Media at the cost of a 30 million penalty as a gain? Was Mu Yunqi truly that promising? Xingwei found herself internally questioning this. If she could be propelled to stardom, then spending 30 million wouldn't be deemed a loss. After all, even if she were to fall short of becoming a top-tier star, achieving second-tier status would render the penalty inconsequential. The lucrative nature of domestic entertainment celebrities is well known and widely acknowledged. A first-tier star can amass an annual income of no less than 200 to 300 million when considering all sources of revenue. For second-tier stars, while their earnings may not compare to the first tier, they would still likely exceed tens of millions annually. With a stroke of luck, surpassing 100 million in a year is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, the journey to becoming a second-tier or even first-tier star is fraught with challenges. However, if Chu Jiang is willing to invest heavily in her, the path to second-tier stardom becomes significantly more attainable. As for reaching first-tier status, that would indeed require substantial talent. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. I own an entire floor of office space in the Shanghai Central Tower, specifically the 99th floor, which we can utilize as our media company's headquarters, Chu Jiang casually remarked while driving, still contemplating whether Mu Yunqi had the capability to ascend to first-tier stardom. Xingwei was momentarily taken aback by Chu Jiang's statement about possessing an entire floor in the Shanghai Central Tower. Despite her awareness of Chu Jiang's considerable resources, she was struck with astonishment once again. That was the Shanghai Central Tower, the epitome of luxury office buildings in the city, situated in the Dongpu New District. Adjacent to the Oriental Pearl Tower, Xingwei could easily surmise the exorbitant rental costs of such office spaces. Yet, what had Chu Jiang just claimed? He owned an entire floor? Moreover, it was on the 99th floor. Our headquarters at Jige Media is located within the Shanghai Central Tower, so first, let us finalize the contract termination for Mu Yunqi, and then we can take a look at the 99th floor, Chu Jiang stated nonchalantly. However, Xingwei was left rather bewildered. She felt as though Chu Jiang was akin to an iceberg, with only the tip visible, while the vast majority remained concealed. Far beyond her imagination, that was an entire floor of office space in the Shanghai Central Tower, at least 4,000 to 5,000 square meters in area. Even at a conservative estimate of 300,000 per square meter, acquiring such a space would require no less than 1.5 to 2 billion. Young master, I am curious to know just how much real estate you possess that I could assist you in managing. Xingwei, currently overseeing Chu Jiang's properties, was to receive an additional 10% of the rental income as a reward. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. However, upon hearing her words, Chu Jiang furrowed his brow. If you mention it, I am reminded that I also own 4 school district buildings in Yujing Academy, approximately 4 to 500 units. I'll provide you with the property certificates, and you can manage those as well. The same arrangement applies. You'll receive 10% of the rental income. Shen Xingwei had merely made a casual remark, never expecting Chu Jiang to casually mention 4 school district buildings and 4 to 500 units. She was utterly flabbergasted. Wow, she gasped. Indeed, the more she learned about Chu Jiang, the more she felt she barely scratched the surface of his true capabilities. Young master, I am in awe. Shen Xingwei dared not speak carelessly, for those were 4 to 500 school district units. For an ordinary person, being able to secure even 1 school district unit in Shanghai via mortgage is already a significant achievement. Yet, in comparison to Chu Jiang, it was simply incomparable. As his properties were measured by the building, driving a Lamborghini Veneno on the road would undoubtedly be more eye-catching than a Koenigsegg one. The main reason being, the Koenigsegg one is so rare that, aside from supercar enthusiasts, the average person remains oblivious to what it is. However, the Lamborghini Veneno is instantly recognizable to most, with at least a third of the population able to identify it as a Lamborghini Veneno. Whoa, drive slowly, drive slowly. I need to take a picture. A Lamborghini Veneno? Wow, there is one in Shanghai? Am I dreaming? This supercar is so cool. Darling, when your project funds arrive, let us buy a supercar like this. Huh, have you lost your mind? With our 2 to 3 million project funds, we could barely afford a single wheel for that car. No way, is it really that outrageous? Yes, this is a Lamborghini Veneno. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Let me put it this way. There are only 14 Lamborghini Venenos in the world. On the black market, they once offered 12 million for a Lamborghini Veneno, but unfortunately, this top-tier supercar is priceless, and only the wealthiest tycoons can possess one. The average person, no matter how much money they have, cannot buy it. Wow. Yesterday I saw a Koenigsegg one, and today I see a Lamborghini Veneno. There are indeed many wealthy people in Shanghai. Driving such a top-tier supercar on the road guarantees a high rate of attention. Regardless of whether they recognize it as a Lamborghini Veneno or not, most will turn to take a second glance. The Tang Palace is located in the western suburbs of Shanghai, and driving to the Dongpu New District takes over half an hour, even under optimal traffic conditions. By the time Chu Jiang parked the car and walked to the Shanghai Central Tower, it was nearly 10:30. Mu Yunxi had been anxiously waiting. However, even more anxious than her was her manager, Hong Jie. When Mu Yunxi expressed her desire to have her accompany her, Hong Jie was indeed tempted. Firstly, she believed in Mu Yunxi's potential. She felt that with the right resources, Mu Yunxi's future was limitless, and becoming a top-tier star was not out of the question. Secondly, she perceived the individual interested in Mu Yunxi as a super-rich second-generation heir. After all, in her view, Chu Jiang had only known Mu Yunxi for a day, yet he was willing to invest 30 million to help her terminate her contract with Jige. What did this signify? It indicated that the person who saw potential in Mu Yunxi was undoubtedly wealthy. In the entertainment industry, as long as one is willing to spend money, there are virtually no problems that cannot be solved. There is a saying that goes, money can resolve 99% of the problems in the world. As for the remaining 1%, it requires double the money to solve. In other words, money is practically omnipotent. 30 million, for ordinary individuals like them, is perhaps an amount that could take a lifetime of hard work to accumulate. Yet, for someone like Chu Jiang, who drives a Koenigsegg one, 30 million is but a trifling sum, hardly worthy of mention. Sister Hong has served as a manager at Jige Media for nearly 2 decades. Yet the company has not only failed to provide her with adequate compensation, but is now preparing to marginalize her. If she could leave Jige alongside Mu Yunxi, it would indeed be a favorable turn of events. Has he arrived? Where is he? He wouldn't dare to stand her up, would he? Sister Hong was even more anxious than Mu Yunxi, asking her every 10 minutes, while Mu Yunxi herself was anxious. She dared not question Chu Jiang, and could only reassure Sister Hong not to worry. Fortunately, Chu Jiang was not toying with her. As soon as he reached the base of the central tower in Modu, he promptly called Mu Yunxi. Yunxi, I'm here. Is your company on the 56th floor? Mr. Chu, I'll come down to meet you. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunxi hurriedly descended the elevator with Sister Hong, who was also accompanied by her own manager. The first time Sister Hong laid eyes on Chu Jiang, she was utterly taken aback. He was so young. He appeared to be barely over 20. However, she could distinctly sense an aura around him that set him apart from the ordinary, especially with Shen Xingwei standing beside him, carrying a briefcase. It was immediately evident that Chu Jiang's background was exceptional. Mu Yunxi, upon noticing Shen Xingwei next to Chu Jiang, was momentarily stunned as well. But she quickly composed herself, straightened her posture, and approached Chu Jiang. Mr. Chu, this is my manager. I've explained the situation to her. and I wish to leave Jige Media with her. Hello, Mr. Chu. Sister Hong followed Mu Yunqi and promptly greeted him. Not a problem. Does she require a termination fee? I can settle that right now, Chu Jiang boasted with an air of affluence that left Sister Hong momentarily speechless. Recovering quickly, she replied, Mr. Chu, there is no termination fee between myself and Jige. I only need to resign. Very well, Chu Jiang nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yunqi, let me introduce you. This is my personal steward, Shun Xingwei, who will also be the president of our Chu Min Entertainment Media Company. Shun Xingwei, taken aback by Chu Jiang's introduction, thought to herself how busy she was about to become, stepping into the role of president of an entertainment media company. Nevertheless, she accepted her responsibilities without objection. Hello, Miss Mu Yunqi. I've heard from the young master that you are exceptionally talented. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Shun Xingwei extended her hand to Mu Yunqi, a gentle smile upon her lips. Hello, President Shun. I will rely on your guidance in the future. Mu Yunqi shook Shun Xingwei's hand, exchanging pleasantries. Sister Hong, standing to the side, could not help but scrutinize Chu Jiang further. So young yet exuding such maturity, a wealthy youth. He embodied a character that seemed to leap from the pages of a novel. With her keen eye, Sister Hong immediately spotted the Richard Mille watch on Chu Jiang's wrist, a timepiece worth over 20 million. Who exactly is this Chu Jiang? She wondered silently, yet she dared not voice her inquiries. Having dealt with the affluent elite for years, she was well aware of their temperament. As Sister Hong led the way, with Mu Yunqi and Chu Jiang following closely behind, she mentioned, our Chu Min Entertainment Media Company also operates in this building, but we are on the 99th floor. Chu Jiang chuckled lightly and casually remarked, I've actually purchased the 99th floor, so there's no need for rent. Sister Hong and Mu Yunqi gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Purchased it. Given that Jige Media was located nearby, they were somewhat familiar with the rental costs in the Modu Central Tower. To buy an entire floor would surely cost at least 1.5 to 2 billion. Sister Hong knew that Chu Jiang came from wealth, but she had not anticipated the extent of his affluence. Such shock is unwarranted. It's merely a floor of office space, Chu Jiang laughed, unable to resist a touch of casual boastfulness. Yunqi, if you wish for happiness, you must pursue it yourself, he advised. Whether his casual boasting was intentional or not, he indeed possessed the means to back it up. After all, how could a distinguished conglomerate operate without its own corporate headquarters? Chu Jiang had already conceived the name for his group, which he decided would be called Chu Min. Furthermore, according to Chu Jiang's vision, Chu Min Group would be a multifaceted conglomerate, poised to delve into various industries. Such a vast corporation would naturally require its own headquarters. Chu Min Entertainment Media Company was the inaugural project of Chu Min Group, which Chu Jiang regarded with great importance. Otherwise, he would not have come personally to assist Mu Yunqi in her contract termination, but rather delegated the task to Shun Xingwei. The domestic economy has experienced remarkable growth over the past decade. As people's wallets have swelled, they are naturally inclined to spend more on entertainment ventures. Chu Jiang holds a favorable outlook on the entertainment industry. If managed well, it could yield profits in the billions annually. Of course, the initial investment is substantial. Given that the domestic entertainment sector is largely established, and competing for market share without significant capital is nearly impossible. Chu Jiang has his plans, regardless of the industry. Building something substantial cannot be accomplished overnight. Progress is made step by step, and he is in no rush. For any enterprise, as long as a closed-loop industrial chain is established, achieving growth and strength is quite feasible. Naturally, assisting Mu Yunqi in severing ties with Jige Entertainment Media is the first step. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jige Media, Sister Hong directly communicated Mu Yunqi's intent to terminate her contract with the company's upper management. Fang Yong, the general manager of Jige Media, furrowed his brow upon learning that an obscure artist under his wing wished to leave the company. Can she really come up with 30 million for a termination fee? Fang Yong, naturally unaware of who Mu Yunqi was, had to contend with the reality that Jige boasted numerous first-tier stars, with countless second- and third-tier celebrities. Mu Yunqi, a little-known artist, how could she possibly present a staggering 30 million in contract termination fees? It appears that she has befriended a wealthy heir who is footing the bill. Oh, I see. Upon hearing his assistant's remarks, Fang Yong could not help but express his surprise. Very well, I understand. She is merely a small-time artist. As long as they can provide the 30 million, we shall proceed according to protocol. Fang Yong did not pay much heed to the matter. Although Jige Media has never encountered a contract termination by a newcomer since its inception, the exorbitant fee is indeed beyond the means of an obscure artist. However, if they are truly able to muster such a sum, Jige would not be so obstinate in enforcing the contract. Moreover, it is evident that this girl named Mu Yunqi has found herself a benefactor. A wealthy heir capable of so lavishly spending 30 million to assist a minor artist cannot possibly be an ordinary person. While Jige Entertainment is undoubtedly a titan in the entertainment industry, it pales in comparison to the multitude of magnates within the domestic sphere. Offending such individuals over trivial matters is not worth the risk. With Fang Yang's directive, the termination process was set in motion without delay. After all, Jige Entertainment is a powerhouse, and its legal department is quite proficient. Chu Jiang promptly transferred the 30 million to Jige's account, and they swiftly signed the termination agreement with Mu Yunqi upon receipt. Please announce on Weibo that Mu Yunqi has officially terminated her contract with us. Bringing Shun Xingwei along was indeed a prudent choice, as she handled the negotiations with Jige. We have already informed our publicity department. The representatives from Jige were also quite taken by Shun Xingwei's commanding presence, speaking with a notably courteous tone. Firstly, her demeanor was formidable. Secondly, they were well aware of the influential backing she possessed. Lastly, the fact that she casually produced 30 million without batting an eyelash warranted a modicum of respect. After Mu Yunqi signed the termination agreement, Hong Jia also promptly finalized her resignation contract. Despite being an experienced agent, Hong Jia had already been marginalized within the company, and her resignation was approved without hesitation by the HR department. News of Mu Yunqi's contract termination spread rapidly within Jige. Have you heard? Mu Yunqi has terminated her contract with the company, and the termination fee was 30 million. Who is Mu Yunqi? A newcomer? 30 million in termination fees. How could a newcomer possibly have such wealth? Indeed, she is a newcomer, having appeared in a few dramas, albeit in supporting roles. Rumor has it that she has secured the patronage of a wealthy heir who is covering the termination fee. Is that so? How enviable. I just looked up Mu Yunqi, and she is indeed quite stunning. No wonder she has captivated a wealthy heir. Alas, she has now soared to great heights, leaving us behind. After all, it is quite astonishing for a newcomer to terminate a contract with Jige for 30 million. The entire staff at Jige was abuzz with gossip over the affair. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang and his entourage of 4 had exited Jige Media. How do you feel? Are you pleased? Chu Jiang inquired with a smile directed at Mu Yunqi. I am quite pleased, though there is a tinge of disappointment, Mu Yunqi replied softly, pursing her lips. At Jige, she felt overlooked with scarce resources, akin to being sidelined. Moreover, due to the previous contract stipulations, she had been compelled to participate in various company-mandated commercial activities. With her contract termination, she felt a sense of liberation. Yet, a sense of loss lingered. When she was signed by Jige, she was filled with joy, for who in the entertainment industry is unaware of Jige? As a behemoth, Jige Media has catapulted at least 100 individuals to stardom. Mu Yunqi believed she would surely succeed. However, upon entering the industry, she learned a harsh truth. Lacking status and connections equates to a dearth of resources. Without resources, no amount of effort suffices. There is no need for disappointment. For you are about to become the leading artist under Chu Min Entertainment. Chu Jiang chuckled heartily, encouraging her. I have faith in you. Without needing further persuasion, Mu Yunqi was determined to put forth her utmost effort. Opportunities are rare, and she did not wish to disappoint Chu Jiang. Come, let us visit the headquarters of Chu Min Entertainment. The group ascended rapidly to the 99th floor. Wang Chao, the property manager of the Magic City Center office building, had been awaiting their arrival. Chu Jiang had already contacted him prior to their visit. Upon learning that the enigmatic buyer was arriving, Wang Chao was eager to make an impression. Although Chu Jiang was not his employer, one must recognize that anyone capable of spending billions to acquire an entire office floor deserves the utmost respect. Good day, young Master Chu. I am Wang Chao, the property manager. Upon seeing Chu Jiang and his party, Wang Chao hurriedly approached, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, bowing slightly in a subservient manner. Greetings. Chu Jiang acknowledged with a nod. I happened to be in the vicinity and thought I would take a look, as I will soon require this space. Yes. Young Master Chu, may I show you around? Certainly. As it was Chu Jiang's first visit, he was eager to explore this reward he had acquired. The entire office floor was indeed expansive, and being on the 99th floor offered an unparalleled view. Standing before the tempered glass, he gazed into the distance, taking in the entirety of the Huangpu River. This sensation is quite addictive, Chu Jiang remarked while lighting a cigarette. The entire floor had been meticulously renovated. Yet since it had never been occupied, not even a single chair was present. Xingwei, please arrange for a renovation team to prepare this space. Understood, young master. Shun Xingwei nodded in agreement. Well then, I will entrust the management of Chu Min Entertainment to you. With limited personnel at his disposal, Chu Jiang recognized Shun Xingwei's capabilities and entrusted her with more responsibilities. Rest assured, young master. Shun Xingwei was unfazed, already contemplating how to establish the leadership team for Chu Min Entertainment. As it was nearing lunchtime, Chu Jiang suggested, Let us go downstairs for a meal. Checking the time. It was almost noon. He led Mu Yunxi and the others to a nearby restaurant for a simple lunch. Yunxi, take some time to rest in the coming days. Once we get busy, there won't be much time for relaxation. Chu Jiang said with a smile. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chu. But I prefer to stay busy. It brings me a sense of security. Mu Yunxi spoke earnestly, for indeed, to achieve fame and fortune, one must remain industrious. Your perspective reassures me that I have not misjudged you. Chu Jiang nodded, then turned to Shun Xingwei, saying, Xingwei, arrange a time for Yunxi to sign the contract. And let us also consider signing a few more newcomers to strengthen our ranks at Chu Min Entertainment. As for resources and such, you need not worry. Leave that to me, Chu Jiang said with a chuckle. Although this was his first foray into the entertainment industry and he was not particularly knowledgeable, what did that matter? He possessed wealth, and if necessary, he could simply invest in a few major intellectual properties. With money in hand, Chu Jiang's confidence was unparalleled. Any issue that could be resolved with financial means posed no challenge for him. Yunxi, you should terminate your rental agreement. I have several spacious apartments at Tencent Epin for you to reside in, he remarked suddenly, after they had eaten. Chu Xiao. Mu Yunxi instinctively wanted to decline. But Chu Jiang interrupted her with a smile. This is for your safety. You are now the chief artist of our Chu Min Entertainment Media Company, destined to become at least a first-tier star. Your personal safety must be ensured. While the community where Mu Yunxi rented was not subpar, it certainly lacked various facilities. Naturally, as Chu Jiang stated, since Mu Yunxi was the company's main promoted artist, it was imperative to safeguard her in every aspect. Sister Hong, who sat beside Mu Yunxi, was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the hesitation on Mu Yunxi's face, she quickly interjected, then thank you. Chu Xiao. Chu Jiang glanced at Sister Hong and replied with a slight smile, it's nothing significant. I don't occupy the apartments at Tencent Epin, so leaving them vacant is a waste. Upon hearing Sister Hong's agreement, Mu Yunxi no longer hesitated. Thank you, Chu Xiao. I will work hard and not disappoint you. After their meal, Chu Jiang took Mu Yunxi directly to Tencent Epin. He owned 7 or 8 spacious apartments there. As he mentioned, leaving them empty was indeed a waste. This building has one of my apartments, and the view is quite pleasant. Shall I take you up to see it? Sure, Mu Yunxi nodded obediently. As living in such a place was beyond her wildest dreams, she dared not be choosy. Sister Hong followed closely, equally impressed by Chu Jiang's affluence. This was Tencent Epin. Each spacious apartment here was worth at least tens of millions, or even over 100 million. An ordinary person would toil their entire life, and still be unable to afford a unit here. Yet, it appeared that Chu Jiang had purchased several. Moreover, he didn't even reside in them. This suggested that he simply regarded the place as beneath him. While Tencent Epin was considered a high-end residential area in the city, the truly affluent often looked down upon it. After all, compared to the top-tier mansions in places like Tiangong, this was hardly on par. Nonetheless, in relative terms, Tencent Epin remained a luxury residence in the metropolis. Sister Hong gazed at Chu Jiang, her thoughts drifting. Mu Yunxi had truly encountered a fortuitous turn of events. With someone like Chu Xiao, her future shone brightly. Sister Hong couldn't help but marvel at this in her heart. She held great confidence in Mu Yunxi's potential. As Mu Yunxi's manager, Sister Hong was undoubtedly the one who understood her best. If the Jige Company were to value Mu Yunxi more with her acting skills, she would at least be a second or third-tier star by now, effortlessly earning the company 20 to 30 million a year. Furthermore, Mu Yunxi had an excellent rapport with the public, as demonstrated by her million followers on Weibo. The moment Mu Yunxi terminated her contract with Jige Entertainment, she posted a statement regarding the termination on Weibo, which garnered overwhelming support from her fans. This is wonderful. Our Yunxi has finally broken free from that foolish company. I just don't understand what those idiots at Jige were thinking, neglecting such an outstanding artist like Yunxi. Just look at the rubbish they've promoted these past 2 years. Can any of it be deemed watchable? Exactly. Yunxi's decision to part ways with Jige was undoubtedly the right one. We eagerly anticipate her new works. Wow. Support. I've always said that if Yunxi wanted to succeed, she had to terminate her contract with that foolish company. It must be noted that for an insignificant star like Mu Yunxi, contract terminations generally drew little attention. However, she was different. With 1 million active followers on Weibo, her contract termination became a trending topic, breaking into the top 20. Once Chu Jiang had settled Mu Yunxi, he departed with Shun Xingwei. Once he left, Mu Yunxi and Sister Hong sat on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought. Sister Hong, I feel as if I'm dreaming. This doesn't seem real. Mu Yunxi finally said timidly after a long pause. Yunxi, you've struck it rich. You must seize this opportunity with someone like Chu Xiao. Sister Hong exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, Chu Xiao is genuinely kind to you. This apartment at Tencent Epin is truly luxurious. It must be worth over 100 million. Sister Hong stood up to explore the apartment, glancing back at Mu Yunxi with a hint of envy. Yunxi, it seems Chu Xiao has intentions towards you. You're single now? Why not consider pursuing a relationship with him? As a seasoned individual, Sister Hong understood that a man wouldn't treat a woman so well without ulterior motives. While Chu Xiao was wealthy, she could not believe he had no other intentions towards Mu Yunxi. Jet, Chu Xiao is not that kind of person. Yunxi, just be honest with me. What do you think of Chu Xiao? Sister Hong asked, noticing the blush on Mu Yunxi's face. Oh dear, Sister Hong, is this really the time for teasing? Mu Yunxi felt a bit shy, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her feelings. Indeed, Chu Jiang was young, handsome, and affluent, with a charming personality. It was hard not to be moved by such a man. Sigh, Sister Hong, there is a vast disparity between us. We come from different worlds. Yunxi, what era is this? If you like him, pursue him. Happiness must be grasped in your own hands. As someone with experience, Sister Hong felt anxious hearing Mu Yunxi's words. Chapter 20. Park Gukhe? Does he have an older brother named Park Gukchang? After arranging matters for Mu Yunxi, Chu Jiang returned to his villa. Shen Xingwei became busy, as she was now responsible for both Chu Jiang's daily life and the tasks he assigned her. Even with her capabilities, it was overwhelming for her to manage alone. Fortunately, the maids she had previously hired were highly educated university graduates. After observing them for a couple of days, Shen Xingwei selected 5 of the 30 young, beautiful maids whom she deemed suitable to assist her. Chu Jiang had no objections to this arrangement. With plenty of maids in the villa, they were often underutilized. Lin Xiaoer was fortunate, due to her diligence and willingness to communicate promptly with Shen Xingwei whenever she had questions. She was quickly called to become Shen Xingwei's assistant. You all have performed admirably these past 2 days. I've been paying attention. When you were brought into the household, I made it abundantly clear that I would not confine you to a lifetime of servitude. Shen Xingwei promptly summoned Lin Xiaoer and her companions to the conference room. As the young master had established an entertainment media company that was currently in need of personnel, and I intended to assign you there. Upon hearing Shen Xingwei's words, Lin Xiaoer and the others hastily voiced their agreement, adhering to the directives of the housekeeper. During their brief tenure as maids in the villa, they had become acutely aware of Shen Xingwei's considerable authority. No one aspired to remain a mere servant indefinitely, even though working in the villa was relatively effortless. And there existed the tantalizing possibility of winning over Chu Jiang, thereby soaring to new heights. Yet, they understood that such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Although Chu Jiang treated them decently, he had not engaged in any indiscretions since their arrival at the villa. Furthermore, they did not believe their young master would ever take an interest in them. The fairy tale of a prince falling for a commoner was confined to the realm of fiction and held little relevance in reality. To achieve success, one must rely on their own merits. While both they and Shen Xingwei were employed by Chu Jiang, her standing was immeasurably superior. Shen Xingwei was not merely a decorative figure. Her capabilities were evident to all. Thus, I shall proceed to organize your forthcoming assignments. Shen Xingwei was known for her decisiveness and swiftly arranged the preliminary tasks. By the way, Xingwei, come here for a moment. I have the other property deeds for you. Please take a look and make the necessary arrangements, Chu Jiang remarked, stretching and smiling at Shen Xingwei once she had completed her work. Certainly, young master. In the study, Shen Xingwei regarded the mountain of property deeds with a sense of detachment, having become somewhat desensitized after witnessing Chu Jiang's immense resources. She even harbored the illusion that it would be abnormal if Chu Jiang did not produce several hundred property deeds. She had already begun to address the management of these properties, which were all situated in desirable school districts, ensuring that they would be easy to rent. One of her college classmates was currently a manager at a real estate agency in the metropolis, and she had arranged a meeting to discuss the matter further. After all, with Chu Jiang presenting her with 700 or 800 properties, it was impractical for her to handle them all by herself. Naturally, she had reported this to Chu Jiang, who expressed no objections, merely instructing her to manage it as she saw fit. For Chu Jiang, these properties were simply assets. Renting them out would yield some income, and he had no qualms about it. Moreover, all 700 or 800 of these properties were located in upscale neighborhoods, each commanding a monthly rent starting at no less than 20,000. Even with 800 properties, the monthly rental income could amount to a staggering 16 million. Over the course of a year, that would be approximately 200 million, while she would need to allocate 10% of the rental income to Shen Xingwei. Compared to the 100 or 200 million Chu Jiang would receive annually, providing Shen Xingwei with a few million as a reward was hardly an issue. Shen Xingwei had arranged her meeting with her classmate and promptly departed. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang found himself rather bored, seated on the sofa. He smoked and sipped tea while scrolling through short videos, enjoying the leisure but feeling a distinct lack of excitement. In the past, he had often heard wealthy individuals lamenting that their lives were dull and monotonous. At the time, Chu Jiang had dismissed their claims as mere boasting. However, now that he was experiencing this lifestyle firsthand, he genuinely found it tedious and uninspiring. He felt an utter disinterest in any activity. Once passionate about making money, he now regarded it as readily attainable and devoid of intrigue. Just as he contemplated inviting Wang Tsong and the others out for some entertainment, he received a call from Qin Bin. "Hey, little brother Chu, do you have some free time this afternoon? Want to hang out?" "Qin Gu, you wouldn't believe it, but I'm so bored I could sleep," Chu Jiang lamented, feeling utterly listless. "I suspected you might be bored. Haha, without further ado, I'm sending you the location." Qin Bin replied, his impatience evident as he ended the call. Shortly thereafter, he sent Chu Jiang a location pin. After examining the coordinates, Chu Jiang made his way to the underground garage. After more than an hour of driving, he finally arrived. The location was on the outskirts of the metropolis, quite remote but nestled against hills and waters, boasting a splendid environment. This was a private villa situated halfway up a mountain, exuding grandeur and elegance. "Little brother Chu, you've finally arrived." Qin Bin greeted him enthusiastically, but his expression turned envious upon seeing Chu Jiang's Lamborghini Veneno. "Little brother Chu, there hasn't been anyone in the metropolis whom I've envied until now, not even Song Gu. But after meeting you, I genuinely feel envious." Wang Song also approached, expressing his admiration. "Little brother Chu, with your Koenigsegg 1 and Lamborghini Veneno, you truly make us brothers envious." It was no exaggeration. Both Qin Bin and Wang Song were sincere in their envy. The ultra-luxury cars worth over 100 million were beyond their reach. Not merely in terms of cost, but also due to the requisite social standing to own such vehicles. If the brothers wished to enjoy them, they could only borrow them for a short while. Chu Jiang, however, was indifferent. Once one possesses certain things, their allure diminishes. Besides, his garage housed dozens of luxury cars, each worth millions, even if they did not compare to these two. "Little brother Chu, weren't you saying you always win at gambling?" Qin Bin inquired, his excitement palpable. Chu Jiang looked at Qin Bin, puzzled. "I had initially planned to take you to Macau for a few days, but I've got quite a few matters to attend to in the metropolis. However, even if we can't go to Macau, coming here is just as good," Qin Bin replied, glancing at the Tian Shui villa with a grin. "Little brother Chu, whether we can dominate today depends entirely on you." Qin Bin was known for his love of gambling, a reputation Chu Jiang had heard. Still, he was taken aback to discover that there existed private gambling houses within the country. Yet, considering the abundance of wealthy individuals in the nation, it was only logical that they would seek entertainment without always traveling to Macau. As for Tian Shui Villa, it was evident that its background was not simple. "Rest assured, little brother Chu, those who come here to play are all prominent figures, and the authorities are well aware of it," Wang Tsong assured him. With that affirmation, Chu Jiang felt no hesitation. Although he had never engaged in gambling, possessing the golden eye ensured that he would never lose. "Haha, Qin Gu, you don't actually believe I always win at gambling, do you? That's impossible. I only did it to rattle that scoundrel Sun Yuantao." While Chu Jiang knew he would not lose, he understood that he could not maintain an unbroken streak of victories. Otherwise, any observant individual would suspect something was amiss. "Haha, little brother Chu, I'm not that foolish. If you truly won every time, wouldn't you be the king of gamblers?" Qin Bin chuckled. "I just thought you were bored at home, and we brothers had nothing better to do. So we might as well come and have some fun." As the three of them strolled into the Tian Shui villa, they continued to chat and laugh. "By the way, there is an underground boxing match tonight, quite thrilling, and I thought it would be a perfect opportunity for you to witness it, my dear brother Chu." As the topic of underground boxing arose, both Qin Bin and Wang Tsong simultaneously displayed expressions of excitement. Although Chu Jiang had never witnessed such matches, he had certainly heard of them. The level of brutality and bloodshed in underground boxing is undoubtedly incomparable to that of legitimate competitions. Men, after all, are naturally drawn to exhilarating experiences. "Please help me exchange 30 million chips, 1 million per box, separated," Qin Bin instructed, clearly a regular at this establishment, handing his bank card to the casino staff. "Understood, Mr. Qin, please hold on." The staff member respectfully accepted the card and hurried off to exchange the chips. "Brother Chu, today's entertainment is on me. If we lose, it's my loss. If we win, we'll split the winnings equally. Sound fair?" Qin Bin inquired, looking at Chu Jiang. "Of course, no objections here," Chu Jiang replied, having no reason to decline. After all, he wouldn't be spending his own money, and with his golden eyes, he was confident he wouldn't incur losses. The casino was bustling, filled with numerous patrons. Chu Jiang glanced around, recognizing several familiar faces, while also spotting many unfamiliar ones. Besides the locals, there were quite a few foreigners present as well. Once he received the chips, Qin Bin eagerly took a seat at the table. Chu Jiang, unfamiliar with the game, sat beside him, observing. "Brother Chu, you've never played baccarat before, have you?" "Not at all," Chu Jiang admitted, not shy about his inexperience. No worries, it's quite simple. Just watch a few rounds, and you'll catch on, Qin Bin said with a smile, somewhat surprised by Chu Jiang's admission. However, on that day, Qin Bin's luck was not in his favor, since sitting down. He had lost 3 consecutive rounds. Damn it, betting banker and getting player, betting player and getting banker. Today is truly a strange day, he exclaimed in frustration. Yet, at the same table, a young gentleman was on a winning streak, consistently winning while betting opposite to Qin Bin, treating him like a beacon of misfortune. Damn it, Park Guk-ki, what the hell do you mean by treating me like a guiding light? Qin Bin exclaimed, recognizing Park Guk-ki and glaring at him. Upon hearing his name, Chu Jiang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Park Guk-ki? Wait, doesn't he have an older brother named Park Guk-chong? Chu Jiang mused internally. The young gentleman across the table clearly recognized Qin Bin as well. Upon hearing Qin Bin, he arrogantly replied, "Ah, Mr. Qin, I'm indeed treating you as a guiding light today. What are you going to do about it?" Qin Bin, unable to tolerate such provocation. Having already lost 3 million chips from his previous losses, tossed all his remaining chips, 7 million, onto the banker. I bet 7 million. If you have guts, don't back down. On this table, the maximum bet limit was 1 million, making Qin Bin's wager of 7 million quite unreasonable. Yet, his intention was clear. He was ready to gamble against Park Guk-ki. Park Guk-ki, a direct descendant of the wealthy Park family, had always been arrogant and dismissive of others. Although he was aware that Qin Bin was a top-tier rich second-generation heir from China, his family wealth was not necessarily inferior to the Qin family's. Just 7 million? I bet you're just unlucky today, Mr. Qin. With that, Park Guk-ki tossed 7 million chips onto the player's side. An unexpected commotion ensued as people gathered around. Wow, they're playing for such high stakes. One is the illustrious Mr. Qin, and the other is a scion of a financial conglomerate. 7 million is nothing to them. The young gentleman was indeed quite brash, looking rather punchable. Don't act rashly. That's Park Guk-ki, the second son of the Park family from South Korea. What? Park Guk-ki? Although he was from South Korea, Park Guk-ki had a commendable grasp of Chinese and was aware of the implications of his name. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened. Chu Jiang, using his golden eyes, took a quick assessment and frowned. Sure enough, when the cards were revealed, Park Guk-ki's player hand turned out to be a 9. As he saw the 9, Park Guk-ki leapt up in triumph. Mr. Qin, my apologies. You've lost another 7 million. Although Qin Bin had yet to see his cards, hope was already fading. The moment he witnessed Park Guk-ki's 9, his face turned ashen. 7 million may not be a vast sum, but losing today would be a blow to his pride. Brother Qin, let me reveal your cards. Perhaps we might also have a 9. Chu Jiang chuckled, tossing down the cards on the table, 1 5 and 1 4, totaling exactly 9. Qin Bin, who had been in despair, suddenly regained hope and exclaimed, "What the heck? We've tied. Brother Chu, you're amazing." Though Chu Jiang was no expert at card games, he had just acquired a divine gambling skill and immediately utilized it. Earlier, he had assessed Qin Bin's cards, 1 5 and 1 6, totaling only 1. With Park Guk-ki holding a 9, Qin Bin was destined to lose. However, at the moment of revealing the cards, Chu Jiang activated his skill to swap the 6 for a 4, resulting in the tie. Did we tie? Park Guk-ki, who had been preparing to collect his chips, was momentarily stunned upon seeing that Qin Bin also had a 9. Haha, it seems luck has turned in our favor, Qin Bin exclaimed, exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. Brother Chu, since you revealed the cards, you should make the choice this time, Qin Bin said excitedly, looking at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, not one to hesitate, placed Qin Bin's 7 million chips along with his own 10 million chips on the player's side. Wang Song, observing from the side, silently followed suit, placing his own 10 million chips on the player's side as well. Seeing Chu Jiang and the others wager 27 million, Park Guk-ki felt a twinge of fear, furrowing his brow as he hesitated to go all in. Noticing Park Guk-ki's indecision, Chu Jiang chuckled, "So, Park Guk-ki, I've heard your family is the second wealthiest conglomerate. It seems your reputation doesn't quite match reality. You can't even afford 27 million. What are you pretending for in our country?" Chu Jiang's south taunt successfully provoked Park Guk-ki. "It's just 27 million. Fine. I'm in." With that, he threw all his chips onto the banker's side, mimicking Chu Jiang's earlier dramatic gesture as he slammed the cards down on the table, 1 6 and 1 2, with the banker showing an 8. Wow, an 8. That's significant, placing pressure on Mr. Qin and his companions. Who is that young man beside Mr. Qin? I've never seen him before. Chu Xiao. You don't know? That Koenigsegg 1 belongs to him. Incredible. Goodness, that was an impulsive move. They're likely to face a devastating loss now, the onlookers murmured. Witnessing Park Guk-ki reveal an 8, Chu Jiang remained remarkably unperturbed, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. As for me, I always win when it comes to gambling. I have never tasted defeat. Qin Fun, already on edge, felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him as Chu Jiang boldly proclaimed this in front of a crowd. Without touching the cards, Chu Jiang directed his gaze towards the young and attractive dealer before him, saying, "You deal. If you draw a 9, that's yours." As he spoke, he nonchalantly waved a 1 million chip in front of the dealer. The dealer, ignited by Chu Jiang's words, felt a rush of excitement that made her hands tremble. The first card revealed was a community card, prompting murmurs of anticipation from the spectators. Yet, in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. The second card was, astonishingly, a 9. Chu Jiang remained composed, while Qin Fan leapt up, eagerly gathering all the chips from the table towards himself. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Jiang tossed the 1 million chip onto the dealer's area, declaring, "Well done, this one is yours." In that instant, aside from Park Guk-ki and his entourage, everyone present perceived Chu Jiang as extraordinarily dashing. If not for Chu Jiang instructing the dealer to draw the cards, Park Guk-ki might have suspected him of cheating. Winning 2 consecutive rounds with a 9 truly showcased Chu Jiang's incredible luck. However, Park Guk-ki, exercising rationality, promptly rose and departed, having lost 27 million. Although he could afford the loss, reason dictated that he should not continue. Qin Fan, unable to resist, even missed the chance to mock him as Park Guk-ki scuttled away with his tail between his legs. The small fry runs away after losing so little. Qin Fan chuckled derisively while organizing his own chips. After winning 27 million, he felt elated and decided to quit while he was ahead. He transferred 6 million to both Chu Jiang and Wang Tsong, leaving himself with an impressive 11 million, of which 1 million was generously tipped to the dealer by Chu Jiang. The fact that this money was won from the small fry Park Guk-ki added to the exhilaration. "Brother Qin, why did you transfer me 6 million? Shouldn't it be 5 million? Chu Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the bank notification of 6 million and casually inquired. "It's the money won from the small fry, so it's delightful." Qin Fan replied with a grin. "Haha, Brother Qin, I'll gladly accept this." Chu Jiang was indifferent to the unexpected influx of 6 million. To him, it paled in comparison to mingling with a few wealthy heirs and casually collecting some rewards. However, since the money was won from that small fry Park Guk-ki, it was a different story, with Qin Fan opting out, and both Chu Jiang and Wang Tsong lacking any gambling addiction. The trio exited the casino and settled in the garden for their most extravagant afternoon tea set. As they sipped tea and engaged in light conversation, nightfall crept upon them. As darkness enveloped the heavens, the Tian Shui villa became more vibrant. Tonight's underground boxing match featured the underground champion of the Magic City, Chun Chun, squaring off against the underground champion from the small fry nation, Du Minte. "Brother Chu, this Chun Chun is formidable. He has achieved 18 consecutive victories. Should he win tonight, he will shatter the underground boxing record." As Chu Jiang and his companions entered the arena, they were greeted by a sea of spectators. Wang Tsong, aware that it was Chu Jiang's first exposure to such an event, began to elaborate on the situation. "He is indeed impressive," Chu Jiang acknowledged, recognizing the significance of 18 consecutive wins. However, Chun Chin's opponent, Du Minte from the small fry nation, was no pushover either, reputedly a mercenary. He had annihilated several small nations in Africa, radiating an aura of menace. Qin Fan furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "In tonight's underground match, there are no winners or losers. Only life and death." "What?" Chu Jiang was taken aback by Qin Fan's words. "Only life and death." "Indeed." Qin Fan nodded. "Do you know how much the prize money is for the winner?" 1 million? Chu Jiang ventured, having never engaged in underground boxing but possessing some knowledge of formal competitions. He hesitated to guess lower, yet it was clear he underestimated the stakes. "Brother Chu, guess higher." 10 million? Chu Jiang frowned, contemplating that 10 million seemed reasonable. 50 million. Qin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he revealed, "The prize is 50 million. Such an amount?" Chu Jiang gasped, recalling that he had seen the external betting amounts had already surpassed 3 billion. The fighters were evenly matched, with odds set at 1-1. Such high odds ensured neither would throw the match or concede defeat. For them to leave alive, there was but one way: to fight to the death in the ring. With this revelation, Chu Jiang grasped the grim reality. "Isn't that a bit too brutal? Survival of the fittest. That is the nature of this world," Wang Tsong explained. Moreover, they sign a death contract before the match. In competitions of this caliber, even if one dies in the ring, their family will be well taken care of for life. Wang Tsong's reasoning was sound, and Chu Jiang nodded, refraining from further comment. As 8 o'clock struck, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The crowd erupted in chants for Chun Chin's name, for they were in the Magic City, and many present were affluent individuals from within the country. Their support for Chun Shin stemmed not from loyalty, but rather from the substantial profits he had previously generated for them during his 18 consecutive victories. Indeed, Chen Shun was a formidable figure. Though not particularly tall, his muscular physique bore numerous scars, each a testament to his remarkable record. Seated in the front row of the VIP section, Chu Jiang called out words of encouragement as Chen Shin passed by. Chen Shin glanced back and flashed a grin. Chu Jiang noticed a transparent orb floating before him, evidently left by Chun Chin's passage. Ding! You have acquired the skill martial arts paragon. When the system's notification chimed, Chu Jiang was momentarily stunned before delighting in the unexpected reward. He had obtained yet another skill. The title martial arts paragon sounded exceptionally impressive. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted and learned the skill. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding martial arts flooded his mind, and he sensed a significant transformation in his physique. Originally robust, Chu Jiang felt as though his body had undergone a metamorphosis after absorbing the martial arts paragon skill. As Chun Chun ascended the ring, Du Minte from the small Fry nation followed suit. The majority of the audience were Chinese nationals, who would hardly cheer for a fighter from the small Fry nation. Nevertheless, Park Guk-ki was animated, casting a fierce glance towards Chu Jiang before shouting in Chinese, Du Minte, beat him hard, kill that Chinese pig. Park Guk-ki's arrogance seemed to overlook the fact that he was on Chinese soil, provoking discontent among many spectators. Yet, as the direct descendant of the second largest conglomerate in the small Fry nation, the Park family, he was not someone to be trifled with. Chu Jiang had never intended to provoke Park Guk-ki again. After all, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. At present, he was still in the process of strengthening his own position, and inciting the ire of the second largest conglomerate from the small Western 8 nations could indeed pose a significant dilemma for him. However, Park Guk-ki's earlier remarks had irked him greatly, prompting him to rise and stride towards her. Although Qin Bin and Wang Tsong shared his displeasure at Park Guk-ki's comments, their hesitations kept them from acting impulsively. Yet, Chu Jiang was unburdened by such reservations. Within the borders of Huagua, even deities and demons were bound by restrictions. Who was this little Western 8 to display such arrogance? If the disdain that Huagua people held towards the islanders enjoying their comfortable lives stemmed from historical grievances, then their aversion towards the Western 8 was deeply ingrained in their very bones. Chu, don't act rashly. Qin Bin called out as he noticed Chu Jiang approaching Park Guk-ki. He hurriedly followed suit, but his warning came too late. Chu Jiang confronted Park Guk-ki and, without preamble, delivered a swift punch directly to her face. The blow was executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, leaving the bodyguards stationed beside Park Guk-ki utterly unprepared. By the time they reacted, Park Guk-ki had already collapsed to the ground, several teeth knocked out by that single strike. Alarmed, her bodyguards rushed to encircle Chu Jiang. But in the blink of an eye, he dispatched them all effortlessly. This was Huagua, a land where the likes of the Western 8 could not run rampant. Chu Jiang seized Park Guk-ki by her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the ground twice. Should I ever hear you speak so disrespectfully again, it won't merely be a beating, he declared, then aimed a brutal kick at her abdomen, causing her to curl up in pain, howling in agony. The sudden eruption of Chu Jiang's wrath, as he mercilessly pummeled Park Guk-ki, took everyone by surprise. Yet, witnessing the downfall of the Western 8's Park Guk-ki ignited a wave of exhilaration among the Huagua spectators. Well done. That little Western 8 deserves it. This is exhilarating. It's like a blood rush. Pummeling the Western 8? Isn't that more thrilling than a grand spectacle? They cheered, reveling in the spectacle of Chu Jiang's defiance against the Western 8. This venue was, after all, an underground fighting arena, a place rife with blood and violence. While the formal matches had yet to commence, Chu Jiang had already taken it upon himself to teach Park Guk-ki a lesson. The beaten Park Guk-ki dared not retaliate. This was not her homeland, and any thoughts of vengeance against Chu Jiang would require considerable prowess. Her bodyguards, veterans from the Western 8's elite forces, had not anticipated that Chu Jiang would so easily incapacitate them. Enduring the pain, Park Guk-ki fled the scene, and the thunderous applause from the audience erupted at the sight of the Western 8's retreat. Qin Bin and Wang Tsong were utterly astonished by Chu Jiang's prowess. Wow, Brother Chu, I never imagined you were this formidable. Those bodyguards were reputedly elite soldiers from the Western 8, capable of taking on 10 at once. Yet they seemed utterly defenseless against you. They exclaimed, their disbelief palpable. That punch was absolutely electrifying. They marveled, taken aback by Chu Jiang's unexpected might. However, Chu Jiang's boastful declaration about easily defeating a few Western 8 did not sit well with Du Mintai, who was already displeased at having witnessed Chu Jiang's earlier assault. Angered by the perceived slight, Du Mintai, with his thick accent, challenged Chu Jiang. Hey, do you dare to come up here and fight me? Upon hearing the challenge, Chu Jiang paused, raising an eyebrow. Fight you? I fear I might inadvertently kill you. Du Mintai was undoubtedly strong, but merely strong, nothing more. Forget it, they are right. Huagua people are nothing but cowards who bully the weak. He spat, clearly attempting to provoke Chu Jiang further. Brother Chu, don't stoop to his level. P.S. Just a little Western 8, don't be impulsive. Wang Tsong cautioned, fully aware that Du Mintai was no mere bodyguard, but rather a genuine threat. Yet, before Wang Tsong could finish his warning, Chu Jiang leaped onto the stage. If the man sought his own demise, Chu Jiang felt no obligation to intervene. After all, he had long harbored a disdain for the Western 8. Chen Chun, bewildered, approached Chu Jiang. P.S. Quite formidable. You're not his match, let it go. I'll take him on, he suggested, standing firmly beside Chu Jiang, for they shared a common nationality. However, Chen Chun sensed the lethal aura emanating from Du Mintai. He had been meditating when Chu Jiang had dealt with Park Guk-hee's entourage and had not witnessed the display of Chu Jiang's power. But he felt confident that even if Chu Jiang was strong, he could not possibly contend with Du Mintai. Step down, Chu Jiang chuckled, eyeing Chen Chun. If he wishes for death, who am I to stop him? Stunned by Chu Jiang's resolve, Chen Chun thought to himself, why does this wealthy heir refuse to heed advice? Do they truly believe that a few rudimentary martial skills grant them invincibility? However, at this moment, Chen Chun felt it was best to refrain from further comment. He glanced at Chu Jiang before jumping off the stage, positioning himself nearby, prepared to intervene should Du Mintai resort to lethal force. Yet, the next moment left Chen Chun astounded. The towering Du Mintai found himself sent flying by a single punch from Chu Jiang. 8 extremes burst. Chen Chun instantly recognized the technique used in Chu Jiang's strike, and it was executed with remarkable mastery, surpassing his own skill. It was no wonder he had dared to ascend the stage. How could I have underestimated him? Chen Chun murmured, feeling the heat rise within him as he beheld Du Mintai, incapacitated by that single blow. His internal organs shattered. He-s at the master level? Having trained in traditional martial arts under his grandfather since childhood, particularly excelling in the 8 extremes fist, Chen Chun recalled the legends that a master could split mountains with a single punch, their power beyond imagination. He suddenly recalled a line from a film he had once seen. This punch embodies 20 years of skill. Who could withstand it? Clearly, Du Mintai could not. Chu Jiang himself was taken aback by the sheer force of the 8 extremes burst. His charged punch had not only sent Du Mintai soaring, but had also shattered his internal organs, rendering him unconscious. The onlookers had anticipated a grand battle. Yet the entire confrontation transpired in less than a second. They barely grasped what had transpired before them. In a flash, Du Mintai had been hurled far away, crashing heavily onto the stage. Subsequently, the once formidable figure of the Western 8 lay motionless on the ground. Wow, how powerful! Chen Chun gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. As for the others, they stood in utter disbelief. No way, is it over already? Wasn't it said that Du Mintai, a mercenary by trade, was exceptionally fierce? How could he possibly succumb to just one punch? Goodness, is he really that weak? I feel as if I could have done the same. Is this for real? What just transpired? I couldn't quite catch it. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chen Chun stood respectfully at the edge of the ring, bowing towards Chu Jiang, Senior. I did not expect the senior to be a master of national martial arts. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Chen Chun lowered his head, showing great deference to Chu Jiang. As the saying goes, a true master is worthy of respect. Although Chu Jiang appeared youthful, he was indeed a master, and addressing him as senior was no disgrace. Interestingly, Chu Jiang himself was taken aback by the sheer power of his own punch. This individual, senior need not worry. He assigned a death warrant. To perish at your hands would be his honor. Chen Chun gazed at Chu Jiang, filled with admiration. Your punch, senior, the Bajiquan, could shatter mountains and split stone. A mere mortal like him would never withstand such force. His internal organs would be obliterated, leaving him no chance of survival. Hearing Chen Chun's words, Chu Jiang couldn't help but furrow his brow. He truly hadn't anticipated that a single punch would lead to Du Mintai's demise. Even with his high mental fortitude, seeing Du Mintai lying motionless in the ring shocked him. As he leapt down from the platform, Chu Jiang attempted to calm his racing heart. Goodness, Brother Chu, you are astonishing. That was Du Mintai. He can't possibly be dead from just your punch, right? The king of mercenaries, reduced to this? Qin Bin and Wang Tsong clustered around Chu Jiang, each speaking in turn, their voices brimming with admiration. With Du Mintai incapacitated, the match could no longer proceed, leaving Chen Chun without an opponent. Thank you for your intervention, senior. Chen Chun reflected that had Chu Jiang not intervened to eliminate Du Mintai, he might have been the one to perish in the ring today. He had just felt how formidable Du Mintai truly was. If he had faced him, there was an 80% chance he would have been crushed. Yet, He could never have imagined that Chu Jiang, who seemed like a wealthy heir, was actually a master of extraordinary caliber. The thought of having claimed that Chu Jiang was no match for Du Mintai made Chen Shun want to slap himself. Not even Du Mintai, a mere thug, could compete against a master. In the wake of this unexpected turn of events, the audience was left dumbfounded. Where was the legendary king of mercenaries? The most fearsome figure from the small country? How could he not withstand a single punch? Goodness gracious, is this really it? I even bet on his victory. 3 million. Refund. 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 No one in the crowd cared for Du Mintai's fate. They all clamored for their money back. If Chen Shun had indeed killed Du Mintai, they might have accepted it. The crux of the matter was that it was Chu Jiang who struck the blow. As outrage spread, the organizers of the underground fight hastily issued a statement urging everyone to remain calm. The refunds would certainly be processed. They had no choice in the matter. As for seeking trouble with Chu Jiang, that was absurd. They weren't foolish. Du Mintai had provoked Chu Jiang, and to blame others for his demise was ludicrous. Moreover, to confront the newly emerging top young master of Magic City over a dead thug was sheer folly. And for those who wished to challenge someone capable of such lethal force, they needed to possess the strength to back it up. Brother Chu, I never realized you were hiding such depths. What was that punch earlier? Its power was astounding. Qin Bin exclaimed, exhilarated, as he had always relished excitement. He yearned to learn such a punch that could send a robust man flying. Bajiquan, Chu Jiang chuckled, clenching his fist before Qin Bin and launching a punch that produced a sonic boom. This punch, the culmination of 20 years of skill, could split mountains and shatter stones. Who could resist it? Chu Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating excitement. Upon leaving Tianshui Mountain Villa, Wang Tsong approached Chu Jiang, saying, Brother Chu, this has stirred up trouble. You've struck Park Wuji. The Park family 1T let this slide. Although aware of Chu Jiang's prowess, Wang Tsong cited the old adage, 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. If the Park family sought revenge, they would undoubtedly employ professional assassins, placing Chu Jiang in a precarious position, enemies lurking in the shadows while he remained exposed. Don't worry, Brother Tsong, I will be cautious. Chu Jiang was well aware of the consequences of his earlier actions against Park Wuji, yet if given the chance to do it all over again, he would certainly strike him once more without hesitation. Well, at least you're still in the country. They likely 1T act rashly. This was indeed true. Huahua had long been dubbed the graveyard of mercenaries. Regardless of their rank, any mercenary daring enough to brandish a weapon within its borders would find it a perilous endeavor. Chu Jiang wasn't particularly worried. After all, he was in Huahua, and as long as he remained within its boundaries, even the most formidable thugs from the small country could do little to him. Upon departing Tianshui Mountain Villa, Chu Jiang did not accompany Wang Tsong and the others. His emotions were in disarray. The brutal imagery of the underground fight replayed in his mind. He felt exhilarated, yet overwhelmingly suppressed. Primarily, he had just taken a life. Albeit that of a self-destructive thug, but nonetheless, it was a precious life. Chu Jiang felt an urgent need to unleash the pent-up emotions within him. As he drove past the 9th People's Hospital in Magic City, he suddenly thought of Li Zihui. A dazzling Lamborghini Veneno was parked outside the hospital. Chu Jiang lit a cigarette while seated in the car. After taking a deep drag, he promptly dialed Li Zihui's number. Where are you? Li Zihui had been at the hospital caring for her mother, appearing fatigued, yet her worry had dissipated, replaced by joy. The medical expenses were resolved, and a suitable kidney donor had been matched. They were just waiting for the surgery. However, she felt a flutter of anxiety because Chu Jiang had not contacted her since giving her 2 million. It was complicated for Li Zihui. On one hand, she longed for Chu Jiang to reach out, while on the other, she feared his call. A young, handsome, and wealthy heir, who could resist him, especially after that night? Li Zihui had surrendered both her heart and body to Chu Jiang. Yet, she understood that someone of his stature would hardly have genuine feelings for a Cinderella like her. Today, Li Zihui's cousin had also come from their hometown to visit her aunt. Their family was reminiscing happily in the hospital room when suddenly, Li Zihui's phone rang. The phone, charging on the bedside table, was picked up by her cousin, Zhou Baiting, who stood nearby. Hey, sis, your phone. It's labeled as Chu Xiao, she said. Hearing the name Chu Xiao, Li Zihui's expression instantly shifted to one of unease. Baiting, please keep an eye on things here. I'll step out to take this call. As she spoke, Li Zihui hastily walked out of the hospital room while holding her phone. Zhou Baiting observed her cousin's flustered demeanor and couldn't help but furrow her brows. Murmuring to herself, what is wrong with my cousin? How peculiar. Once outside the ward, Li Zihui quickly connected the call. Where are you? The steady yet melancholic voice of Chu Jiang resonated through the line. I'm at the hospital, Li Zihui replied, biting her lip softly. I'm at the hospital entrance. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you, Chu Jiang stated before abruptly hanging up. leaving no room for Li Zihui to decline his request. Of course, she dared not refuse him. With her hands clasped together, she lowered her head in contemplation before turning back to the ward. "Mom, a friend needs me for something. I'll step out for a bit," she informed her mother, then looked at Zhou biting and added, "Biting, please keep an eye on things here. In a few days, when I have some free time, I'll take you to Disneyland." After making her brief explanations, she wasted no time and hurriedly exited the room. Descending from the inpatient building, Li Zihui jogged to the hospital entrance. Checking the time, she realized 8 minutes had already passed. Catching her breath, she scanned the surroundings but didn't see Chu Jiang's Lamborghini. However, she did spot an even more flamboyant Lamborghini Veneno. Momentarily taken aback, she recalled that the last time Chu Jiang drove, it was a purple car, whereas this one was black. Chu Jiang, on his end, noticed Li Zihui and honked the horn. Instinctively, she approached him. He rolled down the window and commanded, "Get in." Li Zihui dared not oppose his wishes and timidly took her seat in the car. Chu Jiang didn't utter another word and immediately pressed the accelerator. Turning the car around, nearby stood a 5-star hotel, and he drove them there. Though still young, Li Zihui was a university student, and as an adult, she understood the implications of being brought to a hotel in the dead of night by a man. After exiting the car, Chu Jiang wrapped an arm around her waist and led her straight into the hotel. The last time at Yongfu Palace, he had been intoxicated and remembered nothing afterward. This time, however, he distinctly felt the thrill of intimacy. After their passionate encounter, the depression that had weighed on him finally found release. Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette, casting a glance at Li Zihui, who lay languidly on the bed, and a flicker of guilt stirred within him. "How is your mother's condition?" Chu Jiang had scarcely spoken with Li Zihui until now. Only after letting out his pent-up emotions did he return to a semblance of normalcy. To be honest, he was unsure of what had come over him. Li Zihui sensed something was amiss with Chu Jiang today, but did not resist, appearing quite obedient. Upon hearing his inquiry about her mother's illness, she struggled to turn over. "My mom is scheduled for surgery in a couple of days. We have found a suitable kidney donor." Her voice was somewhat hoarse yet alluring. "Is the money sufficient?" Chu Jiang inquired as he gazed at her. "Yes. The surgery will cost around 500,000, and the 2 million you gave me is more than enough." Li Zihui nodded, responding obediently. "All right. Once your mother's surgery is over, I'll come visit." Chu Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly remarked, "Did I hurt you earlier?" "It's fine," she replied, her cheeks flushing at his words. The last time, Chu Jiang had been drunk, and the room had been pitch black. This time, he was quite sober, and the lights were fully on. "This is for you." Chu Jiang stood up and retrieved a Patek Philippe lady's watch from his clothing, having extracted it directly from his system inventory. "With your fair complexion, it suits you perfectly." Without waiting for her response, he took her hand and fastened the watch onto her right wrist. Li Zihui, coming from an ordinary family, was unfamiliar with luxury brands. Yet she could discern the watch as considerable worth. "Chu Xiaoai." She instinctively wanted to refuse, but he pulled her close, whispering in her ear, "As my woman, you ought to learn to enjoy these luxuries." A shiver coursed through her body, and she felt warmth enveloping her. In an instant, Chu Jiang sensed the change in her, intoxicated by the faint, enticing fragrance emanating from her. After another bout of passion, it was already late into the night. The following morning, Li Zihui nestled on Chu Jiang's chest, sleeping soundly. As he shifted, he inadvertently awakened her. "I'll take you to the hospital shortly," he murmured, kissing her gently on the eyelids. She replied, biting her lip and nodding softly. Although she had informed her mother before leaving the previous night, she felt the need to return quickly to alleviate any concerns. "If you find the funds insufficient, just let me know. Once your mother is better, she should rest more in Shanghai. I have several properties at Tencent Group. You can move in there." Chu Jiang tenderly stroked her hair, speaking with warmth. "Chu Xiaoai. The houses are sitting idle with no one living in them. It would be a waste to leave them empty," he interjected, noticing her hesitation. "All right, just be obedient." Li Zihui's greatest virtue was her compliance, and with Chu Jiang's coaxing, she nodded, pursing her lips. After leaving the hotel, Chu Jiang drove Li Zihui to the hospital entrance. As she exited the car and caught a glimpse of his handsome profile, her heart fluttered. Seizing a moment while he was distracted, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. "Hurry back. Don't make your mother worry." Opening the car door, Li Zihui stepped out from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno, feeling the envious gazes of those around her. She didn't head directly to the inpatient building, but instead watched as Chu Jiang drove away. Once he was out of sight, a smile unconsciously graced her face. She had never imagined she would one day soar to such heights, even as Chu Jiang's woman. After all, she was merely a girl from an ordinary family, and she never thought she would stand by someone like him. Yet, she understood her role. Becoming Chu Jiang's woman, even if it remained a secret, was something she willingly embraced. Women, after all, naturally gravitate towards strength. Without a doubt, Chu Jiang is an extraordinary individual. At her age, most young women typically dream of a fairy tale romance. Li Zihui once shared such aspirations, yet she has come to understand what is truly right in the face of reality. Becoming Chu Jiang's partner guarantees a lifetime of luxury and comfort. After encountering a man of Chu Jiang's caliber, she realizes that few others in this world could captivate her interest. Standing at the hospital entrance, Li Zihui found herself lost in thought. Older cousin? The sudden call snapped her back to reality. Turning around, she was met with the sight of her younger cousin, Zhou Baiting. Their gazes locked, and an awkward silence ensued. Cousin, is that really you? Zhou Baiting's face was alight with curiosity. She had just witnessed Li Zihui stepping out of Chu Jiang's luxurious car while she was out buying breakfast. Initially, she thought she was imagining things, but it turned out to be her cousin indeed. Although Zhou Baiting was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she recognized that the vehicle was a high-end sports car, undoubtedly expensive. Her mind raced back to the previous night, when Li Zihui had received an urgent phone call and hastily left the hospital. Now, seeing her emerge from such an extravagant automobile, Zhou Baiting was practically brimming with gossip. Don't say anything foolish, Li Zihui urged, pulling Zhou Baiting closer. Rest assured, you know me well enough to understand that I can keep a secret. Zhou Baiting chuckled. Cousin, that gentleman must be your husband-to-be, right? Upon hearing Zhou Baiting's speculation, Li Zihui quickly retorted, don't be ridiculous. He is merely a friend. A friend, Zhou Baiting teased, observing Li Zihui's flushed cheeks. Cousin, don't try to deceive me. I know you too well. Your face is as red as if you were tipsy. He is truly just a friend, Li Zihui insisted softly. Baiting, you must promise me not to breathe a word of this. Pretend you saw nothing just now. Li Zihui was acutely aware that any complications arising from her situation could potentially impact Chu Jiang, so she remained cautious. Unless Chu Jiang himself chose to publicly declare their relationship, she would never divulge anything about it to anyone. Oh, very well, but dear sister, your friend must be quite wealthy, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Baiting inquired, playfully linking her arm with Li Zihui's. Why don't you introduce him to me as a potential boyfriend? Li Zihui shot her a disapproving glance. What are you talking about? You're not even of age yet. It's almost time. I'll be an adult in just 2 months. Zhou Baiting's vivacious personality contrasted with Li Zihui's more reserved demeanor, and their close-knit relationship, having grown up together, allowed for such playful banter. However, Zhou Baiting sensed that something was amiss with Li Zihui. Yet, upon witnessing her cousin's earnestness, she understood the need for discretion. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang drove directly back to the Tangong villa. Upon his arrival, the maids and servants, clad in their uniforms, promptly attended to him, offering tea and water as the most fundamental of services. Shun Xingwei, aware of Chu Jiang's return, quickly approached him, exclaiming, Young master, you're back. Chu Jiang replied, settling into the sofa and taking a sip of tea, nodding in acknowledgement. I met with a classmate yesterday. Everything is fine on her end. All the properties in the school district have been listed for rent. All right, I entrust this matter to you. I have complete faith in your abilities. Chu Jiang said with a smile, appreciating Shun Xingwei's competence. By the way, I have also registered the Chu Min Entertainment Media Company, and our contract with Mu Yunqi has been finalized. Shun Xingwei briefly reported her work progress, and Chu Jiang stretched his limbs, contemplating the acquisition of several promising artists. Also, keep an eye on major IPs in the market. We must secure any promising ones. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and added, money is not an issue. With Chu Jiang's assurance, Shun Xingwei felt emboldened to pursue her tasks vigorously, knowing that with sufficient funds, they could easily secure a top position in the entertainment industry. For lunch, let us prepare some spicy dishes, perhaps Sichuan and Hunan cuisine, Chu Jiang suggested, reclining comfortably while scrolling through Douyin with a chuckle. Certainly, young master. I'll take care of it. Shun Xingwei nodded and set off to handle her duties. Left to his own devices, Chu Jiang grew bored. After playing a few rounds of games, winning some and losing others, he found little enjoyment in it. Seeking distraction, he turned to reading novels on the sofa. Since binding to the system, he hadn't indulged in literature much. Have I stumbled upon a new novel about a wealthy protagonist? Chu Jiang mused. Having previously downloaded an app called Tomato Reading, which hosted many of his preferred stories. Given his penchant for urban wealth-themed tales, the system had tailored recommendations accordingly. To his surprise, he discovered a novel featuring a pickup system. Stunned, he hadn't anticipated that someone would actually write a story about a protagonist bound to such a system, rising to become a wealthy individual. The prose was commendable, and the plot was rich and engaging, a truly remarkable tale. Without hesitation, he felt compelled to reward the author, particularly for the intriguing concept of the protagonist's pickup system. Previously, while enjoying novels, he would occasionally tip his favorite authors. Although he had once attempted to write himself, he understood the challenges. With fierce competition, many writers merely pursued their passion without expectation of success. Achieving fame through a single work was a lofty aspiration, often resulting in only a handful of readers after countless hours of effort. After toiling to produce 10,000 words in a day, he would find the meager compensation hardly enough to purchase a meat bun. To motivate authors to continue their craft, Chu Jiang had made it a habit to send small gifts, occasionally tipping 10 or 8 yuan. Now that he had wealth, however, he no longer fretted over such amounts. He eagerly caught up to the latest chapter of the novel, feeling a tinge of longing for more. This story is quite compelling. Chu Jiang felt a connection with the narrative, especially when he noticed the author pleading for tips at the end of the chapter, promising an additional update for every 100 yuan gifted, with no cap on the bonuses. Clearly, the author had a wealth of material at their disposal. Chu Jiang appreciated such audacity and promptly loaded his Tomato app account with 100,000 yuan. He was baffled to discover that the most expensive gift option was only 99 yuan. At this rate, his generous sum would take ages to distribute. Nevertheless, he proceeded to grant 100 God-level certifications to the esteemed novel. The total cost for 100 certifications was a mere 9,900 yuan, far less than he had anticipated. After completing his generous gifting, Chu Jiang left a comment at the end of the chapter. 100 God-level certifications sent your way. Author, please update swiftly. In truth, he had no expectations that the author would genuinely add 100 chapters, considering that even at 2,000 words per chapter, it would amount to 200,000 words. Even if the author has a backlog of manuscripts, it is highly improbable that he could have amassed as many as 100 chapters. Within a certain apartment building in Wuxi, China, a disheveled and emaciated man stared blankly at his author dashboard. He is the creator of a newly released novel in the wealthy genre, and in pursuit of this work, he had not stepped outside for an entire month. To put it succinctly, he had always been an unsuccessful writer, earning a meager 2,000 yuan at most in monthly royalties. Yet, undeterred, he resolved to create another piece out of passion, declaring that if this too failed, he would resort to scavenging. Over the course of the month, he managed to compile nearly 200 chapters, totaling over 400,000 words. Today marked his debut, and the results appeared promising. As he surveyed the data on his dashboard, he let out a long, relieved sigh. Just as he was about to shut down his computer for a well-deserved rest, he refreshed the back-end data, only to be rendered speechless. Just moments ago, a fan named Chu Min Deshao had generously bestowed upon him multiple Great God certifications. Each certification was worth 99 yuan, and after meticulously counting, he discovered a staggering 100 such certifications. Having been writing on the platform for nearly a year, this was his first encounter with such a bounty, and to receive 100 at once was simply astonishing. Goodness, had he stumbled upon a wealthy fan? His heart raced, nearly overwhelming him with excitement. 100 certifications amounted to 9,900 yuan, almost 10,000. Quickly, he captured a screenshot of his backend and hurriedly shared it in the author group to boast. The moment he posted the screenshot, the author group erupted into a frenzy. Incredible! Which book is this? How could it be so remarkable? 100 certifications? What is happening? I'm dizzy. How many certifications are there? This is envy-inducing. How could there be such affluent fans on this platform? He refrained from further conversation in the group and instead set about increasing his output. With 100 certifications, he decided to add 100 new chapters, although these had already been uploaded to the draft box of his writing assistant. The sheer act of publishing them took him over an hour. In conclusion, he also expressed his gratitude for Chu Jiang's generosity in a single chapter. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang had just finished a sumptuous lunch, a delightful combination of Sichuan and Hunan cuisines prepared by master chefs, far superior to anything he had tasted outside. After a satisfying meal, he intended to take a nap, but as soon as he lay down, he received a notification that the novel had been updated. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 50 chapters, 100 chapters. A full 100 chapters. Momentarily taken aback, Chu Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, there was such a backlog. Impressive. Without even glancing at the subsequent content, he promptly rewarded the author with another 100 Great God certifications. Amazing, amazing. Here's another 100 as a reward for your efforts. Keep it up. I believe in you. Little did Chu Jiang know that his casual encouragement would spark the emergence of a fervent updating machine, though that was a tale for another time. After a brief reading session, he succumbed to sleep. When Chu Jiang awoke, night had already fallen. With nothing much to do, he figured it was better to indulge in a bit more rest. Upon rising, he made his way to the living room, savored a cup of tea, lit a cigarette, and resumed reading the novel. It must be said, this wealthy-themed story was undoubtedly the finest he had encountered recently. The prose was exquisite, the pacing taut, and it was an absolute delight to read. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang sent out another 100 Great God certifications. It was such an enjoyable experience, so he continued to support the author. For Chu Jiang, rewarding 300 Great God certifications amounted to merely 30,000 yuan. However, for the disheveled, emaciated author within the apartment, that sum represented a veritable fortune. I will surely work diligently. I cannot afford to disappoint your generous support. Energized, he opened his computer and began typing furiously. He still had 100 chapters in reserve, but chose not to increase his output further. After all, uploading 200 chapters and 400,000 words at once could adversely affect the future performance of this book. Nevertheless, he resolved that from this day forth, he would update at least 10 chapters daily, striving to produce a minimum of 20,000 words. Now that he was a full-time writer, 20,000 words equated to merely 10 hours of work, easily achievable if he remained focused. By the time he completed reading the additional 100 chapters, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Having napped too long in the afternoon, he felt invigorated and wide awake. Should he take a stroll? Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was nearly 10 o'clock. Perhaps it was best to stay in and relax. Over the past few days, Chu Jiang's nightlife had been quite vibrant. Tonight, with no pressing engagements, he planned to enjoy a quiet evening at home. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwei was busily attending to various tasks, fulfilling her role as Chu Jiang's personal assistant, responsible for managing his daily needs while also carrying out numerous assignments he had given her in recent days. Nevertheless, those who are capable tend to take on more work, and Shen Xingwei had never once complained. Watching her flit about, Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile. He had indeed found a remarkably competent aide. To be honest, the moment he had picked Shen Xingwei up outside the bar now brought him great amusement. With no particular plans for the evening, Chu Jiang lay in bed, scrolling through Douyin. A night devoid of dreams passed, and early the next morning, Chu Jiang awoke, feeling refreshed. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health. Stretching his limbs, he greeted the day with renewed vigor. Today was the weekend, and he decided to send a WeChat message to his younger sister. Chu Yu, are you attending class today? Do you have time tonight? In recent days, Chu Jiang had not been in touch with Chu Yu. She had been occupied with her studies, and he had been quite busy himself. With rare free time today, he thought to take her out for a bit of relaxation. Coincidentally, there was a concert by Su Song tonight, and he remembered that his sister was a devoted fan of his, making it a perfect opportunity to attend the concert together. Su Song, once comparable to the superstar Zhou Luanjia, had a youthful fan base, and his concerts were notoriously difficult to secure tickets for. For the average person, acquiring a ticket was indeed a challenge. Yet, for the affluent, it was merely a trivial matter. He had already discussed this with Wang Tsong yesterday, and Wang Tsong had simply indicated that he would take care of it. At this hour, Chu Yu was in the school library, engrossed in her studies. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also exceptionally diligent in her academic pursuits. From a young age, she understood that for ordinary individuals to rise above their circumstances, diligent study was the most effective pathway. Though her brother had recently become wealthy, Chu Yu had not lost her sense of purpose. She remained committed to her studies. Of course, her life had undoubtedly improved significantly in recent days. Chu Jiang had transferred 1 million yuan to her, ensuring that her living expenses were more than sufficient. However, given Chu Yu's character, even with newfound wealth, she would not squander her money. That said, recent days had indeed presented her with some tempting opportunities to spend. At Su Song's concert, as an ardent admirer, she yearned to witness the performance live. However, securing tickets through Demai proved futile, and the prices set by scalpers were exorbitantly steep. Even the seats located far from the stage were being sold for 2,000 yuan each by these vendors. The cost was prohibitive. Despite her strong desire to attend the concert, she was reluctant to part with such a sum. Upon receiving a message from her elder brother, Chu Yu hastily replied, "It's Saturday, no work today. I have time this evening. Brother, what is up? You've been studying so hard. I thought I'd take you out to unwind. By the way, since you adore Su Song's music, he is performing at the Olympic Sports Center tonight. Shall I take you to see him live?" Upon reading Chu Jiang's message, Chu Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. "Did you manage to get tickets for Su Song's concert?" "Not exactly, but I'm resourceful. Just tell me, do you want to see the concert live?" Chu Jiang sent a voice message, and after listening, Chu Yu quickly responded, "Of course I want to. Do you really have a way?" "Indeed. Also, I promised to treat your 3 roommates to dinner, but I've been busy lately. Tonight, let us bring them along. After the concert, I'll treat you all to a sumptuous meal." Chu Yu maintained an excellent rapport with her roommates, who had looked after her well. This was a perfect opportunity for Chu Jiang to express his gratitude. "All right, I'll let them know." Hearing her brother's words, Chu Yu promptly sent a message in their dormitory group chat. "Are you all free tonight? My brother is taking us to see Su Song's concert and treating us to dinner." As soon as Chu Yu sent the message, her 3 roommates replied in astonishment. "Wow, wow, wow. Each one expressed their shock in unison. Needless to say, it's Su Song's concert. I couldn't snag a ticket when I tried before. Yeah. What is going on? Did your brother really get that many tickets for Su Song's concert? I had plans to go shopping with my boyfriend tonight. But since it's on your brother's dime, I simply must go. Haha, my boyfriend will have to be disappointed. Chu Yu's roommates were immediately exhilarated. As devoted fans of Su Song, how could they possibly refuse the chance to attend the concert? Receiving their enthusiastic replies, Chu Yu quickly informed Chu Jiang, brother, all my roommates are free. Do you truly have that many tickets? After all, tickets for Su Song's concert were notoriously difficult to procure. Even if her brother had money, it seemed improbable that he could acquire so many tickets. Unbeknownst to her, if she were aware of Chu Jiang's close friendship with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, her doubts would have dissipated. Tickets are not a concern. I'll pick you all up around 5 this afternoon. Great. Chu Yu was thrilled, having adored Su Song's music since childhood, and had always dreamed of attending his concert. Yet, the harsh reality was that she had never managed to secure a ticket. Scalper prices were out of the question. The cheapest resold ticket cost over 2,000 yuan, while her entire annual living expenses amounted to only 5,000. Such an expense was beyond her means. This morning, she had contemplated splurging on a scalper ticket, but ultimately, reason triumphed over desire, and she resolved to spend the day studying at the library. However, now that Chu Jiang had informed her of the concert, her excitement was palpable. Even a top student could find it challenging to concentrate at times. The thought of seeing Su Song live filled Chu Yu with joy, rendering her studies entirely forgotten. Wang Tsong, true to Chu Jiang's request, managed to procure 10 VIP tickets for the inner arena. It is worth noting that even on the official website, these tickets were priced at 8,800 yuan each. On the scalper market, they soared to 30,000 yuan per ticket, often with prices exceeding availability. Thanks, Tsong. Chu Jiang grinned as he received the concert tickets from Wang Kong. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it. Come on, brother. We don't discuss money among friends. Wang Tsong replied earnestly. Besides, I didn't pay for these tickets. Asking you for money would be disingenuous. Chu Jiang was taken aback by Wang Tsong's statement about not paying for the tickets. Su Song is with Daihai Music Company, and I'm good friends with their heir, Bai Fong. Asking him for a few tickets is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang understood the advantages of having a vast network of connections. That's the beauty of having influential friends. He mused internally. All right, Song. Let us arrange a meal with your friend. I'll treat everyone. Sounds great. When he heard it was you asking, he went from offering me 5 tickets to 10. Wang Tsong chuckled. That guy is currently in Shanghai. How about we all go out for dinner after the concert tonight? Tonight? But I promised to treat my sister and her roommates. That is no problem. Bring them all along. It's perfect. We can invite Su Song as well. Is that appropriate? Why not? It's settled then. I'll inform Bai Fong. All right. Chu Jiang smiled at Wang Tsong's eagerness. If Yaya knew that they could dine with Su Song after the concert, she would likely be even more elated. Although Chu Jiang wasn't a fan himself, he understood the thrill of dining with one's favorite artist. Hey, Yaya, there has been a change of plans. Chu Jiang texted her upon returning to the villa. What? Brother, don't scare me. What is going on? Chu Yu's immediate reaction to his words was concern, fearing her brother had failed to secure concert tickets. No, it's not about the tickets. I mentioned treating you all to dinner, but I've made a few new friends recently. Would you mind if I brought them along tonight? Upon hearing it wasn't about the tickets, Chu Yu sighed in relief. As for dinner, any time would suffice. If you all don't mind, then it's no problem. Of course not. We'll just focus on enjoying the meal. During the day, Chu Jiang had little to do at home, sipping tea, smoking, and catching up on novels. Interestingly, the author of the novel he had supported the previous day had released an astonishing 20 new chapters. After finishing the recent updates, Chu Jiang exclaimed his satisfaction. The novel was a classic tale of extravagant wealth, a mindless yet exhilarating read. Moreover, the author's writing style was commendable, with a tight rhythm that left readers yearning for more. Chu Jiang, thoroughly enjoying the moment, casually bestowed 100 accolades upon the esteemed authors. Relishing the experience, he generously offered 100 accolades, urging them to continue their commendable efforts. For him, a mere 100 accolades amounted to only 10,000 yuan, a trifling sum indeed. Meanwhile, in an apartment building in Wushi, the author of this very book took the rare opportunity to spruce himself up. The previous day's royalties had just been released, and the rewards from his readers, after the platform's cut, totaled an impressive 21,000. The reading revenue also contributed an additional 1,800. Remarkably, his earnings for that single day surpassed 20,000. While such an income might be trivial for a prominent author, he was still a struggling writer. Elated, he captured a screenshot of his earnings and shared it on his social media. In an instant, his friend's circle erupted with excitement. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Jiang arrived at the gates of Magic City University in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The comfort of a Rolls-Royce is undoubtedly unparalleled. Fortunately, Shen Xingwei had anticipated this and arranged for 3 seasoned drivers to accompany him, which proved quite beneficial. As the Phantom came to a halt outside the university, it immediately drew the attention of numerous passers-by. "Goodness, a Rolls-Royce!" exclaimed onlookers. There are truly many wealthy individuals in Magic City. Just a few days ago, it was a Lamborghini, and now it's a Rolls-Royce. When will I also become affluent? Their envy was palpable, as whispers filled the air about the apparent decline of societal values, particularly regarding the wealthy suitors arriving to collect the university's female students. Meanwhile, Chu Yu and her 3 roommates emerged from the campus. It was undeniable that the moment Chu Yu appeared, the gazes of many boys gravitated towards her. Firstly, her beauty spoke volumes. She was indeed a pure goddess. Secondly, following a certain incident, everyone at Magic City University was well aware that Chu Yu had an older brother who drove a Lamborghini. Initially perceived as a common campus beauty, she was now undoubtedly a privileged young lady. Among the male dormitories, the most discussed topic was how to win the favor of the goddess, Chu Yu. In the past, securing her affection merely meant winning her heart. Now, it seemed one must also be prepared to toil for 30 years. As the 4 girls stepped out of the university, Su Jing linked her arm with Chu Yu's. "You, why don't you call your brother to see if he has arrived?" Just as Chu Yu was about to dial Chu Jiang's number, she spotted him stepping out of the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "You, over here," she called out, her voice carrying over the distance of more than 10 meters. Originally, both Chu Yu and the Rolls-Royce were focal points, but now, the 2 spectacles merged into one. "You, is that a Rolls-Royce your brother is driving? I recognize the little golden figure on its hood," exclaimed one of her friends. "Wow, your brother must be incredibly wealthy." Another chimed in. "And you claim you're not a rich second generation? I find it hard to believe, given that he drives both a Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce. I'm so envious of you. Your brother is simply remarkable." Naturally, Chu Yu's roommates were envious of her, for having such an impressive brother who dotes on her was truly a blessing. "I'm really not a rich second generation." Chu Yu sighed, rolling her eyes at her friends. Yet, deep down, she was quite perplexed about her brother's current situation, as she was unaware of the specifics. All she knew was that he had won 300 million in the lottery. However, considering that amount, purchasing 2 or 3 luxury cars seemed inconsequential. At that moment, the driver promptly exited the vehicle, opened the back door, and stood respectfully beside it. Once the 4 girls settled in, he closed the door and drove away from Magic City University. "Brother, what is the deal with this car?" Chu Yu, slightly bewildered, lowered her head to send a message. "I bought it." Chu Jiang chuckled upon seeing his sister's discreet inquiry. "Just don't spend recklessly," she replied, frowning as she sent another message. Uncertain of her brother's true circumstances, she felt compelled to remind him of their limited fortune and the need for frugality. "All right, I'll heed your advice." Chu Jiang replied with a grin, then quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, we scored VIP tickets for tonight's event." He held up 5 tickets, having received 10 from Wang Tsong, and decided to gift 5 to Shen Xingwei, keeping the rest for himself. "Wow, brother, are those VIP tickets for the inner circle?" Su Jing asked, excitement evident in her voice. "Indeed, they are," Chu Jiang assured them. "They're fantastic. The inner circle VIP tickets are nearly 10,000 on the official site, and scalpers are asking at least 35,000 each." Chu Yu took the tickets from her brother. Astonished, "How did you manage to acquire so many VIP tickets?" She wondered, incredulous. Just a month prior, the tickets had vanished within seconds on the official ticketing site. "Well, I've made a few new friends recently, and they invited me out for dinner tonight, so they gifted me the tickets," Chu Jiang replied nonchalantly. While he spoke casually, both Chu Yu and her roommates were left speechless. The tickets were, after all, inner circle VIP passes. Given that this was Su Song's concert, if sold, each ticket could fetch 3,000 yuan easily. "Your friend sounds incredibly wealthy. Those 5 tickets must be worth at least 15,000. Chu Yu remarked in awe. The young heir of Daihai Music Company. How could he not be affluent? Chu Jiang mused silently, choosing not to mention his dinner plans with Su Song, wanting to keep the surprise intact. The concert was set to commence at 8 o'clock, but even at 6, the area around the Magic City Sports Center was already gridlocked. Su Song was one of the few musicians in Huaguo dedicated to his craft. Though he maintained a low profile, many mistakenly believed he was a has-been. Yet, whenever he held a concert, tickets vanished almost instantaneously. Today, the crowd was predominantly young, many of whom had not secured tickets but had been waiting for hours just to catch a glimpse of him. As they arrived by car, the traffic only worsened. Thankfully, they had come early. Otherwise, it was uncertain how long they would have been stuck. Observing the hundreds of cars ahead, Chu Jiang couldn't help but express his admiration. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is truly a stunning vehicle. Do not be envious. Is it truly impressive to drive a luxury car? Do you not find yourself stuck in traffic just like us? Beside Chu Jiang, there was a Jetta, and upon hearing his partner's words of admiration, the man behind the wheel could not help but retort. However, the very next moment, as they arrived at the parking lot of the Olympic Sports Center, Chu Jiang and his companions were guided by the staff directly into the VIP lane. Ah, the privileges of wealth. Sigh. Although the man in the Jetta muttered such words, he felt a twinge of envy within, thinking to himself, damn, the affluent truly have it easy. On Chu Jiang's side, he too relished the joys of being among the wealthy. Aside from a brief wait at the outer perimeter of the Olympic Sports Center, once inside, staff members were there to facilitate their smooth passage. The VIP lane was indeed a blessing, ensuring an uninterrupted flow. Not only was their drive seamless, but even entering the venue was effortless. With staff leading the way, this joy is one that only the affluent can truly experience. Wow, this is simply delightful. The continuous guidance from the staff throughout the event is a privilege beyond compare. Yeah, if your brother invites you out next time, you must not abandon us. The four girls from Chu Yu's dormitory walked together, their faces alight with excitement. They were, after all, ordinary university students. Without Chu Jiang's presence, they would never have encountered such meticulous service. Chu Jiang himself was fairly accustomed to high-end social settings lately, whether it be the Yongfu Palace or the Tianshui Villa, where the service truly made one feel that the pleasures of the wealthy are not within the reach of the average person. There were only 200 VIP seats within the inner sanctum, and Chu Jiang's group was seated in the innermost section, less than 3 meters from the stage. Such proximity assured an unparalleled experience at the concert. To witness the performance from this vantage point is simply magnificent. It is so close, surely. They will have a clear view. It was still not yet 7 o'clock, and the concert venue was already packed to capacity. Of course, our beloved squirrel's popularity has always been soaring. The four girls from Chu Yu's dormitory sat together, eagerly capturing the scene with their phones. Su Jing even promptly posted on Weibo, Su Song's national tour concert in Magic City, enjoying the privilege of attending with my roommate and her brother. Su Jing uploaded 9 photos from the concert venue, accompanied by her caption, and shared it on Weibo. After all, it was the day of Su Song's concert. Even posts from casual onlookers would garner significant attention. In no time, Su Jing's post went viral. From the photos posted by the blogger, it was evident that they had VIP tickets, right? I am envious. Why do I not have such wealthy roommates? I have been pestering my roommate for 3 days and nights, yet he still denies being a rich second generation. Wow, I am so envious. This position is simply delightful. Judging by the ticket price alone, it must be worth at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. Do not argue with me, for I am indeed a scalper. Chapter 22. Yeah, your brother actually knows young Master Kong. The position from which Chu Jiang and his companions viewed the concert was indeed quite costly. Typically, such seats are not even made available for sale, as they are reserved for company executives to gift to others. Without Chu Jiang, Su Jing and her friends would likely never have had the opportunity to experience a concert from such a prime inner VIP position. After all, even if they were to become wealthy in the future, it is not guaranteed that they could simply purchase such seats. At 8 o'clock, the concert commenced promptly, and the atmosphere ignited with fervor. As one of the most low-key singers in the country, yet possessing a legion of fervent fans, it must be said that Su Song is a remarkably successful artist. Chu Jiang, being a young man himself, often listened to Su Song's music during his school days. It must be noted that the experience of attending a concert now feels markedly different. Even Chu Yu, who is usually quite reserved, appeared unusually exhilarated. Witnessing his younger sister so relaxed at the concert brought joy to Chu Jiang's heart. Having come from modest beginnings, his sister had always been more mature and composed than the average girl. While this was not necessarily a negative trait, it did result in her seeming somewhat less spirited compared to her peers. Now, seeing his sister at the concert, shouting and cheering for her favorite artist like any normal person, filled Chu Jiang with genuine happiness. Of course, there would be even greater joy to come. A surprise, naturally, should be revealed at the most opportune moment to truly be a surprise. Su Song's concert was a grand affair, with the venue accommodating 50,000 seats, all filled to capacity. To put it plainly, there are very few in the Chinese music scene who possess such clout. Moreover, outside the venue, there were at least several thousand fans who had been unable to purchase tickets. Originally, the concert was planned for 150 minutes, 2.5 hours. But due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the fans and Su Song's indulgence of his audience, he extended the performance by an additional half hour after the final song. The fans were fervently exclaiming that they had indeed received value for their ticket price. The concert began at 8 and did not conclude until 11 o'clock. As the crowd began to disperse, Chu Yu and her friends suddenly remembered the 11 o'clock curfew at their dormitory. Oh no, brother, we are in trouble. Chu Yu frowned, looking at Chu Jiang. What is it? Brother, our dormitory has an 11 o'clock curfew. It is already past 11, and now we cannot return. Chu Yu pouted, explaining. But we still need to go out for dinner. How about this? You all can stay at my place tonight, and I will take you back to school tomorrow. Chu Jiang said, thinking it was not a big deal. Is it appropriate for us to stay at your home, Chuge? Su Jing inquired, biting her lip. It's no problem. My house has plenty of rooms to accommodate everyone. Chu Jiang replied nonchalantly, for he had 12 guest rooms in his villa. They could easily have a room each, or even share if they preferred. Do not worry about it. The 5 of them exited the venue. And as they passed by the restroom, Chu Jiang slipped inside for a quick smoke. His craving for nicotine was quite pronounced. 3 hours of the concert had left him restless. Upon exiting the restroom, Chu Jiang scanned the surroundings and noticed Chu Yu and her friends waiting for him. He made his way over to them, but instinctively glanced behind Chu Yu. It was a fleeting glance, yet it revealed something unsettling. Less than 5 meters away stood a man wearing a baseball cap, covertly observing Chu Yu with a DSLR camera in hand. Chu Jiang furrowed his brow and approached the man, maintaining an air of composure. The man, entirely absorbed in watching Chu Yu, failed to notice Chu Jiang's advance. As Chu Jiang reached him, he swiftly seized the man's collar. The man, startled by Chu Jiang's sudden action, reacted defensively, exclaiming, "Who are you? Let go of me." The man, startled, unexpectedly raised his voice and shouted angrily at Chu Jiang. Under normal circumstances, one might indeed be intimidated by such a display. But Chu Jiang was a force to be reckoned with, capable of defeating the heavyweight champion Du Minte with a single punch. Volume alone did not equate to reason. In a low, commanding tone, Chu Jiang admonished the man, "Who are you? What is your intention in secretly photographing my sister?" Chu Jiang was not unreasonable. However, the mere act of stalking Chu Yu was something he could not overlook, regardless of the man's motives. With one hand grasping the man's collar and the other snatching the DSLR camera from his grip, Chu Jiang demonstrated his authority. The man, witnessing his camera being forcibly taken, writhed in an attempt to free himself from Chu Jiang's hold. Despite his robust physique, he was unable to escape Chu Jiang's grip, no matter how much he struggled. As he realized his predicament, he began to yell, "Help! Someone's robbing me!" Chu Jiang was taken aback by the man's audacity. Yet he knew how to handle such a rogue. With a swift punch to the man's abdomen, the shouts ceased immediately, and the man became compliant. All vigor drained from him. Chu Jiang released his hold, and the man crumpled to the ground, curling up in agony and howling in pain. "Be quiet. Do you want me to give you another beating?" Chu Jiang coldly remarked, and upon hearing this, the man promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, the unexpected commotion drew Chu Yu and her companions, who cautiously positioned themselves behind Chu Jiang. The man's earlier outcry had also attracted a crowd of onlookers, who, unaware of the truth, began to chastise Chu Jiang. "Why are you hitting him? What kind of person are you? Can't you discuss this civilly?" One bystander exclaimed. "Don't be afraid, brother. There are cameras everywhere. I'm recording everything." Another chimed in. "Brother, can't we just talk this out? We live in a society governed by law. If you strike him, you'll bear legal responsibility." Indifferent to the bystanders, Chu Jiang focused on examining the man's camera. Indeed, it contained numerous photographs of Chu Yu, over 30 images taken from various locations and angles. With a stern expression, Chu Jiang confronted the man. "How do you explain this? What do you mean by stalking my sister?" His voice carried, and the spectators, now privy to the situation, fell silent. So the victim was a stalker. That changed everything. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know she was your sister." The man in the cap stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Are you suggesting that if she weren't my sister, you would have the right to stalk and photograph any young woman?" Chu Jiang found the man's reasoning almost comical. No, that is not what I meant." The man, now genuinely frightened by Chu Jiang's clenched fist, stuttered. "What I meant was, I'm actually a talent scout. When I saw your sister, I was astounded by her beauty. I happened to be selecting ordinary actors for a film production." As he spoke, he hurriedly produced his business card, which bore his name, Lu Minghui, and the insignia of his company, Ziyuan Entertainment Media. Ziyuan Entertainment is one of the 3 major entertainment companies in the industry, boasting far superior resources than Jige Entertainment. In recent years, Ziyuan has rapidly cultivated a number of new talents, with a third of the hottest stars in the entertainment world being products of their training. This success can be attributed to both their formidable strength and their clear commitment to nurturing talent, complemented by a substantial number of scouts on their payroll. "Are you truly a talent scout?" Upon realizing that the man harbored no ill intentions towards his sister, Chu Jiang softened his tone. "I am indeed a talent scout. If you have any doubts, you can call our company to verify." Lu Minghui chuckled ruefully. "I should have approached with my intentions clarified from the outset." He quickly handed another card to Chu Yu. "Madam, I believe your aura perfectly aligns with the role of the second female lead in our upcoming project. By the way, it's directed by Zhang Mao. If you're interested, given your potential, I believe it won't be long before you achieve stardom. Lu Minghui was not only a talent scout, but also possessed a keen eye for talent. Several actresses he discovered had indeed risen to prominence. Chu Yu was the most promising newcomer he had encountered, and he was confident that, should she choose to pursue this path, she would undoubtedly flourish in the industry. However, Chu Yu declined the business card, furrowing her brow as she firmly rejected his offer. No, thank you. Her swift refusal left Lu Minghui astonished, as he had rarely encountered a female candidate who could so decisively turn down the allure of becoming a national sensation. Realizing that Chu Yu might be too young to comprehend the implications of stardom, he quickly added, "We are Ziyuan Entertainment, one of the top 3 companies in the country. If you become a leading actress, your future will be incredibly bright. Just think, a new drama salary starts at no less than 10 million. Lu Minghui felt a wave of relief wash over him, believing that upon hearing the figure, Chu Yu would reconsider. Yet, he was mistaken. Chu Yu showed no signs of being swayed by his words. I've said it before, I don't want to act, nor do I aspire to be a star. Chu Yu asserted. Her disposition was indeed ill-suited for the limelight, and as a high-achieving student from a prestigious university, her future prospects were boundless. Pursuing a career in entertainment did not align with her life's ambitions. Lu Minghui was left speechless, struggling to comprehend her stance. Yet, the next moment, Chu Jiang interjected with a light chuckle. I respect my sister's wishes. Since she does not wish to pursue stardom, that is that. As for your camera, I will confiscate it for now and return it once I've deleted all the photos. Upon hearing this, Lu Minghui managed a bitter smile. Sir, I still believe you should reconsider. Such an opportunity is rare. The director of this new project is Zhang Mao, a renowned figure in our country. Moreover, he has a penchant for utilizing newcomers. Your sister's talent is exceptional. If I could bring you both to him, I am certain he would be impressed. Why can't you seem to comprehend what I'm saying? Chuckled Chu Jiang, somewhat amused by the situation. Did you not hear what my sister mentioned? Honestly, do you truly believe that everyone aspires to be a star? His hostility toward Lu Minghui diminished upon realizing the latter was indeed a talent scout. With a grin, he added, moreover, if my sister wished to pursue a career in stardom, she wouldn't require your Ziyuan Entertainment Company to support her. I have my own entertainment firm and can promote her myself. This casual remark not only rendered Lu Minghui speechless, but also left Chu Yu in a state of bewilderment. When did my brother establish an entertainment company? She pondered internally. Lu Minghui, still clinging to hope, interpreted this as Chu Jiang's refusal. Sir, our Ziyuan Entertainment Company possesses considerable strength. Would you kindly reconsider? Before he could finish, his expression froze as he noticed Wang Tsong, Qin Bin, and several others advancing towards them. He recognized Wang Tsong and Qin Bin as the elite scions of the wealthiest families in the country. As for Bai Fong, the heir of Dai Hai Music Company, being a talent scout, he was also familiar with him. Little brother Chu, we've been waiting for you. We're nearly starving, exclaimed Qin Bin with a jovial laugh as he reached Chu Jiang's side. The crowd that had begun to disperse quickly gathered anew upon their arrival. Wow, is that Wang Tsong and Qin Bin? Oh my goodness, I can't believe I've encountered Principal Wang here. What's happening? Are they here to watch the concert too? Some onlookers were intrigued by the handsome young man whom Qin Bin was greeting. He looks incredibly dashing. Surely, he must also be a wealthy heir? The unexpected camaraderie between Qin Bin and Chu Jiang caught Chu Yu and her friends off guard. Her roommates gaped in astonishment, tugging at her sleeve. Yeah. Could it be that your brother knows Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, and you claim you're not from a wealthy family? I truly am not. I have no idea how my brother knows them. Chu Yu whispered, her face a mask of confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Minghui stood in a daze, feeling foolish for his previous statements. Here was someone who was acquainted with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, and their relationship appeared quite close. No wonder he had dismissed Lu Minghui's earlier mention of $1 million fee without a hint of concern. It seemed the true fool was he. Feeling dejected, Lu Minghui watched Chu Jiang's departing figure, his mood considerably dampened. Chapter 23 Ding. You have picked up a stock market trend card. Could Lu Minghui not feel disheartened? After all, he had finally encountered a promising talent, only to discover that she was likely a wealthy heir. Reflecting on his earlier remarks about $1 million fees made him chuckle at his own absurdity. Would someone who was friends with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin truly be concerned about such sums? Even if he could earn billions in a year. To those at the pinnacle of wealth, what would that amount signify? Moreover, recalling Chu Jiang's casual mention of owning an entertainment company brought a wry smile to his face. Chu Yu and her 3 roommates followed closely behind Chu Jiang, all 4 young women utterly bewildered. Chu Yu herself was equally confounded, feeling as though she were in a dream. How could her brother be acquainted with the likes of Wang Tsong and Qin Bin? Hadn't he claimed to have won the lottery? Even with a grand prize of 300 million, it hardly seemed sufficient to foster such connections. While 300 million was an astronomical figure for an ordinary person, To true heirs, it was scarcely noteworthy. Though filled with questions, she refrained from voicing any, concerned that her inquiries might jeopardize her brother's standing. If she chose silence, her roommates were even less inclined to speak. However, they had now entirely convinced themselves that Chu Yu was indeed a super-rich heiress, given her brother's familiarity with the elite. Exiting the AOT center, Chu Jiang made his way toward the parking lot. "We'll be dining shortly, and there's a little surprise in store," he casually remarked while seated in the car. Upon hearing the word surprise, Chu Yu momentarily froze, hoping it wouldn't be something startling. "You have truly left me utterly bewildered today, brother." Conversely, her roommates were brimming with excitement and anticipation, feeling as though they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "What surprised Chu Gu?" asked Su Jing, who shared a close bond with Chu Yu and had been seated beside Chu Jiang during the concert. Her enthusiasm spilling over as she hugged him several times throughout the event. "Let's keep it a secret for now. You'll find out when we reach the restaurant." Chu Jiang replied with a slight smile, his lips curling upwards. His enigmatic response only heightened the curiosity of the young ladies. After all, the fact that he knew Wang Tsong and Qin Bin was already astonishing enough, and now he hinted at a surprise? Though it was Chu Jiang footing the bill. The restaurant reservation had been arranged by Wong Kong Rainbow Gourmet, a premier private kitchen in the bustling metropolis, was known for its exclusivity. As a private establishment, it catered solely to the affluent residents of the city, specifically those with fortunes exceeding 10 billion. Patrons with less than 10 billion would feel out of place dining there. Nestled within a 10 billion yuan mansion, Rainbow Gourmet accommodated only one table of guests at a time, ensuring an unparalleled level of service. Naturally, the cost of dining there was steep, with a meal easily costing several 100,000 yuan. For the affluent, such expenses were hardly a concern. Given that Chu Jiang was treating, he insisted on maintaining a level of prestige. He instructed Wang Tsong to find a high-end private kitchen, and the latter immediately thought of Rainbow Gourmet. Wang Tsong diplomatically informed Chu Jiang of the restaurant's reputation, subtly noting the high costs involved. However, Chu Jiang dismissed the concern. How expensive could it possibly be? He mused. Since Wang Tsong deemed it a worthy establishment, Chu Jiang eagerly decided to host the dinner there. With Chu Jiang unconcerned about the expenditure, Wang Tsong, who was merely tagging along, felt even less apprehensive. Knowing the owner of Rainbow Gourmet, he promptly made the reservation for the evening. When Chu Jiang arrived at the private kitchen, he was awestruck, a sentiment that was magnified for Chu Yu and her friends, who were still ensconced in their sheltered university lives. Had they not accompanied Chu Jiang, they would have never envisioned dining in such opulence. This extravagant mansion repurposed as a restaurant was surely the stuff of legends, exclusively welcoming the wealthy. "Thank goodness I didn't go out with my boyfriend. I would have missed out on this," remarked one of Chu Yu's roommates, their faces reflecting a mixture of wonder and disbelief. Let us not dwell on them. Even Chu Jiang expresses a keen interest in the renowned Hong Yushuan private kitchen, which has garnered unreserved praise from Wang Kong. Upon their arrival, Wang Tsong and his companions were already present, coinciding with Su Song, who also arrived with his manager. In truth, Su Song seldom attends private gatherings. Yet this occasion was different. It was, after all, the young master Bai Fong of Dai Hai Music who had extended the invitation. While he could disregard the requests of others, ignoring the wishes of his own benefactor would surely lead to consequences in the future. Bai Fong had explicitly informed him that a friend's sister was an ardent admirer of Su Song, and coincidentally, they would all be in attendance that evening. With such a statement from Bai Fong, and given Su Song's already high emotional intelligence, he readily acquiesced to the invitation. However, upon arriving at Hong Yushuan, he found himself momentarily bewildered. To be candid, he had dined at most upscale restaurants in the magical city, yet he had never set foot in one as opulent as Hong Yushuan. His friend, the young master, was indeed remarkable for hosting a gathering here. While Su Song was unaware of Hong Yushuan's reputation due to his lack of interest, its renown within the entertainment industry was undeniably significant. His manager, Chi, cautioned him upon their arrival to avoid provoking anyone during the meal. Su Song smiled wryly and nodded. He was no stranger to social etiquette. If he were truly ignorant, he would not be here tonight. As Su Song stepped out of the car, Chu Jiang immediately spotted him. Meanwhile, Chu Yu and her friends were entirely engrossed in the villa before them. Ahem, the surprise I mentioned has arrived. Chu Jiang gently cleared his throat and smiled. Chu Yu was the first to react. As she turned to see Su Song, she was momentarily stunned. Following her, her three roommates expressed their astonishment. Yeah, what's wrong? Oh my, Su Song, am I seeing things? It's really him. The sudden opportunity to encounter their idol at such close proximity filled the young girls with uncontainable delight. However, they quickly adopted a more composed demeanor, mindful of the setting. It would be quite inappropriate to rush over for autographs or photos. Above all, they certainly did not wish to embarrass Chu Jiang. Su Song, in turn, remained cautious. Despite being a top-tier singer with millions of fans, in the presence of true power players, he was merely a singer. "Young Master Chu, we met just a moment ago." Bai Fong approached Chu Jiang and extended his hand. Chu Jiang accepted the handshake, expressing gratitude to Bai Fong, saying, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have secured tickets to the concert." With more friends come more opportunities, and as he shook hands with Bai Fong, Chu Jiang subtly collected 5 suspended transparent orbs. "Ding, you have collected 100 million in cash. Ding, you have collected a yacht. Ding, you have collected a Patek Philippe watch. Ding, you have collected 2 luxury apartments in Tomson Riviera. Ding, you have collected a stock market trend card." The chimes of the system rang 5 times in succession, revealing cash, luxury cars, mansions, and exquisite timepieces. He had amassed at least 10 apartments in Tomson Riviera alone. Among these 5 rewards, 2 stood out as particularly special: a yacht, which, while luxurious, was not unprecedented, and the stock market trend card, which was distinctly unique. Its name alone hinted at its significance. Chu Jiang paused, seeking to comprehend the specifics of the stock market trend card. It could accurately forecast the market's trajectory for the coming week, positioning one to become a stock market mogul. Although the description was concise, Chu Jiang was astute enough to grasp the immense value of this card. "Goodness, this is truly a remarkable item. If utilized wisely, it could potentially multiply my assets tenfold within a week," he mused internally. Currently, he possessed over 10 billion in cash, a substantial sum. Yet when compared to the truly affluent, it was somewhat lacking. Take Qin Bin, for instance. He had previously showcased a bank balance of 99 billion online. As for Wang Tsong, the financial prowess of Yida Group was even more pronounced, with annual rental income from Yida Mall reaching 800 billion. Despite recent challenges faced by Yida Group, Wang Tsong's father's iron-fisted leadership had staved off disaster. Moreover, as the sole heir to Yida Group, Wang Tsong's net worth surely surpassed several hundred billion. In contrast, Chu Jiang, while barely qualifying as a top-tier wealthy heir when accounting for his fixed assets, still fell short compared to Wang Tsong and his ilk. Who would ever complain about having too much money? With the stock market trend card in hand, even if it only predicted the market for a week, it would suffice. Chu Jiang felt a genuine sense of satisfaction at having collected 5 rewards from Bai Fong. Led by the waitstaff, the group entered the villa. Although it was a private kitchen, the ambience resembled that of a small museum. The villa was adorned with a plethora of antiques, each a treasure in its own right. The authenticity of these collectibles was beyond question. After observing them, Chu Jiang couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the proprietor of Hong Yuxuan. Not to mention, the villa itself, constructed in the 1920s, was valued at no less than 1 billion. The sheer number of artifacts within left him in awe. "Little brother Chu, are you not astonished?" Wang Tsong observed Chu Jiang silently admiring the collectibles and couldn't help but chuckle. "The owner of Hong Yuxuan is a friend of mine. Recently, he acquired 2 oil mines in South Africa. He is currently there. Otherwise, I would introduce you." Chu Jiang nodded in response to Wang Tsong's words, appreciating the potential opportunity to make connections. Naturally, he welcomed any offer to expand his network. Firstly, mingling with such individuals could yield ample rewards. Secondly, as the saying goes, more friends, more paths. Reflecting on his recent interactions with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, Chu Jiang realized that wealthy individuals were not as friendless as one might presume. In fact, they often supported one another. The private room was spacious, measuring at least 200 square meters. "Feel free to order whatever you desire," Chu Jiang said with a smile to Chu Yu and her friends. Meanwhile, Wang Tsong and his companions engaged in a game of poker while the others settled down to play a casual round of Jiajinhua. "As brothers, let us keep it light. The minimum bet is 1,000, with doubles on the cards. The maximum for a concealed card is 10,000, and 20,000 for revealed cards." Wang Tsong spoke up, and naturally, Chu Jiang and the other 2 had no objections. Chu Jiang was on a winning streak, having won 3 consecutive games and amassed approximately 50 to 60,000. "Bai Xiao, do you now believe in Chu Xiao's prowess of winning every gamble?" "Haha. Yesterday at Tianshui Villa, we won 2,700 million from Xiao Shiba Puguiji in a single hand. It was truly exhilarating." Qin Bin chuckled heartily. Although he had lost over 30,000 just moments ago, such a sum was scarcely enough for him to consider for a meal, so he remained unfazed. "It's merely luck. Nothing more," Chu Jiang modestly replied with a smile. "Bai Xiao, why do you furrow your brow over just a loss of a little over 10,000? Surely, it isn't that serious?" Wang Tsong remarked, noticing Bai Fong's troubled expression. "Brother Tsong, you're jesting. I hardly concern myself with such trifles." Bai Fong sighed. But the turmoil in the U.S. stock market has been quite distressing. Last month, I accompanied a friend on a foray into American stocks and invested 200 million USD. Initially, all was well, raking in a daily profit of 1 to 2 million USD. However, since the day before yesterday, I found myself trapped. And now I'm left with merely 60 million in my account. It was no wonder Bai Fong was in low spirits. In just 2 days, disregarding prior profits, he had lost 14 million USD of his principal investment. A mere 10 or 20,000 Huagua currency meant nothing to him, but 14 million USD, when converted, amounted to a staggering 880 million. Moreover, he had secretly siphoned this money from his company's account. If discovered, it would spell disastrous consequences for him. Good grief, you gambled that much? 200 million USD? Even Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were taken aback at Bai Fong's revelation. I had been quite stable until then. I don't know what happened. I was caught off guard. Bai Fong lamented, his spirits plummeting further. At this rate, I fear I won't be able to safeguard the remaining 60 million USD. Upon mentioning this, Bai Fong's demeanor grew even more despondent. Bai Xiao, forgive my candor, but it seems your friend may have led you astray, Chu Jiang remarked, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Bai Fong dismissed the notion verbally, but inwardly he couldn't help but wonder, could I really have been duped? Chapter 24. As for whether he had been deceived, others may not know. But Bai Fong was acutely aware. The more he contemplated it, the more convinced he became that he had indeed been tricked, and his frustration grew immensely. The friend who had guided him into stock trading was a female classmate from university, with whom he had lost contact for many years. However, just 2 months prior, he fortuitously encountered her at a private gathering. Her name was Yi Qianru, and according to her, she was currently a trader at a securities firm on Wall Street in America. She had returned to invite domestic clients to profit from the American stock market. Yi Qianru was alluring and charming, and with her promise of at least a 15% return, Bai Fong unwittingly invested $1 million USD with her. That very evening, he and Yi Qianru played poker at the hotel, and merely 2 days later, she informed him that his initial investment had skyrocketed, yielding over 500,000 USD. She promptly transferred 1,500,000 USD to Bai Fong, though 500,000 USD equated to just over 3 million Huagua currency, a sum inconsequential for someone of Bai Fong's elite status. He was nonetheless thrilled at the rapid returns. After all, he had merely invested 1 million USD, and in just 2 days had made such a profit. What a delightful windfall. After their poker session, he hastily reinvested, this time an additional 5 million USD. About a week later, Yi Qianru returned, and this time, his 5 million USD had blossomed into 8 million, yielding a profit of 3 million USD. Converted to Huagua currency, this amounted to nearly 18 or 19 million. Even for Bai Fong, a top-tier rich heir, such a sum was not to be dismissed lightly. Moreover, earning 3 million USD in just a week had profoundly altered his perception of risk. After yet another poker game with Yi Qianru, he, emboldened by his status as the heir of Daihai Music Company, transferred 200 million USD from the company's account to her. Having been thoroughly convinced of Yi Qianru's capabilities through his previous experiences, he sought no grand expectations. He merely hoped for a few tens of millions in return within a fortnight. Initially, the profits continued to flow in, but then the day before yesterday, Yi Qianru informed him that all the money had been locked up, leaving him with only 60 million USD in his account. Bai Fong was utterly flabbergasted. 200 million USD reduced to a mere 60 million? If his father found out, he would surely disown him. He had intended to withdraw his funds soon, having already pocketed 2 to 3 million USD in profits, enough for some indulgence. But Yi Qianru's news struck him like a bolt from the blue. A loss of 14 million USD was a gaping hole that even he could not hope to fill. Initially, he had not suspected Yi Qianru of any foul play, but after Chu Zhang's remark, he began to awaken to the possibility. Rising abruptly, he lost all interest in continuing the game of poker and immediately dialed Yi Qianru. To his dismay, the number that had been reachable just yesterday was now inexplicably disconnected. If he still didn't understand the implications of this, he might as well be the very definition of foolishness. Damn it, Bai Fong cursed, his countenance darkening. His mental state had shattered. How could he have fallen prey to such a simple scam? What on earth is happening now? Qin Bin asked, momentarily taken aback. The number is now disconnected, Bai Fong exclaimed, and the others present quickly grasped the reason for his earlier outburst. 200 million USD. Bai Fong was in agony, realizing he had been duped out of such an astronomical sum by a foolish woman through a few games of poker. If this news were to spread, he would be the laughingstock of the elite circles in Modu for an entire year. Of course, the situation was even more dire, as this 200 million USD had been misappropriated from his company's account. If this were discovered, even as his family's only son, he would likely face severe repercussions. Though he was considered a top-tier rich heir in the country, enjoying all the privileges, 200 million USD was an entirely different matter. He could perhaps manage 1 or 2 billion Huagua currency, but 200 million USD? He found himself utterly at a loss. Brother Tsong, save me. Bifong shared a close bond with Wang Tsong, who looked at him with a wry smile and remarked, "Don't look at me. I'm even poorer than you. Are you not aware of our family's current predicament?" Even if Wang Tsong wished to assist him, he was powerless to do so. "Brother Qin, save me." Bifong turned to Qin Bin and exclaimed, 200 million in US dollars. Do you truly believe I possess such wealth? While Qin Bin might indeed have such funds, there was no chance he would lend Bifong money to cover his debts. Not only was there uncertainty about Bifong's ability to repay, but their relationship was not strong enough for Qin Bin to consider such a loan. In other words, even if Qin Bin had the money, he would likely refuse to lend it. After being rejected by both Qin Bin and Wang Tsong, Bifong realized that the only person present who could potentially assist him was Chu Jiang. However, their acquaintance was still new and could only be described as a nodding acquaintance. Bifong looked at Chu Jiang, hesitating, unsure how to broach the subject. In truth, there was a way to help you. Bifong refrained from saying anything to Chu Jiang, who, noticing Bifong's troubled expression, understood his thoughts. Since you find it difficult to speak up, allow me to be straightforward. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Bifong's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Chu Jiang, whom he had just met, would display such loyalty. After all, that was a debt of $200 million. To Chu Jiang, he was merely a stranger. If Chu Jiang chose not to help him, he could hardly blame him. "Young Master Chu, please state your conditions plainly," Bifong said. Clutching at the lifeline he felt he had been thrown, his demeanor towards Chu Jiang now far more respectful than before. "The stock market in the US is quite favorable. I happen to be planning a trip there in the coming days. Here is my proposal. Withdraw 300 million from your company's account, and I'll help you recover that money through the stock market," Chu Jiang said with a slight smirk. Bifong was momentarily taken aback. Did this person think him a fool, attempting to swindle him? His expression fell, and he looked at Chu Jiang with a disheartened face. "Young Master Chu, please don't jest at a time like this. I'm not joking. I am quite serious," Chu Jiang replied, his expression earnest. "However, I will require half of all profits. I guarantee that I will help you recover that 200 million. Chu Jiang was not merely teasing him. After all, he possessed a stock market card that allowed him to foresee market trends within a week. If Bifong truly had the courage, he would not mind assisting him in recouping that 200 million. In Chapter 25, Bifong prepared to bring Chu Yu and her friends to the Tang Palace Villa. Of course, Chu Jiang was not offering his help without expectation. He intended to share the profits. Now, it remained to be seen whether Bifong had the audacity required for such a venture. After all, withdrawing 300 million would mean he had secretly transferred 500 million from the company's account. 500 million, when converted to Huawei currency, amounted to 31 billion Huawei dollars. The annual revenue of their family Dihai Music was only around 100 billion, so 500 million was no small sum. But did he have any other options? Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were certainly not able to help him, and he was not well acquainted with Chu Jiang. However, considering Chu Jiang's capabilities, he doubted he would be attempting to defraud him. Feeling anxious, he furrowed his brows and asked Chu Jiang, "Young Master Chu, is it truly possible to make a profit?" "An 80% chance," Chu Jiang replied, deliberately not making any absolute promises. The stock market is notoriously unpredictable. Even a stock market guru cannot guarantee profits. An 80% assurance was quite significant. Bifong gritted his teeth, resolved to trust him. "Very well, young Master Chu. I will believe you this once." He had no other choice. For now, he could only place his faith in Chu Jiang's ability to save him. "Young brother Chu, are you truly confident in your ability to profit from the US stock market?" Wang Tsong mused internally, wondering if all his wealth had been amassed through stock trading. Thinking thus, he chuckled and said, "Young brother Chu, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind, but I can still invest 10 million. I'll take the same dividends as Bifong." Upon hearing Wang Tsong's commitment, Qin Bin chimed in, "Then I will also invest 10 million. Chu Jiang welcomed their participation. With the stock market card in hand, the advantages lay with him, and the more capital, the better. As the four discussed their plans to profit in the US stock market, Chu Yu and her friends overheard bits and pieces, wondering when her brother had taken up stock trading. In truth, confusion filled Chu Yu's mind. She felt her brother was concealing many things from her. After all, he was now fraternizing with top-tier second-generation wealthy individuals like Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, which she found quite astonishing. Yet some matters were better left unexamined. What mattered most was that life was improving. The head chef at Han Yushuan was reputed to be a descendant of royal chefs, and the dishes he prepared were indeed a feast for the senses. However, the prices were exorbitant. A meal cost nearly $1 million. If it weren't for Chu Jiang's financial ease, he would genuinely lament spending over $1 million on a single meal. During dinner, Su Song performed a few songs to liven the atmosphere, instantly elevating the mood. Chu Yu and her friends, who had initially been somewhat reserved, gravitated towards Su Song after the meal for photographs. By the time they finished dining, it was already past 1 in the morning. When Chu Jiang returned with Chu Yu and her friends to the villa, it was already past 2. As the driver pulled into the Tang Palace villa area, Chu Yu and her 3 roommates were left in awe. This was the Tang Palace, the most upscale residential area in all of Magic City. The price of a single villa here started at over 100 million. Upon entering the villa, their expressions were filled with astonishment. The singular thought running through their minds was how vast and luxurious this villa was. Moreover, even at such a late hour, there were no fewer than 10 maids dressed in uniforms ready to serve them. This was sheer extravagance. Yeah, it's getting late. You should all hurry and rest. Chu Jiang, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, felt drowsy and instructed the maids to settle Chu Yu and her friends before heading straight to his bedroom. As for Chu Yu and her companions, though they had initially felt tired, being in such a lavish villa instantly dispelled their fatigue. The villa boasted over 10 guest rooms. And under the maids' guidance, each of them took a separate room. A few minutes later, they began chatting in their group chat. This guest room is massive. The amenities are incredibly luxurious. An enormous bathtub, a smart toilet, and the television is huge. Yeah, I just looked it up. The average price per square meter in Tang Palace villas is 300,000. Given the size of your brother's villa, it must be worth at least 7 or 800 million. Yeah, just admit it. You are definitely a second-generation wealthy individual. Yeah, does our brother have a girlfriend? Would you consider me as your sister-in-law? The girls were all quite excited. After all, they had just enjoyed an exclusive performance by Su Song and were seated in the VIP section, initially thinking that was the pinnacle of their day. They never imagined they would later dine with Su Song himself. Moreover, the prominent figures seated at the same table included Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. Now, they had taken residence in the most prestigious villa in the magical city, the Tang Palace, and the sense of euphoria they experienced was truly beyond the realm of mere words. However, Chu Yu found herself utterly bewildered. She was at a loss to comprehend the situation. Initially, she had suspected that her brother had won a lottery worth 300 million, but it now appeared that Chu Jiang was concealing numerous matters from her, not to mention how her brother became acquainted with Wang Tsong and the others. The sheer existence of the Tang Palace villa was something that ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. Nevertheless, Chu Yu was quite understanding. Since Chu Jiang had chosen not to disclose anything to her, she refrained from inquiring further. After a dreamless night, it was only after 9 the following morning that Chu Jiang emerged from his bedroom. Meanwhile, Chu Yu and her companions were already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. This morning's repast consisted of French meat jelly accompanied by a congee made from millet and Boston lobster. The value of this breakfast alone was equivalent to what many individuals would earn in an entire month. Young master, upon spotting Chu Jiang, Shen Xingwei promptly approached him to attend to his needs. Chu Jiang stretched lazily and made his way to the dining table, where a maid swiftly presented his breakfast. How did you sleep last night? He inquired, casting a glance at Chu Yu and her companions, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Brother Chu, it was indeed comfortable, but returning to the dormitory afterward is going to be quite a challenge, replied Su Jing, who shared a good rapport with Chu Jiang. The others nodded in agreement, though they remained silent. If you have no plans for the weekends, I'll arrange for the driver to pick you up for a couple of days of leisure, Chu Jiang chuckled. I might sometimes be busy and not at home, so don't hesitate to ask the servants for anything you desire. They will take care of it. Chu Jiang was rather indifferent to the expenditure, speaking with a casual air. In truth, Su Jing had merely made a passing comment. It would be rather awkward for them to visit every weekend. However, if Chu Yu wished to come to the villa, her friends would naturally accompany her, for after all, she was Chu Jiang's sister and could be considered half a master of the villa. Yet, Chu Yu furrowed her brow, appearing to be preoccupied with some concern. Chapter 26. Do you have any choice beyond trusting young Master Chu? Naturally, Chu Yu was worried about her elder brother. After all, the changes were overwhelmingly significant, and she was struggling to come to terms with it all. Initially, she had harbored doubts about Chu Jiang's claim of winning the lottery, for it seemed far too easy to be true. Furthermore, according to Chu Jiang, he had only won 300 million. The luxury cars aside, how could one explain the existence of the Tang Palace villa? This residence, with an average price of 300,000 per square meter, was valued at no less than 7 or 800 million. Even if her brother had spent all his winnings on the villa, it would still fall short. She was not particularly fearful of other matters. Her primary concern was the possibility that her brother had engaged in some illicit activities. Brother, I need to discuss something with you. Chu Yu approached Chu Jiang after he finished his breakfast, biting her lip as she spoke softly. She glanced at Chu Jiang and then at her roommates, indicating her desire for a private conversation. Chu Jiang, well aware of Chu Yu's thoughts, wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, Xingwei, please brew a pot of tea and bring it to my study, and prepare some fruits and snacks for those 3 young ladies. Certainly, young master. Shun Xingwei nodded in response. Chu Yu, come with me for a moment. Chu Jiang said with a slight smile, his lips curving upwards. Okay, Chu Yu obediently nodded, following Chu Jiang to the study. Upon entering the spacious study, Chu Yu was immediately struck by its vastness. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Chu Jiang said as he settled into the chair at the desk. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placing it on the table, he lit one and took a deep puff. Brother, what is going on? Chu Yu inquired directly. Well, since I've recently come into some money, I decided to dabble in stock trading. Having heard that there were profits to be made in the U.S. market, I dove right in, and believe it or not, my talent rivals that of a stock market guru. It's been quite profitable. Chu Jiang, of course, would not disclose the truth to Chu Yu. He happened to have a stock market trend card, which he could conveniently use to play the role of a financial savant. What, brother? Are you saying that all this money is from your stock market investments? Indeed, it's from the U.S. market. It's all foreign money. And it's been quite delightful. Chu Jiang chuckled. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I have not engaged in any illegal activities. Moreover, even if I were to rob a bank, I wouldn't be able to amass this much money. Do you know how much this villa is worth? How much? Chu Yu asked, her curiosity piqued. She estimated it must be around 700 or 800 million. This villa is the largest in the Tang Palace area, with a construction area of 3,000 square meters, valued at 900 million. Wow. Upon hearing that the villa was worth 900 million, Chu Yu, despite her mental preparation, couldn't help but gasp in shock. 900 million. For an ordinary person, that was an astronomical figure. So, if I had truly engaged in illegal activities to acquire such wealth, wouldn't I have been arrested long ago? Chu Jiang chuckled. Just focus on your studies. And when you graduate from university, you can come assist me. Hearing this, Chu Yu nodded vigorously. If her brother needed her, her first instinct would certainly be to support him. Now go, and later accompany your roommates for a stroll around the villa area. Okay, Chu Yu replied. And as she turned to leave the study, she coincidentally ran into Shun Xingwei, who was bringing in the tea. Good day, miss. Shun Xingwei greeted. Fully aware that Chu Yu was Chu Jiang's younger sister, it was only proper to extend her greetings. Chu Yu quickly responded, Hello, Butler Shun. Although this was Chu Yu's first visit to the villa, she was already aware that Shun Xingwei was her brother's personal housekeeper. Moreover, she knew that Shun Xingwei was a management doctorate graduate from Stanford University. In every regard, she held Shun Xingwei in high esteem. Meanwhile, Shun Xingwei entered the study with the tea. Chu Jiang reclined in his chair, comfortably scrolling through Douyin. Upon noticing Shun Xingwei's entrance, he smiled at her. Xingwei, please assist me in opening a trading account in the U.S. market. The U.S. market? Shun Xingwei paused, instinctively asking, Young master, are you planning to venture into the U.S. stock market? Yes, the U.S. market is a place to make quick gains. And I intend to operate there for a while, earning some money from the Americans, Chu Jiang replied casually, exuding a confidence that made Shun Xingwei feel assured of the potential for profit. However, having lived in the U.S. for several years, she was somewhat familiar with the stock market. The U.S. market was not just America's stock market, it was the global stock market. It was vast, and indeed, there were many tales of overnight fortunes made within its realm. However, due to the T0 trading mechanism of the American stock market, which lacks both upper and lower limits on price changes, it serves as a battleground for financial titans from around the globe. Undoubtedly, the Americans have mastered the art of reaping profits from the world through their stock market. The stock market is fraught with risks, and one must tread with caution before entering. This adage is not mere jest. In the realm of stocks, there is a saying, 7 losses, 2 break-evens, and 1 profit. As the phrase implies, out of 10 individuals engaging in stock trading, 7 will incur losses, 2 will neither gain nor lose, and only 1 will emerge profitable. The young master thinks it will be easy to make money in the American stock market, but such endeavors are not so simple. Shun Xingwei pondered inwardly. Noticing her hesitation, Chu Jiang chuckled and assured her, the key lies in insider information. You need only to resolve the account opening, and rest assured about everything else. Since Chu Jiang had expressed it thus, Shun Xingwei naturally would not go against his wishes. All right, young master, I understand, she nodded in agreement. Today was Sunday in America, which corresponded to Saturday here. The American stock market operates from Monday to Friday, with a 12-hour time difference between the U.S. and China. When it is noon on Monday in China, it is still midnight on Monday in America. Currently, it is wintertime in the U.S., with trading hours from 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. American time, translating to 10:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. the following day in domestic time. This means that once Shun Xingwei opens her account, she would have to wait until 10:30 p.m. tomorrow night to engage in trading on the American stock market. Nevertheless, Chu Jiang remained unperturbed. While Chu Jiang was calm, Bai Fong was undoubtedly anxious. After returning home last night, he once again confirmed Chu Jiang's capabilities with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. Although Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were not intimately familiar with Chu Jiang's background, they were certain of one thing. Chu Jiang was far from being as simple as he appeared. Bai Xiao, to be blunt, apart from trusting Chu Xiao, do you have any other options left? Qin Bin remarked, somewhat displeased with Bai Feng's doubts regarding Chu Jiang's abilities, chuckling lightly. Though Qin Bin's words irked him, they were nonetheless the truth. All right, I understand. Bai Feng gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision. Qin Bin was right. He had no choice now. Chapter 27. Is Chu Xiao coming over? Bai Feng indeed had no alternatives. How could he possibly fill a $200 million hole? For the time being, he could only place his trust in Chu Jiang. An impatient soul, Bai Feng awoke early in the morning and immediately contacted Chu Jiang. Chu Xiao, provide me with an account. I will transfer the funds to you. No rush. The American stock market is currently closed. The earliest trading time will be tomorrow evening. No worries. I've already arranged the funds. I will transfer them to you right away. All right. I will send you the account details via WeChat. Chu Jiang chuckled and added, Bai Xiao, I must clarify. The stock market is not a guaranteed win. Although I am confident, you cannot hold me accountable if there are losses. It is essential to set expectations beforehand. While Chu Jiang was confident in his stock market acumen, he felt it necessary to state such things. Bai Feng understood this as well, yet with no other recourse. He had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Rest assured, if there are losses, I will accept it. At worst, I will return home and admit my mistakes. Though $500 million was substantial. As the only son, he knew that while his father might punish him severely, he would not go so far as to cause him grave harm. Bai Feng let out a bitter laugh, teasing himself. Haha, in truth, Bai Xiao need not be so pessimistic. The American stock market is quite promising, and the Americans' money can be rather easily harvested. Chu Jiang's words served as a reassuring balm for Bai Feng, instantly calming his previously frantic heart. After ending the call with Bai Feng, Chu Jiang sent him his account number via WeChat. In less than half an hour, Bai Feng had transferred all the funds. Alas, he truly is the foolish son of a landlord, so easily trusting others. It is no wonder he has been swindled out of so much money. Chu Jiang sighed, reflecting that he was fortunate not to be a con artist. Otherwise, Bai Feng would have faced an even greater loss of $300 million. However, it must be noted that Chu Jiang was not helping him for free. In the event of losses, they would naturally be Bai Feng's responsibility. Yet, should there be profits, Chu Jiang would claim half of the earnings. The American stock market operates under a T0 trading model with no restrictions on price limits. If he maneuvers skillfully, doubling the principal within a single night should pose no problem. Chu Jiang held this confidence. While he was not a stock god, he certainly had an edge. As long as he utilized the stock market trend card, he could grasp the market trends clearly over the coming week. Under such circumstances, it could truly be likened to picking up money from a sack. With plenty of time remaining, Chu Jiang did not dwell too heavily on this matter. Sipping tea, smoking, scrolling through Douyin, and reading novels, Chu Jiang's life remained delightfully leisurely. Around 11 o'clock, Li Zihui sent him a message. Chu Xiao, my mother has just successfully undergone surgery. Thank you. Upon seeing the message from Li Zihui, Chu Jiang smiled to himself. Success was all that mattered. Are you in the hospital? I happen to be free right now. I'll come by to see your mother shortly. The 9th People's Hospital in Magic City. Li Zihui had hesitated for quite some time before sending this message to Chu Jiang. For her, it was Chu Jiang who provided the funds for her mother's surgery, making him her benefactor. Moreover, Chu Jiang had treated her exceptionally well. Which young girl does not harbor feelings? Faced with such a young, handsome, and wealthy heir as Chu Jiang, it was only natural for Li Zihui to be affected. However, she was quite well behaved, never taking the initiative to contact Chu Jiang. She was fully aware of the disparity between herself and Chu Jiang, and she understood that if she wished to hold a place in his heart, she must be obedient and considerate. Previously, Chu Jiang had also instructed her to inform him when her mother underwent surgery so he could visit. This morning, when her mother was wheeled out of the operating room, Li Zihui finally felt a sense of relief. Yet simultaneously, she hesitated, wondering whether to inform Chu Jiang. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to let Chu Jiang know. Upon seeing Chu Jiang's reply, Li Zihui was momentarily taken aback. She had initially thought that Chu Jiang's intention to visit her mother was merely casual banter, yet to her surprise, he was serious and would be arriving shortly. In the hospital room, Li Zihui's mother, Zhou Shutong, lay in bed, looking significantly better than before the surgery. Such a major operation prompted her uncle and his family to rush over from their hometown. Uncle, aunt, my friend will be visiting shortly. Li Zihui informed her uncle and aunt in advance. Sister, could it be Chu Xiao? Zhou Biding immediately thought of Chu Jiang upon hearing that Li Zihui had a friend coming over. Chu Xiao. Li Zihui's uncle appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring the name. Yes. Li Zihui nodded, casting a glance at Zhou Baiting, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Zhou Baiting realized she had spoken out of turn and promptly fell silent, turning away to take out the trash. As Chu Jiang exited the study, he addressed Yi. I have some matters to attend to. Please enjoy yourselves here for a while. If I am not back in time, you may have Xingwei escort you back to school. All right, brother, I understand. Chu Yu nodded in response to his words. After giving a brief instruction, Chu Jiang departed the villa in his Lamborghini Veneno. By the time he arrived at the 9th hospital, it was nearly noon. He had taken some extra time shopping at the mall, where he purchased a few health supplements, including 2 roots of wild ginseng, each valued at 300,000 yuan. Additionally, he acquired 2 boxes of exquisite bird's nest, each costing 200,000 yuan. Although the items were few, they amounted to over 1 million. Given that Li Zihui was his first love and her mother was hospitalized, it was only fitting for him to pay a visit. As for the expenditure, Chu Jiang was rather indifferent. 1 million was not a significant sum for him. Upon parking outside the hospital, his Lamborghini naturally drew considerable attention. After all, it was a supercar and a Lamborghini at that, making him the center of admiration wherever he went. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Chu Jiang carried the boxes of supplements toward the inpatient building. Indeed, the affluent abound in large cities. Is that a Lamborghini? Back in our hometown, a Porsche Cayenne is considered a luxury vehicle, but I tell you, in comparison to this car, the Porsche Cayenne is nothing. Whoever drives this must surely be a second-generation rich kid. Li Zihui's uncle and aunt had just returned from fetching food when they noticed Chu Jiang stepping out of the Lamborghini. As Chu Jiang moved further away, Li Zihui's uncle murmured to his wife, his words laced with envy. Men, after all, cannot resist the allure of supercars. Even though Li Zihui's uncle was in his 40s, the sight of such a luxurious supercar stirred excitement within him. By the way, Hui mentioned that her friend was coming, but why hasn't she arrived yet? This seems rather presumptuous. I heard Bitong mention young Master Chu, and when Hui spoke, her expression was peculiar. I suspect her friend is not an ordinary person. Li Zihui's uncle sighed. Consider this. Hui is a university student. Where would she procure the funds for her mother's surgery? She is attractive and a student at Fudan University. It's likely she could find a wealthy boyfriend. Although Li Zihui referred to this person as a friend to her uncle and aunt, it was evident that she was speaking of her boyfriend. Thus, Li Zihui's aunt harbored some reservations about Chu Jiang's tardiness. Poor Hui. I just hope she doesn't compromise her own happiness. Li Zihui's uncle could not help but smile wryly. After all, having watched her grow up, he was quite fond of his niece. Upon arriving at the inpatient building, Chu Jiang suddenly realized it was his first visit and had no idea which ward Li Zihui's mother was in. He promptly sent her a text. I am at the inpatient building. Please come down to meet me. Li Zihui felt a bit anxious upon learning that Chu Jiang was coming, and after an hour had passed without his arrival, she frequently checked her WeChat. Li Zihui's mother had regained consciousness, but was still unable to speak due to the effects of general anesthesia. As a mother, she could readily sense any unease in her daughter. Observing Li Zihui's demeanor, she furrowed her brow, aware of her daughter's tension. At that moment, Li Zihui's phone vibrated, prompting her to quickly glance at it. Upon seeing Chu Jiang's message, she stood up from her chair. Bidong, I'm stepping out for a moment. Please keep an eye on things here. I'll be back shortly. After informing Zhou Bidong, Li Zihui wasted no time and exited the ward. Once she arrived downstairs, Li Zihui scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted Chu Jiang, who stood tall at 185 meters, making him stand out amidst the crowd. She hurriedly approached him, breathing heavily. Her initial nervousness left her momentarily at a loss for words. Young Master Chu. Noticing her pale complexion, Chu Jiang spoke gently. You must be exhausted these past few days. I'm all right, just haven't rested well. Li Zihui replied softly, biting her lip. Let us go. Take me to the ward. Chu Jiang smiled slightly, not saying anything further. Meanwhile, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt, who had just returned, witnessed her rush to Chu Jiang's side, reminiscent of a bashful bride. Isn't that Hui? And that man, he's the one who just got out of the supercar. Li Zihui's uncle and aunt were taken aback. They had just seen Chu Jiang step out of the Lamborghini, and his striking appearance had captivated them. They had been envious of his youth and wealth, never imagining that he was the friend Li Zihui had mentioned. Hush, lower your voice. Li Zihui's uncle shot a glance at his wife. Of course, with Hui's beauty, suitors like this second-generation rich kid would be abundant. If Hui were indeed to date a wealthy boyfriend, it would be quite commendable. As the saying goes, marrying well surpasses academic success. If she were to marry into a wealthy family, it would indeed be a significant leap in her fortunes. Moreover, if Li Zihui became prosperous, she certainly wouldn't forget her uncle, would she? Are you suggesting that this wealthy young man is Hui's boyfriend? Li Zihui's aunt asked, momentarily stunned. Most likely. Did you not see how flushed her face was, akin to someone intoxicated? Li Zihui's uncle chuckled. Besides, if they were merely friends, someone of his status would hardly visit a hospital to see us common folk. Come on, let's hurry back. As they observed Chu Jiang and Li Zihui enter the elevator. Li Zihui's uncle took his wife by the arm and led her to the adjacent elevator. After all, he was Hui's uncle, and making his presence known was not unreasonable. Inside the ward, Chu Jiang approached Li Zihui's mother, who lay in bed, accompanied by Li Zihui's cousin, Zhou Bitong. Auntie, I heard from Zihui that you were undergoing surgery here. I've been quite busy these past few days and Haven Tea had the chance to visit. Today, I finally have some time and thought I'd bring some supplements for your recovery. Chu Jiang spoke amiably, placing the supplements on the bedside table. Li Zihui's mother, having just undergone surgery, was unable to speak, but she managed to smile at Chu Jiang and nodded in acknowledgement. My mother just had surgery and can't speak yet. Li Zihui hastily offered an explanation, to which Chu Jiang responded nonchalantly, It's all right, auntie. You've just undergone surgery. You need to rest. As he spoke, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt pushed open the door and entered the room. Li Zihui promptly introduced them to Chu Jiang, saying, This is my uncle, and this is my aunt. Her uncle and aunt smiled at Chu Jiang, and upon learning that he was from a wealthy family, they felt a hint of nervousness. Hello, Uncle, Auntie. I'm Zihui's friend. I had some free time today, so I came to check on Auntie. Chu Jiang greeted them with a friendly demeanor, displaying no airs of superiority. Surprisingly, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt were taken aback by Chu Jiang's amiability. They had assumed that, as a rich young man, he would be arrogant and haughty, especially given their experiences with affluent individuals back in their hometown, where pride often accompanied wealth. However, Chu Jiang's demeanor was refreshingly congenial, which significantly enhanced their impression of him. Indeed, the offspring of affluent families in large cities seemed to possess a level of refinement that was quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to Chu Jiang, his demeanor had sparked such thoughts in his companions. After standing in the hospital room for a while, he eventually stated, Auntie, Uncle, Annie, I have some matters to attend to shortly, so I must take my leave. Having spent less than 10 minutes there, upon hearing that he was leaving, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt quickly rose to their feet. You needn't see me off, Uncle and Auntie. Zihui, please stay here and take care of Annie. I'll be on my way. With that, Chu Jiang exited the hospital room. To be frank, Chu Jiang was not particularly fond of the hospital environment. It always felt rather stifling to him. As he left the ward, all eyes immediately turned to Li Zihui. We're just ordinary friends. Please don't read too much into it, she stammered, feeling flustered under their scrutiny, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Wow, this is premium bird's nest. Zhou Biting exclaimed as she placed the supplements Chu Jiang had brought into the cabinet, noticing the 2 boxes of exquisite bird's nest. I've seen this online. It's incredibly expensive. Premium bird's nest? How much does it cost? Li Zihui's aunt inquired, curious about the value of Chu Jiang's gifts. Given her awareness of his affluent background, if I recall correctly, 1 box costs this much. Zhou Biting held up 2 fingers. If this is true, then 1 box is worth 200,000. What, 200,000? Even though Li Zihui's aunt was aware of Chu Jiang's wealth, she was still taken aback. Such expensive gifts for a casual visit? By the way, what about that box? Didn't he mention something about 2 50-year-old wild ginseng roots? Li Zihui's aunt asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. 1 premium bird's nest costs 200,000? Then what about the 50-year-old wild ginseng? Surely, it must be even pricier? Chapter 29, A Heroic Act. Rescuing a drowning boy. As Chu Jiang stepped out of the hospital, he lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Indeed, he had never been fond of the hospital atmosphere, finding it rather oppressive. Outside the 9th hospital in Magic City, there was a drainage ditch over 3 meters wide, appearing quite deep. A bridge spanned the entrance of the hospital, bustling with pedestrians. Just as Chu Jiang reached the bridge with his cigarette in mouth, he suddenly heard a splash, followed by cries from the crowd. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the edge of the bridge and spotted a small boy struggling in the water. In that critical moment, he didn't even think to discard his cigarette. He simply jumped in. Chu Jiang was a strong swimmer, and it was a straightforward task to rescue a child from such a narrow channel. Within less than a minute, he pulled the struggling boy to the bank. The crowd gathered around, and upon seeing the boy safe, a collective sigh of relief was heard. With one hand grasping the boy, the child clung to Chu Jiang's arm with one hand while the other clutched a snack. Miraculously, despite being drenched, the cigarette in Chu Jiang's mouth remained dry. Taking a deep drag, he called out to the people on the shore. Could someone lend a hand to help grab the child? As soon as he shouted, several people on the bank quickly reached out to assist. And when the boy was safely brought ashore, Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile. The crowd erupted in applause, admiring the young, handsome figure of Chu Jiang, especially his cool demeanor with a cigarette in his mouth, which added to his charm at that moment. Remaining humble, Chu Jiang did not linger after climbing onto the bank. He made his way to the parking lot, soaked yet determined, heading straight for his villa. It was not until 5 minutes later that the boy's mother arrived, horrified to see her son drenched and learning from the concerned crowd that he had accidentally fallen into the water, only to be rescued by a kind young man. Overwhelmed with fear, tears streamed down the young mother's face. She desperately wanted to thank the person who saved her son and inquired if anyone had Chu Jiang's contact information. However, after rescuing the boy, he had simply left without saying a word, and no one in the crowd had his details. Yet, someone had captured the entire scene on video and stepped forward, saying, "I recorded the moment that handsome young man saved your son. I can send it to you. It might be helpful. Thank you. I'm so grateful." The young mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the kind strangers around her. When she saw the footage of Chu Jiang with a cigarette in his mouth, pulling her son towards the shore, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was determined to find him to express her thanks in person. After all, from the video, it was clear that he had jumped into the water without hesitation, soaking his clothes and likely ruining his phone and wallet. Although he had performed a good deed anonymously, she felt compelled to do something to prevent the Good Samaritan from feeling unappreciated. When Chu Jiang returned to the villa, Xin Xingwei was taken aback at the sight of him, completely drenched. "Young master, did it rain heavily outside?" she asked, furrowing her brow, but looking out. The sky was clear with not a cloud in sight. "I just saved a little boy who fell into the water," Chu Jiang replied with a wry smile. Chu Yu and the others rushed over upon seeing Chu Jiang's disheveled appearance. "Brother, what happened to you?" Chu Yu asked, her curiosity piqued as she noticed his soaked attire. I need to take a shower and change. I feel miserable," he said as he hurried to his room, diving into the shower to wash off the day's events. After a quick rinse, he changed into a fresh set of clothes and emerged, ready to face the world anew. "Earlier, I had to step out for an errand, during which I unexpectedly encountered a young boy who had fallen into the water. The situation was so urgent that I acted without a second thought and jumped in to save him. Upon my return, I briefly recounted the incident to Chu Yu, and hearing my account, she finally felt at ease. "We must be quite hungry by now. Let us dine," I suggested. "Indeed," she replied, as the clock approached 1 o'clock, confirming our hunger. Our lunch was nothing short of sumptuous, featuring both Chinese and Western cuisines. It was truly delightful. After we finished our meal, Chu Yu informed me, "Brother, we need to head back. Are you not staying a little longer?" I asked, gazing at my sister with affection. "Time is of the essence, and we have classes to attend tomorrow. We also plan to review the material for our lessons tonight," she replied with a smile. "Well then, I shall escort you back to school," I offered, as I had no plans for the afternoon and could conveniently drop her off before heading to meet Wang Tsung for a chat over tea. Naturally, we traveled in the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, a vehicle that exudes sophistication and comfort. "If you wish to visit on the weekend, just let me know. If I am available, I will come to pick you up. If not, I shall send someone," I said, turning to smile at Chu Yu and her friends. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for your hospitality these past few days. We feel so fortunate." Chu Yu's 3 roommates quickly expressed their gratitude. "No need for thanks. Simply calling me brother brings me joy. Take care of each other at school, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to reach out to me," I replied with a carefree smile. As we arrived at the entrance of Modi University, I chuckled. "I won't accompany you inside. You, feel free to buy whatever you desire if your funds run low. Just inform me, and I shall transfer more." "Oh, brother, I understand. We're off now," Chu Yu responded with a grin. Watching her and her friends walk hand in hand into the school, I then called Wang Kong. "Hello, Brother Tsung, where are you?" I inquired. "Ah, no worries. I simply wanted to see if you were free for some tea and conversation," I added with a chuckle. Chapter 30. Young Master, you've made the trending list. At this hour, I was surprised to find Wang Tsung actually enjoying tea. There is a quaint tea house called Zushanju in Modu, known for its charming ambience. Following the location Wang Tsung provided, I drove over, though the remote address took over an hour to reach. The environment was splendid, nestled between mountains and water, with fresh air and picturesque scenery. Zushanju, situated at the foot of the hill, featured traditional courtyard architecture. To be honest, I couldn't fathom how a privileged young man like Wang Tsung would indulge in such leisurely pursuits. In my mind, he seemed more inclined toward the revelry of nightclubs. Yet, there he was, relishing tea, and alone at that. "Brother Tsung, what's wrong? Feeling a bit emo?" I teased, as I entered his private room and noticed a hint of melancholy on his face. "Little Brother Chu, I'm merely acclimating to the atmosphere. Come, try their Zhongshan Xiaozhong. Those who have tasted it rave about its quality," Wang Tsung urged. I seldom drank black tea, but given Wang Tsung's enthusiastic endorsement, I lifted the cup to sample it. The tea was indeed exquisite. Its aroma carried a delicate floral note, subtly nuanced, and the taste was smooth, rich, and refreshing, providing a delightful experience. How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Wang Tsong laughed. Though there are many tea houses in Modu, none can rival Zushanju. Of course, tea was not the sole attraction. The experience included listening to music and admiring the graceful dance of a performer. It was no wonder even a hedonist like Wang Tsong found himself enchanted by this place. I too appreciated the tranquility, sipping tea, enjoying melodies, and watching captivating performances. One must admit, such a lifestyle is bound to leave anyone entranced. Brother Tsong, I see now why you would travel so far to enjoy tea alone. Next time, be sure to bring me along. I jested, and he merely smiled knowingly in response. By the way, little brother Chu, do you have substantial confidence in making money in the U.S. stock market? Wang Tsong inquired, feigning nonchalance while clearly attentive. Pretty much. The U.S. stock market has potential, I replied softly. I have some insider information that should prove profitable. Upon hearing the mention of insider information, Wang Tsong's eyes sparkled with interest. Little brother Chu, is it reliable? Absolutely. Even if Baishao doesn't invest, I plan to put in $200 million. Opportunities to profit from the Americans are rare. We must seize them, I said, taking a sip of tea and lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Here's the deal. I'll invest $200 million, putting my trust in you. Wang Tsong replied, lighting his own cigarette. But keep this from Baifeng. If he asks, just say I invested a mere $10 million. He chuckled wryly. Truth be told, this money is borrowed. I'm not in a position to lend much. Rest assured, brother Tsong, I understand, I laughed. But while our relationship is solid, clear financial agreements are essential. If we incur losses, it cannot be attributed to me. If we profit, I expect half of the earnings. It was prudent to lay out the terms up front. Although I didn't anticipate losses, the stock market is notoriously unpredictable. Agreed, Wang Tsong replied after a brief pause, chuckling. By the time I returned to the villa from Zushanju, it was past 8 in the evening. Upon arrival, I received a call from Qin Bin. Little brother Chu, I heard from brother Kong. Here's the plan. I'll also invest $200 million. Earning from the Americans is too enticing. $10 million feels rather paltry. Very well, brother Qin, but let us clarify. If we incur losses, don't hold me accountable. Little brother, such words imply you underestimate me. 200 million is merely a number. I won't lose sleep over it. Qin Bin replied confidently. Unlike Wang Tsong, he truly possessed wealth. While 200 million is no trifling sum, he could afford to invest without concern. Previously, when Baifeng sought a loan, he had declined, knowing well the uncertainty of repayment. However, investing with Chu Jiang in the U.S. market was an entirely different matter. He held an unwavering belief in Chu Jiang, particularly after witnessing his uncanny ability to win at gambling. This conviction only deepened his faith that Chu Jiang could amass wealth in the U.S. stock market. Of course, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were not naive. Having known Chu Jiang for merely a few days, they were cautious about entrusting him with such a substantial sum of money for investment. In truth, they had conducted a thorough investigation into Chu Jiang's background privately. While certain aspects were challenging to assess, the properties registered under Chu Jiang's name were easily verifiable. 2 villas in Tan Palace, 2 villas in Dongjiaoyi Yuan, and 15 luxury apartments in Tangchen Yipin. These opulent residences alone were valued at several billion. Moreover, there were at least 800 properties within prestigious school districts, with a cumulative worth surpassing 100 billion. This was merely the tip of the iceberg that they could uncover. The extent of what remained undiscovered was anyone's guess. Given Chu Jiang's evident prowess, they naturally believed he could guide them to financial success in the American stock market. Furthermore, their willingness to trust in Chu Jiang's ability to generate profits was bolstered by his confident demeanor, as he had not actively solicited their participation. His message was clear. If they wished to invest, they could, but he would not impose. Additionally, Chu Jiang's request for half of the profits seemed reasonable. After all, if he truly possessed the capability to yield returns in the stock market, what harm was there in granting him half? As for the fact that Qin Bin and Wang Tsong each planned to invest 200 million U.S. dollars, Chu Jiang was not particularly concerned. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of joy in their willingness to believe in him. Losses were certainly not on the horizon. With the market trends in hand and appropriate maneuvers, a 2- or 3-fold increase within a week was all but assured. The U.S. stock market was not solely the domain of Americans. It was a global marketplace, boasting a market capitalization of at least 30 trillion U.S. dollars. Chu Jiang currently possessed 300 million U.S. dollars from Baifeng, and with the additional 400 million from Qin Bin and Wang Tsong, their collective contributions amounted to 700 million U.S. dollars. With his own nearly 300 million, The total funds available for investment reached 1 billion US dollars. When converted, this sum equated to approximately 63 billion Chinese yuan, an undeniably substantial amount. However, within the vast market of over 30 trillion US dollars, Chu Jiang's 1 billion US dollars would merely make a ripple, scarcely causing a splash. Naturally, he could not invest the entire sum into a single stock. Doing so would risk destabilizing the entire market. Irrespective of the lack of a limit-up or limit-down mechanism. Seated on the sofa, Chu Jiang pondered his strategy for the following evening while smoking a cigarette and sipping tea. At that moment, Shun Xingwei approached him, leaning in to whisper, "Young master, you've made it to trending." Chu Jiang furrowed his brow at her words. What is going on? Chapter 31. In a vast forest, all birds exist. Chu Jiang was bewildered. How had he managed to trend? Had he been too ostentatious? Perhaps, given the recent buzz surrounding Lamborghinis and Koenigseggs, it was conceivable. He mused, his brow furrowing deeper. For him, trending due to flaunting wealth was not a favorable situation. While not a major issue, it could still lead to complications. At this stage in his life, if he drew the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to serious headaches. You saved a drowning child at noon, remember? That's what's trending. Your video is all over Douyin, and it's gone viral. Over 1 million likes in just half a day. Shun Xingwei smiled gently, suppressing a laugh. Young master, I must say, your smoking posture is undeniably cool. Upon realizing that the trending topic pertained to his act of heroism, Chu Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this at all. When saving the child, his instinct had kicked in. Encountering the situation, he felt compelled to act. Yet, upon ensuring the boy was safe, he had simply left without further thought, never imagining such a trivial act would garner widespread attention. You mean someone filmed me saving the child and uploaded it to Douyin? Chu Jiang inquired, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, young master, you truly are impressive. Shun Xingwei's admiration for Chu Jiang grew significantly. In her eyes, he was distinctly different from other wealthy heirs. From the moment he had rescued her from drunkenness without taking advantage of her, she had sensed his uniqueness. Now, having spent days as his personal steward, her understanding of his capabilities only deepened her appreciation for him. A young man of immense wealth, unhesitatingly diving into the water to save a child, elevated his character in her eyes. His youth and good looks were noteworthy, but these qualities paled in comparison to the kindness and responsibility that defined his character. Interesting. I'll check it out, Chu Jiang remarked, intrigued that his spontaneous act of saving a child had made headlines. As he opened Douyin, the app immediately presented the video of him rescuing the drowning boy. The 30-second clip captured the moment perfectly, showcasing him swimming with the child in one hand while holding a cigarette in his mouth. The video, posted by the boy's mother, aimed to express her gratitude directly to Chu Jiang. To be honest, Chu Jiang was indifferent to the attention. If he had cared, he wouldn't have slipped away unnoticed. Although the video was somewhat blurry, making it hard to discern his features, the overall impression conveyed an image of heroism, particularly as he left quietly afterward, earning him a reputation as someone who performs good deeds anonymously. This heartwarming, positive video quickly captivated the nation, especially after the People's Daily shared it, commending Chu Jiang's actions. The video went viral. By the time Chu Jiang viewed the footage, it had already amassed over 2 million likes and more than 300,000 comments. Curious, he clicked on the comments to see the public's reaction. The cigarette remains intact. Elegance never goes out of style. This moment has a cinematic quality, simply brilliant. Those who smoke while taking action are always the true leaders. I've never noticed how cool smoking can be. Moved to tears. He is too cool with that cigarette. You don't need to pull out your phone or strip off your clothes. But that cigarette must never go out. Parents should buy him a couple of packs of cigarettes. How touching. Reading the comments, Chu Jiang finally understood why a seemingly trivial act had captured the public's imagination. He had genuinely not anticipated that his casual smoking posture would resonate so profoundly with countless viewers. Indeed, one cannot deny that, in the video, the image of him smoking exudes a certain charisma. Chu Jiang's lips curled slightly upward as he smiled, somewhat narcissistically uttering a remark. Young master, what shall we do now? The entire internet is searching for you. Shun Xingwei couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. As Chu Jiang's personal butler, she could easily discern that he preferred to maintain a low profile. However, in the current predicament, it was nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be for the fact that the young master's smoking posture was simply too captivating. Shun Xingwei murmured under her breath, and Chu Jiang, hearing her, could only shake his head in resignation. What else could be done? It was what it was. At such a moment, Chu Jiang was naturally reluctant to step into the limelight. Firstly, the domestic netizens were fixated on this incident. Should he reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be under the scrutiny of millions of eyes. Secondly, he did not seek gratitude from the boy's parents, for in Chu Jiang's view, any decent person would have made the same choice under those circumstances without a second thought. However, the speed at which events escalated was often not aligned with one's expectations. Just as Chu Jiang was about to drift into slumber, he inadvertently stumbled upon a short video posted by the boy's mother. The content primarily revolved around a telephone interview, featuring statements made by her. The video was rather straightforward. It depicted the boy's mother posting a missing person notice online, complete with her phone number. As a result, after an entire day of searching fruitlessly, Chu Jiang found himself inundated with calls from scammers claiming to be the savior. Their intentions were clear: to extort money from the boy's mother. Fortunately, she was astute enough to recognize these fraudsters at first glance. Nonetheless, after failing to extract any funds, these scammers resorted to retaliatory tactics, employing technical means to expose the boy's mother's phone number. Upon viewing this brief video, Chu Jiang was left utterly speechless by the audacity of these con artists. The world was indeed vast, filled with all manner of miscreants. In that moment, Chu Jiang felt a compelling need to step forward. Otherwise, the benevolent and uplifting act he had performed would be overshadowed by these few rotten apples. Xingwei, could you assist me in recording a short video? I shall say a few words. Chu Jiang called for Shun Xingwei to come to his side. Oh, certainly, young master. Shun Xingwei nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. Preparations before entering the U.S. stock market. What initially seemed a trivial matter unexpectedly sparked a trending topic. The act of saving the boy had been a spontaneous response, devoid of any ulterior motives. I am already aware of the boy's mother's gratitude, and that suffices for me. I prefer to maintain a low profile, shunning the glare of public attention. Thus, I shall refrain from showing my face. Before concluding, I must ask, was my smoking posture truly that impressive? The video was brief, lasting less than 20 seconds. After recording, Chu Jiang looked at Shun Xingwei and smiled, saying, "Remember to blur my face before you post it." Shun Xingwei, hearing this, responded with a smile and a thumbs-up gesture. Editing the video was a straightforward task, easily managed by Shun Xingwei, a doctoral candidate from Stanford University. Within minutes, she presented the edited video to Chu Jiang for his approval. That is fine. Go ahead and post it. Given the trivial nature of the matter, Chu Jiang did not dwell on it. The video was posted from Shun Xingwei's secondary account, and due to its association with the mother of the boy who had fallen into the water, it quickly garnered significant attention. Within an hour of its upload, the video amassed over 100,000 likes. Comments reached into the thousands. I said, the big guy clearly doesn't care about this. He left quietly because he regarded saving the boy as a mere act of kindness. Everyone disperse. The big guy stated he does not wish to be in the public eye. The big guy's smoking posture is undeniably cool. Wow, you won't believe what I just saw? If I'm not mistaken, the watch on his wrist is the Richard Mille RM532 with a blue crystal case and a tourbillon. What is the big deal? Is that watch expensive? Have you heard the saying, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches? This is Richard Mille. It's the entry ticket for billionaires. And this particular model is globally limited to only 10 pieces, worth around 20 million. Wow, what kind of watch is valued at 20 million? I need to look this up. No wonder the big guy appears so nonchalant. It turns out he is the real deal. Some recognized Chu Jiang's Richard Mille, while others discerned from the decor in his study that his wealth was substantial. Since Chu Jiang himself had stepped forward, the boy's mother also took the opportunity to express her gratitude in the comments beneath the video. Thus, the matter seemed to reach a resolution. Chu Jiang truly did not concern himself with the incident. He was currently lying in bed, engrossed in a novel. Naturally, as he enjoyed his reading, he also made sure to reward the author. With a casual gesture, he sent 100 certified gifts to the author, having previously charged $10,000 to his account, which still had a substantial balance. Supporting original creators and igniting their passion for writing was essential to keep them motivated. By the time he finished reading, it was already past midnight, and Chu Jiang turned off the lights, succumbing to sleep. The next morning, bright and early, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin transferred the funds to Chu Jiang. Today was Monday, while it was still Sunday in the U.S. The U.S. stock market would not open until 10:30 that evening. Wang Tsong and his companions had a total of 700 million U.S. dollars, and with Chu Jiang's contribution, they would have a total of 1 billion U.S. dollars. Xingwei, have you successfully opened the account in the U.S. stock market as I instructed yesterday? Chu Jiang inquired softly while enjoying tea and smoking on the sofa, glancing at Shun Xingwei standing nearby. Young master, the task you assigned has been completed. Shun Xingwei nodded in affirmation. Well, the U.S. stock market opens tonight, and I have 1 billion U.S. dollars ready here, so please arrange for the transfer today. Chu Jiang spoke casually, but Shun Xingwei was taken aback. She understood that Chu Jiang was planning to make a move in the U.S. stock market and knew that if he was involved, the amount would certainly not be trifling. However, she never anticipated that Chu Jiang would be playing such a grand game. 1 billion U.S. dollars. Converted to Chinese currency, that was an astonishing 63 billion. Yet, Shen Xingwei quickly regained her composure, responding, "Understood, young master." As Chu Jiang's personal butler, her role was to carry out his orders. Moreover, while 10 billion U.S. dollars was indeed a substantial sum in her eyes, it might not even register as significant in her master's perspective. Transferring such a colossal amount was no small feat after all. It was 1 billion U.S. dollars. Shen Xingwei took Chu Jiang's bank card and personally visited the bank. Upon hearing that she intended to deposit 10 billion U.S. dollars into the U.S. stock market, even the bank president was taken aback and came out to personally greet Shen Xingwei. Initially, the bank president was somewhat reluctant, mumbling some formalities. However, facing Shen Xingwei, she smiled slightly and stated, "Please ensure that the deposit is completed before 5 o'clock this afternoon. My young master requires it tonight. If that is not feasible, we would not hesitate to transfer the funds to another bank." Shen Xingwei's assertiveness was strikingly disproportionate to her age. Upon hearing her declaration, the bank president could only chuckle wryly. "Miss Shen, we certainly hope to continue our business with you. Rest assured, as long as our young master is in profit, your position here is guaranteed." Upon hearing Shen Xingwei's assurance, the bank president personally took charge of the matter. After all, this is the bustling metropolis, and it is the main branch. Although 1 billion dollars is a substantial sum, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. With the president of the main branch personally overseeing the operations, the influx of funds was swiftly resolved. In addition to the capital infusion, Chu Jiang also requested Shen Xingwei to recruit 3 traders. Given the magnitude of the 1 billion dollar operation, it was clear that he could not manage it alone. Although he had dabbled in stocks before, it was merely a pastime. Professional matters should indeed be handled by professionals. Being in such a vibrant city, finding skilled traders was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Shen Xingwei offered a generous remuneration of 100,000 Huagua coins for a single night of trading. With such enticing compensation for short-term engagements, it was effortless for Shen Xingwei to select 3 highly competent traders. "I have already arranged your leave. You will be staying with us for the time being," Shen Xingwei said to the 3 individuals before her. "Remember this, you are traders, and I trust your professional ethics do not need further elaboration. When my young master instructs you on what to do, you shall comply without question. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 3 responded in unison. They were not novices, after all, and were well versed in the rules of the trade. As distinguished traders, their salaries were substantial. Yet the prospect of a 100,000 remuneration for a single night was undeniably alluring. After all, that amount was nearly equivalent to their 2 months' wages. "Brother Feng, I wonder which affluent individual is so extravagant. 100,000 for a single night," Feng Lei excitedly remarked to the equally chosen Xiao Feng. "Hush, mind your words. If someone overhears, you might find yourself in deep trouble. Besides, this is clearly an attempt to make a significant foray into the U.S. stock market. 100,000 may seem considerable to us, but for them, it is merely a drop in the bucket," Xiao Feng whispered back. Lu Xiuyu, the sole female trader among them, nodded in agreement. "Brother Feng is right. We should focus on our tasks rather than chatter." Chapter 33. It is indeed Chu Xiao who knows how to indulge. With everything prepared on Shen Xingwei's end, she led Xiao Feng and the others directly to the villa. Initially, they speculated about Chu Jiang's background, but when they discovered that he resided in the prestigious Tangong Villa district, they were momentarily taken aback. This is Tangong. Not only is it renowned in the metropolis, but anyone who frequently browses the internet in Huagua has certainly heard of its illustrious name. The pinnacle of luxury residences. Each villa in this district is valued at several hundred million. "Brother Feng is right," Feng Lei whispered to Xiao Feng. "Those who reside in such a place are either wealthy or noble. Sums in the hundreds of millions do not faze them." Upon arriving at the villa and seeing numerous stunning maids in revealing outfits, they were utterly astonished. They couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the affluent, who truly know how to indulge. Chu Jiang lounged on the sofa, sipping tea and smoking, while a beautiful maid stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Shen Xingwei approached him, slightly bowing with utmost respect. "Young master, everything you instructed has been taken care of." Chu Jiang nodded, glancing at Xiao Feng and the others. "Manager Shen should have informed you that we will be operating in the U.S. stock market tonight. You need only follow my lead. Understood?" "Understood." The trio eagerly nodded in response. To be honest, they were even more astonished by Chu Jiang's youthfulness. He appeared to be barely in his early 20s. "Please take them to rest," Chu Jiang instructed. "Very well, young master." Shen Xingwei acknowledged, turning to Xiao Feng and the others. "Follow me." The trio dared not utter a word, obediently trailing behind Shen Xingwei to Villa number 9 next door. Once inside, their astonishment reached new heights. This was indeed Tangong. How much wealth must one possess to purchase 2 villas here? However, such thoughts remained unspoken. Shen Xingwei, noticing their shocked expressions, offered a faint smile. She understood their sentiment. Having experienced the same overwhelming awe just days prior. Please rest here for a while. If you have any requests, feel free to communicate with the maids, she said. Yes. Thank you. They responded eagerly, nodding in agreement. Once Shen Xingwei departed, the trio gathered to whisper among themselves. My goodness, this is incredibly extravagant. 2 villas in Tangong. Lu Xiuyu exclaimed, her admiration evident. And he's so young and handsome. It was impossible for any girl to remain unaffected upon encountering someone as exceptional as Chu Jiang. Brother Feng, you were right. To the likes of this elite second-generation wealthy class, 100,000 for one night's work is nothing. We should keep our heads down and work diligently. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Feng Lei murmured quietly. Indeed, less talk and more action. Manager Shin just emphasized that we should do as the young master instructs. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, not wishing to dispute the matter. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang remained relaxed, sipping tea and smoking, having already familiarized himself with the U.S. stock market. The total market capitalization of the U.S. stock market exceeds $30 trillion. Although $1 billion seems substantial, with proper execution, it could be mere pocket change. While the market trends were advantageous, understanding the market beforehand was always prudent. Given that the U.S. stock market operates on a T0 trading mechanism and lacks the concept of price limits for individual stocks, it is not uncommon for so-called meme stocks to emerge. This does not necessarily correlate with the parent company's valuation or prospects. Many of these meme stocks are essentially worthless. In a single day, gains can soar to an astonishing 200%. Of course, with gains come losses. If luck is not on one's side, one could lose their entire account balance in a single day. It is often said that the U.S. market is a long bull. Yet whether in the domestic A-shares or the U.S. market, those who truly profit from trading stocks are exceedingly rare, the creme de la creme. Humans are inherently greedy. At market highs, they yearn for even higher peaks, and at lows, they rush to buy in. If trading stocks were as lucrative as many claim, there would not be so many impoverished individuals in the world. Chu Jiang did not aspire to amass wealth through stock trading, yet having gained access to market trends, it would be wasteful not to utilize it effectively. Moreover, the thought of reaping profits from the Americans was exhilarating. The American stock market is currently in a state of closure, and Chu Jiang casually glanced at the market trends. After dinner, he placed a call to Wang Tsong, Qin Bin, and Bai Fong, primarily to inform them that operations would be conducted that evening, and to inquire if they had the time to come over for observation. After all, 700 million out of the 1 billion U.S. dollars invested were contributed by the 3 of them, so it was only reasonable for them to witness the proceedings. Upon hearing this, the 3 readily agreed, eager to see how Chu Jiang would maneuver their substantial investment. Chu Xiao, don't forget, if Bai Xiao inquires, just say I invested 10 million U.S. dollars, Wang Tsong reminded Chu Jiang before ending the call. Chu Jiang understood the implication and smiled, assuring, Brother Tsong, rest assured, I have it noted. Good. I just fear that Bai Fong might misunderstand. Wang Tsong chuckled awkwardly, though he knew the money wasn't his own. After all, he wouldn't borrow funds to cover Bai Fong's losses. Chu Jiang sent them the location, and without delay. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, they arrived together. Ah, Chu Xiao certainly knows how to indulge, the trio exclaimed upon entering the villa, where beautiful maids dressed in alluring attire graced the halls. They were aware that Chu Jiang resided in the Tan Palace villa, although he had not disclosed it. They had conducted private inquiries. Haha, it's still early. Shall we enjoy some tea and perhaps smoke a cigarette? Chu Jiang stood to greet them personally, but the presence of Wang Tsong and Qin Bin astonished the household staff. Is he really friends with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin? What is so surprising? Our young master is modest, yet his capabilities rival theirs. Indeed, I've heard our young master possesses not only 2 villas in Tan Palace, but also 2 in Dongjiao No. 1 Courtyard, and over 10 luxury apartments in Tangchini Pin. As for school district properties, it's rumored there are more than 800. What's more, our young master is younger and more handsome than they are. Chapter 34. The billion U.S. dollars dwindling. As Wang Tsong and his companions visited the villa, it was only fitting to host them well. Chu Xiao, this tea is exquisite. Exceptional Longjing, worth 100,000 per tael. Their enthusiastic praises made Chu Jiang feel somewhat bashful. Mainly, I have a wonderful housekeeper. All of this is her arrangement, Chu Jiang said with a slight smile. Gesturing toward his personal steward, Shen Xingwei, Wang Tsong scrutinized Shen Xingwei, feeling she looked familiar but unable to recall where he had seen her before. Qin Bin, however, remembered. Chu Xiao, isn't she the inebriated young lady you rescued outside the bar that night? Upon hearing this, Wang Tsong instantly recalled. Xingwei is a management Ph.D. from Stanford. She was merely having a rough evening that prompted her excessive drinking. The trio's respect for Shun Xingwei deepened upon learning of her credentials. After all, individuals with genuine talent and knowledge command admiration. As they sipped tea and smoked, the clock struck 10. With only half an hour remaining until the American stock market opened, Chu Jiang remained remarkably composed, not uttering a single word about stocks. Conversely, Bai Fong grew increasingly anxious. Having already lost 200 million US dollars, he surreptitiously transferred another 300 million from the company's account. Should this sum become ensnared, he would find himself in dire straits. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin occasionally chimed in, each having invested 200 million US dollars as well. Indeed, 200 million US dollars translates to nearly 13 billion yuan, a considerable sum even for elite second-generation wealthy individuals. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. It's about time. Shall we head over? Chu Jiang inquired after finishing a cigarette, smiling at Wang Tsong and the others. Huh, are we not operating here? Bai Fong, unaware that the adjacent Villa No. 9 also belonged to Chu Jiang, asked with some confusion. We're going to the adjacent villa, which is also mine. I've instructed the traders to prepare there, awaiting our arrival. Chu Jiang explained with a chuckle. Bai Fong gasped upon realizing that the neighboring villa was also under Chu Jiang's ownership. Wow, no wonder Chu Xiao is impressive. Acquiring 2 villas in Tan Palace with a single stroke. Even Bai Fong, a top-tier rich second generation, couldn't he help but envy Chu Jiang. The value of a standalone villa in Tan Palace is staggering. Ordinary individuals may not grasp it, but those in their social echelon certainly do. Each villa is worth at least 3 billion or more. They had just visited Villa number 8, the largest in the Tan Palace estate, and were no fools. They could easily discern its grandeur. Bai Fong had previously mused that acquiring Chu Jiang's villa would require at least 7 to 8 billion. Now, hearing that the adjacent villa also belonged to Chu Jiang, he felt a pang of envy. If it were an ordinary villa, it would be one thing. But this was Tan Palace. Renowned business magnates had invested in villas here. To be precise, having wealth does not guarantee access to these properties. Yet, Chu Jiang possessed 2. Bai Fong truly envied him, and Wang Tsong and Qin Bin felt similarly, though they concealed their admiration for the sake of decorum. Although Villa No. 9 was just next door, the distance between the standalone villas was significant. Walking over would take at least 5 to 6 minutes. As it was already past 10, they opted to drive over to avoid delaying the evening's important matters. Inside the conference room of Villa number 9, Xia Feng and his companions were poised and ready. After a refreshing afternoon nap, they were energized and awaited Chu Jiang's directives. As Chu Jiang entered the conference room with his entourage, Xia Feng and his associates were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. While they were unaware of Bai Fong's background, they certainly recognized Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. Although they knew of Chu Jiang's impressive background, they had not anticipated his closeness with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. The conference room was spacious, and upon noticing Chu Jiang's arrival, Xia Feng and his companions quickly stood. Engaging with top-tier second-generation wealthy individuals naturally incited a degree of nervousness. There's no need to be formal. Simply follow my instructions during the operation. Chu Jiang reassured them with a gentle smile. Understood. The 3 individuals nodded emphatically in agreement. Chu Jiang promptly activated his stock market trend card, fully aware that its usage was limited to a mere week, and he was disinclined to squander this opportunity. Following the system's instructions regarding the utilization of the stock market trend card, Chu Jiang successfully observed the anticipated fluctuations of various U.S. stocks over the upcoming week. As he contemplated the news surrounding the U.S. stock market, a visualization akin to the Tiger Securities application materialized in his mind, presenting not only the price trends of each stock, but also ranking them in accordance with their gains. Clearly, Chu Jiang was not well acquainted with the stocks within the U.S. market. However, having already glimpsed the prospective increases, his familiarity with them became somewhat irrelevant. The first stock, TKT, was currently priced at 225 million gold per share. He decided to purchase 1 million lots. With one lot comprising 100 shares, this amounted to a staggering 100 million shares. At the price of 225 million gold per share, this equated to a total expenditure of 22.5 billion gold. The second stock, CTSE, was priced at 799 million gold per share. Chu Jiang resolved to acquire 500,000 lots. This translated to 50 million shares. Purchasing at this price would result in a total of 39.95 billion gold. The combined expenditure for the first and second stocks amounted to 62.45 billion gold. While fixated on the computer screen, Chu Jiang continued issuing commands. The third stock, MN, was priced at 911 million gold per share. He opted to acquire 400,000 lots. This purchase of 4 million shares at 911 million gold each would cost 36.44 billion gold, bringing his total investment to a staggering 98.89 billion gold. With 10 billion gold at his disposal, he was left with little remaining. Chapter 35. Within 5 minutes of the market opening, a profit of 140 million gold had been realized. Chu Jiang had swiftly listed 3 stocks within just 1 minute. Xiaofeng operated the account, while Feng Lei and Lu Xiuyu assisted him. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's stock selections, Xiaofeng acted without hesitation, executing all the purchases as instructed. Upon finalizing the last transaction, Xiaofeng exhaled deeply, somewhat breathless. They were all adept traders. Yet executing a transaction involving such a colossal sum of 10 billion gold was a first for them. Once the transactions were confirmed successful and accurate, Xiaofeng turned to Chu Jiang and said, "Young Master Chu, all trades have been successfully executed." Chu Jiang nodded calmly. "All right, let us wait." After speaking, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The trio, Wang Tsong and the others, were momentarily taken aback by how swiftly Chu Jiang had orchestrated the trades. And soon they too lit cigarettes to calm their nerves. "Young Master Chu, I noticed that the 3 stocks you've selected aren't exactly premium stocks?" Bai Feng, who had been researching the U.S. market in recent days, scrutinized the trading panel and found Chu Jiang's selections to be utterly unfamiliar, consisting of stocks he had never even heard of before. When it comes to trading U.S. stocks, one naturally aims for the volatile ones. And these 3 stocks were indeed today's speculative picks. Chu Jiang chuckled, exuding confidence. "Rest assured, Bai Xiao." His assurance instilled a sense of calm in Bai Feng. Moreover, he noted that Chu Jiang's account balance stood at 10 billion gold, with Bai Feng himself investing 3 billion gold, while Wang Tsong and Qin Bin each contributed 1 million gold. Thus, it was evident to him that Chu Jiang was personally investing 6.8 billion gold alongside him. If Chu Jiang lacked absolute certainty in his success, why would he allocate such a substantial amount for trading? Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were also feeling a bit tense, though not as overtly as Bai Feng. Fortunately, the U.S. stock market had opened, and their focus shifted entirely to the 3 selected stocks. The first stock, TKT, opened at 225 million gold per share, marking the lowest price for the day. Chu Jiang had meticulously reviewed the specifics of these 3 stocks on the analysis panel. For instance, CAT's price remained stable at 260 million gold per share for 4 hours after the opening. Then, at 1:30 p.m. U.S. time, equivalent to around 1:30 a.m. domestically, the stock price surged dramatically, reaching 429 million gold per share. The price per share increased by 204 million gold, with the peak gain soaring to an impressive 91. Given that Chu Jiang held 100 million shares of TKT, if he could liquidate them at the peak price, he would net a staggering profit of 204 million gold. As for CSE, the purchase price was 799 million gold per share, with the closing price today soaring to 149 million gold, yielding a gain of 43.8. It's rising. It's rising. The trio, Xiaofeng, Feng Lei, and Lu Xiuyu, intently watched the screen, their eyes fixated on the stock price. The last batch of 40 million shares of MN they had purchased opened with a price spike to 280 million gold per share. Having bought at 911 million gold each, this represented a remarkable increase of 369 million gold per share, marking a gain of 40. Fantastic. Xiaofeng's voice trembled with excitement. Upon hearing Xiaofeng exclaim about the rise, Bai Feng eagerly inquired, "How much has it risen?" Bai Feng was genuinely anxious. His nerves taut, and upon hearing Xiaofeng's declaration of a rise, he was filled with exhilaration. MN surged by 369 million gold per share after opening, with a gain of 40. Xiaofeng quickly elaborated. Although Bai Feng could not ascertain whether an increase of 369 million gold was significant, the mention of a 40 gain left him breathless. "Clear out MN now." Chu Jiang remained as composed as ever while issuing commands. "Huh, are we clearing out now?" Xiaofeng couldn't help but question. With his years of trading experience, he sensed that this stock might continue to rise. To liquidate so soon after purchasing was unprecedented. Hearing Xiaofeng's inquiry, Chu Jiang frowned slightly. "Do not question me. Clear it out." His tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. Xiaofeng felt a jolt of surprise at Chu Jiang's authoritative demeanor and promptly responded, "Understood. I will clear it immediately." Without delay, Xiaofeng sold off 40 million shares at the price of 280 million gold each. Thanks to the surge in price at opening, the sale was executed almost instantaneously. "All done, young Master Chu. The transaction has been successfully completed." Xiaofeng reported the results with urgency. From selling 40 million shares at a profit of 369 million gold each, they netted an astounding profit of 147.6 million gold. The account had previously held 1.11 billion gold. After the sale of MN, the total assets swelled to 5.23 billion gold. The transaction incurred a stamp duty exceeding 1 million gold. What a windfall! Bai Feng was utterly astonished by Chu Zhang's deft maneuvering. In less than 5 minutes since the market opened, they had already earned over 140 million gold. The speed of profit generation was astonishing, akin to printing money. This is just the beginning, Bai Xiao. You can rest assured now, right? Chu Zhang chuckled. Absolutely, absolutely. Bai Feng, now brimming with confidence, felt that perhaps tonight, Chu Zhang would indeed lead him back to safety. The fourth stock, HUSN, is currently priced at 193 gold coins per share. With the remaining funds, I shall acquire this stock entirely. Xiaofeng dared not question Chu Zhang this time. Upon hearing him speak, he promptly executed the purchase. There remained 523 million gold coins in the account. And with a standard of 100 shares per lot, Chu Zhang now holds over 2,700,000 lots, equating to over 270 million shares. Although the increase in value of this stock may not be as impressive as the previous three, it still reached a remarkable 36% by the close of trading. Furthermore, the peak price during the session soared to 319 gold coins per share, reflecting a net increase of 126 gold coins per share, an astounding rise of 65%. Most crucially, Chu Zhang discovered through the data on the system panel that this stock would begin to surge dramatically in half an hour. Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity to extract wealth from the Americans. Xingwei, please bring me a bottle of the shipwrecked fine wine I acquired from the auction last time. Upon seeing that Xiaofeng had completed the transaction, Chu Zhang let out a sigh of relief and turned to Xingwei with a command. The moonlight was splendid tonight. And having just made over 100 million gold coins, how could they celebrate without some fine wine? Of course, young master, I will fetch it immediately. Xingwei replied, pressing her lips together before exiting the conference room to retrieve the bottle of shipwrecked wine valued at over 1 million. Chapter 36. It has risen. It is surging once more. The shipwrecked fine wine auctioned at Yongfu Palace cost hundreds of thousands per bottle. After Chu Zhang brought it back, he simply stored it in the wine cabinet. With Wang Tsong and the others coming over tonight, having just profited from the Americans, it was only fitting to celebrate with exceptional wine. If it were any ordinary wine, Wang Tsong and the others would lack the enthusiasm to drink. After all, each had invested 200 million gold coins in the American stock market, and their focus was solely on the trends of those three stocks. However, if it were the shipwrecked fine wine worth over 1 million, that would indeed be another matter. Xingwei entered, carrying the wine, trailed by two beautiful maidens holding wine glasses. This was a bottle of red wine over a century old, and the moment the cork was extracted, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Truly exquisite wine, even for Wang Tsong and his affluent companions, who had sampled countless fine wines. Such a century-old vintage was a rare find. In all honesty, for a wine of this quality, 1 million per bottle is certainly justified. This caliber of wine is meant for collection. To indulge in it is a true luxury. Were it not for your invitation, Chu Xiao, I would never have dared to spend 1 million on a bottle of red wine. The beautiful maidens personally presented the wine glasses to them. And as Chu Zhang swirled his glass of red wine, he couldn't help but murmur, what a splendid wine. Compared to the Romanicani I had before, this is decidedly inferior. As they sipped the wine and engaged in conversation, Bai Feng felt his spirits lift considerably. By the way, Chu Xiao, I heard you have a Koenigsegg one. I would love to see it. That's easily arranged. Once we conclude here, I shall take you to my garage, Chu Zhang replied. And Wang Tsong and his companions brightened at the prospect, all agreeing enthusiastically. While conversing, Chu Zhang glanced at the time and checked the data on the system panel in his mind. It was nearly time. It's time, he murmured, standing up and making his way towards Xiaofeng. Upon seeing him rise, Wang Tsong and his companions followed suit. Xiaofeng and his associates were tense, having been closely monitoring the market trends. Although they had only invested in 3 stocks, the total value exceeded 1 billion gold coins. Chu Xiao, the 3 stocks aren't showing much volatility, are they? Bai Feng remarked, glancing at the computer screen before turning to Chu Zhang with a hint of concern. Patience is key in stock trading. Chu Zhang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. I have great faith in these 3 stocks. And my insider information assures me they will rise today. Moreover, even if the insider information proves unreliable, let us not forget, I possess the buff that guarantees success in gambling. Tonight, the Americans' wallets shall be mine. Not even Jesus could stop me. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsong and his companions felt considerably more at ease. It has risen. It truly has risen. Just as Chu Jiang finished speaking, Bai Fong exclaimed loudly while staring at the computer screen. After investing in over 2,700,000 lots of HUSN, nearly half an hour had passed, during which the stock price fluctuated around the purchase price of 193 gold coins per share without significant movement. However, just moments ago, the price surged from 194 gold coins to 201 gold coins per share. Bai Fong's eyelids flickered, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Though the increase seemed modest, they were currently holding over 27 million shares. What does that signify? Even a mere increment of 0.01 gold coins per share would yield nearly 300,000 gold coins in profit. Why has it dipped below 2 gold coins again? If only I had acted sooner. Bai Fong lamented, embodying the typical speculator who desires to hold when prices rise and sell at the slightest dip. Bai Xiao, it's not my intention to criticize, but with your current mindset, perhaps you should refrain from stock trading in the future, Qin Bin remarked, rolling his eyes at him. Remain calm, it is still early. Chu Jiang chuckled, taking a sip of the red wine and softly stating, if we are to harvest from the Americans, we must ensure we reap a substantial yield. Indeed, as soon as Chu Jiang's words fell, the stock price surged again to 203 gold coins. In the subsequent half hour, while the price continued to oscillate, the stock price consistently climbed higher. Wang Tsong and his companions were filled with excitement as they stared at the computer screen. Wow, Chu Xiao, you're incredible. It has risen again. This is exhilarating. Hold on tight. We're about to break 3 gold coins per share. The rate of increase is astonishing. I have a feeling it will continue to rise. At this rate, the stock price might at least double today. Wang Tsong and his companions were understandably elated, having purchased over 27 million shares at the lowest price today. Should the price truly double, that would translate to a profit of 40 to 50 million gold coins. However, just as the stock price breached 3 gold coins per share, Chu Jiang addressed Xiao Feng and the others, instructing, once the price reaches 310 gold coins, liquidate this stock entirely. Xiao Feng, having witnessed Chu Jiang's capabilities firsthand, dared not question him further. Understood, Chu Xiao, he replied, hastily setting the selling price. Wang Tsong and the others, however, were somewhat perplexed. After all, given the current momentum, it seemed likely the price could rise to at least 4 gold coins per share. Although Qin Bin and the others did not vocalize their thoughts, their furrowed brows indicated their reservations, and Chu Jiang understood their sentiments. The greatest folly in stock trading is succumbing to greed. This price is already quite close to my anticipated target. Any higher, while not necessarily resulting in a loss, would not justify the risk I would be taking. Chu Jiang lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and continued, while others are driven by greed, I am fortified by fear. Where others tremble, I seize the opportunity. To be candid, making a profit in stock trading is exceedingly arduous. This declaration from Chu Jiang to Qin Bin and Wang Tsong came across as somewhat pretentious. They could certainly concur that profiting from stock trading was challenging for others. Yet to assert that it was equally difficult for the illustrious Chu Jiang was quite absurd. Just look at the present moment. The U.S. stock market had only been open for an hour, yet Chu Jiang's recent transactions had already yielded a floating profit exceeding $200 million in his account. As the trio engaged in casual banter, Xiao Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, young Master Chu, the trade was a success. This stock has been completely liquidated. Xiao Feng promptly updated Chu Jiang on their progress. The selling price was $310 per share, a net increase of $117 from the purchase price. They held over 27 million shares, and after deducting taxes and fees, they netted a staggering $31 million, including the initial investment. The available balance in their account had now soared to an impressive $554 million. Young Master Chu, you are remarkable. Bai Fong glanced at the data and quickly lauded Chu Jiang. After all, he was not only eager to recover his losses, but also hoped to earn a little extra alongside Chu Jiang. Chapter 37, A Night of Profit, $800 million. Bai Fong saw a glimmer of hope. At this rate, they were bound to fill their coffers by night's end. The night wore on, and Wang Tsong and his companions were too exhilarated to sleep. They felt that stock trading was far more thrilling than their usual nightlife pursuits. Chu Jiang, however, began to feel drowsy. By around 4 in the morning, he decisively liquidated all the stocks he held. The first stock, TKT, had 100 million shares, purchased at $225 each and sold at $425 per share. An average net profit of $200 per share, with a staggering increase of 89. 100 million shares netted a profit of $200 million. In total, this single stock alone, including principal and profit, brought back $420 million. Furthermore, Chu Jiang had executed trades on 3 additional stocks, each with an increase of over 30. With half an hour until the market closed, he decided to take a break. Stretching contentedly, he felt quite at ease. Xiaofeng and the others were already numb to the excitement. Initially, they had harbored doubts about Chu Jiang, yet now, they were filled with boundless admiration for him. Over the course of the night, they had transacted 7 stocks, with the highest increase exceeding 90, and the lowest still at 30. The total profit had reached an astonishing $800 million. This was no mere stock trading. It was akin to theft. Naturally, Wang Tsong and his companions were equally thrilled. Not only did they achieve a remarkable start, but they also witnessed Chu Jiang's prowess in stock trading. $800 million translates to approximately 5 billion Chinese yuan. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin had invested $200 million, and by their 50-50 split, they stood to gain a handsome profit. Bai Feng would receive a 50 share of the profits. Calculating their earnings, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin would each pocket $80 million, equivalent to roughly 500 million Chinese yuan. Bai Feng would receive $120 million in profit, amounting to a staggering 750 million Chinese yuan. Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, young Master Bai, it's getting late. Shall we rest and regroup tomorrow night? Indeed. We shall reconvene tomorrow night. Wang Tsong and his companions were bubbling with excitement, utterly immune to fatigue. At 5 in the morning, Chu Jiang had initially prepared guest rooms for them, but the 3 unanimously decided to venture out for more excitement. Well aware of their intentions, Chu Jiang smiled knowingly. Drive safely, safety first. After they departed, Chu Jiang returned to Villa number 8 to rest. He had earned the most tonight. He would take home 65 of the profits from the $800 million, amounting to $520 million, which converted to over 3 billion Chinese yuan. What a delight. Reclining in bed, Chu Jiang stretched luxuriously. He had to admit that earning money in the U.S. stock market was indeed exhilarating. Previously, he had worked diligently to network with various wealthy heirs, amassing only a little over 2 billion Chinese yuan. Yet, in just one night, he had effortlessly reaped $800 million from the Americans, a truly remarkable feat. Earning over 3 billion Chinese yuan in a single night left Chu Jiang feeling quite exhilarated. To his surprise, the novel he followed had updated with 20 new chapters. Chu Jiang planned to finish the novel before sleeping. He anticipated the author's diligence, releasing 20 chapters in one go. After reading, he couldn't resist teasing the author for their brevity, but in gratitude for their prolific output, he generously tipped the remaining $20,000 USD in his account as a token of appreciation. In Wushi, within an apartment building, Chu Jiang slept soundly until past noon. Thankfully, it was only a week-long affair. Otherwise, such late nights would take a toll on anyone's health. Stretching lazily, he emerged from his bedroom. Lunch consisted of sea cucumber and abalone, along with a wild ginseng chicken soup, specially arranged by Shun Xingwei to nourish Chu Jiang's body. By the time lunch concluded, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. With little to occupy his time, Chu Jiang settled on the sofa, sipping tea, smoking, and browsing short videos on Douyin. Living without financial worries afforded him a life of comfort and ease. Meanwhile, Shun Xingwei remained busy, juggling the responsibilities of caring for Chu Jiang and managing the Chu Min Entertainment Media Company. Chu Jiang had made it clear he intended to be a hands-off proprietor. So as the appointed president of the company, she had her hands full. Following Chu Jiang's directives, Shun Xingwei had been attentively monitoring high-profile IPs, hoping to acquire copyrights for future development. As the newly established Chu Min Entertainment Media Company only had Mu Yunqi as its sole artist, Shun Xingwei focused on IPs well-suited for her lead role. Of course, she was also aware of Chu Jiang's intentions to promote Mu Yunqi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent $30 million to have her break her contract with Jige Media. In recent days, Chu Jiang had been quite busy and hadn't reached out to Mu Yunqi. However, with a free afternoon, he thought of her. How have you been settling in these past few days? Chu Jiang sent a message to Mu Yunqi. Upon seeing it was from Chu Jiang, Mu Yunqi promptly replied without hesitation. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chu. I'm quite comfortable here. After all, residing in a luxurious flat at Tomson Riviera, Chu Jiang's unit was exceptionally spacious and lavishly decorated. The entire home was fitted with custom smart home technology, and the property was valued at 1 to 200 million. The extravagant renovations alone would easily exceed 100 million. Do not presume that she is merely an emerging talent in the entertainment industry. Even those illustrious stars who have achieved widespread acclaim may not necessarily reside in such opulent mansions. If she remains dissatisfied with these conditions, it would indeed be quite unreasonable. Our company has only recently been established, and thus we enjoy a relatively relaxed atmosphere. However, do not let this lull you into complacency. Take advantage of this time to diligently hone your skills and solidify your foundational expertise. Chu Jiang sent a voice message to Mu Yunqi. Rest assured, young Master Chu. I will certainly strive to improve. She replied, I have great faith in your potential, and there is no need for you to feel overly anxious. Once our company acquires more resources, you will undoubtedly have plenty to occupy your time. Haha. The entertainment industry remains a lucrative venture. Although Chu Jiang is not in dire need of money, he would certainly welcome any opportunity to increase his earnings. Establishing a foothold in the entertainment sector. Chu Min Entertainment Media Company is merely the starting point, and he is bound to invest substantial sums in the future. With sufficient funding, resources will naturally abound. Mu Yunqi possesses remarkable potential. She simply requires an opportunity. Had Jiga Media been willing to allocate more resources to her previously, she would likely already be considered a second or third-tier artist. Chu Jiang trusts his own judgment. It will not be long before Mu Yunqi blossoms into a first-tier artist renowned throughout the nation. Chapter 38. Young Master Chu's frenzy in the U.S. stock market. In the afternoon at the villa, Chu Jiang found himself with little to do. And after a brief conversation with Mu Yunqi, he opted to retire for the evening, as he had plans to engage in the U.S. stock market later that night. Upon waking, he realized it was already dark outside. Noticing Chu Jiang emerging from his bedroom, Shen Xingwei promptly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare dinner. After dining, it was already past 8 o'clock when Wang Tsong and Qin Bin arrived. Young Master Chu, could you take us for a tour of your garage? They inquired. Sure. Chu Jiang replied noncommittally. He had promised to show them his garage the previous day, but had been unable to do so due to the late hour. Now, with time on his hands, he was delighted to oblige. The group followed Chu Jiang to the underground garage, and upon arrival, they were awestruck by the rows of luxury vehicles neatly parked before them. Even Wang Tsong and his affluent companions could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Young brother Chu, the cars in your garage could easily constitute a grand auto show, remarked Qin Bin, who typically regarded purchasing luxury cars as casually as sipping water. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. The Koenigsegg one is stunning. Young Master Chu, may I borrow your car for a couple of days to have some fun? Bai Fong, whose spirits had greatly improved after a lucrative day, now fully believed that Chu Jiang could help him regain his financial footing. Of course, that's not an issue. Except for the Koenigsegg one and the Lamborghini Veneno, you may take any other car you fancy, Chu Jiang said with a slight smile. What? Young Master Chu you? Bai Fong, as a top-tier rich heir, had driven almost every type of car except for the Koenigsegg one and the Veneno. And Chu Jiang's response had effectively thwarted his request. Haha, I was just joking. If you like it, feel free to take it for a spin. Chu Jiang chuckled. After all, it was just a car. He was not so petty. At 10:30 p.m., within Villa Number 9 of the Tang Palace, Chu Jiang resumed issuing commands. The first stock, SBFM, with a purchase price of 226 million per share. I want to buy 3 million lots. 100 shares constitute a lot, meaning this was a staggering 3 billion shares. At 226 million per share, that amounts to 67.8 billion million. Young Master Chu, are we really buying this much of the first stock? Bai Fong asked anxiously. Although there was still over 1 billion million in his account, Chu Jiang had just spent nearly 700 million on a single share. Do not panic, just watch. This stock's momentum is unusual. I have a feeling it will skyrocket. Chu Jiang said calmly, his gaze fixed on the screen. In truth, he had already observed the stock's trajectory for the evening, and it was nothing short of explosive. It was as if it had been injected with a stimulant. Since Chu Jiang had spoken, Bai Fong decided to remain silent. While he may have doubts about others, he certainly had faith in Chu Jiang, as he was counting on him to restore his fortunes. Rest assured, Bai Fong, once this wave concludes, you will be well on your way to recovery. As soon as Chu Jiang finished speaking, the stock price on the computer screen began to soar. What on earth is happening? Why is it rising so rapidly? Wang Tsong and the others were completely bewildered. They had just purchased at 226 million per share. And after a brief search, the price had skyrocketed to 3 million per share. Given that they now held 3 billion shares, even if they sold immediately, they would net a profit of over 220 million. Young Master Chu, should we sell now? Xia Feng asked excitedly. Do not rush. We have only just begun. Let's wait a bit longer, Chu Jiang said, unfazed. He had already seen the predicted increase in the stock price over the next half hour, which was projected to reach an astonishing 200. This is precisely what makes the U.S. stock market more alluring than the domestic A-share market. There are no limits on gains or losses, and the trading model operates on a T0 basis, allowing for such ultra-short-term maneuvers, especially since he could foresee future price movements. He was certain to reap substantial rewards. Indeed, the stock price continued its upward trajectory, soaring from the initial purchase price of 226 million per share to an astonishing 626 million per share within half an hour. Bai Fong and the others were left speechless. Wow, this stock is incredible. The increase has reached 176. They exclaimed. We've truly hit the jackpot. I must say, young Master Chu is remarkable. Chu Jiang stood calmly by, smiling faintly and maintaining his composure. Stay calm, everyone. We must keep our focus. As he spoke, Chu Jiang directed with poise. Set the sell order at 670 million per share for all shares. Understood, young Master Chu. Xiaofeng responded, hastily setting the selling price. As the stock price surged rapidly. Just as Xiaofeng finalized the selling price, it had already climbed to 652 million per share. At this rate, it would hit the target selling price within 5 minutes. Wang Tsong and his companions were glued to the screen, hardly daring to breathe. At such a critical moment, it was crucial that nothing went awry. While the stock price consistently trended upward, it still experienced fluctuations. Just moments ago, when the price broke through to 650 million per share, it had plummeted sharply, sending Wang Tsong and his friends into a panic. Don't drop. Keep rising, keep rising. We're so close. This is too exhilarating. I feel like my heart can't take it. Young Master Chu, you are truly impressive. Your calmness is astonishing. The trio watched as the stock price fluctuated, their hearts racing. If Chu Jiang had not been at the helm, they likely would have panicked and sold everything long ago. Each slight fluctuation could mean losses of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of millions. Who could withstand that? Stay calm, stay calm. Everything is under control. Chu Jiang said with a slight smile, his demeanor serene. He remained remarkably composed. Each fluctuation in stock prices had been meticulously analyzed on his system panel, leaving no room for error. Just as Chu Jiang finished speaking, the stock price swiftly rebounded, soaring directly to the pre-established sell point. After all, this was the American stock market, where trading volumes were astonishing. Although it involved 300 million shares, the entire liquidation process took less than 20 seconds. As the transactions concluded, a collective sigh of relief emanated from the crowd. What a thrill! Baifeng had been incredibly anxious just moments ago, but now he could finally relax. They eagerly checked the profits from this round of trading. Wang Tsong and the others were equally impatient, especially since they owned 300 million shares. The increase approached 200%, and they had made a tremendous profit from this round of trading. After deducting taxes and fees, they had directly earned a staggering 1.3 billion US dollars. Xiaofeng, pulling up the account interface, exclaimed with great excitement, 1.3 billion US dollars? Goodness, that converts to over 8 billion in Chinese currency? Truly, Chu Xiao is impressive. The speed of making money here surpasses even that of printing it. To follow Chu Xiao and share in the bounty is indeed exhilarating. Wang Tsong and his companions could not help but gather around Chu Jiang, showering him with praise. Though Chu Jiang would take half of the profits, their share was still considerable. The ease with which money was made was astonishing. Surely, even robbing a bank wouldn't be this swift. Chapter 39, Meeting a Film Producer. A single round of trading yielded 1.3 billion US dollars. This could undoubtedly be considered a substantial harvest from the American market. The account balance skyrocketed from 1.8 billion to 3.1 billion US dollars. Naturally, in the eyes of Wang Tsong and the others, the victorious Chu Jiang was now a veritable stock market deity. The hour was still early, and Chu Jiang proceeded to operate on 7 additional stocks. Although the gains were not as monumental as the first stock, they averaged over 30%. The astonishment of everyone present was palpable. By 5:30 in the morning, upon liquidating the final stock, the account balance had swelled to an impressive 6 billion US dollars. Wang Tsong and the others were visibly elated, having amassed such wealth. Their excitement was perfectly understandable. With a principal of merely 1 billion, they had profited 50 billion US dollars in just 2 days in the American stock market. Even with their modest commissions, the 50 billion US dollars in profits left them with overflowing riches. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin each stood to gain 500 million US dollars, while Baifeng would receive 750 million. After settling the 200 million remaining in the company account, he had still earned 550 million US dollars from following Chu Jiang in trading. Chu Jiang's profits were the most substantial, amounting to 3.25 billion US dollars. Converted to Chinese currency, that was over 200 billion. With such an abundance of funds, beginning tomorrow, they would start from the original 1 billion principal, and after withdrawing the money, he would transfer it to them once it arrived. In the stock market, the principle of securing profits is paramount. Until the gains are realized, profits remain merely theoretical. Baifeng naturally agreed with Chu Jiang's perspective, as he had just transferred 500 million US dollars from his company's account. With such a considerable sum, it was only a matter of time before his father would discover it. Being able to divide the profits now was indeed fortuitous. He had calculated that with a profit of 50 billion US he would be entitled to $750 million. By withdrawing $500 million to balance the company's books, he would still retain $250 million. Of course, the $300 million in principal was now also his. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were equally unconcerned, readily agreeing. As for the principal, even if they incurred losses later, given the current profit situation, they would not face any losses. Very well, it is settled then. Chu Jiang smiled, turning to Xiao Feng and the others. You have all worked hard tonight. Once this week concludes, I will treat each of you to a substantial bonus. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng and his companions promptly stood to express their gratitude. Indeed, they now understood why others could offer exorbitant commissions of 100,000 in a single evening. After all, earning 50 billion US dollars in just 2 nights made a mere 100,000 seem trivial. After a night of busyness, Chu Jiang returned to Villa number 8 and went straight to bed. Despite having earned over 30 billion US dollars in just 2 nights, he found himself surprisingly unexcited. After all, he was not in dire need of money at this juncture. However, no one would refuse an abundance of wealth. Chu Jiang certainly would not. He awoke the following day around 1 in the afternoon, feeling utterly exhausted after 2 nights of intense trading in the American stock market. After hastily consuming a few bites of lunch, he received a phone call from Bai Fong. Chu Xiao, didn't you mention establishing a Chumin Entertainment Media Company? I happen to know a producer who has a promising IP-seeking investment. Would you be interested in meeting? Bai Fong, as the young head of Daihai Music Company, was somewhat of a mogul in the entertainment industry, so it was not surprising that he knew a film producer. In a previous conversation, Chu Jiang had casually mentioned the matter. After all, resources should not go to waste. Although he had spoken offhandedly, Bai Fong took it to heart. Upon returning, he inquired about any promising IPs in need of investment, and fortuitously, he found a producer with a suitable opportunity. All right, sounds good. I have time this afternoon. Upon learning that Bai Fong's call was regarding this matter, Chu Jiang readily agreed. After arranging a meeting place, he and Shun Xingwei drove directly to the location Bai Fong provided. The Star Coast Cafe was among the more upscale establishments in the metropolis, far superior to the likes of Starbucks. After a brief half-hour drive, upon arrival, Chu Jiang found Bai Fong and his producer friend already waiting. As Chu Jiang approached, Bai Fong and the producer promptly stood to greet him. Chu Xiao, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Yu Bo, a well-known producer in the film industry. Mr. Yu, this is the Chu Xiao I mentioned. If your IP is sufficiently exceptional, I believe Chu Xiao will not disappoint you. Haha, Mr. You could not help but scrutinize Chu Jiang. To be frank, Bai Fong had conveyed that Chu Jiang was quite young, but seeing him in person was still a revelation. He appeared to be barely in his early 20s. Nonetheless, Mr. Yu was an astute individual, well aware that one should not judge a book by its cover. Given Bai Fong's utmost respect for Chu Jiang, he understood that Chu Jiang's identity and status were likely far from ordinary. Chu Jiang smiled warmly at him, saying, Mr. Yu, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. After shaking hands, Chu Jiang proceeded to collect 3 rewards from Mr. Yu's vicinity. Ding, you have collected 100 million in cash. Ding, you have collected 1 Lamborghini. Ding, you have collected a luxurious apartment in Tangshan Iping. The long-awaited system notification chimes in. Although it merely signifies daily rewards, any gain is better than none. Xiao Xiao, the IP in my hands is quite remarkable. It is adapted from the most popular fantasy novel on Tomato Novel, Godslayer, boasting over 100 million fans. Yu Bo remarked, and indeed, Xiao Jiang had also read this novel. Acknowledging its excellence, it truly holds a top-tier status on Tomato Novel. I've read this book. It's indeed a sensation. I never anticipated it would be adapted into a film and television series. How splendid. Xiao Jiang's affirmation brought a sigh of relief to Yu Bo. Chapter 40. Following Xiao Xiao means feasting 9 times a day. Indeed, Godslayer is a commendable IP. May I inquire how much investment you currently require? Xiao Jiang cut straight to the chase, momentarily startling Yu Bo. After all, being an adaptation of a fantasy-themed novel, the special effects would entail significant financial outlay. Yu Bo chuckled, responding, currently, we are short about 200 million. If Xiao Xiao is willing to invest, you could secure 50%. 200 million, you say? Xiao Jiang furrowed his brow, contemplating. Seeing Xiao Jiang's frown, Yu Bo quickly added, if that seems excessive, a lesser investment would be perfectly acceptable. Very well. I shall invest 500 million, but I have 3 stipulations. Upon hearing this, Yu Bo was taken aback. What? 500 million? Excitement flooded his face. Not only would he entertain the 3 stipulations, but he would endeavor to accommodate even more if necessary. Xiao Xiao, please go ahead. At this point, Yu Bo was finally convinced of Bai Fong's assertions. This gentleman indeed possessed substantial wealth. Firstly, I wish to acquire 70% of the total investment. This is not unreasonable, is it? Yu Bo hesitated for a moment, but quickly concurred. That is indeed reasonable. After all, Chao Jiang was proposing to inject 500 million into the project. Previously, they had only spent 10 million on acquiring the rights, and the total investment thus far was merely around 100 million. If Chao Jiang truly invested 500 million, he would have accepted 70%, even 80%. Secondly, my primary intention with this investment is to elevate the quality of the special effects. The prevalent issue with domestic fantasy dramas is the subpar effects. I hope to engage a world-class special effects team for post-production. Should funds be insufficient, we can consider additional investments. Today, Yubo finally witnessed what it means to be extravagantly wealthy. He had no objections to Chao Jiang's demand for the top-tier special effects team. If such funds were available, enhancing the visual effects was indeed a necessity. And thirdly, I currently have a female artist under my company, Chu Min Entertainment, who possesses considerable potential. I hope to secure a suitable role for her. After Chao Jiang articulated his 3 requirements, Yubo readily acquiesced without hesitation. After all, someone investing 500 million in the production warranted consideration for a female artist. Since there are no objections, Yuzong, I wish us a fruitful collaboration in advance. Chao Jiang smiled slightly at Yubo, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation, responded, Chao Xiao, indeed, may our collaboration be enjoyable. By the way, this is my personal butler, Shen Xingwei. She will handle all subsequent contract matters on my behalf, Chao Jiang stated. As the president of Chu Min Entertainment, it was only fitting for him to bring her to the forefront, while he would assume a more behind-the-scenes role. Financial concerns were not on his mind. He had recently made a killing in the U.S. stock market. The funds, initiated in the early hours, were expected to arrive by tomorrow at the earliest. Later, Yubo exchanged contact information with Shen Xingwei. After Chao Jiang and Shen Xingwei departed, Yubo finally regained his composure. Bai Xiao, Chao Xiao's generosity is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, feeling as if he had traveled back in time to the days when coal barons invested in film productions. Although Chao Jiang had laid out 3 requirements, they were, in truth, entirely reasonable. After all, 500 million was a mere trifle for Chao Xiao. Bai Feng candidly remarked, having witnessed Chao Jiang's prowess. I am thoroughly impressed. Earning 5 billion in just 2 nights in the stock market, 500 million yuan is hardly a concern for him. Shen Xingwei likewise remained taciturn. While 500 million was indeed a substantial amount, she could discern that Chao Jiang had his own vision. In truth, Chao Jiang hadn't given it much thought. If he had any intention, it was merely to invest in a grand production. In recent years, adaptations of fantasy and xianxia novels had gained popularity domestically. However, the resulting quality often left much to be desired. Despite claims of hefty investments and top-notch special effects teams, they were frequently criticized for subpar outcomes. If Chao Jiang intended to venture into the entertainment industry, being reluctant to spend money would be out of the question. 500 million was but a modest investment. To position Chu Min Entertainment as a leading company in the domestic market, further investments would be necessary. Xingwei, I entrust this matter to you, Chao Jiang said with a smile. Thank you for your efforts. Serving the young master is never a burden, Shen Xingwei replied promptly. Also, please inform Mu Yunxi to keep an eye on Godslayer. The opportunity is hers to seize, and it is up to her to grasp it. Understood, young master. Shen Xingwei nodded, mentally noting the task. Upon returning to the villa, Chao Jiang went straight to his bedroom for rest. After a refreshing sleep, he awoke to find it was already past 9 in the evening. Today, Wang Tsong and the others had declined to come, citing prior engagements, which did not bother Chao Jiang. After all, their presence was merely for encouragement. After sipping some tea and enjoying fresh fruit, Chao Jiang drove to the neighboring villa. With the experience gained over the last 2 nights, Xiaofeng operated with greater proficiency. This evening, Chao Jiang engaged in exclusively short-term transactions, successfully executing over 10 trades within the first hour. Chao Xiao is truly remarkable. Xiaofeng and his companions expressed their genuine admiration, noting that he managed to buy each stock at its lowest point and sell at its highest. Most impressively, every trade had yielded a minimum increase of over 30%. After another night of diligent work, 10 billion US dollars had transformed into 28 billion, with a profit of 18 billion US dollars. Chao Jiang surveyed his floating profit with an unperturbed demeanor. He snapped a photo of the results and shared it in their group chat before returning to Villa 8 for more rest. Upon waking, he discovered a lively discussion in their group chat. Chao Jiang casually browsed through the messages, filled with praises for him. It seems the money has arrived, he murmured upon noticing a bank notification. Subsequently, he posted in the group, just woke up and found over 300 billion in my account. Please send me your card numbers privately. I'll have Xingwei transfer you the funds shortly. As soon as Chu Jiang finished his sentence, a brief silence enveloped the small group of 4. Incredible. Chu Xiao, you're amazing. Following you means feasting 9 times a day. Chu Xiao, I want to bear your children. Chu Jiang retorted, get lost, get lost. Chapter 41. It is because I drive a Lamborghini that you cannot provoke me. According to their earlier agreement, Chu Jiang transferred 500 million Mi gold each to Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. Bai Feng received 750 million Mi gold, leaving him with a staggering 3,250 million Mi gold. Naturally, all of it belonged to him. This sum, exceeding 30 billion Mi gold, converted to over 200 billion Huawu currency. With such wealth in hand, his confidence was undeniably robust. Chu Jiang promptly transferred 2 billion cash to Xin Xingwei. Xingwei, I have just sent you 2 billion. Please check your account. All right, young master. Upon hearing that Chu Jiang had transferred 2 billion to her, Xin Xingwei was surprisingly unfazed. After all, she had witnessed Chu Jiang's remarkable success in the U.S. stock market these past couple of days. Excluding the profits from last night, he had safely netted over 200 billion. Xin Xingwei suddenly realized that 2 billion now seemed like a trifling amount to her. Although the money was not hers, she undeniably had the authority to manage it. Regarding the contract with President Yu, let us find a time to finalize it. Since we made a promise, we must ensure their peace of mind. Indeed, she replied. Additionally, since Chu Min Entertainment has just been established, we cannot have only one artist under our banner. Let us see if we can sign a few more promising talents. Of course, if we encounter a good IP, don't hesitate to spend a little to acquire the rights. A faint smile graced Chu Jiang's lips as he looked at Xin Xingwei and said, if funds are insufficient, we shall address it then. Understood, young master. All right, you may return to your duties. Chu Jiang settled onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and indulged in a moment of relaxation. The young master excels at making money, but his expenditure skills are impressive as well. Xin Xingwei mused silently. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, Chu Jiang seized the rare opportunity to unwind. Sipping tea and perusing novels, he was thoroughly enjoying himself when his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chu Jiang paused momentarily before answering the call. Dawei, what brings you to call me today? Wang Wei, a childhood friend from the same village as Chu Jiang, had married early and was said to be developing his life in Modu with his wife. They had not been in contact for several years due to their busy lives, so seeing Wang Wei's name surprised him. Chu Jiang, I've gotten into a bit of trouble here in Modu. I heard from my mom that you seem to be doing quite well, so I thought Wang Wei's voice was hesitant and stammering. Chu Jiang furrowed his brow. Wang Wei was inherently honest, and he would not reach out unless he faced significant trouble. Dawei, just tell me what is going on. What is our relationship? This morning, my wife's water broke, so I drove her to the hospital. However, on the way, a rich second-generation driving a Porsche cut me off. I didn't think much of it and yelled at him a bit. Now, that rich kid has blocked the entrance to the hospital with his entourage. Chu Jiang's anger ignited upon hearing Wang Wei's predicament. Is this really happening? Which hospital are you at? Is your wife all right? Don't worry. I'm on my way. I'll see what kind of audacity this Porsche driving brat possesses. My wife is fine. She has already given birth to a daughter. Chu Jiang, I didn't intend to trouble you, but I'm worried about them being in the hospital alone if anything goes wrong. Dawei, don't say that. Send me your location. I'll head over immediately. Despite the situation, Wang Wei had grown up alongside him, and seeing him bullied in Modu compelled Chu Jiang to intervene. It was evident that the rich second generation was being unreasonable. I'm quite eager to see what sort of person drives a Porsche. Chu Jiang hopped into his Lamborghini Veneno and sped towards the Modu Maternal and Child Health Hospital. At the hospital entrance, a Porsche Panamera was parked, occupied by 2 arrogant young men wearing sunglasses. These country bumpkins truly are insufferable. I'll block here today. If he dares to show his face, I'll teach him a lesson. The young man behind the wheel appeared around 25 or 26, with bleached hair and an overall delinquent demeanor. They had yet to realize they were provoking someone they should not. It took Chu Jiang just over 30 minutes to arrive. And while the Porsche Panamera had drawn some attention, all eyes turned to the Lamborghini Veneno as it approached. After all, it was a Lamborghini. Even if not everyone could recognize its worth of over 100 million, they understood that such a dazzling supercar was undoubtedly valuable. As Chu Jiang neared, he observed the Porsche Panamera parked at the hospital entrance and, without hesitation, drove straight into it. The young men in the Porsche, initially unaware of the approaching Lamborghini, were startled when they suddenly felt the impact. What the hell is going on today? The driver stormed out of the car, cursing. But when he saw that it was a Lamborghini that had struck him, his arrogance evaporated in an instant. Upon realizing it was a Veneno, he could hardly utter a word, trembling in fear. Technically, it was Chu Jiang who rear-ended the Porsche, thereby bearing the responsibility. However, everyone knew that it was a Lamborghini Veneno. There was no way he could afford to provoke someone driving such a car. Hey, are you blind while driving? The young man in the passenger seat, lacking any sense of awareness, shouted at Chu Jiang. However, before he could finish, The wealthy second generation slapped him on the head, trembling as he turned to Chu Jiang and said, "I'm sorry. My cousin doesn't know better. Please don't hold it against him." Chu Jiang remained silent, merely fixing a cold stare upon them. "What? You think driving a Porsche makes you special? Why didn't you tell me you knew who I am? Is it because I drive a Lamborghini that you believe you can't provoke me?" Chapter 42. I have accepted a little daughter. Hearing Chu Jiang's words, the young man with bleached hair realized the gravity of the situation. Particularly, the phrase "do you know who I am?" echoed his earlier taunt towards the outsider. "So, driving a Porsche Panamera has made you forget who you are?" Chu Jiang regarded him with a derisive smirk. "Why don't you boast about how much better you are than me?" Upon hearing this, the young man understood that Chu Jiang was the very person he had sought help from earlier. His previous bravado had vanished entirely. He possesses a certain self-awareness. After all, the vehicle in question is none other than a Lamborghini Veneno. Not to mention that the price of this exquisite automobile exceeds 100 million, with only 14 units produced worldwide. Without a prominent background or identity, who could possibly acquire such a car? He harbors no doubt that this Lamborghini Veneno could be borrowed by Chu Jiang. For even those capable of borrowing such a vehicle are not someone he could afford to provoke. The circle in the Magic City is rather small. Although he is merely an inconspicuous second-generation rich kid, he has recently heard whispers about Chu Jiang. Rumor has it that a super-wealthy heir has emerged in the Magic City, and his vehicles range from a Koenigsegg 1 to a Lamborghini Veneno, with the least extravagant being a Lamborghini Huracan. Moreover, he has cultivated particularly close ties with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, and his background remains shrouded in mystery. "Are you Chu Xiao?" The rich second generation stammered for a moment before daring to speak. "Oh, you know me?" Chu Jiang chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Chu Xiao, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. You have misunderstood my intentions. Upon learning that there was a pregnant woman in the vehicle, I have deeply reflected on my mistakes. I am here waiting to apologize to him, with no ulterior motives." The young heir displayed commendable quick-wittedness, hastily claiming that he had come solely to offer an apology when he sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Chu Jiang understood that this was merely a last-minute change of heart, but in truth, his objective was achieved. A subtle intimidation of this arrogant rich kid would suffice. Surely he wouldn't resort to violence over this incident, especially not in front of the hospital, where the potential repercussions would be too great. "My brother will be out shortly. You may express your apologies in his presence. As for whether or not to forgive you, that will be determined by him." Just as Chu Jiang finished speaking, Wang Wei emerged from the hospital. Upon seeing Chu Jiang, he was momentarily taken aback. The transformation was astonishing. The most significant change in a person often lies in their aura, having grown accustomed to a life of opulence and mingling with top-tier second-generation wealthy individuals. Chu Jiang's demeanor naturally mirrored that of Wang Tsong and his peers. However, what truly astonished Wang Wei was the Lamborghini that stood behind Chu Jiang. It was, indeed, a Lamborghini. While he may not have recognized it as a Veneno, he had some knowledge of supercars. Such a dazzling Lamborghini must surely start at no less than 10 million, right? Yet, upon witnessing the Lamborghini collide with a Porsche Panamera, a wave of emotion welled up within him. Finally, a childhood friend has achieved such heights. "Dewey Gu, how is your wife doing?" Chu Jiang kindly approached Wang Wei to greet him, both to acknowledge him and to bolster his spirits. The rich second generation, with a pained expression, timidly addressed Wang Wei. "I apologize, it was my fault. I had no idea there was a pregnant woman in the car, and I have come to realize my mistake. I hope you can forgive me. I will cover all the expenses for my wife's hospital stay." Upon hearing the young heir's words, Wang Wei, being straightforward, felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. "Had you said this earlier, I wouldn't have been so upset. As for the costs, I can manage that." Wang Wei had no desire to escalate the situation, and since the young heir had already apologized, he saw no reason to pursue it further. The rich second generation, upon realizing Wang Wei would not accept his money, nearly burst into tears. Truth be told, he was indifferent to the amount. However, if Wang Wei refused his money, he feared it might indicate that Wang Wei was still angry. The last thing he wanted was for Chu Xiao to seek revenge on him. He gazed anxiously at Chu Jiang before turning to Wang Wei again. "Brother, I truly regret my actions today. If you don't accept my money, I will feel uneasy." Wang Wei was baffled. Why was it unacceptable to refuse the money? Chu Jiang, aware of the young heir's thoughts, cleared his throat and remarked, "Dewey Gu, he nearly caused your wife harm. It's only right that he contributes something." The rich second generation quickly chimed in. Yes, it's only fitting that I spend a little." Wang Wei, hearing Chu Jiang's statement and noticing the earnestness of the rich heir, found himself at a loss. "Then give me 20,000. I'll provide you with an account number, and you can transfer the money directly to me." Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the young heir breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly transferred 50,000 to Wang Wei. "Brother, I just sent over 50,000. I realized my previous actions startled your wife. And this amount is meant for her to purchase some supplements. It must be said that although this rich second generation had displayed arrogance, he was not entirely devoid of decency. All right, let's leave it at that, Chu Jiang declared, causing the panicked young heir to finally relax. Since they were there, he naturally intended to visit Wang Wei's wife. As Chu Jiang and Wang Wei entered the hospital, the rich second generation quickly made his exit, tail tucked between his legs. Chu Jiang, you are truly thriving. That car of yours is a Lamborghini, right? Such an expensive vehicle. Wang Wei exclaimed in admiration, then turned to Chu Jiang with genuine sincerity. Thank you for today. Had you not arrived, that rich heir would not have been so compliant. Wang Wei, being simple and honest, was not naive. He could not possibly believe that the rich heir had been waiting to apologize at the hospital entrance. If Chu Jiang hadn't come to intimidate him, how could he have possibly apologized so readily? I came in such a hurry that I forgot to bring anything. Chu Jiang chuckled in response. If you say that, I would truly feel ashamed enough to want to find a hole to hide in. Wang Wei replied with a smile. Dewei-gu, congratulations. You are now a father of a daughter. Chu Jiang, upon seeing Wang Wei's daughter, genuinely congratulated his brother. You should hurry up. Get married soon. As for me, I'm not in a rush. I just started to enjoy this vibrant world. How could I possibly marry so early? Chu Jiang replied, playfully teasing Wang Wei's little girl. Surprisingly, the little girl, who had been fussing moments before, suddenly quieted down upon seeing Chu Jiang, even breaking into giggles. Dewei-gu, your little girl seems to have a special connection with me. How about you let me be her godfather? Indeed, Chu Jiang found himself quite fond of this little girl, especially since she stopped crying and laughed upon seeing him. Of course, that's perfectly fine. By the way, brother, I lack formal education, and I haven't named her yet. How about you? As her godfather, give her a name. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jiang softly suggested, how about Wang Shiqing? A crane soars above the clouds, inviting poetic sentiments to the azure skies. All right, then she shall be named Wang Shiqing. Chapter 43, The Endearing Li Zihui. Wang Wei had no issues, and Chu Jiang had inadvertently gained a goddaughter. It was truly a joyous occasion for all. However, as the godfather, Chu Jiang could not be too stingy. Little Shiqing, you are so well behaved. Here, this is for you. Chu Jiang extracted a jade pendant of a laughing Buddha from his system space. This was yet another reward that he had previously acquired near Yongfu Palace. It was a piece of emerald jade of considerable worth. However, to Chu Jiang, it was merely a piece of jade. When Wang Wei caught sight of the jade guanyin pendant in Chu Jiang's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. Brother, what are you doing? This item is far too precious. We cannot accept it. I'm not giving it to you. It's a gift from my goddaughter. Chu Jiang chuckled. Just a trinket, not worth much. Consider it a token of our meeting. I wouldn't want Xiao Shiqing to grow up thinking her godfather is too stingy. Having heard Chu Jiang's words, Wang Wei ceased to refuse. Dewei, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Let me know when sister-in-law is discharged. I'll come by then. All right. Wang Wei personally escorted Chu Jiang to the entrance of the hospital. Watching as Chu Jiang drove away in his Lamborghini, he couldn't help but exclaim, it seems one must go to university to achieve success. Wang Wei was unaware of the exact circumstances surrounding Chu Jiang, but his thoughts were nonetheless optimistic. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable remaining in the hospital room. Upon leaving, he couldn't help but think of that young lady, Li Zihui. He hadn't seen her in the past few days, and as a passionate youth who had just tasted the fruits of romance, it was impossible not to miss her. As fate would have it, he was passing by the 9th People's Hospital in the Magic City, so he decided to call Li Zihui. Li Zihui's mother was recovering splendidly, looking much better than before her surgery. Besides Li Zihui, her cousin Zhou Biding had also been caring for her. Yet, one must admit that it was Li Zihui, as the devoted daughter, who was the most considerate caregiver. At that moment, Li Zihui was seated, engrossed in a book, when her phone rang. Seeing that it was Chu Jiang calling, she was momentarily taken aback but quickly answered. Are you at the hospital? Yes. Can you come out? Yes, I can. Li Zihui glanced at her cousin Zhou Biding and nodded in affirmation. All right, I'll be at the hospital entrance in about 10 minutes. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Li Zihui stood and approached her mother. Mom, a friend needs me for something. I'll step out for a bit. Please let Biding know. Turning to Zhou Biding, she added, Biding, I'm stepping out for a moment. Please keep an eye on my mom. Zhou Biding, having recognized from Li Zihui's expression that it was Chu Jiang calling, stood up and smiled. Sister, don't worry. As she moved closer to Li Zihui, she whispered, Sister, is it brother-in-law who is coming? Li Zihui shot her a disapproving glance. Don't say that. We're just friends. Yet, deep down, she mused, I doubt I even hold the status of a friend in his heart. Li Zihui felt a pang of insecurity, especially in Chu Jiang's presence. It magnified her feelings of self-doubt. Upon exiting the hospital, she found Chu Jiang had just arrived. As the Lamborghini Veneno pulled up, she couldn't help but steal a glance at its sleek front. Once seated in the passenger seat, an awkward silence enveloped them. Chu Xiao. I noticed a slight bump on your car's front. Just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about. Chu Jiang chuckled. How has your mother been these past couple of days? Much better. The doctor said if all goes well this week, she can be discharged. That is good to hear. If you're stepping out, will someone be there to take care of her? My cousin is here. Li Zihui bit her lip, lowering her gaze as she spoke softly. Judging by your complexion, it seems you haven't been resting well lately. Chu Jiang gently placed his hand under Li Zihui's chin, prompting her to lift her head. The look of vulnerability on her face stirred a wave of compassion within him. Let us take a break tonight. Come to my place and rest properly. Though Chu Jiang initially harbored intentions of engaging in more intimate activities with Li Zihui, the sight of her weariness extinguished those thoughts. Chu Xiao. Upon hearing his invitation, Li Zihui was momentarily at a loss for words. Be good and listen. We wouldn't want your mother to recover only for you to fall ill. Would you want her to take care of you then? Chu Jiang spoke softly, pressing the accelerator as they headed toward his villa. Arriving at the villa, Li Zihui was truly awestruck by its opulent grandeur. She was aware of Chu Jiang's wealth, yet she never anticipated he would reside in the largest villa in the Tenga Palace. News of the woman Chu Jiang brought home spread quickly throughout the villa. The lady brought back by the young master. Could she truly be the young mistress? She doesn't seem like it. Though quite beautiful, she lacks that certain aura. I agree, but she is indeed the first woman the young master has brought back. The young lady and her roommate don't count. I still believe in Butler Shun as the young mistress. Honestly, don't you think the young master and Butler Shun are the best match? Does it even matter? Who the young master likes is beyond my control. I wish he liked me, but is that possible? The gossip among the women was incessant, and within mere hours, the household staff were abuzz with speculation about Li Zihui's relationship with Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, however, paid no mind to their chatter and led Li Zihui directly to his bedroom. Chu Xiao. Don't speak. You need to rest, Chu Jiang said, gazing at Li Zihui's fair face. Get some good sleep. We can talk after you wake up. With that, he exited the bedroom, leaving Li Zihui alone within. The household staff, noticing Chu Jiang emerge from the bedroom alone, were filled with curiosity. Yet, knowing it was Chu Jiang's private affair, they dared not pry further. Chapter 44. For Masters of the King Tier as Companions. Li Zihui was taken aback. Chu Jiang had brought her back to his villa, and yet he expected nothing more than for her to rest. Initially, she found it difficult to sleep. However, exhaustion from the past few days weighed heavily upon her. And confined to the bedroom, she felt too timid to venture out. Lying by the bedside, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang occupied himself on the sofa in the living room, playing the mobile game League of Legends. He oscillated between wins and losses, stuck at Emerald Eye, unable to ascend to Diamond. It was a frustrating experience that drove him to browse Douyin for live streams. While scrolling, he stumbled upon a streamer specializing in League of Legends, boasting the highest rank, King. The intriguing aspect was that for the price of one plane ticket, one could enjoy the thrill of being accompanied by 4 King-tier players for 3 matches. A mere 300 yuan for such an experience might be considered a bit steep for the average person. However, for Chu Jiang, it was an absolute bargain. With just a single gesture of gifting an airplane, he secured 3 matches. Without a moment's hesitation, he bestowed upon the streamer a total of 10 airplanes. 10 airplanes equate to 30 matches. Remarkably, being carried by 4 esteemed players of the highest rank provided a wholly different experience. Regardless of the position he played, it mattered little if he faltered. With 4 grandmasters on his team, one could say, quite bluntly, that even a novice could triumph today. Each match averaged around 10 minutes. And after 3 hours of continuous play, Chu Jiang achieved an astounding victory in 20 consecutive games. What's more, these 4 grandmasters were exceptionally accommodating, willingly yielding positions, resources, and kills, as their sole aim was to ensure that their benefactor, Chu Jiang, enjoyed his gaming experience. Exhausted, he declared, I'm done for today. I shall continue tomorrow when I have the time. With that, he exited the game. Upon returning to the Douyin livestream, Chu Jiang generously gifted the streamer 10 carnivals. Each carnival was valued at 3,000, amounting to the equivalent of 10 airplanes. Thus, 10 carnivals totaled a staggering 30,000. He promptly reserved 10 days of companionship. As soon as the 10 carnivals appeared, the chat was inundated with messages of 666 from all the viewers. The streamer, taken aback, paused for more than 10 seconds before rising to express her gratitude to Chu Jiang. Thank you, young Master Chu, for the 10 carnivals. Chu Jiang, however, did not linger in the live stream. He swiftly moved on. With ample time still at his disposal and having just played over 20 matches in one go, he decided to relax by browsing Douyin for more live streams. His Douyin username was Young Master Chu, and during these idle days, he often indulged in live streams, of course, not without showing his appreciation through tips to the streamers he found entertaining. Initially, his contributions were modest, yet as time progressed, he had already spent nearly 200,000 Huoguo coins. Currently, his account stood at level 42, just 30,000 short of reaching level 43. Though Douyin began its live streaming relatively late, the number of prominent streamers did not compare to other domestic platforms. However, Douyin boasted a considerable traffic volume and a vast number of streamers, with its local live streaming feature being particularly robust, leading to many prominent figures actively participating in Douyin live streams. Generally speaking, leveling up to the first 20 levels on Douyin was quite manageable. Spending a total of 800 sound waves, equivalent to 380 Huoguo coins, would elevate one to level 20. Yet, the ascent grew progressively more challenging. Reaching level 30 required a staggering 60,000 sound waves, or 6,000 Huoguo coins. With 900 million users on Douyin and a daily active user count exceeding 700 million, it was no surprise that many affluent individuals frequented the platform. However, it was noted that to be considered a prominent figure on Douyin, one typically needed an account level of at least 40. To reach level 40, a minimum expenditure of 890,000 sound waves, or at least 89,000 Huoguo coins, was necessary. Chu Jiang's account, currently at level 42, had already seen an expenditure of 7 million sound waves, translating to 170,000 Huoguo coins. Notably, he had directly recharged his account with 1 million Huoguo coins. Should he deplete all the sound waves in his account, he would reach a remarkable total of 10 million sound waves, perfectly positioning his account to elevate to level 49. While the number of wealthy patrons on Douyin may not rival those on other live streaming platforms, they were still present in notable figures. The highest account level achievable on Douyin was 60, necessitating a consumption of 200 million sound waves to attain. 200 million sound waves equated to 20 million Huoguo coins. It was quite understandable for an average affluent individual to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions watching live streams over a year, but to recharge tens of millions or more. It was fair to say that 90% were likely affiliated with live streaming companies. Naturally, there were genuine wealthy patrons. After all, 20 million is substantial for the average individual. Yet for top-tier heirs like Wang Tsong and Qin Fan, it hardly posed a concern. Chu Jiang was still new to the live streaming scene, and his tips were rather spontaneous. If he found someone appealing or entertaining, he would casually send a few small gifts. It wasn't much. It was merely a way to pass the time and alleviate boredom. Yeah. As he casually scrolled through various live streams, he unexpectedly stumbled upon his younger sister, Chu Yu, broadcasting live with her roommate. What was happening? Since it was his sister, Chu Jiang decided to linger in the live stream. We are students of Magic City University, and we don't frequently live stream. We're not doing this for profit. Our school is currently holding a charity fundraising event, and after much deliberation, our dorm decided to use this month to live stream and raise some funds to support education in the western regions of our country. Indeed, we pledge that every penny earned from this month's live stream will be donated entirely to our school's charitable foundation. After staying in the live stream for a few minutes, Chu Jiang grasped the situation. While he had no objections to Chu Yu live streaming, he wouldn't fully endorse it either. Firstly, Chu Yu was still a university student and should prioritize her studies. In truth, their family's financial situation had improved considerably, and they were not in need of money. If Chu Yu required funds, he could provide as much as she needed. However, if the live stream was for a charitable fundraising activity, Chu Jiang wholeheartedly supported her. It must be said that Chu Yu's beauty attracted a significant number of viewers. Of course, most of them were fellow students from Magic City University. The live stream now boasted over 2,000 viewers, with the chat frantically filled with phrases like "I adore you, Goddess Chu Yu." Naturally, in a live stream setting, they could not forego the live interactions and PK battles. Remarkably, despite being new to live streaming, various factors contributed to the burgeoning popularity of their broadcast. After all, with over 2,000 viewers, those capable of engaging in live PK battles were not mere small streamers. Wow, they actually connected with a Ning? Oh my, Douyin is certainly stirring things up. How did they end up in a PK with a Ning? This match is likely going to be a tough one. Facing a Ning? Could it be? Could it truly be a Ning? In Chu Yu's live stream, the chat erupted with excitement, noting that the opponent was indeed a Ning. To be honest, Chu Yu had no idea who a Ning was, and neither did Chu Jiang have much familiarity with her. Yet, when he laid eyes on a Ning, he recalled a faint memory. Wasn't she the former girlfriend of Tsongo? No wonder, Chu Jiang murmured to himself, as the big shots in a Ning's live stream had already begun showering her with carnivals. In contrast, while there were indeed many gifts being showered in Chu Yu's stream, They paled in comparison to the affluent patrons in a Ning's room. After all, most of the viewers in Chu Yu's live stream were students from Magic City University, and there was no way they could compete with the societal elites in a Ning stream. Chapter 45. The Carnival Soars in the Livestream Room. The PK battles in Douyin live streams last 5 minutes. And Ning found it quite odd why she was matched with a small streamer boasting only a couple of thousand followers. Nonetheless, since the system had arranged it, she viewed it as a fortunate arrangement. With 31 consecutive PK victories under her belt that day, facing off against a small streamer like Chu Yu was, in her opinion, a delightful gift from Douyin. The affluent patrons on her side were quite generous. As soon as the PK began, they had already sent 3 carnivals, with each carnival valued at 30,000 sound waves. That amounted to a staggering 90,000 sound waves. On the other hand, looking at Chu Yu's situation, the crowdfunding had barely amassed over 2,000 in audio waves, which was far from sufficient. The PK progress bar was being decisively crushed, leaving only a sliver behind. Of course, Chu Yu had no intention of winning the PK. Her live streaming wasn't for profit. She adopted a tranquil demeanor, merely expressing gratitude whenever gifts were bestowed upon her. The big brother in a Ning's live stream, witnessing such a stark disparity in strength, also paused. 3 carnivals were more than adequate. After all, the opposing streamer was just a small broadcaster with over 2,000 fans. What major players would bother with her? The opposing streamer was indeed quite striking. Without further ado, I must follow her. Why does it feel like the opposing streamer is even more beautiful than a Ning? Oh my, the lady on the other side is actually the campus belle of Modi University. No wonder she exudes such beauty and grace. The campus belle. Enough said. I'm going to follow her right away. Not to mention, Chu Yu's collaboration with a Ning had garnered her a significant influx of viewers. Her livestream, which once had just over 2,000 viewers, suddenly surged to over 4,000. After all, a Ning was currently ranked among the top 3 broadcasters in terms of popularity across the entire platform, with over 100,000 viewers watching live. On Chu Jiang's side, he had just lit a cigarette and hadn't even had the chance to send gifts. Upon seeing a Ning's big brother start the stream by gifting 3 carnivals, to be honest, it stirred his competitive spirit. If it were any other small streamer, he wouldn't have felt compelled to help them win a PK. But since it was Chu Yu, his own sister, it would be unreasonable not to support her. Moreover, Chu Yu was also raising funds for charity, so gifting money would be worthwhile. Did they think 3 carnivals guaranteed victory? Taking a puff of his cigarette, Chu Jiang casually tossed 10 carnivals into the mix. Instantly, the carnival effects began to flood the screen in Chu Yu's live stream. Chu Min De Xiao sent Carnival X1. Chu Min De Xiao sent Carnival X2. Chu Min De Xiao sent Carnival X3. Chu Min De Xiao sent Carnival X10. In an instant, 300,000 audio waves surged back into the PK progress bar. Everyone in Chu Yu's live stream was left in shock. Naturally, the big brothers in a Ning stream were equally bewildered. It was only then that everyone realized there was actually a level 43 big brother hidden in Chu Yu's live stream. Chu Jiang had previously been 3,000 audio waves shy of leveling up, and with those 10 carnivals, he immediately ascended to level 43. What the heck? Who is Chu Min De Xiao? So domineering? 10 carnivals? 666. What a formidable big brother. Who says our little streamer lacks protection from big brothers? They should know who we are. This is the goddess Chu Yu. 10 carnivals? A wealthy person indeed. My goodness. A level 43 big brother. How much must he have spent to achieve this? The barrage in Chu Yu's live stream suddenly increased, partly due to many fans migrating from a Ning stream. Additionally, it was spurred by Chu Jiang's sudden gifting of 10 carnivals. However, the big brother in a Ning's live stream could no longer remain seated. What did this mean? Did they want to confront him head-on? Speaking was the #1 big brother in a Ning stream, known as Chiha, with an account level of 53. Though level 53 is merely 10 levels higher than level 43, it's crucial to note that the cost of leveling up on Douyin increases significantly with each level. For level 53, the minimum expenditure is 31 million audio waves, equivalent to 1 million Chinese yuan. As for Chu Jiang at level 43, the minimum expenditure is 200,000 Chinese yuan. There's a considerable gap. Chiha, the opposing #1 big brother, is called Chu Min De Xiao, and he just leveled up to 43. Chiha, what should we do? Should we teach the opposing side a lesson? Chiha, they are clearly provoking you. In a Ning's live stream, numerous fans began spamming the barrage, trying to set the tone. For them, watching live streams wasn't merely about beautiful hosts. After all, there are countless beautiful streamers to choose from. What they truly wanted to witness was the spectacle of these wealthy big brothers lavishly spending their fortunes in fierce PKs. Chiha, whose real name is Gao Xiang, is a wealthy second-generation heir from Anhui province, with a family fortune of at least 10 billion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent over 3 million on live streaming. Recently, Chiha had become Ning's #1 supporter. When Ning went live today, he boldly declared his ambition to help her achieve a record of 50 consecutive PK victories. To this end, he even recharged 50 million audio waves, totaling 5 million Chinese yuan. The previous 31 consecutive victories had already cost him over 10 million audio waves, and he initially thought this PK was a welfare round arranged by Douyin, hoping to conserve some audio waves. However, when Chu Jiang casually tossed in 10 carnivals, it instantly ignited his competitive spirit. How intriguing, Chiha murmured to himself. Without further ado, he directly sent Ning 20 carnivals. In an instant, Ning's PK progress bar surged back, adding to the previous 3 and the gifts from the live stream fans. Ning's PK audio waves now exceeded 70,000. However, just as Chiha paused, Chu Jiang unhesitatingly began flooding the screen with carnivals. Taking advantage of the brief interlude, Chu Jiang had recharged 200 million audio waves, equivalent to 20 million Chinese yuan. Since he was determined to assist Chu Yu in the PK, how could he not recharge more audio waves? With less than 2 minutes remaining in the PK, both Chu Yu's and Ning's fans were left dumbfounded. This was because Chu Jiang showed no sign of stopping in his barrage of carnivals. Chu Min de Xiao sent Carnival X1. Chu Min de Xiao sent Carnival X2. Chu Min de Xiao sent Carnival X3. Chu Min de Xiao sent Carnival X200. Everyone was left utterly stunned. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. 200 carnivals amount to 600,000. Moreover, Chu Jiang showed no signs of slowing down, and the speed of his carnival barrage only increased. By the time Chiha, Ning's #1 big brother, realized what was happening, it was already too late. Chapter 46. Chu Jiang turned the carnivals into little hearts. In both live streams, nearly everyone was in a state of shock, particularly the big brothers in Ning's stream, who had never anticipated that such a small streamer, with just over 2,000 viewers, could possess such a wealthy patron. Flooding the screen with carnivals like little hearts? Who is this Chu Min de Xiao? Where did this extravagant big brother come from? With less than 30 seconds left in the PK, even if all of Ning's big brothers gifted carnivals, they would not be able to catch up. As the PK entered the countdown phase, the big brothers on Ning's side all surrendered. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang continued sending gifts without pause. Chu Min de Xiao sent Carnival X456. In Chu Yu's live stream, the number of viewers skyrocketed. Chu Jiang sent a total of 500 carnivals in one breath before finally pausing. What the heck? This is a true big brother. He just sent 500 carnivals at once. 150,000 just for the streamer? What kind of family conditions does he have to be so extravagant? It was the first time I had seen such a generous big brother, and I was utterly astonished. This big brother is definitely approachable. When he has money, he genuinely gifts it. Just moments ago, my elder brother had just reached level 43, and now he astonishingly stands at level 51. Ascending 9 levels in a single PK match, Chu Yu and her companions were left utterly astonished. However, amidst their shock, Chu Yu initially harbored uncertainties about whether the distinguished heir of the Chu family was indeed Chu Jiang. Yet now, she is 80% certain that this is her brother, Chu Jiang. Firstly, the heir of the Chu family. She recalls her brother mentioning that he had established an entertainment media company, aptly named Chu Min. Secondly, the fact that he is identified as a member of the Chu family implies a familial connection. Moreover, would someone unfamiliar with her be so generous as to shower her with such a substantial sum of money? Chu Yu promptly sent a message to Chu Jiang. Brother, is that esteemed heir of the Chu family in the live stream you? How did you know it was me? Brother, I'm not foolish. A stranger would never bestow such a fortune upon me without reason. Indeed, you have a point, haha. It truly is my brother. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Yu remarked to her roommates, and the chat in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. WTF? The generous gentleman gifting the streamer is your brother? Wow. I should have seen this coming. Our goddess Chu Yu is a wealthy beauty. Her brother drives a Lamborghini. Not just that, he also possesses a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, just a few days prior, the students of Magic City University had formed quite a memorable impression of Chu Yu's brother. On the other hand, Ning, having lost the PK, felt somewhat disheartened, primarily due to her streak of 31 victories being abruptly halted. And it was a loss to a small streamer with merely 2,000 fans. Nonetheless, she did not blame her top supporter, Chihi, but she felt a bit embarrassed for him. This loss is on me. I underestimated my opponent. How about this? And Ning, you challenge that streamer to another PK match, and I will ensure your victory this time. With her winning streak broken, Chihi ceased to regard the prospect of helping Ning achieve 50 consecutive wins. However, losing face had to be rectified, and he believed that his earlier defeat stemmed from underestimating the capabilities of the opposing streamer's benefactor. With over 38 million audio waves remaining in his account, worth over 3 million yuan, he was confident that he could secure victory in the next PK. Another PK against that gentleman? Upon hearing her top supporter's declaration, Ning's mood brightened instantly. As a streamer, the outcome of everyday PK matches did not weigh heavily on her, for what she truly desired was to witness her top supporter compete with those from other streams. After all, the ultimate beneficiary would certainly be herself. Shall I challenge her again? Although Ning inquired. She had already reconnected with Chu Yu for another PK before her question could fully materialize. Chu Yu, having noticed someone wishing to connect for a PK, had absent-mindedly approved, only to realize that her opponent was, in fact, Ning. Since we both felt a tinge of dissatisfaction from that earlier loss, shall we engage in another PK? Ning proposed with a smile. Huh. Chu Yu was momentarily taken aback by Ning's suggestion, thinking it might be better to refrain. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Ning's top supporter, Chi-He, had already begun showering gifts. 10 carnival gifts came pouring in. Each carnival gift amounted to 30,000 audio waves, culminating in a staggering 300,000 audio waves. The progress bar of the PK rapidly surged past Chu Yu's. Moreover, Chi-He remained vigilant, sending a carnival gift every second. Though his pace was not as rapid as Chu Zhang's, it still astonished many fans in the livestream. Upon returning to Chu Yu's livestream, Chu Zhang witnessed Ning once again engaging in a PK with Chu Yu, and the number of carnival gifts on her end had already exceeded 100. The audio waves from the PK had soared to over 3 million. Is this a direct challenge to me? Chu Zhang chuckled softly to himself, murmuring quietly, there are still over 3 minutes left in the PK. That should be ample time to catch up. With that thought, he too commenced his barrage of carnival gifts. Chu Min's heir has sent Carnival X1. Chu Min's heir has sent Carnival X2. Chu Min's heir has sent Carnival X268. Chu Zhang's gifts began to flood the screen, and his speed was astonishingly rapid. 5 carnival gifts per second. This left everyone in awe. Wow, our Chu Min heir is truly remarkable. He transformed the carnival gifts into hearts. Incredible. Incredible. The only words that come to mind are incredible. It was evident that the opposing side was flabbergasted, although their top supporter possessed considerable strength. Facing off against our Chu Min heir left them somewhat lacking in confidence. Chu Jiang paid no mind to the chat. For supporting his sister in winning the PK was the priority. Furthermore, the monetary stakes of several million were of little concern to him. The number of viewers in Chu Yu's live stream began to surge dramatically. Aside from the fans from Ning's stream, it was primarily TikTok's algorithm that was driving traffic to Chu Yu's channel. As numerous new fans entered the live stream, they were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the dazzling carnival effects. I'm new here. What is happening? Can someone explain? Wow, the carnival effects are causing lag. This is absurd. Have there really been 1,000 carnival gifts sent? What on earth is happening? Is that Ning, the ex-girlfriend of Wang Song? She is being completely overshadowed. With 30 seconds remaining in the PK, Ning's top supporter conceded defeat. Recognizing that they could not compete with the opposing gentleman, he surrendered. Where did this Chu Min heir even come from? This is insane. Having sent 1,000 carnival gifts without a hint of slowing down, he had already contributed 300,000. Was he simply overflowing with wealth? I dare say, if the principal were present, perhaps there would still be a chance at victory. As the chat mentioned Wang Song, he fortuitously entered in Ning's live stream. Despite being her ex-boyfriend, it was well known that Wang Song maintained amicable relations with his former partners. And Ning's recent surge in popularity on TikTok was largely attributed to Wang Song's support during the past few days. Huh, she is being so thoroughly defeated? I must see who the opponent is. Upon catching sight of Chu Yu, Wang Song immediately understood why Ning was suffering such a devastating loss. Without needing to look further, he recognized who the top supporter on the opposing side was. Chapter 47. Tomorrow night, we shall orchestrate something grand once more. And then I can rest. There was no chance of winning this PK. Chu Zhang maintained a relentless pace of 5 carnival gifts per second, and even in the final 30 seconds, he sent nearly 150 to 160 more. Even though Wang Song was present on Ning's side, this match was undeniably lost. However, the chat began to rally, urging Wang Song to assist Ning in securing a victory. Even Ning's previous top supporter, Chi-He, chimed in, expressing hope that Wang Song could help win a match. After all, being crushed in 2 consecutive rounds was a sentiment no one wished to endure. Let us call it. We can't win, so let us not play anymore. Wang Song conceded, not in jest, but out of genuine acknowledgement that they stood no chance of winning. The brother of the top player opposite me, Wang Song, is significantly wealthier than I am. How am I to compete with that? Wang Song floated a message in the chat, explaining that the streamer on the other side is the sister of his friend, urging the viewers not to stir up unnecessary excitement. He added, by the way, you all might want to go and follow her. Without further ado, he decided to pay a visit to extend his greetings. Rather than assisting Ning in the PK, Wang Tsung directly followed the PK link to Chu Yu's livestream. Upon hearing Wang Tsung's remarks, the audience in a Ning stream was utterly bewildered. The chat was flooded with symbols like and similar expressions. However, they finally grasped who the esteemed young master of the Chu family was. No wonder. The top player opposite is indeed a top-tier rich second generation. The principal just mentioned that the Chu family young master is wealthier than he is. Unbelievable. I must go and follow as well. Does this imply that the streamer on the other side is, in fact, a rich heiress? It seems the streamer is the campus belle of Magic City University, and it appears that all the proceeds from this live broadcast will be donated to the university's charitable foundation. Initially, I thought this was mere hype, but now I realize that my perspective was rather narrow. I must say, Wang Tsung's simple 2 sentences instantly drew away a significant number of viewers from a Ning stream. And Ning felt somewhat desolate, but being a clever woman, she understood from Wang Tsung's comments that the young streamer on the opposite side was indeed someone she could not provoke. In Chu Yu's livestream, as soon as Wang Tsung entered, he began showering her with gifts. Those who frequently engage in live streaming naturally recognized Wang Tsung. Just moments ago, Chu Jiang had already dazzled the viewers by sending thousands of gifts, leaving them in awe. Now, with Wang Tsung's entrance, the chat erupted as he sent an astonishing 100 gifts in one go. Although it didn't surpass Chu Jiang's extravagant display, it was important to note that it was Wang Tsung who was gifting. What in the world? Is this really Wang Tsung? Isn't he and Ning's ex-boyfriend? Why is he here showering gifts? I just came from a Ning stream and can inform you that the principal stated that the young master of the Chu family is his brother, and the streamer is the sister of his brother. Ah, I see. The young lady streamer is undoubtedly a rich heiress. No wonder. I was saying, even the wealthiest would not shower gifts on a stranger, right? Chu Yu, seeing the chat flooded with mentions of Wang Tsung and the principal, quickly realized that this generous benefactor was indeed Wang Tsung. Thank you, Brother Tsung, for the gifts. I appreciate it on behalf of the children in the western region of our country. No need for thanks. With your brother here, it's merely a token of my appreciation. Wang Tsung's words seemed to carry a hint of humility. The viewers in Chu Yu's stream were momentarily taken aback. Due to Chu Jiang's earlier overwhelming display of gifts and Wang Tsung's subsequent arrival, Chu Yu's stream soared to the top of the charts, with live viewers exceeding 100,000. Chu Jiang continued to assist Chu Yu in several PK matches, and with his presence, there was no doubt of victory. Regardless of who the top player on the opposing side was, Chu Jiang consistently showered gifts. With such an approach, who could withstand it? In no time, users engaging with Douyin Live during this period became aware of Chu Yu's existence. The most astonishing part was that Chu Jiang became so engrossed in the gifting that he ended up spending his entire 200 million Soundwave credits. That's equivalent to 20 million. The account of the young master of the Chu family reached the prestigious level 60. Time to rest, I'm off. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Chu Jiang exited the live stream. The U.S. stock market was about to open, and he drove over to Billionaire. Next door, Summer Feng and his companions were also in high spirits. Although they had battled for 3 consecutive nights, they had rested throughout the day. The prospect of profiting from the American market alongside Chu Jiang was exhilarating. Are you all ready? Chu Jiang asked with a smile as he approached the 3. We are just waiting for your command. Then let us begin. Settling onto the sofa, Chu Jiang lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before directing his efforts. Within half an hour of the U.S. market opening, Chu Jiang cleared out his account of 28 billion U.S. dollars, purchasing shares in 16 companies. Over the next few hours, he operated like a war god, wreaking havoc in the U.S. stock market. Among those 16 stocks, the highest surged by 90%, while the lowest rose by 30%. By the time the U.S. market closed, Chu Jiang liquidated all his holdings. It was yet another bountiful night. The 16 stocks propelled Chu Jiang's account balance to a staggering 70 billion U.S. dollars. After subtracting his initial investment of 10 billion, he had earned an additional 60 billion over just 2 nights. Tomorrow night, he planned something grand before taking a well-deserved rest. Remarkably, rather than securing his profits, he intended to go for yet another bold move. Based on his recent success, he anticipated that his 70 billion would at least double by tomorrow night. When it comes to carving into the profits of the American market, one must do so with gusto. Chapter 48, Young Master Chu. Will you no longer operate in the U.S. market? With an account balance of 70 billion U.S. dollars, equivalent to over 440 billion in Chinese currency, Chu Jiang had gained over 100 billion in the U.S. market over the past 4 days. Although he had maintained a low profile, his operations had not gone unnoticed. In a conference room at a Wall Street securities exchange, a dozen blonde-haired, blue-eyed Americans gathered. That detestable Eastern rat. He has been tailing us for 4 days now. Why can he see through our every move? It feels as if he has cameras installed on us. How infuriating. This greedy Eastern rat must be caught. He must return all the money he has stolen. The leaders seethed with rage, their plans thwarted by Chu Jiang's interventions, which not only prevented them from profiting, but also led to significant losses. In Villa number 8 of the Magic City, Chu Jiang stretched out, having endured yet another busy night, mercilessly profiting from the Americans. Regrettably, though a week remained, the weekend would see a market closure, leaving only one last trading day. While Chu Jiang was not lacking in funds, he certainly wouldn't turn down the prospect of more wealth. Moreover, his current extravagant spending necessitated substantial cash flow. He aspired to build a formidable Chu family conglomerate, which required considerable investment, making the profits from the U.S. market quite timely. Upon returning to his bedroom, he suddenly remembered Li Zihui was there. At this hour, he had assumed she would be fast asleep, yet as he entered the room, she awakened. She had slept through the afternoon and only roused around 11 at night. Emerging from the bedroom, the household staff had prepared a midnight snack for her. After all, she was the first woman the young master had brought back to the villa, and they dared not act aloof in her presence. Li Zihui is, in truth, rather timid. After finishing her late-night snack, she returned to Chu Jiang's bedroom. Although she was uncertain of Chu Jiang's whereabouts, she was acutely aware that she should not wander aimlessly. In the stillness of the night, Li Zihui dozed off once more. Upon awakening, she found Chu Jiang entering the bedroom just then. "You're awake?" he inquired. "Yes, I must have slept too long," she replied. "You look much better," Chu Jiang remarked, his lips curving into a gentle smile as he gazed at Li Zihui. Despite having spent the night immersed in the tumultuous American stock market, the vigor of youth allowed him to channel his surplus energy into the warm embrace of his surroundings. "Let us have lunch, and afterward, I'll take you back," he suggested. "Okay." Li Zihui nodded obediently. She felt a profound sense of happiness, aware of the kindness Chu Jiang bestowed upon her. As his partner, she felt fortunate, and she harbored no further demands. After their midday meal, Chu Jiang personally escorted Li Zihui back to the hospital, taking the opportunity to visit her mother in the ward. Unlike his previous visit, her mother was recovering remarkably well since the successful surgery and improved nutrition. Her complexion had brightened significantly. "Auntie, once you're discharged, I'll have Zihui bring you to stay with us in the Magic City for a while. The conditions here are excellent. And if there's anything you wish to eat or drink, please let me know, and I'll arrange it." Chu Jiang, with the advantage of his affluent background, was well aware that Li Zihui's family had come to understand his status. As for the nature of Li Zihui's relationship with Chu Jiang, they had previously inquired, but she had not confirmed being his girlfriend. Yet now, such acknowledgement seemed irrelevant. Having spent the entire day together, her mother, being a woman of experience, undoubtedly understood what might have transpired during their time alone. To be candid, she was not entirely optimistic about her daughter's association with Chu Jiang, given the stark disparity in their backgrounds, which could lead to her daughter facing undue hardship. However, Chu Jiang had consistently shown courtesy during his visits, leaving a favorable impression on Li Zihui. Chu Jiang did not linger in the hospital, as he was not fond of the atmosphere within. Upon leaving, he drove straight back to his villa. After a late night, he had awakened at noon and was preparing for another significant venture in the stock market that evening, necessitating adequate rest. Meanwhile, Li Zihui was discreetly pulled aside by her cousin, Zhou Baiting. "Sis, you were with brother-in-law all day yesterday, weren't you?" Zhou Baiting whispered. Her curiosity piqued. "Ah no, don't say such things, Baiting," Li Zihui replied, biting her lip, unsure of how to articulate certain matters. "Honestly, brother-in-law treats you exceptionally well. That watch he gifted you must be a Patek Philippe, right? Why aren't you wearing it?" Zhou Baiting pressed on. Li Zihui had indeed received a Patek Philippe watch from Chu Jiang, but upon discovering its staggering value of 390,000, she had stashed it away. "It's far too valuable to wear. What if it gets damaged?" she replied, biting. "There are things I'm uncertain how to express. Sigh. I don't even know what our relationship is, so please don't spread rumors." Zhou Baiting, sensing the nuances, quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, sis. I won't say anything." Yet she added, "But, sis, I think he genuinely cares for you. Plus, he is so handsome and wealthy. Even if he can't marry you in the future, as long as you're his woman, that's what truly matters. Trust me, if you miss out on him, will you really find another man who can compare? Can you truly guarantee that another man will love you sincerely for a lifetime?" Zhou Baiting's words, though youthful and somewhat audacious, held a kernel of truth. Upon returning to the villa, Chu Jiang poured himself a cup of tea, enjoyed a cigarette, and perused the latest updates on his novels. Soon after, he retreated to his bedroom for a rest. He awoke around 9 in the evening, hastily consumed a light dinner, and made his way to Villa number 9. "Tonight, let us put in some serious effort. After this, who knows when we'll get another chance." Chu Jiang remarked with a smile at the eager trio of Xia Feng and his associates. Does this mean you won't be trading in the stock market anymore? One of them inquired. One must not be overly greedy. I've made over 100 billion in the past week alone. That is sufficient for a while. Continuing might draw unwanted attention, Chu Jiang responded, though inwardly he chuckled at the thought of the upcoming market trends. However, he was not incorrect in sensing that he had become a target. In the United States, within a certain securities exchange on Wall Street, a nefarious plan was set in motion. Tonight, we must ensnare that wretched Eastern rat. The bait is laid. We await the trap to be sprung. If he dares to engage tonight, regardless of his wealth, he shall find no return. Their confidence was palpable, and they were prepared to invest heavily to catch Chu Jiang. Back in the Magic City, within Villa No. 9, Chu Jiang's expression turned grave. For the first time, the fluctuations in the stock market he had envisioned began to shift. Previously, he had anticipated a significant rise based on the expected trends. But now he noticed that all the stocks he had earmarked plummeted 30 minutes after the market opened. What on earth? How shall I proceed now? Chu Jiang was taken aback, realizing he was being targeted. He was no fool and would not recklessly plunge into a trap. After 2 minutes of contemplation, he decisively chose to withdraw from the market. The profits he had secured must not be relinquished. Aside from the stocks he had marked, the overall market trends appeared dismal, offering minimal opportunities for action, while he could still navigate the market with his mental charts to ensure a profit. The prospect of earning a few billion after a long night seemed futile. A restful night was far more appealing. Chu Xiao, the market has opened. Xia Feng alerted him, prepared for one last hurrah in the stock market. However, the next moment, Chu Jiang chuckled lightly. The situation has changed. We're done for tonight. Time to rest. What? Xia Feng and his companions were momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they had discussed a major operation, and now he was calling it off. Yet, despite their confusion, they understood that the money belonged to Chu Jiang, and if he chose to rest, they could not voice any objections. You all have worked hard these past few days. Chu Jiang smiled at the trio before turning to Shun Xingwei, instructing, give each of them 1 million. The surplus shall be considered a bonus for their efforts. No amount of sweet words could rival the sincerity of financial compensation. Upon hearing that Chu Jiang would award them 1 million each, the trio's faces lit up with joy. It is worth noting that they have only worked for a mere 4 nights, typically residing in the villa. Even when engaged in night work, they do not feel fatigued at all, especially when collaborating with someone of Chu Jiang's caliber, a master of the stock market. According to their prior agreement, each night's remuneration amounts to 100,000, and with tonight included, they have only labored for 5 nights. Chu Jiang generously bestowed upon each of them 1 million, which translates to an additional 500,000 for each. Thank you, young Master Chu. Xia Feng and his companions hastily stood up to express their gratitude to Chu Jiang. Indeed, should I require your services in the future, I will have Xingwei reach out to you. Chu Jiang replied with a grin. However, he urged them, I hope you will not speak of recent events upon your return. While there is little harm in discussing such matters, I wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. The trio nodded in agreement. Even without his emphasis, they would never dare to speak out of turn. Firstly, Chu Jiang's esteemed background rendered any offense unthinkable. Secondly, they naturally aspired for further opportunities to navigate the American stock market alongside him, reaping rewards from the Americans. 1 million each, totaling merely 3 million for 3 individuals. For Chu Jiang, 3 million was a trifling sum, hardly worthy of mention. He promptly instructed Shun Xingwei to withdraw all the funds from the account. Shun Xingwei, standing by, nodded in compliance. Half an hour after the stock market opened, the titans of Wall Street were left dumbfounded. Why? Why had that insufferable Eastern rat not taken the bait? Impossible. Had he seen through our scheme? Too cunning. That wretched Eastern rat has escaped. They were astute individuals. They understood that since Chu Jiang had not fallen for their trap today, ensnaring him next time would be even more challenging. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Jiang was unlikely to set foot in the American stock market for a considerable time. Upon returning to Villa No. 8, Chu Jiang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. It was somewhat regrettable. After all, he had intended to make significant gains tonight, ideally raking in over 100 billion in American dollars. However, having been targeted and given the underwhelming trends in the stock market, Chu Jiang's decision to withdraw was indeed judicious. Money is endless. One must not be overly greedy. To pursue the unattainable is simply folly. Let them know, he said after finishing his cigarette, addressing the small group of 4. I had planned for a large operation tonight, but the stock market trends do not appear favorable, so I have decided to call it off. We've made a considerable sum recently, and it seems we have drawn attention. Henceforth, a period of rest is in order. The total capital plus profit amounts to 7 billion in American dollars. Once it arrives tomorrow, I will transfer the funds to you. As soon as Chu Jiang concluded, The small group erupted in excitement. Young Master Chu is incredible. Bai Fong promptly replied, and under the current circumstances, he had evidently become a devoted admirer of Chu Jiang. Regardless of what Chu Jiang said or did, his response remained unwavering. Young Master Chu is amazing. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin quickly chimed in with their agreement. Naturally, there was no objection. Their venture in the American stock market alongside Chu Jiang had proven immensely profitable. Each had already received 500 million in American dollars. Once this round of funds arrived, in addition to their initial investment of 200 million, they would share an additional 600 million in profits. In just a few days, they had amassed an astonishing 11 billion in American dollars alongside Chu Jiang. While this amount may not seem substantial in American currency, it equates to nearly 70 billion in Chinese yuan. As for Bai Fong, his earnings were even greater, totaling 14 billion 500 million in American dollars. Associating with Chu Jiang not only allowed him to recover his losses, but also propelled him to a net worth exceeding 100 billion. Young Master Chu, the weekend is approaching. Shall we go out and unwind? How about fishing for tuna? Tuna fishing? To the South China Sea, perhaps? Yes. What do you think? It would be a perfect opportunity to relax. I'm on board. All right then, we'll plan to head out tomorrow night for a couple of days. That should be feasible, right? Count me in. Chu Jiang readily agreed with a smile. Chapter 50. I heard that the 10 sound wave can make a frog croak. Chu Jiang's schedule allowed him to easily accommodate this outing. He could devote an entire week if he so wished. With no need to battle the American stock market tonight, he could finally take a well-deserved break. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he sipped tea, smoked, and indulged in some Douyin live streaming. Having previously lavished 20 million in Chu Yu's live stream, he had elevated his account to level 60. A level 60 big spender would undoubtedly cause a stir in any streamer's room. Moreover, the account Chu Min De Xiao was quite conspicuous. Everyone knew it belonged to a true magnate, as it had been personally verified by Wang Kong. Chu Jiang did not have a habit of sticking to any particular streamer's live session, with the exception of Chu Yu, who was his younger sister. For other smaller streamers, if he found them likable, he would casually drop a carnival gift, which was hardly a concern for him. A carnival gift costing merely $3,000 was insignificant to Chu Jiang. However, for those smaller streamers, it could very well be their first experience receiving such a generous gift. 10 sound wave making a frog croak. Chu Jiang casually stumbled upon a local gaming streamer named Xin, a cute girl with a charming appearance. Her live stream had a modest audience, with only a dozen viewers. However, upon Chu Jiang's entrance, her top supporter had just gifted her a plane worth 3,000 sound waves, and she was merely imitating a frog's croak. By the rules of the 10 sound wave, a 3,000 sound wave gift would require her to croak 300 times. Surprisingly, her croaking had a certain rhythm to it. The moment Chu Jiang entered, Xin noticed the arrival of a level 60 super wealthy patron. Welcome, Chu Min De Xiao, to the live stream. Croak, croak, croak. In the vast sea of level 60 big spenders on Douyin, not every streamer could recognize who was who. Xin was unaware of Chu Min De Xiao's identity. However, some viewers in the stream did recognize him. Wow, Xin, you're in for a treat. It's Chu Min De Xiao. He is a true, super wealthy patron. Where do so many big spenders come from? Among the countless level 60 patrons on Douyin, 99% are studio accounts. Of course, not everyone recognized Chu Jiang. Some, seeing others praising him as a super wealthy patron, chimed in skeptically. He can't be. Didn't you see the live stream 2 days ago? He leveled up to 60 in a single day. Even the principal said he doesn't have as much money as him. Is that true? The principal told you that personally? People can say anything. The internet is a treacherous place, and I'm afraid you might get carried away. Though the live stream had only a handful of viewers, the chat was lively and engaging. So, the 10 sound wave croaks like a frog, huh? Chu Jiang found the streamer quite amusing and decided to tease her a bit. With the wealthy patron's words echoing in the chat, Xin promptly replied with a smile. Yes, quack 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 counts as 20 sound waves, right? Got it. A smirk danced on Chu Jiang's lips as he casually tossed a carnival gift into the stream. The moment Xin saw the carnival effect, she was utterly stunned. As a novice streamer, the most extravagant gift she had ever received was merely a 300 yuan airplane. She had never even dreamed of a carnival. Ah, thank you, young Master Chu Min, for the carnival. Quack quack quack. A carnival, worth 30,000 sound waves, meant she had to quack 3,000 times, right? Chu Jiang confirmed with Xin. Xin was too timid to suggest otherwise, obediently nodding her head. All right, then let us start with 100 huazi. Chu Jiang sent a barrage of messages. When Xin processed that Chu Jiang was suggesting 100 huazi, she was initially taken aback, but by the time she comprehended, the The stream was already inundated with carnival effects, since gifting a carnival came with promotional banners across all platforms. Thousands of casual fans flocked into Xion's stream in an instant. Wow, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's young Master Chu Min. Well, that is fine. Lucky little streamer, you're truly blessed. New arrivals clamored for explanations about the situation. Wow, truly, he is a man that even the principal envies. This lavish spending is beyond what an ordinary rich second generation could manage. How many carnivals has he gifted? Little streamer, what on earth did you do to warrant such generosity from young Master Chu Min? The chat exploded with excitement as more onlookers streamed in. Many recognized the ID of young Master Chu Min. All right, 100 carnivals, with each quack worth 3,000 sound waves. That means a total of 300,000 quacks, right? I'm watching. Chu Jiang sent another barrage, and even the confused onlookers began to grasp the situation. Wow, is young Master Chu Min really this playful? 300,000 quacks. How long will that take? Wow, even a weirdo like me thinks young Master Chu Min is outrageous. All I can say is, the little streamer is likely feeling both pained and joyful right now. If it were me, I wouldn't just feel uneasy about not adding a few thousand more quacks. But 100 carnivals? Young Master Chu Min just casually gifted 300,000. What is going on? Didn't you see the livestream from the other day? One person single-handedly outperformed all the big shots on the list. The principal showed up in the end. Yet they directly went to young Master Chu Min's sister's stream and became the second on the leaderboard. However, it must be said, Xion was indeed experiencing a mix of pain and joy. That was 100 carnivals. Even after the platform's share, she would still have around 150,000 left. After deducting 20 for taxes, she would at least take home 120,000. As a small streamer, she hardly earned 10,000 in a month. 120,000 was likely more than she would earn in an entire year. The wealthy patron would surely want satisfaction. Furthermore, since she had set the quack to sound wave ratio herself, if she couldn't keep up, who would play with her in the future? She understood this was her opportunity. Her viewer count had surged to over 100,000. As a novice streamer, without such a chance, she might have only treated her streaming career as a side hobby. Yet now, with over 100,000 viewers, she stood shoulder to shoulder with any major streamer. Quack quack, quack quack quack, quack quack, quack quack, quack 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 quack, quack quack. Hey, you need to quack a bit more cheerfully. Can you do it to the tune of Lone Warrior? Just follow the melody of Lone Warrior. Chu Jiang sent another message. And upon seeing it, Xion immediately began quacking to the melody of Lone Warrior. In no time, over 10,000 viewers accompanied Chu Jiang in supervising the little streamer. Xion. Chapter 51. An invitation to Mu Yunxi for a vacation in Nanhai. Chu Jiang rarely lingered in a live stream for such a long duration. And the little streamer Xion dared not slack off. After she finished quacking the tune of Lone Warrior, she had an epiphany. In the following time, she quacked through several trending songs on Douyin, such as Stepping on Mountains and Rivers, Mirage, and Diving. Don't slack off. I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back to check if you've been lazy. Chu Jiang sent a message and exited Xion's livestream. After scrolling through some Douyin videos and finishing the updated novel, he glanced at the time, realizing it was already past midnight. Rarely needing to stay up late for the US stock market, Chu Jiang stretched and headed straight to bed. As for the little streamer Xion, she certainly did not dare to relax. Although Chu Jiang had left the livestream, and the viewer count dropped from 100,000 to below 10,000, about 7,000 to 8,000 still remained to supervise her. Some even compiled statistics for her. On average, she quacked 6 times per second, which amounted to 360 quacks per minute, and 600 quacks per hour. Having received 100 carnivals meant she had to quack 300,000 times, even without breaks. That would require her to quack continuously for 14 hours. Adding in rest and hydration time, she would need at least 16 hours to finish those 300,000 quacks. Initially, Xion felt quite relaxed, but after an hour of quacking, her throat began to feel strained. After 3 hours, she was noticeably exhausted. After quacking through the night, she felt utterly depleted. The viewer count was dwindling, yet despite this, Xion persevered. Is the streamer pushing herself too hard? Her voice is hoarse. Maybe she should take a break. Young Master Chu Min is clearly just joking around, so don't take it seriously. I feel for the streamer. Oh dear, streamer. You're really pushing yourself too hard. Young Master Chu Min probably didn't think it was serious. The chat was flooded with fans expressing their sympathy, urging her to take a break. Xion felt truly touched by the messages, but having already quacked for nearly 10 hours, she sincerely didn't want to give up. Victory was within reach. Thank you, everyone, I can still do this. Her voice was completely hoarse, and after a night of streaming, her energy was clearly waning. However, she was the kind of person who was quite stubborn. Since she had set the rules, she would complete them even if it meant crying through it. In the Tengu villa, Chu Jiang awoke feeling quite refreshed and stretched luxuriously. After breakfast, he settled on the sofa in the living room, lit a cigarette, while a beautiful maid served tea and fresh fruit on the coffee table. One must enjoy life. How comfortable this is. Chu Jiang mused to himself before opening Douyin to scroll through videos for a while. However, as soon as he opened Douyin, he saw that Xin was still streaming. Wow. Chu Jiang was taken aback. Could she have quacked all night long? Without hesitation, he clicked into Xin's live stream. Casually, a few question marks were sent out. Don't tell me you've been chattering all night? Before Xin could respond to Chu Jiang, the fans who had been accompanying her in the live stream spoke up on her behalf. Indeed, her voice is hoarse. She has chirped out 300,000 times. How relentless. Xin is truly dedicated. Chu Xiao, please persuade her to take a break and end the stream. Chu Jiang was taken aback. To be honest, he was merely joking and never intended for her to actually chirp 300,000 times, let alone to finish before ending the stream. Yet, she took him seriously. Oh, what a stubborn little girl. Chu Jiang chuckled and casually clicked on the carnival feature, tipping her 100 carnivals. Instantly, the number of viewers in the live stream surged again. What the heck? What is going on? The host has been chirping all night. The young master of the Chu family is indeed extravagant. But seriously, 100 carnivals again? Are you trying to make the host collapse? Wow. Truly a lavish display of wealth. Newcomers, what is happening? Xin was utterly stunned. She was about to finish, but now, thanks to Chu Jiang's generous tip of 100 carnivals, she was now obliged to chirp another 300,000 times. Well, let us consider the previous ones done. You still owe me 300,000 chirps. Rest for now, and when I return to your live stream, you can chirp for me then. That said, Chu Jiang genuinely admired this girl. Her stubbornness was something many lacked. So be it, if you don't take a break. I might just have to report you to the officials. Chu Jiang sent a message in the chat, and only then did Xin, with tears welling in her eyes. Choked out. Thank you, Chu Xiao. You're amazing. Please take a break. Be good. After offering her some words of comfort, Chu Jiang watched her close the live stream before leaving. Although Xin ended the stream, this incident propelled her onto the trending searches on Douyin, garnering her countless fans. Of course, as the instigator, the young master of the Chu family also made it onto the trending list. However, Chu Jiang was indifferent to such matters. The funds he withdrew from his U.S. stock account had already arrived. Without hesitation, he instructed Xin Xingwei to transfer the money to Wang Tsong and the others. In just a few days, Wang Tsong, Qin Bin, and the others had been thoroughly spoiled by Chu Jiang. After receiving the money, the three of them hurriedly praised Chu Jiang even more. Chu Xiao, let us take a private jet tonight, and we brought along some ladies. Oh, are you sure you're just going for fishing? It's all about relaxation. What is the point of a few big guys going out to sea? Exactly. The weather in the South China Sea is just right. We'll take the yacht to the islands there. In their small group, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin eagerly anticipated this trip to the South China Sea. You're all bringing ladies? Chu Jiang inquired again. Of course. Chu Xiao, you're not coming without a lady, are you? No way. Bai Fong chimed in the group. How could that be? Naturally. Chu Jiang couldn't admit that he hardly knew any girls. He could have brought Li Zihui along, but she was still at the hospital caring for her mother. Bringing Chu Yu along would be somewhat inappropriate. Bringing Xin Xingwei also seemed unfeasible. After pondering, Chu Jiang thought of Mu Yunqi. Are you available in the next couple of days? Chu Jiang sent a WeChat message to Mu Yunqi. Yes, I am. Chu Xiao, what do you need? Mu Yunqi almost instantly replied to Chu Jiang's message. Well, we're planning to head to the South China Sea Islands for some leisure and relaxation. Would you like to join us? Although Chu Jiang phrased it as an inquiry, to Mu Yunqi, it was clear she couldn't possibly refuse. Chapter 52, Arrival at the South China Sea. Sure. Mu Yunqi didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Prepare yourself, we're taking a flight tonight. Alright. After hanging up, Mu Yunqi felt her heart racing. Over these past few days, she had been mentally preparing herself, especially considering that Chu Jiang had spent 30 million to help her terminate her contract with Jige Media and lent her a luxurious apartment worth over 100 million. If it were solely because she was a potential talent, that seemed somewhat improbable. There were many newcomers in the entertainment industry with equal or greater potential. Why did Chu Jiang single her out? These thoughts plagued Mu Yunqi, leading her to believe that Chu Xiao had taken a liking to her. In truth, she wasn't entirely mistaken, but honestly, Chu Jiang had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to assist Mu Yunqi. As for the invitation to the South China Sea Islands, it was simply because Wang Tsong and the others were bringing their girlfriends. After deliberation, Mu Yunqi was the only one who came to mind. After hanging up with Mu Yunqi, Chu Jiang called Xin Xingwei over and instructed her a few things. Take care of matters at the company. I'll be away for a couple of days. If anything comes up, we can discuss it when I return. Understood, young master. By the way, I just transferred 50 billion to you. If there are any promising newcomers in the entertainment industry, don't hesitate to spend money to bring them on board. Also, regarding IPs, whoever holds the IP in the domestic entertainment industry has the power to become a giant. Chu Jiang was unafraid to spend money, knowing that it was easy to earn and wouldn't cause him much grief to part with. Since Chu Jiang wasn't concerned about spending, Xin Xingwei felt even less apprehensive, as the money was not her own. Of course, she wouldn't squander it recklessly. Rest assured, young master. Xin Xingwei had proven her competence, having organized the personnel structure of Chu Min Entertainment Media in just a few days. Naturally, this was also due to the substantial funds Chu Jiang had provided her. In the bustling city of Shanghai, talent was abundant. As long as there was money, one could attract any kind of talent. Chu Jiang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. In the evening, he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick up Mu Yunqi from the Tomson Riviera to take her to the airport. Mu Yunqi knew only that Chu Jiang had mentioned taking her to the South China Sea Islands for a vacation, so she prepared a few changes of clothes and some skincare products. At the entrance of Tomson Riviera, Mu Yunqi stood by the roadside with a pink suitcase. Upon seeing Chu Jiang's car approach, she hurriedly ran over, dragging her suitcase. Chu Jiang remained in the car while the driver stepped out to open the door and assist in placing Mu Yunqi's luggage in the trunk. As she got into the car and noticed Chu Jiang sitting upright, she quickly greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Chu Xiao. Haha, don't be so formal. We're just going out to sea for a simple vacation and maybe do a bit of fishing," Chu Jiang said with a slight smile, noticing Mu Yunqi's nervousness. "By the way, Xingwei should have informed you that our company invested in the IP Slayer of Gods. I've secured a role for you. Have you looked into the IP recently?" Chu Jiang deftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Upon hearing his words, Mu Yunqi nodded affirmatively. Having already been informed by Butler Shen, she was currently perusing the original work, albeit not yet finished. "No rush," she remarked. Chu Jiang chuckled lightly. "The production team is still in the preparatory phase. It will likely be a month or two before filming officially commences. During this time, do take the opportunity to read as much as you can." Certainly. Upon their arrival at the airport, a dedicated guide was present to escort Chu Jiang and his companions. They traversed the exclusive passageway. Although security checks were conducted, they were handled by specialized personnel known for their exemplary service. "Is this a private jet?" Mu Yunqi inquired, only to realize the apparent folly of her question. It was quite evident that it was indeed a private aircraft. Chu Jiang responded nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. Upon boarding the plane, Wang Tsong, Qin Bin, and Bai Fong had already arrived, each accompanied by a beautiful woman. As Chu Jiang and Mu Yunqi approached, Wang Tsong and his companions promptly rose to greet them. "Young Master Chu, we've been waiting for you. There was a bit of traffic on the way, which delayed us slightly. I hope it hasn't caused any inconvenience?" "Not at all. No inconvenience whatsoever. We still have over 20 minutes until takeoff." While it was a private jet, regulations still applied. The likelihood of an incident occurring during flight was minimal, yet should a mishap arise, the survival rate would be nearly non-existent. The flight from the bustling metropolis to Nanhai International Airport would take approximately 3 hours. On board, the four gentlemen engaged in a game of Texas Hold'em, while Mu Yunqi and her female companions opted for a round of mahjong. By the end of the journey, Chu Jiang's party had triumphed over the others, amassing a fortune of 5 to 6 million. Conversely, Mu Yunqi's group had incurred losses amounting to over 1 million. Initially, she had no intention of participating, as her mahjong skills were rather limited. However, with 3 hours to spare and 1 player short, her absence would be conspicuous. Understanding her predicament, Chu Jiang leaned closer and whispered, "Just play casually. If you lose, I'll cover for you." With his encouragement, Mu Yunqi nodded in agreement. "Oh dear, we are truly unfortunate," one of her companions lamented. "Indeed, I have always said that one simply cannot play cards against young Master Chu. He possesses an uncanny ability to win every gamble. Thankfully, we played small stakes. Had it been larger, we might have lost billions." Wang Tsong and the others were thoroughly impressed. "Young brother Chu, we must make a trip to Macau sometime. I lost quite a bit there previously, and I would appreciate your assistance in reclaiming my losses." "Absolutely, I would be delighted." Chu Jiang responded with a hearty laugh. "By the way, young Master Chu, I noticed you've made the trending list again." "Oh, the illustrious young Master Chu has reached second place on Douyin's trending list. When it comes to entertainment, it is indeed our young Master Chu who excels. Last night, feeling rather bored, I happened to catch a live stream and found it amusing, so I sent a few gifts. I hadn't anticipated that the young lady would be so tenacious, bantering throughout the night." Chu Jiang chuckled in exasperation. 3 hours can be deemed neither long nor short. The aircraft safely landed at Nanhai International Airport, and as the group exited, a young man approached them with a friendly demeanor. Song Ge Qingge, Yi Lao Di, you came to pick us up so late. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Song greeted him with a smile, then introduced him to Chu Jiang. This is Yi Kan, the esteemed heir of the Yi family in Nanhai. Yi Lao Di, allow me to introduce you to Chu Jiang, young Master Chu. Young Master Chu, now that you are in Nanhai, consider us friends. Do not hesitate to let us know if we fall short in our hospitality. You are too kind, Yi Shao. Chu Jiang replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he discreetly picked up 3 transparent balls.